Gu Huai has crossed into a world where everyone can tame beasts. His grandfather is the legendary dragon tamer of Dongwon, who has guarded the border for decades and ranks among the top of the legendary beast tamers. His father is a master-level dragon tamer, currently in his prime, serving as the city lord of the provincial capital. His mother is a renowned beast evolution master in Dongwon, holding the position of honorary president at Hangzhou University. His maternal grandfather's family, the Mu family, is equally powerful. Gu Huai is also the only male descendant of the Gu family. With such a divine start and having awakened a unique mythical talent, Gu Huai has no idea how he could possibly fail. Chapter 001, A Divine Start. Hangzhou City, Number 1 High School, Class 2-1. The homeroom teacher, Deng Hong, stood at the podium, her gaze serious as she looked down at the students. Students, our great Lord Gu Hong will soon arrive at our school to personally preside over this awakening. You must cherish this opportunity. Lord Gu Hong hasn't presided over an awakening event for a long time. If you can earn his favor, your future prospects will be limitless. The students in the class exclaimed in excitement. Got it. After all, this is Lord Gu Hong, the strongest in all of Hangzhou, the city lord, the legendary dragon tamer. If they could gain Lord Gu Hong's favor at the awakening event and contract a dragonite beast, they would soar to great heights. Gu Lauda. Is this the surprise that Lord Gu mentioned last night? Next to Gu Huai, a chubby boy looked at the class's most handsome guy with a strange expression. Maybe, Gu Huai replied non-committally. That's right. The homeroom teacher and the city lord mentioned by the classmates are Gu Huai's father. However, Gu Huai usually kept this hidden, and only the chubby boy and Liao Jinxian in the class knew his identity. It must be said that it feels a bit strange for Gu Huai to see everyone idolizing his goofy dad. Gu Laoda, are you going to come clean? The chubby boy, whose full name is Guojingyi, comes from a family that has served the Gu family for generations. Due to their similar ages, he was naturally arranged to be by Gu Huai's side to ensure his safety. As for the Gu family, it is a formidable entity. Gu Huai's grandfather, Guin, is a renowned legendary dragon tamer in Dongwon, with strength that ranks among the best even among all legendary beast tamers in Dongwon, awarded the title of the 12 earthly branches by the state, belonging to the dragon. Because of this, Guin has guarded the maritime borders for decades, ensuring the safety of Dongwon. Gu Huai's father, Gu Hong, is the city lord of Hangzhou, a master-level dragon tamer, among the top tier, just one step away from breaking through, capable of competing directly with some legendary beast tamers. Gu Huai's mother, Mu Qing, is a well-known beast evolution master in Dongwon and holds honorary professor titles at several universities, also serving as the honorary vice president of Hangzhou University. Moreover, Gu Huai's maternal grandfather's family, the Mu family, is also a top-tier family, with legendary beast tamers whose strength is only slightly inferior to the Gu family. As the only male heir of the Gu family in this generation, Gu Huai's status is evident. If Gu Huai wanted, he could be considered the top young prince in Dongwon. Hearing the chubby boy's words, Gu Huai just glanced at him and didn't speak further. As a family with a 1,000-year history, the Gu family is naturally very strict in raising children. Throughout history, how many families have been ruined by wayward offspring? Many large families do not seek extraordinary talent in their descendants, they just hope their children do not cause trouble. The Gu family situation is somewhat more special. Other large families have many descendants. If one fails, there is still another as long as they do not cause trouble for the family. It's fine. But the Gu family, due to their dragon bloodline, has a tradition of passing down only to males, which makes them extremely cautious in nurturing their offspring. They fear that one misstep could lead to the end of the Gu lineage. Thus, each generation's family head will choose an excellent dragon protector to ensure the continuation of the Gu bloodline. Typically, these protectors are 2 or 3 years older. Jiu Hong has also told Gu Huai not to reveal his identity as a member of the Gu family until he has the ability to protect himself. This is also to protect Gu Huai. Although the Gu family is strong, they have made many enemies, especially in recent years. Gu Hong and Gu have destroyed countless evil forces, and while these people do not dare to trouble Gu Hong and Guin, they will naturally place their hatred on Gu Huai. Even though Gu Hong has dedicated protectors to ensure Gu Huai's safety, it is impossible to be completely foolproof. After chatting a bit more with the students, the announcement over the intercom rang out. Please have all homeroom teachers lead their classes to gather in the main playground quickly. Please have all homeroom teachers lead their classes to gather in the main playground quickly. Please have all homeroom teachers lead their classes to gather in the main playground quickly. Following the principle of announcing important matters 3 times, the broadcast was played 3 times. Students, let's go. Deng Hong waved her hand excitedly. To be honest, she was even more excited and nervous than the students. After all, these were her first batch of students since they started in the first year. Now, she was about to watch them awaken their talents as prospective beast tamers and contract their own beasts, taking their first steps toward becoming beast tamers. Her heart could not calm down. Go for it, my students. Teacher believes in you, you will all succeed. These words, as a teacher of less than 2 years, Deng Hong naturally could not say out loud and could only wish everyone well in her heart. Let's go. The students were also extremely excited. This was an awakening personally presided over by the city lord, and only their class had the privilege to enjoy it. Unfortunately, they had no idea that they were receiving this treatment solely because of Huai. Seeing her classmates so excited, Huai also wore a smile on his face. Huai turned to the chubby boy beside him and said, "Let's go." Okay. A group of them formed a line at the class door and walked orderly toward the main playground. Soon, the main playground of number 1 high school was filled with more than 10 orderly formations. They all looked up at a handsome, middle-aged man on the stage with adoring eyes. So handsome, so young. It's the living Guhong. Everyone's tone was filled with admiration, but there was something strange in class 1, because when they saw Guhong, they felt he looked familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. Don't you think Lord Guhong looks a lot like Huai? At this moment, someone voiced their inner confusion. Looks like Huai. Don't joke around, wait, Gu. Now, most of the students in class 1 couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Huai. Oh my, it really does look like him, just like a younger, beautified version of Lord Guhong. With so many gazes on him, Huai kept a calm expression. We have a bit of a familial relationship. I see. Well, that explains it. The students suddenly understood and didn't dwell on the issue anymore, showing envious expressions instead. Being related to such an existence is something many people envy. Only Guo Zhengyi and Liao Jinxian, standing to the side, twitched their mouths slightly. Is that just a bit of a familial relationship? It's clearly the closest relationship possible, a father-son relationship. Chapter 002, Dad Guhong. The awakening begins. Liao Jinxian is from the Liao family in Hangqing. The Liao family is considered a prominent family in Hangqing. Liao Jinxuan's acquaintance with Gu Huai was purely accidental. Liao Jinxuan's mother, Liao Zhirong, is also a researcher, but her status cannot be compared to that of Mu Qing at all. A year ago, Liao Jinxian happened to attend a lecture with her mother and coincidentally saw Mu Qing calling Gu Huai good son during that lecture. Gu Huai only asked Liao Jinxian to help keep it a secret. The awakening ceremony has begun. During this time, Gu Heng's gaze occasionally drifted toward Gu Huai, accompanied by a smile that only Gu Huai could understand. Gu Huai couldn't help but shake his head. His dad was great in every way, but just too silly. Although it was everyone's first time experiencing the awakening ceremony, they had heard about it before. Even if they hadn't experienced it directly, with the advancements in technology, there are plenty of videos available. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, closed their eyes, adjusted their state, and waited for the awakening to begin. Awakening is something that relates to their future, and it cannot be taken lightly. As over 700 students got ready, Guhong began to take action. A colorful awakening stone appeared in his hand. The awakening stone was about the size of an adult's fist and started to shake as soon as it appeared. Beastmaster Talent Awakening. Every teenager who turns 16 can use the awakening stone to absorb the awakening power released from nature during the awakening period on June 1st, helping them awaken their talents and construct their Beastmaster space. The government even specially allowed second-year students to take an early vacation to prepare for becoming Beastmasters, so they could be assigned to classes when school started. More than 2 months were enough to observe many issues, such as whether one was suitable to become a Beastmaster and their talent in this regard, which can be distinguished to a certain extent. Beastmasters are the main theme of this world, and most people take pride in becoming powerful Beastmasters. However, not everyone has the talent to pursue this path, leading to the emergence of many beast-related professions, such as beast evolutionists, beast trainers, beast researchers, and beast caretakers, among others. Beastmasters are classified by strength levels, ranging from low to high: Apprentice Beastmaster, Junior Beastmaster, Intermediate Beastmaster, Senior Beastmaster, Master Beastmaster, and Legendary Beastmaster, totaling 6 levels. In this world, Beastmasters have been fully integrated into human life. Whether in transportation, daily life, or medical care, beasts are present. The awakening stone shook, and beams of light projected from it. These beams connected with each of the closing-eyed boys and girls, forming transparent energy lines. The energy they awakened was obtained in this manner. It has begun. Gu Huai, among the crowd, felt the energy coming from the awakening stone and was jolted. Awakening was also extremely important for Gu Huai. Talents are classified into 7 levels. From high to low, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, and level 7. The types of talent can be roughly divided into 4 systems. Amplification system, which directly enhances the strength of beasts in battle. Cultivation system, which accelerates the speed of beast training, usually by improving the speed of beast cultivation and basic training, skill intensity, etc. Combination system, which allows for combat by combining with the power of beasts. And special system, which has too many types to be subdivided and generally includes all that do not belong to the above 3 types, such as double beast spaces, which belong to the special system. There is no significant distinction between the strengths of these systems. It mainly depends on how one uses them. Stabilizing his mind. Huai calmed down and began to communicate with the awakening power, using their strength to construct his Beastmaster space within his body. The method wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in each person's connection with the awakening power, commonly referred to as talent. Those with good talent can easily command these awakening powers, absorb more beast power, establish a larger Beastmaster space, and awaken better Beastmaster talents. Conversely, it's the same. It was easier than he imagined. Huai had good talent. As soon as he came into contact with the awakening power, he felt a sense of familiarity from it, without any hindrance, making it particularly easy to absorb. Huai was delighted. He should be level 1 without a doubt. Just as Huai was steadily absorbing the energy for less than 10 seconds, the mysterious stone he was carrying, which was the root cause of his crossing into this world, cracked open at that moment. Indeed, Huai was a person who had crossed over. However, compared to crossing over, Huai was more like a rebirth with memories, a reincarnation. As for why Huai believed that this mysterious stone was the culprit for his crossing, it was because he had found this stone at an antique market on Waterblue Star. When he died, this stone was on him. Not long after he reincarnated into this world, Huai saw an identical mysterious stone in his room. With the cracking of the mysterious stone, the obedient awakening energy instantly went into turmoil. Or rather, a vortex appeared directly within Huai's body. This vortex was frantically absorbing the awakening power. The awakening power, under the absorption of this vortex, flowed into Huai's body like obedient sheep, offering no resistance at all. Not good. The energy pouring in was too much, leading to Huai being unable to control or absorb it with his strength. If this continued, the energy would run amok within Huai's body. The consequences of losing control would be severe. At worst, it could shatter Huai's Beastmaster space, causing him to lose the possibility of becoming a Beastmaster forever. At best, it could lead to his body exploding. Huai's actions immediately caught Guheng's attention. In fact, Guheng's gaze had never left Huai. Not good. At that moment, before anyone else could react, Guheng moved. A fey. With a wave of Guheng's hand, a wave of energy rippled through the air. A dragon primarily colored in gray-green, towering over 7 or 8 meters tall and clad in translucent armor, appeared in the arena. It was known as a fey, one of Guheng's main beast companions. The Emerald Giant Dragon King. The Emerald Giant Dragon King shared a bond with Guheng and naturally understood his intentions. Moreover, this was his little master. The little master he had raised since childhood, with whom he shared a deep bond. To be honest, it was just as anxious inside as Guheng. Chapter 003, An Unforgiving Cheat. Mythical level talent. The others were still in a state of confusion, not knowing why Guheng summoned this Emerald Giant Dragon King. However, it was indeed powerful. The Emerald Giant Dragon King did not release any skills. Merely standing beside it gave people a refreshing feeling. Ring of Life. The Emerald Giant Dragon King, as the Dragon of Life, excelled in life and nature power. In Guheng's team, it had always played the role of a healer. The figure of the Emerald Giant Dragon King was enormous, but its speed was unaffected. With a gentle flap of its wings, in the next second, as if teleporting, it quickly reached Huai's side. A halo, gathering all its life power, descended directly upon Huai, stabilizing his body, which was beginning to crack. Roar. The Emerald Giant Dragon King frowned, as its strength could naturally see that this was only a temporary fix. If this continued, problems would arise again. Dragon Power. At this moment, Guheng's figure appeared on the Emerald Dragon King without anyone noticing. With the activation of the Dragonmaster power, the Emerald Dragon King let out a sigh of relief. It's still my old partner who's strong, so there shouldn't be any problems now. In the eye of the energy storm, Huai was in a state of unspeakable anguish. Is this stone going to send me to reincarnation again? The unspeakable sadness in Huai's heart was due to the fact that his parents, grandfather, and maternal grandfather in this world treated him extremely well, which made him feel the warmth of home. And there was that genius girl, covered in thorns, who only showed her gentleness when facing him. What a pity. Huh. At this moment, Huai sensed a familiar power. It's Uncle Fei. Huai's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that his father was also here. With his father's strength, there must be a way to resolve this. Gu Huai suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Steady now, don't be reckless. With Uncle Fei's life force, these wildly violent energies became much more stable in an instant, and Gu Huai could barely control them to construct his Beast Master space. But it was still a bit lacking. Gu Huai furrowed his brows. This power wasn't enough. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of Gu Huai's mouth. It was his father's power. This wave is stable. With the life force and Dragonmaster power, Gu Huai's dangerous situation was immediately stabilized. Gu Huai could finally devote himself entirely to constructing his Beast Master space. My Beast Master space seems a bit exaggerated. As time flowed, the Beast Master space grew larger and larger, to the point where Gu Huai found it absurd. According to textbook information, a level 1 Beast Master space has a volume of about 1,000 cubic meters. A level 2 Beast Master space starts at 20,000 cubic meters and can reach up to 50,000. But what about mine? The space that hasn't even been fully constructed is at least 200 cubic meters. Right? That's a bit ridiculous. No wonder it needs to absorb so much energy. So now a very strange scene appeared in the arena. Gu Heng and his old partner, the Emerald Dragon King, stood firm in front of Gu Huai. Gu Huai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Behind him was a massive phantom, which was a larger version of Gu Huai himself. The rest of the people formed a circle around them, mostly gazing at Gu Huai. It wasn't that they didn't want to look at Gu Heng, but Gu Heng's status was too high. They didn't dare to look around carelessly. After more than 10 minutes, the phantom around Gu Huai gradually dissipated, and Gu Huai opened his eyes. Even with 2 lives under his belt and a typically calm demeanor at this moment, he couldn't help but show his emotions. The uncontrollable happiness spread across his face. A starting Beast Master space of 200 cubic meters is simply unheard of. Moreover, Gu Huai also discovered what his Beast Master talent was. Mythical level talent, unlimited points. The effect is simple. It converts any resources belonging to him into enhancement points to strengthen the skills of his beasts. Of course, the most important point is that there is no upper limit. As long as Gu Huai can provide the resources, he can enhance without limits. As for the benefits of skill enhancement, the awakening of the beast's bloodline promotes the growth of the beast, and the realm of the beast corresponds to its level. Moreover, skills not only allow beasts to unleash power beyond their own, but are also key to their evolution. Many evolution routes for beasts have strict requirements for skills. They must be elevated to corresponding realms to complete the evolution. Mythical level talent is a level never heard of before, far beyond Gu Huai's understanding. However, Gu Huai knew of a similar level talent, perfect enhancement. The function of perfect enhancement is somewhat similar. It can also convert resources into enhancement points, using resources without waste and perfectly applying them to the beasts. Of course, the most important thing is that this enhancement has an upper limit, unlike the unlimited one. Congratulations. This student. Gu Heng understood his son's personality very well. He was remarkably steady, not at all like a 16-year-old kid. Under normal circumstances, Gu Huai wouldn't easily reveal his thoughts unless something extremely happy happened. Now that Gu Huai's smile was so brilliant, it proved that his gains must be quite good. Thank you, Lord City Master. After saying this, both of them couldn't help but laugh together. To outsiders, this scene looked quite comical. Only a few people who knew the inside story understood why they were laughing like that. Truly, the Gu family, every generation, is remarkably outstanding. Gu Jingyi sighed in his heart. Although the talent he awakened this time was also good, it was a level talent for power enhancement, allowing his beasts to increase their strength by 0.8 times for a short period. But compared to Gu Laoda, who could manifest a phantom, the gap was too large. This time, Gu Laoda's talent was at least level 2, most likely the top level 2 talent. This student, what talent did you awaken? Gu Heng was very curious because he could sense that Gu Huai's awakened talent was not their Gu family's exclusive dragon-type talent. Among the Gu family, 9 out of 10 people awakened talents related to dragons. He himself awakened a level 1 dragon-type talent, the Dragonmaster power, a very comprehensive dragon-type talent, including affinity, communication, training, combat power enhancement, and improving physical strength, etc., which is quite powerful. As for the one who isn't, it is usually due to mutation, awakening a level 1 talent. Level 1 talent, perfect enhancement. Gu Huai had long thought of an excuse. It wasn't that Gu Huai didn't trust his father. A level 1 talent was already enough. Mythical level talent, unheard of, this matter should be kept secret for now. He could tell them later when the time was right. Indeed, it is a level 1 talent. Perfect enhancement is also an excellent talent. If used properly, the individual strength of the beasts will be terrifying. Gu Heng nodded. Perfect enhancement is also known as a pay-to-win talent. If someone else obtained this talent, it would be considered quite good. But Gu Huai? This kid is about to take off. No wonder his smile is so bright. Chapter 004. Teacher Deng, my family is quite wealthy. Thank you, City Master Gu. Gu Huai still politely thanked his father. It must be said that this feeling was indeed very interesting. Gu Hong then leaned in closer and whispered in Gu Huai's ear. Your grandfather is probably going to be home soon. I heard he brought you a gift for awakening. I know you have your own opinions, but don't recklessly contract any beasts at this time. After saying this, Gu Hong patted Gu Huai's shoulder and left under the watchful eyes of the school leaders. Before leaving, the way these school leaders looked at Gu Huai was as if he were an extraordinary treasure, making Gu Huai feel a bit embarrassed. It seems it's time to greet people. Of course, this trouble was only for Gu Huai. He personally didn't like socializing much. Next, Gu Huai's classmates gathered around. Gu Huai, I'm so envious of you. You awakened a level talent, and the school will at least prepare a starter beast for you. The bloodline of beasts is not static. They are very miraculous creatures. Usually, through certain cultivation methods or when beasts reach specific conditions, they can enhance their bloodline strength through evolution. The starter beasts are among the best. Additionally, the starter beasts are gentle in nature, easy to train, and have relatively low initial bloodlines, making it easier to build rapport, which makes them more attractive than the young ones with dominant bloodlines. If you want to buy one yourself, a regular starter from the three main families requires at least 3 million beast coins, and you need certain connections to purchase one. For better ones, the starting price is even in the tens of millions. The price is far higher than that of ordinary extraordinary cubs. The three main families. How enviable. Sigh. I just awakened a level talent, fire affinity, and my family doesn't have the means. So I guess I can only apply to the school for a loan to get an ordinary extraordinary cub, and at a young age, I'll be burdened with considerable debt. The country has a policy of free distribution of beasts for students from less fortunate families. However, the free ones are generally of poor quality. If you want a good one, you have to apply for a 20-year interest-free initial beast loan from the government. Many students with potential and confidence in themselves will choose this option. You have a talent enhancement ability at level, and the government is willing to lend you an extraordinary cub. As for me, I'm in trouble with a level pig-type beast's breeding ability enhancement. I'm afraid I'll only be able to receive a Dowdu pig. Dowdu pig is a pig-type beast that awakens a primary bloodline. Although Dowdu pig has a potential evolution route to a primary leader bloodline, this type of beast is too lazy, and nurturing it to the point of evolution is akin to dreaming. But speaking of which, your talent is quite suitable for a pig farm. Get lost. Listening to his classmates, Gu Huai smiled along. The student days of high school were indeed pure and nostalgic. Gu Huai had a decent relationship with his classmates. There were no conflicts, but there wasn't much camaraderie either, mostly just ordinary classmate relationships, with only one or two closer friends. Gu Huai, come here for a moment. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Deng Hong, walked over. Okay, the office. Gu Huai had been here many times, mainly because he was a top student. And Deng Hong was a responsible teacher who naturally took care of him. Sit. Deng Hong didn't act like a typical teacher and directly invited Gu Huai to sit down. Gu Huai sat down naturally. Gu Huai, you awakened a level talent this time. The teacher is very pleased. However, your talent is a level talent perfect enhancement, which consumes a lot of resources. What are your plans regarding this? While speaking, Deng Hong kept her eyes on Gu Huai. Plans? Deng Hong misunderstood Gu Huai's thoughts, thinking he didn't know what to do. So she continued, you awakened a level talent this time. The school will definitely reward you and apply for a beast from the three main families, along with some resource rewards. But the resources you get won't be enough for your beast to truly grow. I happen to know someone at the bank, and I can guarantee a large interest-free loan for you to get through the initial phase. Loan guarantees are serious matters. If Gu Huai were to die unexpectedly or hide away in some corner of the world, Deng Hong would have to repay the money herself. Generally, people wouldn't do this unless they trusted someone very much. To be honest, Gu Huai was touched. Teacher Deng, you really don't have to. Gu Huai hesitated for a moment and then added, well, my family is quite wealthy. A smile appeared on Deng Hong's face. That's good. But if you really encounter any problems or lack resources, you can contact me. Although I don't have much capability, I will still try to help you. The reason Deng Hong specifically called Gu Huai over to ask was that she had heard from other teachers about some matters. Many talented children did not grow due to resource issues. Many signed contracts with certain capital. Although they received many growth resources, they also effectively signed a contract of servitude, losing much of their freedom in the future. Deng Hong was concerned that Gu Huai might end up like this, which is why she asked. Now that she heard Gu Huai's family was wealthy, there weren't many issues to worry about. Today was the last day of this semester. After completing the awakening ceremony, it would be considered a holiday. However, to officially start the holiday, they still needed to wait for the first-year students to finish their exams, which would be on July 1st during the closing ceremony. Chapter 005, Grandpa Guin. The colorful treasure dragon. Xiao Pang, what talent did you awaken this time? Just like my old man's talent, a level talent for power enhancement. Guo Jingyi's tone was filled with emotion, making Gu Huai roll his eyes at him. Are you not happy, you brat? Your family's Jade Fist Stone is also a very enviable initial beast, especially since your family specializes in researching Jade Fist Stones. You already have a mature path. Guo Jingyi chuckled. He was just casually expressing his feelings. The Jade Fist Stone was originally a rather unremarkable stone-type giant beast, skilled in defense. At that time, it was an unremarkable beast. It was his great-grandfather who discovered the evolution route of the Jade Fist Stone, and through generations of development, they had thoroughly understood it. His father became a master beastmaster thanks to the Jade Fist Stone. The two chatted casually as they got into the Gu family's car. The Gu family manor is quite a distance from the school. If one were to walk, it would take about an hour. So Mu Qing directly arranged for a driver to pick up and drop off Gu Huai. The Gu family manor is large, covering over 20 acres. It has mountains, water, and a dedicated arena for battles. Owning such land in Hangzhou, a place where every inch is precious, shows the Gu family's substantial wealth. If the Gu family were not so averse to showiness, they could have made the manor even more extravagant. Guo Jingyi also lived in the Gu family, but they were in the outer courtyard. Entering the inner courtyard, Gu Huai shouted loudly, "Grandpa." As soon as Gu Huai entered, Mu Qing was about to rush over. But unexpectedly, the old man was faster, making Mu Qing unable to suppress a smile of helplessness. Who would have known that the fearsome old man Guan in the outside world would have such a sight at home? However, this sight only appeared in front of his own grandson. Guan was exceptionally quick. Gu Huai didn't even see his shadow before Guan was by his side. His eyes filled with affection. "Grandpa." Gu Huai also extended his arms to embrace the old man. As for this grandpa, there was nothing to say. He was the one who cared for him the most in the family. It could really be described as held in the heart for fear of falling, held in the mouth for fear of melting. Even Gu Heng looked on with envy. Because the old man treated Gu Heng with the principle of raising a filial son under the stick, often resorting to physical punishment. But when it came to Gu Huai, he completely changed his demeanor. "Good grandson," Guan smiled like an old child. "Come, this is the awakening treasure that Grandpa prepared for you. Let me take you to see it." Guan, like presenting a treasure, couldn't wait and directly took Gu Huai's hand to the breeding area. The breeding area was actually established by Mu Qing. It was mainly for breeding some beasts and researching their evolution routes. It had a large space and simulated environments and ecologies that beasts liked. Okay, Gu Huai was also looking forward to the treasure prepared by the old man, but he had an inkling of what it might be. Soon, Gu Huai saw that it was pretty much as he guessed. It was a creature primarily purple in color, standing on 2 feet, with a blue-purple gem-like thing on its head. Its hands had 4 fingers, looking extremely sharp. Treasure dragon. Gu Huai's eyes instantly lit up. Indeed, it's the precious dragon, but the color of this precious dragon seems a bit different. Hee. Do you like it, my dear grandson? Grandpa knows you prefer purple. So this is the purple precious dragon I managed to get for you. A rare-colored precious dragon. There is indeed a concept of rare-colored beasts. The color of precious dragons is usually blue, and this purple one is the first time Gu Huai has seen it. Of course, a rare-colored beast doesn't necessarily mean it has outstanding talent. It only represents that the color is very rare, 1 in 10,000. Many people take pride in being able to obtain a rare-colored beast. I really like this precious dragon. Thank you, Grandpa. Gu Huai felt touched, imagining how much time and effort Grandpa spent to get this purple precious dragon. After all, the old man is quite busy, managing an army of 100,000 elite beast tamers, so one can imagine. As long as you like it. Guan's smile grew even more benevolent. Then Grandpa will protect you and help you complete the contract. Okay. Gu Huai nodded, and then solemnly looked at the precious dragon. The precious dragon is the initial beast that all dragon-type beast tamers dream of. The reason is simple. The factors inside the precious dragon are extremely unstable, making it easy to induce its evolution. Currently, humans have discovered more than 20 evolutionary routes from the precious dragon in areas with strong fire elements. The precious dragon can be tempted to evolve into a fire-type giant dragon. The same applies in ice, thunder, water, and other elemental areas. As for why Guan prepared a precious dragon for Gu Huai, there is a reason. The Gu family controls 3 routes that allow the precious dragon to evolve into at least an initial overlord bloodline. Whether it's Guan or Gu Heng, they both have precious dragons among their beasts. Especially Guan, who has contracted 3, allowing them to evolve in 3 different directions. Each has been cultivated by Gu and into an overlord dragon beast with extraordinary strength. The precious dragon, chasing a butterfly in the small grove, was completely unaware that it had been spotted by a pair of grandfather and grandson. By the time it realized, it was too late. Gu Huai had already appeared in front of the precious dragon, extending his magical hand towards it. Typically, such initial beasts do not have much resistance to humans. As long as you release your beast taming power and it feels comfortable, it will recognize you. This feeling of comfort is generally based on your talent. At the same time, Huai also saw the information about this precious dragon. Beast, precious dragon, rare color. Attribute, dragon. Bloodline, high level extraordinary. Strength, awakening stage 2. Skill, dragon claw. The bloodline of the precious dragon fluctuates quite a bit, ranging from initial extraordinary to high level extraordinary. This rare colored precious dragon is at the top, considered the best batch of precious dragons. Hello, precious dragon. My name is Huai. Be my partner. Huai directly stated his purpose in front of the precious dragon. And in his hand, he held a dragon crystal. Chapter 006. The Strategy of the Precious Dragon. Contract Success. Dragon crystals are energy crystalline blocks formed by absorbing and condensing the dragon attribute aura dispersed in the world with the help of array power. The price of dragon crystals is about 50 times that of ordinary crystals, with 1 gram costing around 50 beast coins. The dragon crystal in Huai's hand, about the size of a soybean, is worth no less than 500 beast coins. The precious dragon, initially wary of Huai's unexpected appearance, suddenly had its eyes turn into the shape of a dragon crystal when Huai took out the trump card. Precious. The precious dragon, without any sense of caution or crisis, snatched the dragon crystal from Huai's hand and tossed it directly into its mouth. Huai took the opportunity to pet the precious dragon's head. It felt quite nice, soft, and plump. Precious. A satisfied look appeared on the precious dragon's face. With its strength, this soybean-sized dragon crystal was enough for it to be full. So cute. Are you willing to be my beast? I will give you dragon crystals to eat every day. The precious dragon is quite intelligent. Upon hearing Huai's offer, its eyes immediately lit up. Just as it was about to nod in agreement, its big eyes rolled around and shook its head. Precious. Huai was amused by the precious dragon's action. This little guy is quite interesting. I see. Since you are unwilling, then forget it. I will look for other precious dragons. After saying that, Huai turned around and left. The motion was very smooth, without any hesitation. This left the precious dragon bewildered. This is not what it expected. Precious. Seeing that Huai didn't seem to be pretending and had already walked more than 10 steps away, the precious dragon suddenly became anxious. The aura from that person made it feel very comfortable, and its instincts told it that if it could stay by this young man's side, there would be many benefits. Yes, it definitely was not just for the food. But an unexpected event occurred. Huai's figure grew further away. Now the precious dragon was really anxious. It immediately sprinted towards Huai with its little short legs. Watching Huai's operation from the side, Guan couldn't help but give Huai a thumbs up. Impressive. No wonder he has a quarter of my bloodline. Truly outstanding. Huai, walking ahead, couldn't help but smirk. Although it's not very nice to trick a greedy little guy like this, training a beast is just like that. You can't be too accommodating to the beast, otherwise it will be hard to manage. It's just like raising a child. You have to control the right degree. What's wrong? Huai heard the precious dragon's voice and, holding back his laughter, turned his head to look. Precious. For some reason, Huai felt that he could understand the precious dragon's meaning, which was quite amazing. You mean, following me is comfortable, and you want to make a contract with me? The precious dragon nodded adorably. Having just been born not long ago, the precious dragon, only 40 centimeters tall, looked incredibly cute. I see, but Huai wanted to drag it out a bit more. But seeing the precious dragon's expectant eyes suddenly dim, he softened his heart. Forget it. I'll train it slowly later. For now, let us not push it too hard. All right, let us make a contract. Precious. The precious dragon, having regained what was lost, suddenly raised its head upon hearing Huai's words, tilting its little head and looking at him with those big eyes. Huai admitted he was moved. Come on. Huai opened the entrance to the beast taming space, and a contract appeared in front of the precious dragon. This time, the precious dragon did not hesitate at all and stepped right in. Contract successful. At this moment, a connection was established between Huai and the precious dragon. It was a strange feeling, like a connection of bloodlines. I have finally become a beast tamer. With the successful contract with the precious dragon, Huai couldn't help but feel excited. At 16 years old in this world, finally, he has become a beast tamer. In his previous life, Huai was a die-hard Pokemon fan. He had dreamed of becoming a trainer, and unexpectedly, fate allowed him to become a beast tamer in this way. Huai picked up the precious dragon from the ground, and the precious dragon was very obedient. After the contract, it grew to like this young man more and more, especially the comforting scent he emitted. This made the precious dragon happily burrow into Huai's arms. You can see, this little guy really likes you. Guan walked out with a smile. Upon hearing the old man's voice, the precious dragon poked its head out from Huai's embrace. A look of fear appearing in its eyes, Being quite intelligent, it naturally recognized that this was the guy who had brought it to this place. And it could also sense that this guy was quite formidable. Beasts have an instinctive fear of the strong. When they see someone much stronger than themselves, they instinctively feel afraid. Yes, thank you for the gift, Grandpa. Haha, let's go. I heard your talent is perfect reinforcement. I happen to know an old friend whose awakened talent is also this. I'll give him a call to ask what type of resources are the most cost-effective to convert. Although the Gu family is large and prosperous, perfect reinforcement is still a talent that consumes a lot of resources. To cultivate a beast to the sovereign realm, a considerable amount of resources is also needed. Every bit saved counts. Gu Huai nodded. Although his true talent is infinite point allocation, which is several levels better than perfect reinforcement, both talents can convert resources into reinforcement points, so there must be something to learn here. The old man is also a man of action. He immediately took out a satellite phone and made the call. Although the technology in this world is more advanced than on Water Blue Star, there are many strange magnetic fields that exist in this world. Powerful beasts themselves create a magnetic field that can isolate signals. Therefore, communication is not as good as on Water Blue Star. Many places are affected by signal interference, and only through this satellite phone can one contact others using the sovereign pinnacle technology beast, the Eternal Eye. The call was quickly connected. On the other end of the line, there was surprise. It was obvious that he did not expect Guin to contact him. Gu Huai listened as the old man boasted about himself for a while, before getting the other party to compile a document about what resources were most suitable. The speed was quick. Just a short while after hanging up, the document was sent over. Mechanical Tyrant Dragon, screen share. The Mechanical Tyrant Dragon is the old man's fifth beast. It is a beast with a main attribute of mechanical and a secondary attribute of dragon. Also a sovereign bloodline existence. Yes, the mechanical electronic voice came through, and a screen clearer than 4 appeared. The Mechanical Tyrant Dragon resonated with Guin's thoughts and directly displayed the document that was sent over. It was clearly recorded, mostly based on market prices, with a detailed table showing the conversion of reinforcement points. Naturally, the best option is energy blocks centered on energy, with the most common being water and earth attributes. Chapter 007. 6 million reinforcement points arrived. Energy crystal blocks are formed by arranging formations in places rich in attributes. The denser the energy, the higher the quality of the formation, and the better the quality of the energy crystal blocks that can be collected. Of course, if there is no breakthrough in quality, the difference is not significant, so many people choose to go for quantity, controlling the concentration of energy crystal blocks around 20 to 30. The quantity of water and earth attribute crystal blocks is the largest, and their value is the cheapest. This is mainly because there are many places that can condense these two types of attribute energy crystal blocks. The market price for water and earth energy crystal blocks is 28 beast coins per gram, while wood attribute is 30 beast coins per gram, with other attributes generally above 35 beast coins. Besides energy crystal blocks, other cost-effective materials are also primarily pure energy substances, such as essences. Other items do not have such a high cost-performance ratio. However, it was also specifically mentioned that one should avoid purchasing large amounts of water and earth energy crystal blocks, as well as other cost-effective items in the same city, as this would directly raise their prices and affect cost performance. Additionally, all the data above is based on the market price in Haicheng, allowing Gu Huai to adjust according to the market price in Hangqing. 1 gram of energy crystal block can be converted into 4 reinforcement points. Gu Huai took the table. This table was very well done, with various formulas and correlations laid out nicely. He just needed to fill in the changing prices. Of course, Gu Huai wouldn't do this step himself. It would be a waste of time. The Gu family has plenty of people to handle tasks, and as long as he delegates, someone will manage it well. The household stock of water and earth element energy crystal blocks is very low. I'll have someone send some over. Let's start with 10 tons. If it's not enough, we'll talk more. The market price is 28 beast coins per gram, but the value will certainly have discounts when purchasing in bulk or with connections. However, if the continuous purchasing leads to an increase in market demand, it will raise the overall market price, making it not worth it. Therefore, there are also reminders at the back of the table. 10 tons. When Gu Huai heard the number 10 tons, he couldn't help but gasp. Even though they, the Su family, would have discounts when buying these, it might still cost around 25 beast coins per gram. But how many grams are in 10 tons? 1 million grams. These two types amount to 200,000 grams, totaling around 50 million beast coins, a significant sum. 50 million beast coins is just the amount given to Gu Huai for early conversion into reinforcement points to strengthen the beasts. That's all. This is about the same as what an ordinary person earns in a month, which is around 5,000 beast coins, or 60,000 a year. They would have to work hard for 800 years to earn that amount, even if beast tamers earn more. A normal high-level beast tamer would only make a little over $1 million a year if they go to work. Unless they venture into wild areas or take on tasks from beast guilds, it's very difficult to get a lot of money all at once. But for himself, this $50 million is just a drop in the bucket for the entire Gu family. Just looking at the high-level extraordinary treasure dragon he currently possesses. Not considering its color's uniqueness, it is worth no less than $20 million. This family background is also his golden finger. Gu Huai sighed in his heart. With such a family background, even if he were useless, he could still become a master-level beast tamer through resource accumulation. Talent is not the standard for measuring a beast tamer. Having talent only means a higher lower limit. In the 12 earthly branches of Dongwon country, there are 2 individuals whose talents are top tier, yet they provide almost no enhancement to beast cultivation or combat power. 10 tons of water energy crystal blocks and 10 tons of earth energy crystal blocks would almost clear out the circulating energy crystal blocks of the day. Only the Gu family has this kind of energy. Otherwise, other families would really struggle to buy so many energy crystal blocks at once. The price is cheaper than the market price, at 24 beast coins per gram, consuming a total of 48 million beast coins. Energy crystal blocks are lighter than small pebbles, and 2 tons would fill a large truck. When these energy crystal blocks are delivered, Gu Huai's family will have just finished lunch. Xiao Huai, try the effect of your talent. Gu Wen's tone was filled with anticipation. Having a good talent is very beneficial for future growth. Okay. Under the expectant gaze of Gu En and the others, Gu Huai focused on these energy crystal blocks. Convert. Gu Huai had checked how perfect reinforcement converts these energy crystal blocks. Just touch them with his hand. If he were a master-level beast tamer, he could convert them directly with his mental strength without needing to touch them. But there is a limitation. These things must belong to you to do so. This involves the world's rules. Gu Huai is currently unsure how to convert with his talent, so he will try touching them first. Detected resources that can be converted into reinforcement points. Water energy crystal blocks, total weight 10 tons, can be converted into 6 million reinforcement points. 6 million? Gu Huai was stunned when he saw this number. If he remembered correctly, the table just said that 1 gram converts to 4 points. Could it be that larger quantities have a bonus? With this doubt, Gu Huai tried to convert 1 gram of water energy crystal block. Detected resources that can be converted into reinforcement points. 1 gram of water energy crystal block can be converted into 6 reinforcement points. Seeing the information from his test, Gu Huai became even more excited. No wonder it's a myth-level talent. It's truly impressive. He didn't know how the other resources compared. But just this alone had a difference of 50. That is not a small gap. Those who possess the perfect enhancement talent need to spend 1 billion resources to obtain enhancement points, while Gu Huai only needs a little over 66 million. If the legendary Beast Master with perfect enhancement were to know this gap, they would probably be moved to tears. Transformation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Huai naturally converted all 20 tons of resources. 12 million enhancement points quietly lay on Guam Huai's panel. Let's try enhancing. With so many enhancement points, the next step was naturally to enhance. The information on that form was very detailed. The Beast Master with perfect enhancement was originally a commoner. He climbed to the peak step by step through this talent and hard work, becoming a legendary Beast Master and earning a title. This Beast Master was also a top student. Beast, baby dragon, different color. Attribute, dragon. Bloodline, high-level extraordinary. Strength, awakening level 2. Skill, Dragon Claw 1. This time, Gu Huai noticed a plus sign behind Dragon Claw. Chapter 008 Enhancement starts. Level 10 Dragon Claw. Beast skills can be divided into 8 levels based on their quality. No quality, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top level, super level, semi-divine level, and divine level. Level 110 is the entry stage. Level 120 is the proficiency stage. Level 130 is the mastery stage. Level 140 is the control stage. Level 150 is the peak stage. Above level 51. There are said to be more levels, but Gu Huai is not clear about this for now. Dragon Claw is the core skill of the baby dragon and is also the key to its evolution. However, there is a restriction. The baby dragon must achieve this step before reaching the extraordinary realm. After advancing to extraordinary, it cannot evolve into a combat dragon beast through this method. At this stage, the combat dragon beast can learn corresponding attribute skills and begin branching out. By merging Dragon Claw with the learned corresponding skills, they can create corresponding skills and then use these skills to break through, ultimately evolving into the Thunder Holy Dragon King, Fire Fury Dragon King, or Wind Thunder Cloud Holy Dragon. Gu En's strongest is the Thunder Holy Dragon King, which is also Gu En's initial beast. He devoted significant energy to its training and possesses a high-level Overlord bloodline. With his strength, under Gu En's support, he can rank among the top 5 in the entire Dragon Kingdom in single pet battles. The topic has wandered off. Gu Huai focused on the virtual panel and pressed the button behind Dragon Claw with his mind. Detected skill Dragon Claw can be enhanced. Dragon Claw level is a beginner skill. Enhancing to level 2 requires 20 enhancement points. Do you want to enhance? 20 points? Huai was taken aback. Is it that cheap? He instinctively clicked to enhance. Enhancement successful. Dragon Claw level raised to 2. The baby dragon, who was playing with the buttons on Huai's clothes, suddenly felt a jolt in its head as a strange, yet familiar memory surged into its mind. Confusion appeared in the baby dragon's eyes. What was going on? Why did it suddenly become stronger? But soon, the baby dragon decided not to overthink it. Becoming stronger is a good thing, so it accepted it. Thus, the baby dragon's gaze was drawn to the buttons on Huai's clothes, finding them more fun. Enhanced. Let's try again. For the first 10 levels, all it took was 20 enhancement points to upgrade. After Huai consumed 180 enhancement points, he directly raised Dragon Claw to level 10. Baby. The continuous influx of memories and experiences made it impossible for the baby dragon to play with buttons anymore. It roared twice, its eyes filled with excitement. Could it be that this button is some kind of artifact? How did it get stronger while playing? No, it definitely wasn't like that. Most likely, it was because the baby dragon was a genius, able to comprehend Dragon Claw just by playing with a button. How amazing. The baby dragon immediately showed a proud expression, making Huai and the others smile involuntarily. This narcissistic baby dragon, with the skill enhanced. The baby dragon also raised its realm by 2 levels, directly advancing from Awakening level 2 to Awakening level 4. The increase in skill level generates energy, which can drive the elevation of the realm. It seems enhancement is quite good, although Guin and the others could only see a rough panel and not the baby dragon's skill level. Their sharp eyes could naturally tell the changes in the baby dragon. Yes, indeed very good. The baby dragon's strength has increased significantly. Huai nodded in agreement. That's good, but although your perfect enhancement can raise the baby dragon's skill to mastery, I suggest you don't raise it to mastery all at once. Huai nodded as well. He thought the same. Although his talent is infinite enhancement, much stronger than perfect enhancement, allowing the baby dragon to digest the gained experience well. Mastery requires a deep understanding of the skill, allowing for variations beyond the skill itself, combining with any skill to form combinations of 11 major abilities. If the other skill being combined is above mastery quality, it can form an essence, unleashing power far beyond the skill itself. 2 mastered skills can even be combined into a higher level new skill. Of course, these are all future discussions. I'll give it a try. Huai nodded seriously. He indeed had this thought. Next, Huai spent some time with his grandfather before heading out. The old man was quite busy. It was already a challenge for him to find time to come home. Recently, the 10 Directions Sea was not very peaceful. And with the disappearance of the 10 Directions Sea King, the sea tribes within the 10 Directions Sea had started to stir. Guin also didn't dare to be away for too long. If any problems arose, it would be troublesome. However, before Guin left, he left one of his beasts, the Dark Abyss Dragon, to protect Huai's safety. In Guin's heart, Huai was the person he cared about the most, even more than Guhong. According to Huai's plan, he intended to go out of the city for trials directly, as the wilderness would be a better environment for training the baby dragon. However, before that, Huai felt it would be better to first go to the club to properly train the baby dragon, as the baby dragon was still a baby and had no combat experience at all. Just right, everyone had just contracted their beasts, and there were bound to be many newcomers in the club. Going there to catch fish and let the baby dragon experience the thrill of winning in battle would also be a good choice. In fact, most beasts do not particularly enjoy fighting. After obtaining a beast, it requires continuous education and training, with the main goal being to cultivate its interest in battle. This is also why many talented youths like to come to the club. Hangzhou Second High School. Chapter 009 Neighboring Star Club. Someone wants to show off. This has led to a high probability of geniuses emerging from Hangzhou Second High School. Recently, a genius has emerged here, awakening the level talent blessing of the fire god. This is a talent born for fire attribute beasts. It can enhance fire attribute beasts in all aspects, not just limited to combat. Cultivation, comprehension, battle, and more. All have significant improvements. After Lin Yi awakened this talent, he felt like he was the son of fortune. He was born into an ordinary middle-class family, with a bit of money, but that was about it. However, after awakening the level talent blessing of the fire god, many people came to flatter him. The principal even took the lead in helping him sign a contract with a well-known large company. After signing the contract, the company immediately prepared a beginner-level general bloodline fire general for him. This is an elemental beast that can evolve into the Flame King, with tremendous potential and talent. In addition, they have prepared at least 2 million in cultivation resources for him each year. All he has to do is work at this company after graduation. Haha, time to show off. My Flame General is a fire element spirit. immune to most physical attacks. Time to go crush some weaklings. Just thinking about going out to bully weaklings makes Lin Yi feel particularly good. With his own strength, combined with this talent, he doesn't believe anyone can be his opponent. Neighbor Star Club. This club ranks among the top 3 in Hangsheng and is a local enterprise. Of course, the most important thing is that the Gu family holds 51 of the shares in this club. Gu Huai registered his information at the Beastmaster Center and signed up as an apprentice Beastmaster before heading to the Neighbor Star Club. The receptionist at the club didn't recognize Gu Huai. In fact, not many people in Hangsheng knew Gu Huai's identity. Only some powerful individuals or high-ranking members of the Gu family were aware. As for the others, their knowledge was very limited. They only knew that there was a young master in the Gu family, but they didn't know his name, appearance, or age. Those who knew Gu Huai's identity were also aware of the Gu family's intentions and naturally wouldn't spread rumors about Gu Huai's identity to avoid upsetting the Gu family. Hello, this is Neighbor Star Club. The receptionist was a sweet girl about Gu Huai's age, and when she smiled, her dimples seemed to draw people in. Hello, I'm a newly registered Beastmaster. I'm here to find other newcomers like me and try out some beginner battles. Gu Huai didn't act aloof. His nature was generally mild. And he even showed the girl his newly acquired apprentice Beastmaster certificate. The girl glanced at Gu Huai's certificate, which had his name and the date he became a Beastmaster. She instinctively nodded, wanting to speak, when she heard a somewhat familiar voice. Ruachu, I knew you'd be here. The girl frowned slightly at the sound but smiled and turned her gaze in that direction. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Hee. I asked around in class and found out you were working at this club, so I came to support you. Lin Yi grinned, but when he looked at Gu Huai, a feeling of crisis arose in his heart. Damn, this guy is so handsome. All right, but I'm busy right now. The girl's name was by Ruachu. After she spoke, another girl walked over. There were several receptionists, and they came in sequence. One would come up as another left. Hello, sir, Lin Yi didn't even glance at the girl, and instead focused on Gu Huai. What a coincidence. I also just registered as a Beastmaster and came here to find newcomers to battle. Since you're also new, how about we have a match? Lin Yi's tone was slightly provocative. In Hangsheng, he was confident he would win. He heard that only 2 people in the entire Hangsheng had awakened a level talent. One of whom was from the first high school and had awakened a perfect enhancement. The other was him. In Lin Yi's view, what perfect enhancement? It couldn't enhance the beasts during battle, so what was there to fear? Therefore, he felt he was the best in this generation of Hangsheng. Alright. Gu Huai glanced at Lin Yi, feeling a bit annoyed at this guy's arrogance in his own family's territory. He chuckled inwardly, planning to give him a good lesson later. But Bai Ruachu was suddenly anxious. Because Gu Huai was handsome and polite, she had a good impression of him. At the same time, she knew Lin Yi had awakened a level talent, and if Gu Huai fought Lin Yi, it would be like seeking punishment. Lin Yi, if you want to battle, go register over there and don't make a fuss here. After saying this, Bai Ruachu specifically walked over to Gu Huai and whispered in his ear, don't agree to his battle. He has awakened a level talent. Upon hearing this, surprise appeared in Gu Huai's eyes. He didn't expect his luck to be this good. Besides himself, there was only one person in the entire Hangsheng who had awakened a level talent, and he happened to run into him. Gu Huai naturally knew about Lin Yi. Moreover, the look of surprise on Gu Huai's face began to turn peculiar. He remembered that during lunch, his aunt called to congratulate him and mentioned that their company had signed a fool who signed a contract without reading it properly. If his aunt's company didn't have bad intentions, they could have easily made this fool's life miserable. That fool was the other level talent owner. And his surname seemed to be Lin. It looked like it was this fool in front of him, right? That's right. The company Lin Yi signed with was the one run by Gu Huai's aunt. Although Bai Ruachu's voice was low, Lin Yi, having awakened a level talent, had better hearing than average, and he naturally heard it. Lin Yi immediately revealed a proud smile, completely unaware that this boy in front of him could control his fate. With just one word from Gu Huai, Lin Yi's world would collapse. Level talent, lucky guy. Alright, I accept your challenge. It's just the right time to test the strength of my treasure dragon. I have upgraded its claws to level 10, so I shouldn't lose. Accepted? Bai Ruachu frowned, and her impression of Gu Huai decreased significantly. In her view, Gu Huai was the type who would risk his beast's safety just to show off in front of her. Someone who doesn't cherish their beast is worse than trash. However, she was still at work, so she had to maintain her attitude. Sir, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? It's fine. Let's just have the battle. Gu Huai appeared indifferent, and this demeanor irritated Lin Yi. What was this guy trying to show off for? He hoped that when they fought later, Gu Huai could still smile. Chapter 010, 9527. This is my number. The first battle. Since Gu Huai agreed, Bai Ruachu had nothing more to say. She was just a receptionist, merely guiding the fighters. Alright, you two follow me. Bai Ruachu's tone became neutral, and her smile turned into her signature one. Gu Huai nodded slightly, while Lin Yi eagerly followed. Bai Ruachu was the school beauty from second high school, exceptionally sweet-looking. Lin Yi had secretly admired her for a long time during his school days, but back then, he had no status and was just an ordinary person. So he never dared to express his feelings to Bai Ruochu, and even talking to her would make him blush. However, after awakening a level talent, Lin Yi felt different. He believed he was no longer just the best in second high school, but the best in all of Hangqing. He boldly confessed to Bai Ruochu on the spot. Though he was rejected, he remained undeterred. He thought Bai Ruochu just felt that agreeing would make her seem like a materialistic woman, and he understood. Ruochu, please don't call me that. What should I call you then? 9527, this is my number. Bai Ruochu frowned slightly. Just as Lin Yi was about to continue speaking, he heard Gu Huai chuckle, drawing both of their attention. Sorry, you two continue. I just happened to think of something funny. It really has nothing to do with you. Gu Huai almost couldn't hold back his laughter again. Unfortunately, regarding the number 9527, in this world, only I understand its meaning. Bai Ruochu and Lin Yi both do not believe Gu Huai's words. It's too obvious. This made Bai Ruochu want to find a place to check her face to see if there was something wrong. With Gu Huai interrupting, Lin Yi also found it difficult to continue flirting with Bai Ruochu, which led him to glare at Gu Huai a couple of times. Determined to play a good trick on Gu Huai later, making him realize the worth of someone at his level, Gu Huai directly ignored Lin Yi's glare. To be honest, Gu Huai really did not take Lin Yi seriously. Level talents are indeed rare. In this batch, there are only 2 people in Hangzhou. But what if we consider the entire Hangzhou province, or even the whole country? There are hundreds of level talent holders every year. But how many of these level talent holders can become Master Beast Tamers? Perhaps only about 20. While level talent is strong, talent is not the only determining factor. It only represents a high starting point and a low bottom line. If one does not work hard, does not have the ability to cultivate beasts, and cannot adjust their mentality, then level talent is just a joke. Even if Gu Huai himself is a level talent holder, he can easily become a Master Beast Tamer. That's the difference. When they arrived at the battle arena, since both Gu Huai and Lin Yi were new trainers, the venue was a small arena, about the size of a basketball court. You each choose a side. I'll be the referee responsible for maintaining order. Control your strength during the battle. And if you feel like you can't go on, surrender immediately, Bai Ruochu reminded them. These people had all undergone special training. Although she said she was the referee, she was actually just a management personnel of the battle arena. The referee was a mechanical beast that the neighbors' club had spent a large sum to procure. And once in the arena, everything would be controlled by this mechanical beast. Bai Ruochu only needed to coordinate from the side. Otherwise, with her just having become a beast tamer, how could she have the strength to act as a referee? Okay, Gu Huai responded and walked towards his side. The red side. Lin Yi saw Gu Huai's choice and said nothing more, directly heading to the blue side. After Gu Huai and Lin Yi entered the arena, Bai Ruochu also arrived at the referee zone and activated the referee robot. This robot was of the primary extraordinary level, sufficient to handle 2 newly minted beast tamers. Kid, how about we make a bet? The loser pays for the other's expenses at the neighbor's club today. Sure, I accept. Who would refuse benefits sent their way? Moreover, this was their own industry. Supporting their own industry was no problem. I. Bai Ruochu directly interrupted Lin Yi, her brows slightly furrowed. Gu Huai raised his hand to indicate he was ready, and Lin Yi did not dare to show weakness. Please summon your beasts within 10 seconds. If one side has no beasts on the field, the other side wins. The rules of a normal match are actually quite simple. Summon your first beast for battle within 10 seconds. As for when you summon your remaining beasts, that's up to you. As long as there is still a beast on the field, you can summon the rest. However, once a beast has been summoned, for whatever reason it leaves the field, that beast cannot re-enter. This rule is standard textbook content, and everyone is naturally very clear about it. In fact, besides this rule, there are many ways to battle, but this is the most conventional and common. Most matches adopt this method. Come out, Fire General. Lin Yi was the first to summon his beast, a proud look on his face. Fire General is a flame creature slightly over a meter tall, resembling an ancient general, and its flames have stripes resembling armor. One can imagine how impressive this Fire General will be when it grows up. However, the current Fire General is still quite immature and lacks the aura of a general. Gu Huai casually glanced at the information of this Fire General. Beast, Fire General, Attribute, Fire, Bloodline, Primary Commander, Strength, Awakening Level 3. Skill, Fire Control Technique, Medium Skill, not bad. Gu Huai subconsciously nodded. Lin Yi having this Fire General indeed gives him something to be proud of. If he had encountered someone else, he might have successfully acted tough, but unfortunately, he encountered Gu Huai, which doomed him to fail. Baby Dragon, come out. Gu Huai also casually summoned a small purple dragon, only 40 centimeters in size. Its cute appearance made one want to pick it up and squeeze it. A purple baby dragon? Both Lin Yi and Bai Ruochu were taken aback upon seeing the baby dragon. Aren't baby dragons usually blue? Could this be a variant color baby dragon? This made them both look at Huai. Although the baby dragon is not as strong as the fire general in terms of bloodline, it is a pure dragon species, with many growth paths and strong power. In the market, the price of an ordinary baby dragon is not lower than that of a fire general, and even higher. Not to mention Huai's variant color baby dragon. Lin Yi realized he had encountered a tough opponent. Chapter 011. Baby Dragon versus Fire General, newbies pecking at each other. But Lin Yi was not afraid. He is a level talent holder. He does not believe that anyone in Hangzhou can match him. He, Lin Yi, is invincible in Hangzhou. However, when he checked Huai's beast information, his expression darkened. Awakening level 4. Observation technique is a skill that every beast tamer must master before awakening. It allows one to observe the basic information of beasts. This is a very fundamental panel, obtained by sensing the beast's power. But there is a limitation. One cannot observe beasts that are significantly stronger than oneself. How much stronger depends on how well one has mastered the observation technique. Awakening level 4 is nothing to fear. I am a level talent, and the bloodline of Fire General is higher than that of the opponent. So the odds are in my favor. Battle begins. Bai Ruochu's gaze towards Huai had a subtle change. Bai Ruochu is different from Lin Yi. Her family background is not just poor. They live in a shanty area, with 4 family members squeezed into a room of less than 20 square meters. Her parents were previously beast tamers, even high-level beast tamers with a bright future. Unfortunately, they took on a delivery mission that failed and were attacked by the Black Magic Society. Their future was ruined. They had to bear part of the compensation for the lost goods, which directly led to their family being wiped out. Even now, they still owe millions. As for why she could work at the neighbor's club, it's because her mother knew someone there. And her good image allowed her to come in to work and study hard. She started working there right after finishing her middle school entrance exam and has been there ever since. Even on such an important day, she hurriedly completed her awakening task before coming to work. She does this part-time, with no base salary, relying entirely on commission. Whether it's cultivating beasts or supporting her family, she needs money. It's precisely because she has stayed in this place for a long time that she has learned many things she never knew before. The baby dragon is a dragon-type beast. Among them, the most famous is the Gu family. The Gu family is also the most powerful family in Hangzhou and even in Hangzhou province. The young man is so handsome, with the surname Gu, and accompanied by a rare-colored treasure dragon. Could he be the young master from the Gu family? At the thought of this possibility, Bai Ruochu trembled a bit. But she quickly shook her head. This young man couldn't possibly be the young master of the Gu family, given his status. If he were to come to a place like the neighboring Star Club, the manager would definitely have them put down their work and all come to welcome this young master. After all, the Gu family holds 51 of the shares in this neighboring Star Club. The other shareholder of the club is also a vassal of the Gu family. Sharing the surname Gu and having a treasure dragon should indicate some relationship with the Gu family, but he is definitely not the young master of the Gu family. This was the best explanation Bai Ruochu could come up with, but she didn't realize that she had ruled out the correct answer from the very beginning. Huai had no idea that in the short time since he summoned the treasure dragon, Bai Ruochu had thought so much. However, even if Huai knew, he wouldn't care. To Huai, Bai Ruochu was just a worker in his family's business. The trope of a domineering CEO falling in love with a worker would never happen with Huai. Huai's gaze fell on the curious treasure dragon. Everything around was new and exciting for the treasure dragon. Huai didn't disturb the treasure dragon. He wanted to observe it as well. Fire General, use fire attacks. Lin Yi, seeing this, was delighted and immediately issued the command. The Fire General was very obedient. It had undergone a few days of pre-education before contracting with Lin Yi, which made it understand battles. Fighting was also engraved in the bones of beast tamers. In the wild, they needed to compete for anything with strength. The Fire General raised its right hand, and a ball of red flame appeared in its hand. The fire control technique is a skill for controlling flames. It doesn't have specific moves. It simply condenses flames into various shapes and methods of attack through control. This skill has a high degree of operability, but mastering it is not easy. The Fire General threw the flame it had condensed directly. Treasure Dragon, avoid the attack and use Dragon Claw. Upon hearing this, the treasure dragon snapped back from its curious state. What was going on? A fight? The treasure dragon's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Fighting was its favorite. However, the treasure dragon didn't follow Huai's command. Instead, it directly condensed its claws. Immediately, a layer of white light enveloped its right claw. The treasure dragon didn't dodge the fire attack, but excitedly swiped its claw towards the flame. Bang! The flame exploded under its dragon claw. But some scattered sparks still landed on the treasure dragon's face. Ouch! The treasure dragon winced in pain, baring its teeth. It was angry. Huai's expression darkened. But this was also good. Letting the treasure dragon suffer a little would help it listen to him better. The relationship between him and the treasure dragon still needed strengthening. Otherwise, if it remained like this when facing a strong enemy, it would be in trouble. The treasure dragon was angry. The consequences could be serious. The treasure dragon immediately sprinted towards the fire general. Lin Yi, seeing his attack land, instantly wore a proud expression. Fire general, continue using fire for attacks. The fire general obeyed again, but this time the treasure dragon had learned its lesson. Though its legs were short, its movements were very agile, and it swiftly dodged to the side. From Gu Huai's perspective, he could clearly see that even if the treasure dragon didn't dodge, the flames wouldn't hit it. Although the fire general was obedient, its accuracy left much to be desired. If it weren't for the treasure dragon's own curiosity leading it to jump into the flames, the first flame would have missed completely. Indeed, it was a case of rookies clashing. Gu Huai felt a bit of a headache. His decision to come to the club was indeed correct. Engaging with rookies here helped build feelings and a sense of accomplishment, allowing the treasure dragon to follow his commands in battle. This was Gu Huai's purpose for coming to this club. Dragon Claw. With a level 10 Dragon Claw and the awakened 4th tier power, it would be a massacre against the Fire General. The Fire General was an elemental beast. Although it could resist most physical attacks, the Dragon Claw condensed by the Treasure Dragon was not purely a physical attack. The layer of white light added to the claw was an energy body. Not good. Fire General, quickly dodge. Lin Yi saw the Treasure Dragon easily evade the Fire General's attack and dash towards it, instantly panicking. In his fluster, he even forgot to use his own talent. Bang! The Dragon Claw hit the Fire General solidly, severely injuring it. Treasure. The Treasure Dragon had landed a hit and was ready to strike again to teach the Fire General a lesson. This dragon baby was very vengeful. Clang. However, this time the attack was blocked, and then an electronic voice sounded. Fire General has lost combat ability. The Treasure Dragon wins. The Treasure Dragon looked up and saw a metal object blocking its attack, causing it some pain. The Treasure Dragon glared fiercely at the metal object, marking this grudge down. I lost. Lin Ye's face turned pale. He never expected to lose. No, that's impossible. I haven't even used my talent. Lin Yi couldn't accept this fact. He was a level talent holder. How could he possibly lose? After winning the battle, Gu Huai walked over and picked up the Treasure Dragon. The Treasure Dragon didn't resist because Gu Huai's aura was very comfortable, and he would give it delicious food. After being picked up by Gu Huai, the Treasure Dragon immediately showed a proud expression. Its meaning was clear. Look how awesome I am. Praise me. Gu Huai naturally wouldn't give in to the Treasure Dragon's wishes, especially since the Treasure Dragon's performance just now was absolutely terrible. Given the Treasure Dragon's strength, it could have defeated the Fire General without taking any damage, but it had made many mistakes. If it weren't for the Fire General being so incompetent, it would have been quite difficult for the Treasure Dragon to win. Of course, the main issue was that the Treasure Dragon was disobedient. The first lesson for beast tamers is to build a good relationship with their beasts, enabling them to fight according to your commands and train according to your requirements. Otherwise, if the beast doesn't listen to you, many operations become impossible. As for what method to use, that completely depends on the beast's personality, as it varies from beast to beast. Gu Huai had let the Treasure Dragon go out at the beginning without forcing commands, which was also to observe the Treasure Dragon's personality and prepare to take advantage of the situation. One could say that everything was within Gu Huai's expectations. As for whether he would lose to the Fire General, to be honest, that was not something Gu Huai considered at all. Losing was just losing. It wasn't a big deal. A small amount of money, after all, was nothing he couldn't afford. But I digress. Gu Huai looked at the Treasure Dragon seeking praise and felt his expression darken. For some reason, the originally excited Treasure Dragon tensed slightly when it saw Gu Huai's expression. Do you think you did very well? By Ruochu and Lin Yi, seeing Gu Huai speaking seriously to the Treasure Dragon, couldn't help but glance over, curiosity in their eyes. Even Lin Yi fell silent, quietly watching. Why did you go to catch that flame at the beginning? Treasure? If you don't dodge, with that Fire General's accuracy, it wouldn't hit you at all. Baby Dragon pondered for a moment and suddenly showed a look of surprise, as if realizing that was the case. Also, why did you dodge the second fire attack? This time, Baby Dragon didn't make a sound. It just tilted its head and looked at Gu Huai, a bit confused. The enemy attacked, why not dodge? During the second attack, you could have charged forward. There was no way it could hit you. Dodging that fire wasted time. And if that Fire General were a bit smarter, it could have attacked you again. It's just that the Fire General was too useless, which allowed you to take it down easily. Gu Huai said seriously. This was something that had to be made clear to Baby Dragon. It was a very serious matter. In club battles, it's fine. At most, you get injured and lose combat ability. But what if such a big mistake happened in the wild? That could be life-threatening. Lin Yi, who was nearby, wanted to refute, saying his Fire General was not useless, but then he thought about it and realized Gu Huai was right. This was his first time battling with a beast, and he was too excited to pay attention to these details. Lin Ye's face turned slightly red. It seemed he had been too cocky. No, later he would practice the accuracy of his fire general throwing flames. Once he mastered that, he would come back to trouble Gu Huai. He was very confident about this. After all, he was a talent with level abilities. On the other side, after hearing Gu Huai's analysis, Baby Dragon's proud expression had long disappeared, and it was now sulking with its head down. Gu Huai saw this situation and felt that this was enough for the first time. So he said, "But this is your first battle. And it's already great that you can do this." Baby Dragon suddenly looked up and said, "Baby? Really? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you?" Gu Huai said seriously, which immediately made Baby Dragon show a happy smile. However, when Baby Dragon heard there was a however, it suddenly tensed up. Looking intently at Gu Huai, "Your combat ability is still too weak and needs to be strengthened. Just now, if that fire general threw flames at you, you could have charged forward. With that fire general strength, you could have easily taken it down within 10 seconds. Baby Dragon nodded in agreement. That fire general was indeed too useless. Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was he being looked down upon by a baby dragon? Damn, I lost. But I definitely won't lose to you next time. Can you tell me your name? Lin Yi looked at Gu Huai. Gu Huai glanced at Lin Yi and casually said, Gu Huai, why does that name sound familiar? Lin Yi frowned. He felt like he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't recall at the moment. Gu Huai didn't pay attention to Lin Yi. His focus was on training Baby Dragon and fighting alongside it. Baby Dragon, do you want to defeat your opponents more easily? Baby, alright, then let's start the next phase of training. If you train well, there will be rewards. Baby Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. Baby, what reward? It's the one I gave you to eat before. Baby, awesome. Baby Dragon danced with joy. Bai Ruochu, who was watching the interaction between Gu Huai and Baby Dragon, smiled. It seemed she had misunderstood Gu Huai. This young man was more interesting than she had imagined. Chapter 013. Lin Yi, so sad. Free writing. Just as Bai Ruochu was thinking about these things, Gu Huai suddenly called out, 9527. Keep an eye on it for me. But this time you can put the opponent at the awakening level 57. Gu Huai felt that battling against newcomers was too uninteresting. All of them were like that fire general. It really only increased Baby Dragon's sense of achievement and didn't help its battle skills at all. Indeed, Gu Huai thought about it and understood. The current batch of newcomers had just become Beast Masters, and most of the contracted beasts were awakening level 1 and level 2. The previous batch who became Beast Masters and continued to pursue this path, those who came to the club for training, mostly had decent talent. These people had at least raised their beasts to awakening level 10. However, our club has training services, with beasts ranging from awakening level 5 to 7. Though it's relatively expensive, it's fine. Anyway, he will pay. Gu Huai pointed at Lin Yi. At this moment, Bai Ruochu and Lin Yi remembered that there was a bet between them before the battle. Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. What was this? Why did he just say that? If Bai Ruochu weren't here, he might have found an excuse to run away and default. But with Bai Ruochu present, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his goddess, right? No problem. I'll cover it all. Lin Yi saw Gu Huai and Bai Ruochu looking at him and could only endure the pain in his heart. The Neighbor Star Club's fees were quite high, especially for training. When he first came here, he just wanted to spend a little money to show off and also train his fire general. Ideally, he could use the bet to get a free ride. But now he was losing both the lady and the soldier. It was a big loss. Although his family was middle class, he had spent a lot raising this fire general. Now he had to throw in a few thousand more. Just thinking about it made him feel pained. Alright, so what level do you want to challenge first? Let's start with awakening level 5. Bai Ruochu nodded and then spoke into the microphone by her mouth. Sister May, we have a customer here who needs training battles, requiring a level 5 awakening beast. Please bring one over. Okay. In less than 2 minutes, a middle-aged woman dressed in Neighbor Star Club attire walked in, holding a device. Gu Huai recognized this device. It was a temporary beast space. It was developed by the Grand Group and was very useful. It could hold wild beasts with no master and no resistance. Ruochu, here you go. Thank you, Sister May. Bai Ruochu took the temporary beast space and then looked at Gu Huai. Mr. Gu, shall we begin? Okay. Gu Huai responded and then looked at Lin Yi. Bai Ruochu immediately understood Gu Huai's meaning. She quickly looked at Lin Yi with an apologetic expression. Lin Yi, this place now belongs to Mr. Gu, so I'll go out. Lin Yi forced a smile, but inside, he was silently crying. He was so sad. Boo-hoo. Gu Huai was spending his money, alone with his goddess in this battle arena, boo-hoo. Just thinking about it made him feel so sad, didn't it? But what could he do? Who told him he lost the match, and this was the goddess's job? Lin Yi left sadly. However, before leaving, to show his goddess that he was charming, he directly said, Ruochu, please top up 10,000 for me, and just deduct it from the fees later. Okay. Bai Ruochu replied without further ado. She got a commission for such top-ups. Although she didn't have much fondness for Lin Yi, she really needed money. Whether for beast training or at home, she was short on funds. In fact, Bairuachu was a very rational person. She knew her strengths and weaknesses. Her talent was level talent, which was decent. She couldn't repay her family's debts just by working like this. She had a clear plan for herself. She had to work hard to earn money, train her beasts well, and become an excellent beast master to pay off her debts. She arrived here 2 years early to cultivate her combat awareness and establish some connections for future opportunities. These 2 years have been rewarding. The president of the neighboring Star Club has high hopes for her and is preparing to invest in her. Lin Yi finished topping up his money and left. The entire battle room was left with only Huai and Bairuachu. Come on. Huai didn't want to waste time. All right. Bairuachu nodded and summoned the beast from her temporary beast space. Come out, Wind Wolf. This Wind Wolf is a mid-level extraordinary beast, and it only has one skill, Windblade. This skill is at level 7. How do you need me to cooperate with you in battle? The price for this kind of practice partner is not cheap, so naturally, they wouldn't just end it with a direct confrontation. The battle needs to be based on Huai's requirements, which is very considerate. Beasts like the Wind Wolf are specifically trained by beast trainers so they can obey the commands of anyone holding a temporary beast space. Usually, only clubs like this one purchase such types of temporary beasts in large quantities. First, cooperate with me and stimulate the combat desire of the baby dragon. Okay, having someone else pay feels great. Huai booked Bairuachu for 3 hours, and the baby dragon was excitedly exhausted on the ground by the end. The effect was good. I'll book you again next time. Huai had a satisfied smile on his face. This 3+ hours was truly important for both Huai and the baby dragon. Their cooperation improved by several levels. Now, the baby dragon not only could follow Huai's commands in battle, but could also anticipate Huai's thoughts during combat, rapidly enhancing its combat awareness. One could say that if the current baby dragon fought against the previous one, it could probably defeat it in one move, even under the same level of circumstances. By the way, the current baby dragon's strength has improved. Its level has risen from Awakening level 4 to Awakening level 5. The level 10 Dragon Claw was also continuously honed through battle, and when Huai was able to unleash the power of the level 10 Dragon Claw, he reinforced it to level 11, marking a significant breakthrough from novice to proficient. Chapter 014 By the way, Sister Hua, his name is Huai. The harvest was substantial. Alright, but I might not be the receptionist here next time. If you need me, you can add my QQ. Bairuachu was very proactive. Compared to Huai's operations over the 3 hours, Bairuachu could only describe it as shocking. Yes, just shocking. Over the past 2 years, she had received nearly 1,000 newcomers, if not more than 100. Among them were some super geniuses. However, compared to Huai's progress in these 3 hours, they were truly nothing. If this Huai could maintain such a pace, she was sure that he would definitely rank among the master-level beast tamers in the future and become a powerful figure. Faced with such a talented young man, Bairuachu naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Not to mention whether to develop further, adding a friend is never a loss. She was much more mature than the average girl. Alright, Huai could guess Bairuachu's thoughts, but he really didn't mind. Later, Huai would also chat with the club owner to encourage her to cultivate Bairuachu well. She might even become a member of the Gu family in the future. Don't get me wrong, it means being a vassal of the Gu family. The Gu family has never had many members for some reason, especially males. With only one per generation. In his father's generation, there were no brothers, only one sister, who is Huai's aunt. With such a scarce bloodline, the Gu family naturally needs to find ways to strengthen and expand itself. Thus, the ancestors of the Gu family came up with a method to cultivate civilian geniuses. Treat them sincerely and have them work for the Gu family. Over many generations, the Gu family has developed numerous civilian geniuses, and once they grew up, they all formed their own families. However, these families were all centered around the Gu family, banding together to form a massive force. Now, no one knows just how terrifying the Gu family's strength is. Some joke that if the Gu family wanted to, they could directly take the position of the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Gu family members do not have such grand ambitions. They have always adhered to the principle, if others do not offend me, I will not offend others. If others offend me, I will retaliate. It is precisely because of the Gu family's philosophy that Huai would give Bairuachu an opportunity. Huai is not afraid of Bairuachu having ambitions. As long as she can seize the opportunity, he doesn't mind. But the premise is that Bairuachu has that capability. Although the club has professional personnel and equipment for beast recovery, it still pales in comparison to what is available at home. After Huai left, Bairuachu picked up her phone again and dialed the number of the big boss she had saved on her phone. She actually had a task at the club, which was to see if there were any geniuses worth developing. If so, she could reach out to them. The call was quickly connected, and a slightly charming and lazy voice came through. Xiao Bai, I was just about to call you. I'm going to the club soon, so you don't need to take any more guests for now. Sister Hua, I called you mainly to tell you that I just saw a super genius. Bai Ruochu felt helpless about calling her Xiao Bai, but in front of her benefactor, she had to accept it. Super genius? The voice on the other end expressed surprise. It's really not easy for you to call someone a super genius. Tell me more. If it's good, I can give him a chance. A chance to join the Gu family. When Bai Ruochu heard the phrase chance to join the Gu family, envy appeared in her eyes. This was the place she dreamed of entering. If she could become a member of the Gu family like Sister Huai, it would bring earth-shattering changes to her father, her family, and even herself. No joke, this is the Gu family. Countless people have exhausted their family fortunes to try to join the Gu family. For the vast majority, joining the Gu family is equivalent to stepping into the upper class. And if someone like Sister Huai can expand the Gu family's territories, that is even more upper class among the upper class. Bai Ruochu was fortunate to have accompanied Sister Huai to an elite banquet, where Sister Huai shone brightly. And many prominent figures, who were of high status in her eyes, showed humble smiles in front of Sister Huai. And before becoming a member of the Gu family, Sister Huai was just from an ordinary family. It's like this person has a purple baby dragon. I don't know his talent because he didn't show it during the battle. However, Bai Ruochu recounted everything about Gu Huai from beginning to end, of course, with some embellishments, highlighting the key points. The originally lazy Sister Huai spoke with surprise after hearing Bai Ruochu's description. So this really is a super genius. Do you have his contact information? Yes. All right. Then call him now and tell him there's an opportunity for him. Okay. Bai Ruochu nodded seriously, as she believed this was indeed a great opportunity for Gu Huai. With his displayed talent, if he could really join the Gu family, he might have a chance to achieve legendary status. Just as Sister Huai was about to hang up the phone, she casually said, by the way, what is his name? I'll have someone check his information first before notifying him, in case he belongs to another family. His name is Gu Huai. Uft. What did you say his name is? On the other end of the phone, Sister Huai was sitting in a luxury car, taking a sip of water. When she heard that name, she couldn't help but spit it out. Then she stood up from her seat, completely forgetting she was in the car, and bumped into something, making a loud bang. But Sister Huai didn't care at all. Bai Ruochu looked puzzled. Why did Sister Huai react so strongly upon hearing that name? However, she still answered truthfully, his name is Gu Huai. Sister Huai gasped, forcing herself to calm down. Is it the Gu from the Gu family? And the Huai from the Huai River? Yes. Bai Ruochu wasn't foolish. At that moment, she sensed something was off. Otherwise, how could someone of Sister Huai's status react so strongly to a name? The other end of the phone was silent for a moment before slowly saying, no need to notify me. Also, if this person comes to the club again, make sure to contact me first, understood? And did young Master Gu Huai, say anything before he left? Bai Ruochu could feel Sister Huai's tone was tense, somewhat like a student about to take an exam. Bai Ruochu didn't know why she had such a strange impression. Chapter 015. The call from the young master of the Gu family. Out for experience. Wait a minute. I'm almost at the club. Tell me everything that happened with him at the club. Everything. And in detail. Okay. Bai Ruochu had found the answer to Gu Huai's identity. But the thought of it felt absurd and hard to accept. How could that polite and handsome young man possibly be the pride of Hangqing? Wait. The name Gu Huai seemed a bit familiar. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a flash of inspiration. It's him. Lin Yi quickly opened his phone and found the announcement from the Hangqing Education Bureau. Congratulations to Gu Huai and Lin Yi for awakening a level talent. It really was him. That kid. Damn it. Lin Yi was instantly furious. It turned out this kid was another one with a level talent. This was completely due to my personal oversight. Gu Huai had no idea that several people were thinking about him. After leaving the club, he headed straight home. Once home, Gu Huai had the family's dedicated healing Beast Master help recover his precious dragon and prepared a special lunch for it, which the dragon enjoyed very much. This specially prepared dinner would definitely cost at least 5,000 beast coins if bought outside. Uncle Yun, help me call Lin Hua. Uncle Yun was the chief steward of the Gu family, responsible for managing the family's affairs. He had grown up in the Gu family, brought in by Gu Huai's great-grandfather. And the Gu family treated him well. He had become the chief steward of the Gu family many years ago. Uncle Yun had never married and was especially good to Gu Huai, almost dedicating his whole heart to the Gu family. Okay. Uncle Yun didn't ask why and directly dialed Lin Hua's number. Lin Hua was the owner of the neighboring club, Sister Huai, as referred to by Ruochu. The call was almost instantly connected. On the other side, as soon as Lin Hua arrived at the club, she immediately found Bai Ruochu. When Uncle Yun called, she was inquiring about relevant matters with Bai Ruochu. Upon seeing Uncle Yun's call, she immediately signaled Bai Ruochu to be quiet, her face instantly lighting up with a brilliant smile. Brother Yun, what instructions do you have? Is it the young master looking for me? Great, great. Lin Hua's face suddenly showed a look of panic, and this expression and demeanor made Bai Ruochu gain a deeper understanding of the concept of power. Even someone like Sister Huai reacted this way. Young master. Sister Huai's tone became extremely respectful, losing all the usual demeanor of a strong woman. This might be hard for others to imagine, but for those serving the Gu family was like a nation. And Gu Huai was the prince of this nation. The only prince, destined to become the emperor in the future. Such an existence could almost be said to determine their future with a single word. It can be said that no matter how much she currently possessed, being a master-level beast master, if Gu Huai said a word, she could lose everything. Okay, I will cultivate Ruochu well. Yes, you can rest assured. The call was connected for only a short while before it was hung up, having said very few words. But when the call ended, Lin Hua felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, the look in Lin Hua's eyes towards by Ruochu was filled with envy. Ruochu, you're about to take off. This call was just a casual one for Gu Huai, and it also counted as giving by Ruochu an opportunity. Meanwhile, this could also be seen as Gu Huai cultivating his own team, just getting someone else to help him cultivate. The major players developed under the Gu family's growth were mostly cultivated by Gu Un and Gu Hong. Although these people would follow Gu Huai's orders, they were ultimately not his own people, and there would be a certain gap in intimacy. But if it were people he personally nurtured, that would be different. Only, Gu Huai had high standards. Ordinary people couldn't catch his eye. Even Bai Ruochu was merely given a chance. If Bai Ruochu could seize this opportunity and soar, Gu Huai would truly make her a major player of the Gu family. Otherwise, Bai Ruochu would only count as Lin Hua's person. Summer nights were still relatively cool. After dinner, Gu Huai took his precious dragon for a walk in the yard to cultivate their bond. Gu Hong was also there. So soon, you're going out? Gu Hong was not surprised at Gu Huai's decision to go out for experience. After all, he was the same back then. But he had gone out only a week after obtaining his beast. It's about time. The progress of the precious dragon is significant. It has already awakened to the 5th level, and its dragon claws have also reached level 11. So fast. Gu Heng's gaze fell on the precious dragon in Gu Huai's arms, filled with surprise. If he remembered correctly, the precious dragon was only at the 2nd awakening level when it arrived today. But thinking of Gu Huai's talent, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the perfect enhancement combined with our Gu family has indeed produced a qualitative change. The perfect enhancement was originally a very strong level talent. As long as there were resources and conditions, it was the top level talent. Especially when this talent was combined with Gu Huai's family background, it was even more remarkable. Gu Huai and Gu Hong exchanged smiles. The next morning, after breakfast, Gu Huai reluctantly bid farewell to his parents and set off on his journey. Of course, Gu Huai's mother, Mu Qing, was definitely worried about Gu Huai traveling alone, feeling it was unsafe, and wanted her assistant, Zhang Wanqing, to accompany Gu Huai for protection. But after Gu Huai mentioned that the old man had left the Dark Abyss Dragon to protect him, Mu Qing couldn't say much and could only watch Gu Huai leave with tears in her eyes. For Mu Qing, this was Gu Huai's first time going so far alone. As a mother, she naturally felt uneasy. Hangcheng High-Speed Train Station. As a provincial capital city, Hangcheng's high-speed train station was bustling. In this world, there weren't many choices for going out, and among them, the high-speed train was the most convenient and safest way, without a doubt. Inside and outside the city were completely different worlds. For ordinary people, leaving the city was an extremely dangerous thing, because the attitude of the beasts towards humans was not all friendly. Chapter 016, Encountering a Girl. Lin City. In the wild, beasts are referred to as ferocious beasts. In the wild, ferocious beasts have 3 entirely different attitudes toward humans. The first is an affectionate attitude, which is also the type most easily contracted by humans. The second type is indifferent to humans. As long as humans do not attack them, they will not attack humans either. The last type is extremely hostile to humans and will attack as soon as they see them. There are quite a few of these ferocious beasts, and they are particularly dangerous. When humans leave the city, if they do not have a certain level of self-defense ability or are not protected by a powerful beast master, they can easily lose their lives. In contrast, traveling by high-speed train is much safer. This is because the train has triple protection. The first layer is a protective barrier that extends 120 meters outwards from the center of the train's track, which can block most accidental intrusions by ferocious beasts. Even if a beast does intrude, there is a second layer of protection. The tracks of the high-speed train are equipped with the most advanced living detection equipment. If a living creature comes within 50 meters of the tracks, it will be displayed at the train's central headquarters, and personnel will be dispatched to clear any ferocious beasts that have entered the track area. The last layer of protection is that there are professional beast masters on the train, ready to deal with any sudden intrusions by ferocious beasts. With these layers of protection, the safety factor of the high-speed train is greatly increased. Of course, there are still dangers. If an evil organization, such as members of one of the 3 major evil organizations, the Black Magic Society, were to attack the train, it would also be very dangerous. However, if such a situation were to occur, there would be no way to prevent it. Even staying inside the city would expose one to attacks from these evil organizations. A few years ago, the Black Magic Society organized an attack on a city, sacrificing over 1 million people, with only a very small number escaping. That incident had a tremendous impact on the entire Eastern Huang nation and even the whole world. The Black Magic Society took advantage of that event to become known worldwide, transforming from a top-tier evil organization in Eastern Huang nation to a world-class evil organization. After several years of development, it has now become one of the 3 major evil organizations. As a result, countless people from evil organizations, both within Eastern Huang nation and globally, want to emulate the Black Magic Society and become famous in one fell swoop. Therefore, even living in the city is not safe. However, compared to a few years ago, the safety factor has increased significantly. Due to that incident, the Eastern Huang nation established a new organization, the 17th Bureau. The topic straight. Huai boarded the high-speed train without seeking any privileges, simply requesting a first-class seat. The second-class area was quite crowded, and first class was more comfortable. The second class is a large carriage accommodating around 100 people. When Huai reached his seat, there happened to be someone next to him, a girl wearing blue jeans, a white casual top, with headphones on and glossy black hair. The girl was beautiful. Even Huai, who had seen many beauties, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. However, he merely admired her without any inappropriate actions. Huai was not the type to be distracted by a woman. The girl was sitting by the aisle, and when she saw Huai approaching, he smiled at her, and she immediately understood. She slightly turned to the side to make room for him. "Thank you," Huai said politely in a low voice, and the girl didn't mind. When out in public, maintaining proper etiquette can reduce unnecessary troubles. Even though Huai was not afraid of trouble, Huai's destination was Lin City, which was not far from Hang City, just 2 cities apart. Lin City is a city surrounded by forests. The forests in Lin City are rich in 2 types of beast masters, plant-type beasts and monkey-type beasts. Huai's purpose for this trip to Lin City was to battle these monkey-type beasts to give his precious dragon some pressure. He also planned to meet someone in Lin City, an old subordinate of his grandfather, who is now the city lord. The journey was quiet. Neither Huai nor the girl was the type to engage in small talk. The train was fast, reaching the station in less than 3 hours. Coincidentally, both the girl and Huai got off at the same station. This made them glance at each other, sharing a tacit smile, but it ended there without excessive words. Once they exited the station, someone was waiting for Huai. "Xiao Huai, over here." It was the city lord of Lin City, Hao Feng. He knew Huai disliked formalities, so he only had the driver wait by the roadside. He even borrowed a random car from an office instead of using his exclusive vehicle. "Uncle Hao." Upon hearing Hao Feng's voice, Huai walked over with a smile. Even though the old man wasn't present, Hao Feng would often visit the Gu family to chat with Huai's father and strengthen their bond. "You finally decided to come play in Lin City. I've called you so many times before, but you never came. This time, I must treat you well. Let us go." Hao Feng got out of the car, warmly shaking Huai's hand and pulling him into the vehicle. The driver was shocked by this scene. He had been Hao Feng's driver for many years, but had never seen him treat anyone, especially a young person, in such a manner. However, he knew there were things he shouldn't say or ask, so he just focused on doing his job as a driver. After Huai got into the car, the girl who had been sitting next to him also exited and happened to see Huai getting into the car. You finally came. I missed you so much." Before the girl could take another look, a cute girl ran over and jumped towards her. The girl instinctively hugged the newcomer, revealing a helpless smile. "Xiaoyu, that is too much. We've only been apart for 2 days. I just missed you. Come on. Once we're on my turf, you have to listen to me. I'll take you to enjoy Lin City's delicacies." The cute girl, named Lin Xiaoyu, was a local of Lin City. The girl next to her was named Gung Rui. "Xiaoyu, let us quickly get down to business. The college entrance examination is coming up soon. We'll have plenty of time to enjoy these delicacies after the exams." Lin Xiaoyu pouted. "I knew you'd be boring. But with me, everything will be fine. I've already arranged lunch. After we eat, we'll go. I guarantee your little golden dragon will evolve." Upon hearing this, Gung Rui's serene face broke into a smile as she playfully pinched Lin Xiaoyu's cheek, earning her a roll of the eyes from Lin Xiaoyu. "You're so soft to pinch." Chapter 017. Gung Rui's Curiosity. Small talk. As they spoke, Gung Rui followed Lin Xiaoyu into the car. Just then, Huai's car drove past, prompting Gung Rui to instinctively look over again. Lin Xiaoyu, noticing this, followed her gaze and caught a glimpse of Huai's handsome profile, instantly igniting her curiosity. It was known that Gung Rui was indifferent to all the boys at school. Although many boys pursued her, none had won her favor. But now Gung Rui was looking at a boy like this? It was truly unbelievable. Gung Rui unconsciously asked, "Xiaoyu, aren't you supposed to be the all-knowing person in Lin City? Do you know who that boy was who just passed by?" As soon as Gung Rui finished speaking, she regretted it. Noticing the mischievous glint in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, realizing that Lin Xiaoyu misunderstood her, she quickly clarified, "It's not what you think. I just found that boy interesting. Besides, he was sitting next to me on the train, and we got off at the same station. So I was just a bit curious." The moment Gung Ruyi tried to explain, it only made things more complicated. Unexpectedly, "You like this type? But I don't know that boy from just now. He shouldn't be a local from Lin City." Lin Xiaoyu's tone was very certain. Although Lin Xiaoyu doesn't attend high school in Lin City, she grew up in this place and has a lot of good friends. If someone as handsome as Gu Huai were a local, she would definitely know him. Is that so? Gung Ruyi's tone was slightly disappointed, but it was merely a small disappointment, and she didn't take it to heart. However, the license plate from just now seemed to be from the City Lord's mansion, though the number was a bit behind, so perhaps his family just took up the City Lord's position. In this world, the City Lord is generally a local, and it's rare to have outsiders in such roles. However, important positions often have about half of their occupants from outside. It's normal for Lin Xiaoyu not to know these outsiders. "If you're really interested, I can help you ask," she said. "Forget it." Gung Ruyi shook her head. "Then you mustn't regret it." "I won't regret it." Gu Huai was taken home by Hao Feng, where Hao Feng's wife personally cooked for him, being very affectionate. Hao Feng has a son, Hao Jian, who is 3 years older than Gu Huai and currently studying at Hangzhou University, so he wasn't home. It's worth mentioning that the Beast Master schools in Longhua are ranked. There are 3 top universities: the Imperial Capital University, the Magic City University, and Hangqing University. The Imperial Capital University and the Magic City University are both long-established prestigious institutions with deep roots. Hangqing University, supported by the Gu family, has been developing continuously over the past few decades and is considered a new prestigious institution. Apart from these 3 top universities, the rest are categorized into first, second, and third tiers. The first tier refers to the 10 universities that were the first to join the National Elite Beast Master University list, including the 3 top universities. The second and third tiers are just as their names imply. However, the third tier pertains to the era of Universal Beast Masters, where anyone wishing to pursue this path can attend a Beast Master University. Gu Huai had met Hao Jian before. He was an arrogant young man, and Gu Huai didn't particularly like him. Of course, Hao Jian was very obedient and respectful in front of Gu Huai, addressing him as young Master Gu in a very familiar manner. After having lunch at Hao Feng's, Gu Huai stayed for a while before preparing to leave. Hao Feng naturally didn't want him to go, but Gu Huai mentioned he was planning to train in the forests of Lin City and would visit later, which made Hao Feng relent. Hao Feng even personally saw Gu Huai to the outer area of the Lin City Forest, Zone 1. As mentioned earlier, Lin City is a city surrounded by forests, but these forests vary in quality. Zone 1 is the essence of the Lin City Forest, containing various treasures from the forest, and even the quality of the beasts there is better than in other places. This attracts many newcomers looking to find contractable beasts. To enter Zone 1, simply spending money isn't enough. One must know the right people. As the City Lord of Lin City, Hao Feng could easily allow someone in with just a word. This was also the reason Gu Heng had sent Gu Huai to find Hao Feng. Although Gu Heng could have gotten Gu Huai in with a greeting, this was still Hao Feng's territory, and it wouldn't hurt to have a formal introduction. Once someone reaches the extraordinary realm, they would be driven to the inner area by the forest rangers of Lin City. Around Zone 1, instruments that can detect living beings' entry have been established to prevent unauthorized access. There are 2 entrances. Under Hao Feng's guidance, Gu Huai arrived at entrance 1. "Uncle Hao, you can stop here." "All right, with the old man protecting you, I won't send anyone else with you," Hao Feng said. "Shaoli, wait here for young Master Huai." Hao Feng naturally knew that the Dark Dragon was protecting Gu Huai, as the Dark Dragon had also greeted Hao Feng. Hao Feng was an old subordinate of the Elder, so his main Dark Dragon recognized Hao Feng. It was precisely because of the Dark Dragon's protection that Hao Feng wasn't worried about Gu Huai's safety. With the Dark Dragon secretly protecting Gu Huai, there aren't many people in this world who could harm him. At least, as the City Lord of Lin City, Hao Feng couldn't do so. Hao Feng himself is also a top Beast Master, and in the ranks of Beast Masters, he is quite strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold the position of City Lord in Lin City. Lin City is considered a strong city in the entire Hang Province. Hang Province has a total of 31 cities, and Lin City is among the top 5 in terms of overall strength. Yes, Shaoli, the driver, was shocked. Hao Feng actually asked him to wait for Gu Huai, which was a significant honor. If Hao Feng hadn't addressed Gu Huai as Xiao Huai without a surname, Shaoli would have definitely connected Gu Huai with the young master of the Gu family. Gu Huai didn't refuse Hao Feng's request for Shaoli to wait for him. After all, it would be quite impolite to reject. "Thank you, Uncle Hao." "Haha, Xiao Huai, why be so polite? We are all family." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Hao Feng, Gu Huai turned and walked into the outer area of the Lin City Forest, Zone 1. Gu Huai personally didn't particularly like this kind of scene. However, as a member of the Gu family and the only direct heir, even if Gu Huai disliked it. Many things still had to be done to maintain certain relationships. This is also Gu Huai's mission. Chapter 019. The Invitation from the Stone Monkey. Fate. Upon hearing a familiar voice, the furious baby dragon turned its gaze towards Gu Huai, and its eyes became much clearer. Gu Huai took a deep breath, aligning himself with baby dragon on the same frequency. Baby dragon, let's fight together next. Beasts and beast masters can connect on a certain level, provided that a strong bond has been established between them, and Gu Huai was ready to use this method to achieve that goal. Baby dragon glared fiercely at the stone monkey, then mimicked Gu Huai, taking a deep breath to calm itself down. The effect was indeed quite good. Gu Huai could barely feel baby dragon's thoughts. Very good. Gu Huai felt a surge of joy. Gu Huai has never feared failure. No beast master has gone without losing. Losing a little isn't scary. What's terrifying is not being able to find the reasons for failure and continuing to fail for the same reasons. The little stone monkey, known for its teaching tendencies, was genuinely interested when it saw Gu Huai and baby dragon seemed to have found their rhythm. Yay, baby dragon. Gu Huai called softly. In this state, he didn't even need to speak for baby dragon to sense his consciousness. Treasure. However, this time baby dragon wasn't in a self-assured state. It had been observing in the past. Dragon claw. This time, the little stone monkey didn't dodge, but met baby dragon head-on. Crack. In the attack comparison, the little stone monkey was naturally no match for baby dragon. Even though the little stone monkey's realm was higher by a level, an 11-level dragon claw is no joke. The little stone monkey was sent flying by a single strike of the dragon claw. If its arm hadn't been in a hardened state, it might have dislocated. Treasure. With that successful hit, baby dragon was very excited. But Gu Huai quickly calmed down the baby dragon. The previous strike was merely a test for the little stone monkey, which was probing the depths of the baby dragon's abilities. After realizing that its strength was insufficient compared to the baby dragon, the little stone monkey began to adopt other strategies. Similar to what Gu Huai had in mind, the little stone monkey started to maneuver around. In battles, victory is never determined solely by brute force. After all, every beast has its strengths and specialties, and their fighting styles vary. During a fight, one should try to avoid the opponent's strengths while maximizing their own. Under the little stone monkey's fighting style, the baby dragon fell into a passive position, feeling quite uncomfortable and unable to exert its advantages. If it weren't for its level 11 dragon claw, it might have been defeated by the little stone monkey long ago. This also made Gu Huai discover more of the baby dragon's shortcomings, areas that needed improvement. The battle continued for more than 10 minutes until the exhausted little stone monkey was caught off guard by the baby dragon, which then swiftly took it down with a dragon claw. After defeating the little stone monkey, the baby dragon, which had been in a tense state, finally collapsed onto the ground. Gu Huai hurried over, wanting to help the baby dragon up and feed it something to regain its energy. But a stone monkey was quicker, reaching the baby dragon first and pulling out a fruit, offering it to the baby dragon in a friendly manner. The green source fruit. At first, Gu Huai thought this stone monkey was seeking revenge on the baby dragon, and he felt anxious, but he quickly realized he was mistaken. The green source fruit, although not a significant restorative item, was still beneficial for the baby dragon in its current state, helping alleviate some of its energy depletion. Another stone monkey approached the little stone monkey and also fed it a green source fruit. The stone monkeys smiled at Gu Huai, their expressions showing a complete change from before. The reason for this was mainly that Gu Huai and the baby dragon had earned the respect of the stone monkeys. It wasn't just about strength, but the pure friendship between beast and beastmaster, along with their unwavering will. Are you inviting me to play in the camp? Since awakening his mythic level talent, Gu Huai felt that his understanding of beasts had significantly improved. The stone monkey nodded. Well then, I happen to want to learn more from you guys along with the baby dragon. Gu Huai had no reason to refuse. His purpose here was simple, to let the baby dragon battle with the stone monkeys and grow through those battles. Gu Huai's plan was to refine the dragon claw skill to perfection. With such a powerful talent, why waste it? Now, all he needed to do was to build a solid foundation for the baby dragon as quickly as possible, so it could master the dragon claw skill. It was unlikely anyone else could achieve this level. Shortly after Gu Huai entered the outskirts of Forest Zone 1, Lin Xiaoyu and Geng Ri also arrived at this place. However, their purpose was different from Gu Huai's. They were not here to hone their beast's combat instincts. Both of them were top students from the magic capital No. 1 high school, seniors preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination in a few days. Their beasts had long been seasoned fighters, so they didn't need to battle stone monkeys here. The reason they came was simple. Recently, there was a mountain called Moon Mountain at the outskirts of Forest Zone 1. On this mountain, there were mysterious stones known as moonstones. Every night, these moonstones would absorb more lunar energy. While this energy was not particularly useful and could not be collected, It was very beneficial for beasts that needed to absorb moonlight to evolve. Gung Rui's goal was just that. Her beast, Little Jean, was a stone bearing a lunar mark called Moon Eye Stone. If cultivated well, the Moon Eye Stone could evolve into the Moon Eye Beast under the influence of lunar energy. The Moon Eye Beast is a beast of the Lord's bloodline, embodying mystery and pride, and is sought after by many. Unfortunately, cultivating the Moon Eye Stone to evolve into the Moon Eye Beast is exceedingly difficult. Without a certain foundation and love, it simply cannot be done. I will take you up to set up the venue now. Setting up more moonstones will allow the lunar energy there to become denser, thus increasing the chances of evolution. I really appreciate your help this time. Gung Rui was very excited inside, finally about to evolve before the college entrance exam. She believed that Little Jean would not disappoint her. The gap between the Moon Eye Stone and the Moon Eye Beast was immense. Chapter 0, 21 week later. Level 20 Dragon Claw. Baby Dragon, avoid the stone monkey's attack. Great, use Dragon Claw. Beautiful. The baby dragon skillfully dodged the little stone monkey's attacks, and after a brief skirmish, found an opportunity and easily took the stone monkey down with a Dragon Claw. Yay! The little stone monkey, which had battled the baby dragon at the beginning, looked on with admiration in its eyes. There was no helping it. In just 1 week, the baby dragon's progress had been astonishing. One could even describe it as a leap. The little stone monkey, which had initially been evenly matched with the baby dragon, could now barely withstand a single move, completely reduced to the baby dragon's little admirer. Just a moment ago, the baby dragon had been fighting against an 8th-tier awakened stone monkey and had defeated it after a short battle. After defeating the stone monkey, the baby dragon excitedly jumped over and proudly landed on Huai. Huai smoothly caught the baby dragon. In just 1 week, the baby dragon had made tremendous progress. Of course, this was not only due to Huai's skill points, but also the joint efforts of the baby dragon and Huai. Beast, baby dragon, different color. Attribute, dragon. Bloodline, high class extraordinary. Strength, awakened 6th tier. Skill, Dragon Claw 20. The baby dragon had now perfectly mastered the level 20 Dragon Claw. Huai was already considering whether to level the Dragon Claw up to level 21, which would be the proficient level. The level had also increased from the 4th tier to the 6th tier, and this speed could truly be described as rapid. While Huai's skill points contributed to this, most of his peers, after having their beasts for 8 days, had only managed to cultivate a good relationship with them. Achieving a 1-tier increase in level is considered quite excellent. Most new Beastmasters, during the 3-month summer vacation, could barely coordinate with their beasts in battle. In terms of level, they would typically be around the 3rd or 4th tier of awakening. As for skills, they would generally only manage to raise their initial skills from level 1 to level 45. For a normal Beastmaster, getting an initial beast to train a skill from novice to proficient usually takes over half a year, even a year or more. Only a few geniuses can shorten this time, but someone as fast as Huai is still quite rare. Here you go. Huai took out a dragon crystal and handed it to the baby dragon under its excited gaze. At the same time, Huai casually took out several earth crystals and distributed them to the group of stone monkeys. Over the past few days, Huai had been living with these stone monkeys, allowing the baby dragon to battle them whenever he had the chance, honing its combat skills and digesting Huai's skill enhancements. The stone monkeys welcomed Huai and the baby dragon as guests and cooperated with them. The baby dragon's significant progress was largely thanks to them. In return, Huai treated them sincerely, often sharing resources like earth crystals and some precious items with them. This also strengthened Huai's relationship with the stone monkeys. Yay! Several stone monkeys surrounded Huai and the baby dragon, all happily smiling. To be honest, Huai quite enjoyed these days. However, this group of stone monkeys is still too weak. The strongest among them has only reached the 10th stage of awakening. In just a week or two, the baby dragon will be able to defeat them. Huai shook his head and looked at the sky. It was already close to evening, and soon night would fall. Baby dragon, come over and eat something. We can do it tonight. Yaya. The little stone monkey interrupted Huai while gnawing on a soil crystal. What did you say, little stone monkey? Huai didn't hear clearly and asked again. Yaya. I see. Huai suddenly realized why he hadn't heard it before. Specifically, the old stone monkey wasn't clear. It just said that many beautiful stone monkeys would participate and that Huai must go. Huai felt a bit helpless about this. It seems that regardless of species, the opposite sex is always so attractive. Looking at the several stone monkeys with sparkling eyes, Huai decided to participate and take a look. The summer evening still carried a hint of coolness. At the foot of Moon Mountain. In fact, this Moon Mountain is just a low hill, a very ordinary mountain. 2 girls with different styles were on their way to Moon Mountain. Believe me this time. I received a message from the king of the forest that tonight's night is beautiful, the moon is full, and the power of the moon will be quite strong, which will definitely allow your little gold to complete its final evolution. The speaker was naturally Lin Xiaoyu. Gung Ruyi's tone was no longer as firm as it was a week ago. It seems that the Moon Eye Stone still lacks a bit of fire to evolve into the Moon Eye Beast. A week ago, they had come to this place to let her little gold absorb the power of the moon and start to break through. But after these few days, it always seemed to be lacking just a little. Today is June 8th, and the college entrance examination in this world is on June 10th. The exam consists of 2 parts, written tests and battles. Gung Ruyi was naturally not afraid of the written test. Although she couldn't be considered a top student, she could score around 250 out of 300 in the written test. The upcoming battle is the most critical, with a total score of 450 points. It carries a significant weight. If she can't evolve the Moon Eye Stone into a Moon Eye Beast with the strength of the Moon Eye Stone, she would probably only get a low score and barely make it to a second-tier school. Tonight can be considered the last opportunity. After all, this place is a bit far from the Demon City. Trust me, we will definitely succeed, Lin Xiaoyu comforted, though her tone was not as certain as before. Just as the two were talking, Lin Xiaoyu's pupils slightly contracted. Be careful. She sensed a crisis. In a moment of urgency, she quickly summoned her beast. It was a walking flower, about half a person tall, primarily pink in color. This is a high-level commanding beast, Pink Flower King, with a loud sound. As soon as the Pink Flower King appeared, it naturally sensed the danger. Its massive flower bud immediately opened up, protecting Lin Xiaoyu and Gung Ruyi inside. An extraordinary beast? No wonder they are from the Lin family. They have some skills. As they spoke, 3 individuals dressed in black robes appeared. The black robes completely enveloped their bodies, making it impossible to distinguish between male and female. Chapter 021, Serendipity. Moon Eye Stone protects its master, incomplete evolution. In front of the 3 were 3 fierce-looking beasts. Evil Wolf Dog, Heaven Poison Scorpion, Flower-tailed Snake. Through the gaps in the Pink Flower King, Lin Xiaoyu quickly recognized the information of these 3 beasts and also used her insight technique. All 3 were primary extraordinary beasts. This made Lin Xiaoyu raise her eyebrows. If it were just one primary extraordinary beast, she, as a young lady of the Lin family, would not be afraid. But 3 is a different story. Moreover, she didn't know if these 3 had a second beast. Although she had a second beast, it had only recently been contracted and was currently only at the 6th stage of awakening, making it unable to participate in the battle. If only she had brought her second uncle with her. Flower-tailed Snake, Venomous Iron Tail, Evil Wolf Dog, Evil Bite, Heaven Poison Scorpion, Giant Poisonous Pincers. The 3 beasts instantly launched their attacks, and Lin Xiaoyu could only start to cope. 1 against 3, although her Pink Flower King was stronger than these 3 beasts. So was her talent. But she knew that defeat was already a foregone conclusion. Forget it. Is it really going to end here today? Lin Xiaoyu was unwilling. Wait. I'll hold them off. Their target is me, not you. I can't leave. Gung Ruyi rejected without thinking. She was not someone who feared for her life. Listen to me. Lin Xiaoyu was a bit anxious. They came for me, so they definitely won't hurt you. I'll try to see if the Moon Eye Stone can evolve. Gung Ruyi stubbornly summoned her beast, which was a stone that couldn't move. Beads of sweat appeared on Gung Ruyi's forehead. Little Gold, hurry up and evolve. Ground Hamster, charge. One of the figures in black robes revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Battles are not child's play, especially in outdoor battles. Some Beast Masters will do anything to win. Attacking the Beast Master directly using sneak attacks is all too common. Lin Xiaoyu and Gung Ruyi's pupils suddenly contracted as they saw the Ground Hamster so close. It seemed they had no ability to resist. Moon Eye Stone. At the moment of crisis, the Moon Eye Stone began to glow with the light of evolution. Night had already fallen, and the bright moonlight fell on the Moon Eye Stone, causing it to begin its evolution. Unfortunately, all of this was too late because it needed some time to evolve. But the Ground Hamster's attack was about to land on its master's best friend. Just then, a voice rang out. Clang. A purple little dragon, only 50 centimeters tall, appeared in the arena, blocking the Ground Hamster's attack. Immediately after, 7 or 8 stone monkeys jumped out from the forest, surrounding the 3 black-robed individuals. Stone monkeys? Seeing so many suddenly appearing stone monkeys and a baby dragon, the voices of the 3 black-robed individuals carried a hint of impatience. Captain, I told you from the beginning that we should take them away with all our strength to avoid attracting so much trouble. The 3 did not take these stone monkeys, which were not even extraordinary, seriously. The gap between extraordinary and non-extraordinary is quite significant. Moreover, their captain had a medium extraordinary beast. Let's finish this quickly. The black-robed figure in the middle summoned another beast, also a stone monkey. However, this stone monkey was different from ordinary ones. Its body was adorned with black patterns, which looked a bit strange. The stone monkey's eyes were scarlet, exuding a highly violent aura. Come out. Another similar black-patterned stone monkey appeared. Its aura slightly weaker than the first, only a primary extraordinary beast. 1 medium extraordinary, for primary extraordinary, plus a ground hamster at the 10th stage of awakening. This made Lin Xiaoyu, who had been saved, feel a tightness in her heart again. This lineup was hopeless. What a hassle. Gu Huai's figure also emerged from the darkness. Gu Huai actually didn't want to intervene, but the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon reminded him that the aura of these people was very unpleasant. They were from the Black Magic Society. Ordinary people may not know much about the Black Magic Society, only that it is one of the 3 major evil forces, having destroyed an entire city and is a very terrifying existence. However, as the young master of the Gu family, Gu Huai knew much more than they did. How to put it? They can only be considered inhuman, because what they do is not something a human would do, even worse than beasts. Massacres are trivial matters to them. They would capture humans for live experiments, including children and infants. Gu Huai knew that many terrifying events were caused by the members of the Black Magic Society. This was also the reason why Gu Huai would stand up after learning their identity through the Dark Dragon. Moreover, with the Dark Dragon secretly protecting him, he only needed to move forward. No one could harm him. When Gu Huai emerged, the Moon Eye Stone had completed its final evolution. It had transformed from a stone into a noble Moon Eye Beast. The Moon Eye Beast walked on 4 legs, predominantly purple in color, giving off an air of nobility. It had a closed eye on its forehead, resembling a crescent moon when shut. This was Gu Huai's first time seeing the Moon Eye Beast, and out of curiosity, he checked its information. Beast, Moon Eye Beast, half-step evolution, incomplete, needs to absorb more lunar power to replenish. Attribute, Dark. Bloodline, Primary Lord. Strength, Primary Extraordinary. Skill, Lunar Power. Moon Eye, not fully evolved. It seems worried about its master's safety, forcing itself to evolve. Gu Huai muttered, just as he heard a woman's surprised voice. It's you. Me? Hearing this, Gu Huai looked over at the woman in surprise and immediately recognized her. There was no way around it. Gung Ruyi was too beautiful. Gu Huai believed that anyone who had seen Gung Ruyi's appearance would not easily forget her. I didn't expect us to have such fate, to meet here. Gu Huai smiled lightly at Gung Ruyi, who instinctively nodded, only to hear Lin Xiaoyu's anxious voice. You two, stop flirting. Our situation is not good for us. Gung Ruyi's face turned slightly red, adding a charming hue under the bright moonlight. Gu Huai didn't mind. It was just right to use these beasts for a splendid transformation. Baby Dragon. Bah. The baby dragon ran over to Gu Huai eagerly. Are you ready? Bah. Good. Then let's begin. Gu Huai raised his hand, and a mysterious power acted on the baby dragon. At points. Chapter 022. Battle against extraordinary beasts. Turning crisis into opportunity. Level 21 Dragon Claw enhanced to level 22. Bah. A comfortable power surged into the baby dragon's body, and it let out a loud roar. I will have these stone monkeys hold back part of their beasts, making it difficult for them to attack us with full force. Your beasts will be responsible for protecting our safety. These people are from the Black Magic Society. Gu Huai did not elaborate much, only mentioning the name of the Black Magic Society, trusting that the 2 women would understand. Sure enough, upon hearing the words Black Magic Society, both women's pupils involuntarily widened. People from the Black Magic Society. Since they are from the Black Magic Society, then it can only be to the death. The consequences of being captured are worse than death. Oh, I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. The black-robed man scoffed. But do you think your stone monkeys can stop us? Earth Hamster. The black-robed man roared, and as he spoke, the baby dragon and one of the stone monkeys launched an attack on his Earth Hamster. The baby dragon and the stone monkey coordinated very well. After all, they had fought many battles together. The stone monkey was responsible for blocking the Earth Hamster's line of sight, attracting its attention. The baby dragon then opened fire. Level 22 Dragon Claw was no joke. For ordinary beast masters, it was impossible to master a skill without years of daily training. The sharp dragon claw swept across the Earth Hamster's neck. The Earth Hamster's eyes widened, not expecting to meet its end here. Gu Huai acted decisively, showing no hesitation. There was no need to show mercy to members of the Black Magic Society. They did not deserve it. I want you to have no place to be buried. Evil wolf dog, evil bite. The black-robed man went mad. Although he didn't care about the death of his beasts, as they were merely tools. The death of a beast was a significant blow to a beast master, especially to his beast space. Repairing the beast space would take at least half a year. During that time, he couldn't contract new beasts or train his beast space, which meant wasting a long time. This was something he couldn't accept. Be careful. That guy's baby dragon is a bit unusual. The black-robed team leader casually reminded, not truly underestimating a baby dragon that had just awakened to the 6th tier. At points. Facing the attack of the primary extraordinary evil wolf dog, Gu Huai did not dare to be negligent. He could only continue to add points. Crisis is the catalyst for strength. Gu Huai remained calm and directly added 3 points, enhancing the Dragon Claw to level 25. A level 25 Dragon Claw was already close to halfway through the Mastery Progress bar. This sudden change caused the energy within the baby dragon to surge, directly elevating its realm, awakening to the 7th tier. And you? Gung Ri asked in surprise upon seeing Gu Huai decisively take down an earth hamster. Me? Gu Huai did not respond, as his gaze turned to the evil wolf dog charging toward him, entering battle mode alongside the baby dragon. Gung Ri sensed the changes in the baby dragon and Gu Huai, momentarily stunned. This is the 6th tier awakening. No wait, the 7th tier awakening? Dragon Claw. On the Dragon Claw, a dragon shadow faintly circled. One claw struck out, attacking the charging evil wolf dog. Awakening to the 7th tier, primary, extraordinary. Bang. The expected did not occur. The baby dragon did not deliver a killing blow. The difference in strength still put immense pressure on the baby dragon, sending it flying. Of course, the evil wolf dog was not unscathed either. It took the full brunt of the Dragon Claw attack, its teeth feeling a bit loose. So strong. Gung Ri and Lin Xiaoyu were very close and witnessed this scene, both surprised. Could it be that this handsome boy has a level of enhancement-type talent? But even with an enhancement-type talent, the boost shouldn't be this significant, right? Wait, is that a Master Dragon Claw? Gung Ri was quite perceptive. She noticed that the Dragon Claw used by the baby dragon seemed a bit different. How is that possible? To have a Master Dragon Claw at just the 7th tier awakening? Even if one gave up on cultivation to specifically train the Dragon Claw, it would be nearly impossible. As a student of Magic City No. 1 High School, she understood what it meant to be a genius. She and Lin Xiaoyu were both considered geniuses at Magic City No. 1 High School. However, due to her contract with the Moon Eye Stone, her combat strength was not strong, merely having a realm. But Lin Xiaoyu was different. She ranked among the top 10 at Magic City No. 1 High School, having awakened a level talent, Heart of Grass and Wood. It was a comprehensive talent specifically targeting wood-type beasts. Lin Xiaoyu had resources and worked hard, but even so, she had only trained the initial skill of the Powder Flower King to level 16. This speed was among the top in all of Magic City No. 1 High School. It was just slightly behind the skills of those who specialized in money-spending beast masters. Gung Ri thought about all this, but it only took a few breaths. She accepted the reality that in the vast Dongwon Kingdom, there would always be some exceptionally monstrous existences in certain aspects. Gu Huai was probably one of those geniuses who excelled in mastering skills, but was not adept at cultivating the realm of beasts. Moreover, she is the top genius of Magic City, having trained both of her beasts to the extraordinary level, with one even reaching the high extraordinary level, mastering a specialized skill, and being hailed as a rare talent in Magic City for the past decade. If Gung Ri knew that Gu Huai had only become a beast master for less than 10 days, it would probably shatter her worldview. Stop dazing, silly girl. Gu Huai frowned. The baby dragon was still too strained. After all, the bloodline power of the baby dragon was only at the high extraordinary level. Given the current strength of the baby dragon, it's questionable whether it could even defeat the vicious wolf dog. The key now is to have these two girls beasts hold off the opponents and give the baby dragon more time to develop. Gu Huai's gaze casually shifted to a tree. This caused Pei Wudi, who had just arrived at the battlefield and was hiding behind the tree, to be taken aback. Did this kid notice me? Soon. Pei Wudi shook his head. How could a mere apprentice beastmaster notice him? After all, he was a master of combat. Known as the top beastmaster of the common people, Pei Wudi. Chapter 023, Two Silly Women. Pei Wudi's love for talents. When beastmasters contract their beasts, their physical attributes are also enhanced. Moreover, as the strength of the beasts increases, it continuously feedbacks to the beastmaster, allowing the beastmaster's physique to strengthen. Pei Wudi possesses the fusion talent of the combined body. The fusion talent is a very special type of talent that allows for fusion with beasts, transforming them into one's own combat power. Coupled with Pei Wudi's love for fighting since childhood, awakening this fusion talent gave him a significant boost. He began to crazily train his physical attributes and contracted various types of beasts suited for use after fusion, greatly enhancing his individual combat capability. One could say that, purely in terms of physical strength, even legendary beast masters might not compare to him. With his training in physical prowess and his powerful combat ability, Pei Wudi, along with Gu Huai's father Gu Hong, were both recognized as the 4 top beast masters with title honors. They were the kind of existence that could unleash full power and briefly clash with dominant beasts. Naturally, such an existence did not believe that Gu Huai could discover him. It must have been an accident. However, while this kid's baby dragon had a low realm, its mastery of skills was truly impressive. Pei Wudi sighed inwardly, feeling a hint of curiosity towards Gu Huai. Let's see this kid's limits. The battle on-site cannot even be considered a fight for Pei Wudi. With his strength, he could easily suppress these beasts without even using his own. The title of humanoid beast of prey is no joke. However, The talents of the two little girls beside him were decent, but their beasts were much more immature. The battle had officially begun. The other two figures in black robes were not just standing by. After all, this place was Lin City Forest, belonging to the Lin family. There were forest rangers here, and if their battle dragged on for too long, it would easily attract the attention of the rangers, leading to a lot of unnecessary trouble. Go, Darkstone Monkey. Tear them apart. The leader in black directly issued orders to his ace beast. The stone monkey, covered in black patterns with scarlet eyes, charged at Huai and the others like a zombie. We're in trouble. I'll protect you too. You guys run. The situation was too urgent. Lin Xiaoyu did not think there was a chance of turning the tables. This forest is your home ground. If you set it up well, we might not lose. And your Moon-Eye beast is very good at using illusions in battle. These few are modified beasts with low spirit. Plus, this is a place rich in lunar power. What are you doing? Gu Huai was very troubled. It was clearly unrealistic to let his baby dragon, which had only awakened to the 7th level, fight against 5 extraordinary beasts. Although there were experienced stone monkeys in the fray, they could only serve as distractions to prevent the black-robed figures from fully focusing on Gu Huai and the others. After all, Gu Huai could not let these stone monkeys get hurt because of his personal reasons. Therefore, Gu Huai really needed the help of these two silly women. Rather than letting the Dark Abyss Dragon or the powerful figure hiding behind the tree intervene, Gu Huai preferred to rely on his own strength to resolve the battle. Gu Huai's words left Lin Xiaoyu dumbfounded. Lin Xiaoyu was a cute type of beauty, the kind with a youthful appearance. No one had ever spoken to her like that in her life. Okay. On the side, Geng Ruyi reacted quickly. Her ability to handle situations was clearly better than Lin Xiaoyu's. Moon-Eye Beast, use Moon-Eye? The noble Moon-Eye Beast proudly raised its head, under the hazy moonlight. This was its home ground. Xiaoyu. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and also came to her senses. This was their home ground. They might not lose. Alright. You two listen to my commands. With the addition of 2 extraordinary beasts with remarkable strength, the pressure on the baby dragon would be significantly less. The opponent had to keep 2 extraordinary beasts in place to guard against the ambush from Gu Huai's 8 stone monkeys. One was an initial extraordinary stone monkey, and the other was a heavenly poison scorpion. Although Gu Huai's beasts had only awakened to the 7th level, the aura he carried made the 2 girls instinctively obey him. Most humans have an instinct to submit to the strong. Lin Xiaoyu and Geng Ruyi began to command their beasts according to Gu Huai's instructions. In terms of strength, there was indeed a certain gap compared to the opponent. However, due to the home ground advantage and the influence of the Moon-Eye Beast's eye technique on the dark stone monkeys, the battle became tense. This boy is quite interesting. Pei Wuti grew increasingly surprised, a sense of admiration rising in his heart. Such a young man should be valued, and his ability to control the battle was truly strong. It's a pity he doesn't have the fusion talent. However, it was almost time to end this. The gap in strength wasn't easy to bridge. Moreover, the other side was quickly losing patience. Pei Wuti had already prepared to take action. The leader in black robes was indeed losing patience. These 3 little brats were exceptionally tenacious, which annoyed him. Time could not be dragged any longer. Heavenly Poison Scorpion, you go help out too. The giant scorpion, half a person tall, waved its massive pincers and joined the fray with a ghostly gaze. Seeing this, several stone monkeys immediately launched an attack. But not against the Heavenly Poison Scorpion, but towards the 3 black-robed figures. The task Gu Huai had given to these stone monkeys before entering was to hold back the beasts of the black-robed figures, not to attack recklessly. They only needed to apply pressure from the side. Stupid monkeys. The leader in black snorted coldly. If it weren't for these foolish monkeys, he would have taken down these 3 little brats long ago. The dark stone monkeys reacted extremely quickly, instantly blocking one stone monkey at high speed, then swiftly attacking the adjacent stone monkey. If the dark stone monkey were to really engage in battle with the 8 stone monkeys brought by Gu Huai, it could likely defeat them at the cost of its own injury. However, its current task was not to defeat, but to protect. Protecting was far more difficult than defeating. It desperately managed to block 3, but 3 still got through. These 3 stone monkeys charged at the black-robed figures. But the 3 black-robed figures showed no signs of worry or fear. If one could see their faces beneath the black robes, they would instead see cruel smiles on them. As the attacks of the stone monkeys were about to land on them, the stone monkeys trembled, and their attacks softly fell on the black-robed man, causing no harm at all. Chapter 024, The Dragon Claw in the Control Stage. On the other side, Gu Huai also saw the black-robed man summon the Sky Poison Scorpion. His expression serious. Moon-Eye Beast, use Moon-Eye on the evil wolf dog. Pollen King, be sure to protect our safety. Baby Dragon, level up. The first 2 sentences were shouted by Gu Huai. Gu Huai was dissatisfied with giving orders to the 2 women, thinking that their commands were too slow. So he directly instructed them to make their beasts follow his orders, which would better respond to the tense situation. Otherwise, that medium-level extraordinary stone monkey was too annoying. The last sentence was conveyed to the baby dragon through a sensing method, letting it prepare for leveling up. The baby dragon, covered in scars, couldn't help but shudder. Are we leveling up again? This effortless power felt a bit unfamiliar at first, but now it was truly exhilarating. Level up, level up. This time, Huai leveled the dragon claw up to level 30 in one breath, adding 5 levels of experience, pushing the baby dragon to the brink of a breakthrough. Baby. The baby dragon's aura merged with Huai's, its gaze resolute. Dragon claw. A 3-inch long white claw shadow appeared, striking the flower-tailed serpent at its vulnerable point. Flower-tailed serpent. Die. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, coincidentally contrasting with the 3 fallen stone monkeys. The power of technology? Most of Huai's mind was focused on the battlefield with the baby dragon, but he still paid attention to the stone monkeys, frowning. The worst thing he feared had happened. The technological power of this world was far stronger than that of Water Blue Star. In such a world, there would naturally be some organizations specifically developing technologies to deal with beast tamers for profit. Although these actions were strictly prohibited in Dongwang Nation and were rarely circulated in the market, they posed no constraints to organizations like the Black Magic Society. Fortunately, this technology could basically only deal with low-level beasts and was still helpless against high-level beasts. Otherwise, the technology-powered United States would have already soared. What should we do? The 2 women, practically invisible, naturally noticed this. They had just been delighted by the defeat of the flower-tailed serpent, but in the blink of an eye, these black-robed figures brought them worse news. They instinctively looked at Huai, who had long become their pillar of support. It has to be this way. Huai was worried whether the black-robed figures would target the injured stone monkeys, so he directly contacted the Darkborn Demon Dragon, instructing it to be ready to strike at any moment. With the strength of the Darkborn Demon Dragon, it could easily block an attack just before it hit. The opponent wouldn't even know what had happened. The existence of the Darkborn Demon Dragon was Huai's greatest confidence. In this night, everything had already entered the realm of the Darkborn Demon Dragon. This was also true for Pei Wuti. However, Pei Wuti was completely unable to detect anything because he hadn't fully unleashed his power. Otherwise, he would have noticed the signs. Continue leveling up. Baby dragon. Baby. Having just slain an extraordinary beast, the baby dragon's spirit had reached its peak. Mastery means that the proficiency of a skill has reached a great level, allowing the user to apply various methods and release the skill in certain forms. This is a realm that most beasts can reach with enough time and energy invested. However, mastery is entirely different. Mastery requires a strong comprehension, understanding the skill as one's own, and thoroughly grasping it. At this point, it's not about the skill itself, but about the control of power, allowing for variations of the skill. Well-mastered skills can also combine with other skills in terms of energy, forming more powerful skills or even ultimate attacks. Whether a beast can become a king hinges on a crucial point, whether it has its own ultimate technique. Level up. Spending 100,000 enhancement points. Dragon Claw enhanced from level 30 to level 31. With 100,000 enhancement points consumed, the baby dragon instantly felt a different change. The most intuitive change was that the baby dragon's realm broke through again, directly advancing to the 8th tier of awakening. Additionally, the baby dragon's aura also changed. Yang Ruyi and the other girl didn't feel much of a difference. Their minds were in turmoil. But Pei Wuti, hiding behind a tree, was truly stunned. How is this possible? This must be a joke. Pei Wuti felt like his worldview had been shattered. It was simply unbelievable. This was absurd to the extreme. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Was it the baby dragon or this kid's doing? It must be the baby dragon's extraordinary comprehension, right? Pei Wuti could only attribute it to the baby dragon, allowing him to reluctantly accept this fact. After all, Huai looked just like a high school student. Even if he were a prodigy, he couldn't accomplish such an astonishing feat before my college entrance exams. It seems I could only level up my skills to level 20 and couldn't progress further. Pei Wuti sighed, having no intention of making another move. The baby dragon felt as if it had opened up its meridians, and its understanding of the dragon claw had reached an incredible level. The medium-level extraordinary stone monkey charged over, its eyes filled with numbness. It showed no grief over its companion's death, as if it had no emotions. Previously, the baby dragon would not have faced this stone monkey head-on. It would always let the Moon Eye beast use Moon Eye to affect the stone monkey before cleverly dodging the attacks. The power gap was too great. Confronting it directly would be suicide. But now, the baby dragon stared directly at the stone monkey. Dragon Claw. This time, the dragon claw was completely different from before. The previous dragon claw was enveloped in a layer of power, but this time, there was nothing. All the power was concentrated in the claw. Bang! The baby dragon's attack collided with the stone monkey's. Yang Ruyi and the other girl both showed worried expressions. The black-robed man smiled wildly, thinking he would finally take down these three little brats. However, the anticipated scene did not happen at all. A hint of surprise appeared in the stone monkey's numb eyes. This power. Bang. This time, the stone monkey did not gain any advantage. Both attacks collided with equal strength. The stone monkey, surprised, tried to step back and attack with its foot, but as it retreated, it found that the hand colliding with the baby dragon was wrapped in an unknown energy. The delay caused by this wrapping allowed the baby dragon's other claw to strike fiercely towards the stone monkey's head. Dragon claw. A look of panic appeared in the stone monkey's eyes. At that moment, it sensed the breath of death. Bang. The time was too short. It had just managed to harden its power on its foot and couldn't transfer it to its head in time. This resulted in one consequence. The baby dragon's claw pierced through the stone monkey's head, exploding it completely, creating a gruesome scene. The medium-level extraordinary stone monkey was dead. Black blood splattered onto the baby dragon, giving the originally cute baby dragon an added touch of coldness. The sky poison scorpion, eagerly rushing over to make a big move, abruptly halted its steps. It sensed the aura of death emanating from the baby dragon. The wolf dog beside them was the same, keeping a vigilant eye on the baby dragon. Motionless. Everything happened in just a few breaths. The three figures in black robes and the two women, Gung Ruyi and Lin Xiaoyu, didn't react in time as the events unfolded. What was going on? Lin Xiaoyu swallowed hard, unable to believe the outcome she had just witnessed. I don't know either. Gung Ruyi said, equally bewildered. Even with her experience, she couldn't understand what had happened or why the baby dragon suddenly showed such courage. But Gu Huai didn't care about that. This was a critical moment. He needed to act quickly. His baby dragon couldn't hold out much longer. The prolonged battle and exertion were a severe test of its stamina and willpower. Baby dragon, go. The baby dragon flashed and charged at the wolf dog. The once aggressive wolf dog turned and fled. It didn't want to die. If it didn't leave now, these people would escape. Seeing the wolf dog run away, the Tian poison scorpion also turned to flee. Gu Huai watched this scene helplessly. If it was a direct confrontation, the baby dragon could forcefully take them down. But if they turned to run, the baby dragon would have a hard time chasing, as it had very little stamina left and was barely holding on by sheer willpower. So, Gu Huai shouted directly at Pei Wuti behind the big tree. This single sentence stunned both Gung Ruyi and Lin Xiaoyu. Is there someone there? Pei Wuti behind the tree trembled. Did he really find me? How is that possible? Curiosity about Gu Huai surged in Pei Wuti's heart, but his movements were swift. He wouldn't let a single one of these black magic users escape. A shadow flashed by, moving at a speed Gu Huai couldn't even see. These beast tamers, who seemed formidable in Gu Huai's eyes, fell to the ground with swift strikes. The remaining three extraordinary beast tamers were all knocked out, along with the three figures in black robes. At the same time, Pei Wuti's figure appeared in front of Gu Huai and the others. How did you sense me? Pei Wuti's gaze was fixed solely on Gu Huai. At that moment, the baby dragon collapsed from exhaustion. Gu Huai had long been prepared and immediately stored the baby dragon in the beast space to allow it to recover. Secret. At this moment, Gu Huai finally saw Pei Wuti's appearance and was taken aback. He didn't expect it to be him. Clearly, Gu Huai recognized Pei Wuti. But Pei Wuti did not recognize Gu Huai, or rather, he only recognized the Gu Huai from several years ago. Well, Pei Wuti was not surprised by this answer. He didn't expect to get an answer with just one question. However, his curiosity about this young man grew stronger because he sensed that the youth seemed unafraid of him. It was as if he had some trump card. Perhaps he didn't recognize me and thought I was just an ordinary mid-level or even high-level beast tamer. But even so, this young man was not simple. He had been watching from the sidelines throughout the entire situation, showing no signs of panic, as if everything was under his control. Fascinating. Let me introduce myself. My name is Pei Wuti. Pei Wuti extended his hand to Gu Huai, curious about how this young man would react upon hearing his name. Would it be admiration or reverence? But Pei Wuti was disappointed. Upon hearing his introduction, Gu Huai showed no reaction on his face, as if he didn't know who he was. This left Pei Wuti feeling frustrated. Was his name so ineffective? Hello, Pei Wuti. Are you Uncle Pei? Before Gu Huai could finish, Gung Ruyi spoke up first. Uncle Pei? Pei Wuti was taken aback, looking at the girl with a hint of familiarity. I am Gung Ruyi from the Gung family. Gung Ruyi's tone was somewhat excited. Pei Wuti's appearance essentially meant they were safe. You are Ruyi? Pei Wuti paused for a moment before expressing his heartfelt astonishment. I didn't expect that after just 2 years, that little girl has grown so beautiful. Pei Wuti looked at Gung Ruyi with a kind gaze, filled with the warmth of an elder looking at a younger family member. It seemed that their relationship was not that simple. After all, if they only knew each other from family connections, it wouldn't be like this. But neither Pei Wuti nor Gung Ruyi had any intention of explaining further. Lin Xiaoyu was excitedly tugging at Gung Ruyi's arm, knowing Pei Wuti well. Though he didn't recognize her, he was one of her idols. Uncle Pei, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Lin Xiaoyu from the Lin family. Geng Ruyi quickly introduced. Hello. Hello. Pei Wuti politely smiled at Lin Xiaoyu and shifted his gaze back to Gu Huai. Kid, I have high hopes for you. Would you like to be my disciple? Pei Wuti was still thinking about Gu Huai, believing he was a good seedling. Although it was a pity he didn't possess the talent of a fusion type, as long as this young man was nurtured, his future wouldn't be lacking. Especially since the baby dragon had a profound understanding of dragon claws. If he could shamelessly ask the Gu family for help, the baby dragon's future prospects would be limitless. Thus, he planned to offer Gu Huai an opportunity. As for Gu Huai's identity and background, he didn't care and wasn't bothered by it. In the face of a crisis, the willingness to step forward was enough to prove Gu Huai's kind heart. Upon hearing this, Geng Ruyi and Lin Xiaoyu both turned their gazes to Gu Huai. The former's eyes were filled with anticipation, while the latter looked on with envy. Chapter 026. Refusal. Geng Ruyi's thoughts. Being accepted as a disciple by someone like Pei Wuti was something countless people dreamed of. None of the three present thought Gu Huai would refuse Pei Wuti. Pei Senior, I might have to disappoint your kindness. Gu Huai initially wanted to address him as Uncle Pei, but thought better of it. Refused? Pei Wuti was taken aback, clearly not expecting this outcome. Geng Ruyi and Lin Xiaoyu were equally surprised. This result was beyond their expectations. Geng Ruyi even became anxious. Don't mess around. Do you know Uncle Pei's identity? He is called the light of the common people. I know. Gu Huai interrupted Geng Ruyi. It's just that my path is different from that of Pei Senior. But Geng Ruyi opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But she knew what she should say. Pei Senior, thank you for your kindness. I will take my leave now. After speaking, Gu Huai smiled at the two women as a farewell and turned to leave. Pei Wuti smiled, seeming not to take Gu Huai's rejection to heart. Wait. Just as Gu Huai took a few steps, Geng Ruyi suddenly called out. Gu Huai stopped, turning back in confusion. Under the moonlight, Geng Ruyi's face was slightly flushed. Thank you for saving my life. You're welcome. It was just a casual act. In fact, even without me, Pei Senior would have stepped in. Gu Huai didn't think much of it. His reason for intervening was to treat it as the baby dragon's training. The effect was indeed quite good, a level 31 dragon claw with an 8th tier awakening. But I still want to thank you. Geng Ruyi's tone was serious. My name is Geng Ruyi, a senior student at Magic Capital No. 1 High School. What's your name? Me? Gu Huai was momentarily taken aback by her words, then grinned. Gu Huai. After saying that, he turned and left again. Geng Ruyi watched Gu Huai's back and couldn't help but say, Gu Huai, thank you. I will remember you. By the way, if you ever go to the Magic City, you can contact me. This is my contact information. Geng Ruyi pulled out a sticky note from somewhere, wrote down her phone number, ran up to Gu Huai, stuffed the note into his hand, and turned away with a flushed face. Gu Huai looked at the note in his hand. A slight smile appeared on his lips. This girl is somewhat interesting. Unfortunately, I am a boy you can't have. Those stone monkeys also ran out of the forest, carrying the 3 injured ones on their backs. I don't mean anything else. Just want to thank him for saving my life. Oh, I know, what are you explaining? Lin Xiaoyu chuckled, and Pei Wuti showed a similar smile, making Geng Ruyi regret why she bothered to explain. However, Pei Wuti glanced at how Gu Huai was leaving. Gu Huai, that name sounds somewhat familiar. It seems your son has the same name, right? The next morning, Geng Ruyi and Lin Xiaoyu boarded the train to the Magic City. The college entrance examination is tomorrow, and today they need to prepare well to strive for a good result. The college entrance examination in this world is like this. The written test takes place on the morning of June 10th, with only one subject called comprehensive subject. The comprehensive subject includes the 7 cultural subjects of Beast Masters, each with a certain weight. In the afternoon, they rest. And then the next day, the most important assessment begins, which is the practical assessment. The practical assessment accounts for 450 points, which is much more important than the written subjects. Many schools have specific score restrictions for the practical assessment. For example, last year's Hangqing University required a score line of 681 points, with a necessary practical score of at least 420 points. Otherwise, even if the written score is high, they won't accept you. This can actually be understood, as this is a world centered around Beast Masters, with a focus on them. Of course, this refers to the Beast Combat major. Some good universities offer not just Beast Combat, but also Beast Cultivation, Beast Evolution, and other different majors. And the content of the college entrance examination varies accordingly. However, every year, people mostly focus on the Beast Combat major. The Geng family is a prominent family in the Magic City. Although it can't compare to the Gu family, it is still a first-rate family. However, the Geng family's training approach is somewhat unique. Before university, they are mostly free-range, and the family only provides basic resources. They give a not-so-great initial beast and let them figure out how to train it themselves. After the college entrance examination, they will be graded based on their performance, determining their status in the family. Of course, all this is on the surface. Their parents definitely provide some support behind the scenes. This is something the Gung family cannot avoid. This rule is relatively fair. As long as it's not too excessive, everyone just turns a blind eye. Mississippi. As soon as Gung Rui arrived home, the butler respectfully said, "Li Bo, please help me find information about a person. His name is Gu Huai. He should be from Hang province, or possibly another province. He is also a senior like me, and his beast is a baby dragon. Forget it. I'll discuss it after the college entrance examination." In this world, the college entrance examination results come out very quickly. The written test results are usually known the next day. The practical scores are even calculated during the assessment. The specific scores are announced on the third day. But this is just for ordinary people, for families like theirs. They can know most people's scores by the evening of the second day. Universities will start calling for recruitment that evening, and for those who perform exceptionally well, they will even come to recruit in person. Yes, the butler exited, and it was clear that Gung Rui held a high status in the Gung family. In reality, this was indeed the case. Gung Rui's father, the current head of the Gung family, is a top beast master. Moreover, Gung Rui's aunt, Gung Qinghan, is Pei Wudi's wife. If the Gung family had a legendary beast master, with their overall strength, they would definitely be a top family. Gu Huai. When Gung Rui mentioned Gu Huai's name, a faint smile appeared on her face. "No matter which university you go to, I will follow you." Gung Rui clenched her fist, full of confidence. With her strength, she can indeed choose any school she wants. Chapter 027. The college entrance examination cannot find Gu Huai. The old man's suggestion. The college entrance examination has begun. For Gung Rui, it is extremely important. Not only does it determine her exam results, but it also affects her rating in the family. So she will naturally give it her all. Gung Rui devoted herself entirely to the college entrance examination, and everything went smoothly. When the practical assessment results came out, a radiant smile appeared on her face. Written test, 287 points. Practical test, 438 points. Total score, 725 points. This score, while not enough to be the top in the Magic City, definitely places her in the top 5. This result also provides a good explanation for the family. Beautiful. The Gung family has connections in the Education Bureau, so it's really easy to check this. During this time, Gung Rui also learned Lin Xiaoyu's results. Written test, 266 points. Practical test, 427 points. Total score, 693 points. This is also a very good score, allowing her to get into almost any school nationwide. This made both of them very excited. That evening, "Miss, here are the assessment results for Gu Huai from Hang province." The butler brought over a report. Gung Rui immediately took it and saw over 30 names of Gu Huai, along with their half-body photos. The information was quite detailed: name, gender, beast, written test score, practical test score, and assessment location. These were all arranged in order of ranking. Gung Rui's first glance was at the one ranked first. Gu Huai male. Beast, iron-armored rhinoceros, written test, 266 points, practical test, 361 points, total score, 627 points, assessment location, Ma City. Not this one. Gung Rui's gaze continued to skin down. Not this one, not this one, none of these. Li Bo, is this information correct? Miss, I checked with the education department over there. This information has been verified by them. I see. Gung Rui frowned. Could it be that Gu Huai is not from Hang province, but just like me, went to that place for training? Li Bo, please help me check for anyone with that name nationwide. To avoid trouble, just confirm that his beast is a baby dragon. Gung Rui thought that there must be many people named Gu Huai throughout the Dragon Kingdom, so confirming that the beast is a baby dragon would make things much easier. Okay, but if it's nationwide, it might take a bit longer. That's fine. For the next 2 days, Gung Rui waited for news from Li Bo. Every time Li Bo received information from a province, he would bring it to Gung Rui, but the final result was always disappointing. Nothing. Gung Rui's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that Gu Huai gave her a fake name? But why would Gu Huai do that? Humph, am I that unlikable? Gung Rui snorted coldly, feeling somewhat angry and embarrassed. However, Gung Rui didn't realize that Gu Huai was just a second-year student who had only obtained his beast for less than a month. Gu Huai had no idea that someone was thinking about him during his training time. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In fact, the 3 stone monkeys weren't really injured. They were just temporarily stunned. Once the 3 stone monkeys woke up, Gu Huai prepared earth-type crystal blocks for everyone. Immediately after, Gu Huai began to ponder what the second skill for his baby dragon should be. According to the Gu family's evolution path, it was sufficient to enhance the Dragon Claw skill to mastery. However, since he had already mastered the Dragon Claw, Gu Huai's ambition grew. If he could have the baby dragon learn another skill and combine it with Dragon Claw to form a profound ability, It might stimulate the baby dragon's evolutionary factors and lead to unexpected surprises. He decided to call his grandfather. Although Huai was an academic prodigy, his knowledge was still limited. With a grandfather like him at home, why not make good use of it? However, it was too late to call now. He would wait until tomorrow morning. It would give him a chance to plan things out in the evening. Early the next morning, after Huai took the baby dragon and the stone monkeys for their morning exercise, he dialed his grandfather Guin's phone. It was a holographic projection call. The call connected in less than 3 seconds, and the old man's warm voice came through. Did my good grandson miss me? Yes, Grandpa. After chatting for a while, Huai shifted the topic to the baby dragon. You've mastered it? That was fast. It seems your talent is indeed strong. However, your time as a beast master is still short, and the baby dragon hasn't reached the awakened 10th stage yet. There's still plenty of time. The old man analyzed seriously, but Huai immediately realized that his grandfather had misunderstood. However, he didn't interrupt him right away. Instead, he waited until the old man had said a couple of sentences before smiling and reminding him, "What did you say?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by an increase in volume. Really? When have I ever lied to you? That's true. Guin fell silent again for a moment before uncertainly asking, Really? Really? More real than gold. Then what's the baby dragon's current realm? Awakened 8th stage. Guin opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. After a pause, he slowly said, You've given me quite a shock. Just then, he had an idea he had wanted to try out, but had failed to let the baby dragon master this profound ability after more than half a year of effort. Chapter 028. 3 skills, 3 choices. The old man had raised 3 baby dragons, so he naturally understood them well. He had tried to see if he could break the shackles of the overlord bloodline. Unfortunately, he failed. The reason for the failure was a lack of time. The baby dragon couldn't contain the energy within. If this continued, the baby dragon would break through and advance directly from awakening to the extraordinary stage. After advancing to the extraordinary stage, the unstable evolutionary factors within the baby dragon would stabilize, and it would no longer be able to evolve in this manner. The old man had failed 3 times: Thunder Sacred Dragon King, Fire Flame Tyrannosaurus King, and Wind Thunder Cloud Sacred Dragon. All 3 were high-level overlord bloodlines, each extraordinarily strong. Coupled with the other 3 dragon-type beasts the old man had raised, this solidified his status in Donghuang as the strongest dragon master. Listening to his grandfather, Huai didn't interrupt. He knew the old man would continue. First, he evolved into a basic pure dragon combat beast. Then learned different attribute skills to branch out into overlord bloodline beast masters, and finally underwent the last evolution. So, both your grandfather and I raised 3 baby dragons. Huai nodded. Both his father and grandfather operated this way, and they had both been very successful. Unfortunately, there was also a flaw that could only be discovered at his level. The baby dragon's foundation was too weak, and evolving it into a high-level overlord bloodline had basically reached its limit. Advancing further was too difficult. Regarding this flaw, he had always wanted to improve it. But the final results were not good. The old man spoke earnestly. He had thought about these matters many times. In fact, it was not just the baby dragon. A tall building rises from the ground up, as the saying goes. Only by building a solid foundation can one continue to add more on top. All right. Huai nodded seriously. He was very receptive to advice. Since his grandfather said so, he should elevate the dragon claw to its limit, achieving perfection. Which shouldn't be too much to ask, right? However, speaking of which, the limit for primary skills seems to be level 40. I wonder if my mythical level talent for infinite enhancement can break this limitation. Skills are categorized by quality, generally divided into 8 tiers. No quality, primary, intermediate, advanced, top tier, transcendent, quasi-divine, and divine. The strength of skills varies significantly between each quality. Of course, this does not mean that primary skills are inferior to intermediate or advanced skills. Low-quality skills, aside from having lower power, also have a lower training difficulty, making them easier to master. High-level low-quality skills can still be stronger than low-level high-quality skills. However, advanced skills are quite challenging. It requires a significant amount of time to reach mastery, and it may even be impossible. I will now pass these 3 skills to you. All 3 are advanced skills, and they may be somewhat challenging for the baby dragon. You have the perfect enhancement talent. If you can enhance the skills to mastery before reaching the extraordinary stage, you can attempt to combine 2 skills, with Dragon Claw as the main focus. Thank you, Grandpa. Haha, there's no need to be polite with your grandpa. I'm giving you these resources. If you have any questions, just let me know. Also, let me know which skill you choose, and I'll have someone deliver the resources to you. Okay, after hanging up the phone, it wasn't long before the resources arrived. They included videos and 2 types of materials, with detailed content, precautions, and teaching processes all included. If this were outside, such resources could not be bought for any amount of money. And for him, just asking, and someone prepared everything well for him. This truly illustrates the significant gap between commoners and privileged offspring. Those who can rise from humble beginnings are never solely due to their efforts. It's because someone recognized their talent and chose to invest in them. Otherwise, relying solely on one's continuous hard work, even with a talent that defies the odds, one's future achievements would still be limited. Huai opened the resources and started looking. There were 3 skills, all advanced skills. The first was Thunder Strike, a skill that trained the thunder element within the body, stimulating the cells for a short burst of power. Combined with Dragon Claw, it could significantly enhance the power and penetration of Dragon Claw, add a paralysis effect, and also increase movement and strike speed. The second was Fire Scar, which caused continuous, hard-to-recover burn marks on the opponent's body through contact-type attacks. When combined with Dragon Claw, it would allow the claws to carry a fiery aura, increasing the attack surface of Dragon Claw and enabling sustained combat. The third was Tornado, which controlled air currents to form a tornado for attack. When combined with Dragon Claw, it would use the claw's movement to create multiple, stronger tornadoes for attack, making Dragon Claw sharper and adding a wind attribute cutting effect. All 3 skill combinations with Dragon Claw were quite good, and the combinations suggested were merely the old man's recommendations. They could also be adjusted based on Huai's own ideas and experiences. After watching the video effects, Huai ultimately chose the first skill. Chapter 029, The Embarrassment of Pei Wuti. It's decided, it's you, Thunder. Huai confirmed the skill and informed the old man, who immediately sent resources for Thunder S training. These mainly consisted of materials related to the Thunder element. Learning a new skill is not an easy task. It's not something you can master just by watching it a couple of times or by slapping a skill book on the creature's head. There's a complete teaching process involved, along with the need for props and materials to stimulate the factors within the creature, forming a closed loop, allowing it to learn the skill. The subsequent step is to continuously strengthen this skill. For beast taming skills, the focus is primarily on quality rather than quantity. Even if one wants to learn multiple skills, they should mainly focus on functional skills to tackle issues encountered in the wild. However, the main skills typically number only 2 or 3, embodying the idea of one trick that can conquer all. Battle dragons continually strengthen the combination of Dragon Claws and any skill to form a profound ability, enhancing its power, which ultimately leads to the formation of a new skill after evolution, a skill that comes with levels. Before the resources arrive, let us train those Dragon Claws well. Baby Dragon. Resources were delivered the next afternoon around 3 o'clock. A lot, because the old man didn't just bring resources for Huai, but also a suitable training ground for the baby dragon to learn this skill, prompting Huai to exclaim, "Wow." With everything ready, Huai got started right away. The difficulty of learning advanced skills is quite high. If one's comprehension is lacking, it might take 1 or 2 years to master. Fortunately, the baby dragon is exceptionally gifted, learning the Thunder skill in just over 4 hours. Well done, baby dragon. As expected of an advanced skill, this skill at level 1 already has power comparable to that of a level 78 Dragon Claw. The baby dragon, receiving praise, immediately displayed a proud smile, eliciting laughter from Huai. Next, let us work hard together. Just as Huai and the baby dragon were eager to continue training the Thunder skill, the Dark Abyss dragon suddenly communicated telepathically. Huai, I sense an unpleasant presence deep in the forest. There's a battle. An unpleasant presence? A battle? Huai was momentarily taken aback. Yes, the opponent is that little brat from before. He isn't doing very well now. That little brat? Huai didn't react immediately, but quickly realized. Huai twitched the corner of his mouth. Indeed, as the Dark Abyss dragon. It could refer to Pei Wuti in that way. Is that unpleasant presence related to the Black Magic Society? Yes, I see. Then Grandpa Dark Abyss. Let us go take a look. The Dark Abyss dragon paused and asked, "You're going to?" Of course, it's a good opportunity to meet Senior Pei. Huai smiled broadly, thinking it might be more interesting to meet in this way. All right, but don't get too close. Wait until I assess the situation over there. You should stay on my shoulder. The Dark Abyss dragon thought for a moment and felt it would be safer on its shoulder. As for whether there would be danger, as an established overlord of beast taming, it naturally feared nothing in the night. The time was just right at 8 o'clock, and the night was deep. Then I'll trouble you, Grandpa Dark Abyss. Let us go? As the Dark Abyss dragon's words echoed in Huai's mind, in the next moment, Huai didn't even know how he found himself on the Dark Abyss dragon's shoulder. The baby dragon sat right beside Huai, squeezing together. The Dark Abyss dragon was quite large, normally over 5 meters tall. When entering battle mode, its size could reach more than 20 meters. After bringing Huai and the baby dragon over, the Dark Abyss dragon directly plunged into the darkness. Huai and the baby dragon sat on the Dark Abyss dragon's shoulder, feeling no bumps or airflow. The Dark Abyss Dragon had already covered them with a layer of dark protective shield, keeping them safe inside. The Dark Abyss Dragon moved swiftly, even in a forest filled with obstacles, as if walking on flat ground. In less than 5 minutes, the Dark Abyss Dragon's voice was heard. "We're here. Hold on tight." In the inner area of Forest City, Zone 1, Pei Wuti was shimmering with golden light, wielding a golden spear, clad in golden armor, and riding a large golden tiger. This appearance should have been quite imposing, but Pei Wuti was currently in a very embarrassing situation. "Mr. Pei, you might as well surrender. We already knew you would come here, and we've set up a trap specifically targeting beast tamers with your fusion talent." Surrounding Pei Wuti were 3 figures in black robes, but these 3 were not wearing hoods. Instead, they wore masks. Playing card masks. All were spades. Specifically the 6 of spades, 7 of spades, and 9 of spades. In front of the 3, alongside Pei Wuti, were over 10 beasts. All these beasts were of the king level, each exuding a terrifying aura. Pei Wuti had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale. His gaze fell on a device held by the 9 of spades, giving a bitter smile. "I admit defeat. I was too trusting of others." Pei Wuti felt very uncomfortable inside. With his strength, if it weren't for that device specifically limiting fusion talents, even if he couldn't capture these 3 high-ranking members of the Black Magic Society, he could still escape calmly. But someone within the country leaked his whereabouts, leading to the current situation. Moreover, Pei Wuti had already figured out who it was. That device was developed by the United States, and its effect was quite simple. It creates a biological magnetic field that affects the degree of fusion between the fusion talent holder and their beasts. The impact isn't much, probably reducing strength by about 10%. But this reduction is extremely fatal for Pei Wuti. Pei Wuti differs from most other fusion beast tamers. His fusion method centers around himself, with all beasts aimed at strengthening him individually. One main beast fuses with his body, granting him strength comparable to that of a beast. The other beasts serve as weapons, armor, fire spirits, and a golden dragon and tiger as his mount. Everything revolves around him, serving to enhance his individual strength. Because of this, his personal power can stack to a terrifying level, allowing him to maintain invincibility for a certain period even against primary overlord beasts. This is still because several of the beasts he contracted have not yet reached the peak of the king level. Chapter 030. What a load of nonsense. Huai's fury. "Mr. Pei, our organization admires people like you. If you're willing to join us, we can grant you this base today and elevate you to a higher position." The 9 of spades chuckled, as if everything was under his control. Pei Wuti's strength is formidable, and if he could be absorbed into the organization, it would be a tremendous boon for both him and the organization. After all, Pei Wuti's talent is also impressive, with a great possibility of becoming a legend in the future. "Oh really?" A mocking smile appeared on Pei Wuti's face. "Unfortunately, I have no interest in joining your Black Magic Society. Mr. Pei, you may have some misunderstandings about our Black Magic Society." The 9 of spades completely ignored Pei Wuti's attitude and continued to explain with a smile. "The world holds certain misconceptions about us. We, the Black Magic Society, are not an evil organization." Pei Wuti's sarcastic smile grew more pronounced. If it weren't for trying to buy more time to recover from his injuries and escape, he would have reacted differently. "Mr. Pei, this world originally belonged to us humans. It was these beast tamers who invaded our homeland, killed our compatriots, and nearly caused the extinction of our race. Our ancestors had to compromise with these beasts to survive. But now, the beast tamers have forgotten that the ancestors of these beasts slaughtered our descendants. You may have forgotten, but we, the Black Magic Society, have not. We seek revenge, to make humanity the true ruler of this world. Beasts are merely tools for us humans. They should not hold such a high status." As Black Spade 9 spoke, his tone became heated, and the 2 people beside him were similarly affected. "Is this your justification for slaughtering cities? For conducting live experiments?" Pei Wuti could hardly bear to listen and couldn't help but interject. Black Spade 9 glanced at Pei Wuti, his gaze unsettling, as if looking at a fool. "A general success comes at the cost of countless bones. What is this small sacrifice compared to making humanity the true helm of the beast world? Moreover, these are strategic sacrifices set by our organization. If they knew, they would surely forgive us." Pei Wuti felt nauseated by Black Spade 9's disgusting words. "Strategic sacrifice? They would forgive you? Forgive what? Forgive nothing." Huh. Pei Wuti was taken aback. Who voiced his inner thoughts? The sudden shout drew the attention of Black Spade 9 and his associates. "Who is it? Grandfather of the Dark, kill all these disgusting people." Huai had previously known that the Black Magic Society was a maleficent organization, but he never expected it to be so twisted. Under the guise of doing good for the world, they killed people and claimed that those who learned of their motives would understand and forgive them. These people were simply inhuman. No wonder the Dark Dragon of Shadows found them repulsive. As the words fell, Black Spade 9 and his group felt a terrifying power rise within them. The aura of a dominator. Black Spade 9 and the others were horrified. A dominator. This was the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Each dominator was a terrifying existence. Even if their black magic society was known as one of the 3 great evil organizations in the world, they only had 3 legendary beast tamers. Among these 3 legendary beast tamers, only one was stationed in Dragon Country. Run. What can we do if a dominator beast suddenly appears in this world? Run. Otherwise, we'll just wait to die here. Domain of darkness. Suddenly, the entire world went dark. This darkness was completely different from the night. It was as if the world had lost all brightness. Fear spread within Black Spade 9 and his group. Crack. The instruments in their hands shattered. Little ghost. Hurry and get your revenge. Leave no one alive. Little ghost. That voice. Upon hearing that title, Pei Wudi's mouth twitched slightly. It was indeed the companion of the predecessor. Pei Wudi was instantly excited. Without the constraints of that device, he could finally unleash his full power. Very well, you will bear my wrath. Wrath of the War God. This was a skill created by Pei Wudi. Darkness deprivation. Bang. The Dark Dragon of Shadows was terrifying. In fact, it excelled at close combat. Its physical strength was what truly instilled fear. With the Dark Dragon of Shadows and Pei Wudi unleashing their full power, these people couldn't hold out for long. If it weren't for that device, Pei Wudi alone could have taken on all 3 of them. Not to mention that under the pressure of the Dark Dragon of Shadows, they had long lost their will to fight and were only focused on fleeing. Total annihilation. Except for a few who were killed at the beginning. The rest were captured alive. Predecessor. After doing all this, Pei Wudi excitedly ran to the Dark Dragon of Shadows, his tone extremely enthusiastic. If it weren't for the Dark Dragon of Shadows coming to his rescue today, Pei Wudi would have fallen into the hands of these disgusting people. Little ghost. Your strength has increased quite a bit. The Dark Dragon of Shadows returned to its normal state. The previous battle was merely a warm-up for it. Upon hearing this, Pei Wudi chuckled, and just as he was about to be modest, his expression turned green. Your brain still hasn't developed. You're too foolish. Predecessor. You're being too direct. At least give me some face. Pei Wudi forced a smile, but quickly realized that saying this was indeed unnecessary. Although the Dark Dragon of Shadows could speak and communicate like a normal person, its true nature was that of a dragon, so being direct was normal. Pei Wudi's gaze quickly shifted to Huai, who was on the Dark Dragon of Shadow's shoulder. Predecessor Pei, hello? Huai grinned and jumped down from the Dark Dragon of Shadow's shoulder. He had initially wanted to watch the show, but since Pei Wudi was looking at him, it would be impolite not to come down. Still calling me Predecessor Pei? Pei Wudi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Uncle Pei, you little brat. Are you just here to see me make a fool of myself? Pei Wudi's face turned red as he realized that Huai must have known him for a long time. He regretted wanting to take Huai as a disciple. It was truly embarrassing. If this got back to Hong, he would probably laugh at him for a long time. Pei Wudi and Hong had a good relationship and often teamed up during missions or in secret realms. However, both were busy individuals and mostly just arranged to meet at specific places. Where were you? It was just the occasion. If I had called you Uncle Pei, wouldn't that have been more awkward? Huai explained, and Pei Wudi felt it was indeed the case. But isn't the college entrance examination tomorrow? What are you doing here? Chapter 031. You're only in the 2nd year? A shocked Pei Wudi. College entrance examination? Huai was taken aback. The current date was June 9th, and tomorrow was indeed the college entrance examination. Yes, the college entrance examination is tomorrow, although the written test is in the morning. You should still review and prepare properly. That Uncle Pei. What? I'm only in the 3rd year in September. Huh. Pei Wudi was momentarily stunned, seemingly not understanding Huai's words. The closing ceremony hasn't been held yet. I should still be considered a 2nd-year student. You're in the 2nd year? Although Pei Wudi had a good relationship with Hong, they generally didn't talk about family matters. Pei Wudi only knew Huai was around this age, but didn't know his exact age. Yes, Huai replied naturally. Pei Wudi's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. You're only in the 2nd year? Huai nodded, and Pei Wudi circled around him. If it weren't for the Dark Dragon of Shadows being present, Pei Wudi would have suspected Huai was deliberately trying to fool him. Wow, you must have awakened your beast taming talent on June 1st, right? Even if someone had trained your precious dragon skills before to ensure a successful contract, its level wouldn't be too high, and the skills would at most be level 5. In other words, you managed to reach this level in less than 10 days? Let me calm down. Pei Wudi struggled to calm his racing heart before slowly accepting this fact, but he couldn't help but blurt out. Your whole family is full of freaks. Upon hearing this, Huai didn't react much, but Pei Wudi felt a death glare directed at him. It was the death stare from the abyssal dragon that made Pei Wudi freeze in place, not daring to speak again. Pei Wudi was right. The Gu family was indeed a bunch of freaks. Pei Wudi was 7 years older than Hong, but the difference in strength between the two was not obvious. Gu Hong married early. He got married to Gu Huai's mother at the age of 22 and had Gu Huai at 24, so he is just over 40 now. Pei Wuti married relatively late, as he is indeed a commoner. He married at the age of 36, 14 years later than Gu Hong. However, what is remarkable about Pei Wuti is that his spouse is 8 years younger than him and is from the Gung family in Magic City. After waiting for a while, the killing intent of the abyssal dragon slowly dissipated, and Pei Wuti dared to speak again. I'll go in and see what these people are doing inside. Uncle Pei, I'll go in with you. This place might not be suitable for you. It could be quite bloody. Pei Wuti was still being quite tactful. In reality, it was not just bloody but could only be described as unbearable to look at. When Pei Wuti first saw it, he couldn't help but vomit. I'm mentally prepared. All right, if you feel uncomfortable later, just come out. Jin Bao, keep an eye on these people and don't let them escape. Roar. The golden tiger responded and stayed in place. The abyssal dragon followed Gu Huai, as everyone knew that there might be sudden dangers inside. Staying close to Gu Huai would also better protect his safety. During this time, Pei Wuti directly reported the situation here to the national authorities and shared his suspicions. And with Gu En's consent, he revealed the matter regarding the abyssal dragon. With Gu En's involvement, the national side naturally paid more attention. At the same time, Gu Huai also learned why Pei Wuti was here. He was tracking the Black Magic Society's Spade 9 to this place. They entered the underground laboratory of the Black Magic Society. It was huge. The entire underground had been hollowed out, and there were quite a few staff members inside. However, these staff members were all lost in the dark realm of the abyssal dragon, completely unaware of what was happening. There were many horrifying experiments being conducted inside, with various gruesome scenes that made Gu Huai's scalp tingle. It was fortunate that these organization members dared to say they would forgive us. They were truly shameless. Various live experiments. They even grafted things from beasts onto humans for live experiments, turning people into something unrecognizable. There were probably 200 to 300 people used for experiments here, including children and infants. It was like a hell on earth. Gu Huai and Pei Wuti arrived at the deepest part of the laboratory, where the Black Magic Society's most important experiment was taking place, called the God-Making Project. According to the Black Magic Society's philosophy, humans should be the masters of this world, and beasts are tools for humans to become stronger. However, beasts indeed possess powerful abilities that humans do not have. Even beast masters with fusion talents merely borrow the power of their beasts and cannot retain it permanently. Therefore, they were researching a gene, one that could allow humans to possess the same powers as beasts. However, the error tolerance of this gene was too low, and there were certain requirements for human physique, making it difficult for them to find enough test subjects. As a result, they focused on beasts that were most similar to humans, specifically the stone monkeys. The laboratory was filled with stone monkeys in various sizes in experimental tanks. All these stone monkeys were test subjects. Their expressions varied, with most appearing numb. Most of their bodies were mutilated, with few being intact. Some were even in the process of bleeding. What a bunch of beasts. Yes, the Black Magic Society must be eradicated, but unfortunately, they have infiltrated high levels of human society quite deeply, and some people we don't know the identities of until they remove their masks. Moreover, several other countries still adopt a laissez-faire attitude towards these forces, which further increases the difficulty for us in Dongwang to combat them. Pei Wuti sighed. Under such circumstances, unless all the countries in the world sincerely unite against them, otherwise, only Dongwang is serious, which is futile. Gu Huai nodded. But soon his attention was drawn to a stone monkey in one of the experimental tanks. The stone monkey had its eyes closed, and its body was covered in needles. It was evident that it was in pain, its face twisted in agony, yet it bore a faint hint of mockery, as if it did not regard everything before it seriously. This stone monkey, Gu Huai unconsciously walked over. Grandpa Abyssal, can you rescue it without harming the stone monkey? No problem. As soon as the words of the abyssal dragon fell, the stone monkey was enveloped by a dark force. And immediately, all the needles disappeared, and its wounds healed significantly in an instant. How marvelous. But this is the power of a sovereign-level beast. Chapter 032, Mutated Stone Monkey. Dragon Demon Dual Attributes. The stone monkey emerged from the experimental tank, and the sudden feeling of comfort enveloped its entire body. The twisted expression on the stone monkey's face disappeared, replaced by a look of confusion in its eyes. At this moment, Gu Huai also checked the information about the stone monkey. Beast, stone monkey, mutated. Attributes, dragon demon. Bloodline, high-level commander. Strength, awakening stage 3. Skills, none. Dragon demon? Gu Huai was instantly stunned. This stone monkey actually possessed dragon attributes? Is this the result of that group's experiments? They directly erased the stone monkey's original attributes and created 2 powerful attributes anew. The Black Magic Society indeed has some capability in scientific research. Experiments can be conducted, but they must not involve morals and laws. The stone monkey merely glanced at Huai with disdain, seemingly aware of its fate, and did not resist. It had witnessed the fates of its companions and knew the results of resistance. Ultimately, it was still too weak. If its strength were greater, it could control its own destiny. The mutated stone monkey clenched its fist, its thin, fur-covered hand bulging with veins. You are safe now. But what the mutated stone monkey did not expect was that the first thing it heard was this. Huh. The mutated stone monkey's tone was filled with confusion. I should say, you are all safe now. From today on, you will never again suffer the pain you endured before. Huai reached out, wanting to stroke the head of the mutated stone monkey, but it dodged away. The mutated stone monkey's eyes were filled with vigilance. Unsure of what this human was up to, Huai observed the mutated stone monkey's actions and did not get angry. After all, it was a normal reaction. Huai smiled at the mutated stone monkey and then turned to Pei Wuti beside him. Uncle Pei, I feel a connection with this stone monkey. Can I take it with me? Don't worry, I will register it with the country. Pei Wuti smiled at Huai's words. If it were someone else, it would naturally not be allowed. But for you, it's not a problem. You meet the standards. However, although this stone monkey is very special, with dragon demon attributes and a good initial bloodline, we don't know its physical condition and other factors. Huai naturally understood what Pei Wuti meant and smiled as he explained, Uncle Pei, I want to take risks, and my mom will be with me. Your mom? Pei Wuti was taken aback for a moment and then suddenly laughed. That's right, I almost forgot about your sister-in-law. Given her position in the research community, this is indeed a small matter. You can handle it yourself. Then I'll take this stone monkey. That is troublesome for you, Uncle Pei. Haha. It's no trouble at all. If anyone is causing trouble, it's me bothering you. If it weren't for your help, I, Uncle Pei, might have really met my end here. Uncle Pei owes you a life. Pei Wuti's tone gradually became serious, and he meant it. Uncle Pei, you are being too modest. Fighting against the Black Demon Society is everyone's responsibility. You are a hero, I'm just passing by. Huai naturally wouldn't take this matter to heart, and besides, he was speaking from the heart. Pei Wuti smiled and said no more. For someone with his personality, one mention was enough. Regardless of whether Huai would take it to heart, he had remembered this favor. After chatting with Pei Wuti for a few more moments, Huai left with the Dark Abyss Dragon. The mutated stone monkey was also taken away by Huai. Initially, the mutated stone monkey was unwilling to leave. But upon seeing the Dark Abyss Dragon, it changed its mind. At the same time, the mutated stone monkey craved the power of the Dark Abyss Dragon. If it had such powerful strength, it wouldn't have to face such crises, and its companions could survive as well. At the stone monkey camp, after the Dark Abyss Dragon dropped Huai off nearby, it continued to hide in the darkness. Come with me. Huai didn't say much to the mutated stone monkey. Some things couldn't be explained. Huai planned to bring it into the camp to let it interact with the other stone monkeys, allowing them to speak on its behalf. Kindred spirits are the best advocates. Huai believed that the mutated stone monkey would trust him. The mutated stone monkey didn't speak or resist. Although it couldn't sense the presence of the Dark Abyss Dragon, it understood one thing. Just because it couldn't feel it didn't mean the Dark Abyss Dragon wasn't there. Its inability to sense it was due to its own lack of strength, and the mutated stone monkey was quite self-aware in this regard. Go inside. From today on, this will be your new home. The other stone monkeys curiously examined the newly arrived mutated stone monkey, which nervously looked back at them. Is this another new experimental base? The stone monkey that had first fought with Huai, the little monkey of the precious dragon, was the first to approach and greet the mutated stone monkey. However, the mutated stone monkey was quite proud and completely ignored it, which hurt the little monkey's feelings. At this moment, a female stone monkey approached with a gentle tone. The mutated stone monkey glanced at the female stone monkey, and its eyes immediately lit up. Soon, a happy smile spread across the face of the mutated stone monkey. For the next few days, Huai didn't disturb the mutated stone monkey. However, he was concerned about its physical condition and had the Dark Abyss Dragon keep an eye on it. If anything seemed off, he wanted the Dark Abyss Dragon to alert him. But after observing for several days, the mutated stone monkey's physical condition was quite good, and there were no major issues. Its mood, however, might not be very friendly, as it was too weak. This group of stone monkeys were all battle maniacs, and as the weakest, it naturally took the most beatings. In fact, the mutated stone monkey didn't care much about getting beaten. What it cared about was being beaten in front of the beautiful stone monkeys. This was something it couldn't accept. Thus, the mutated stone monkey began to train furiously. It must be said that its comprehension was indeed strong. After taking a few hits, it learned the skill of hardening on its own. And its level also increased from Awakening Stage 3 to Awakening Stage 4. Its combat talent was also astonishing, which made Huai have to describe it as exceptionally gifted. Chapter 033. convincing the mutated stone monkey. The first appearance of Dragon Claw Thunder. If Huai hadn't intervened, it wouldn't be long before the mutated stone monkey would shed its title as the weakest and gradually become the strongest in this stone monkey camp, entering the inner circle of Area 1. However, the mutated stone monkey's future would likely stop at the commander level, and it would be difficult to become stronger. It's not that the wild is bad, but the difficulty of becoming stronger in the wild is too great. Becoming a beast master has many benefits. First, the beast space can accelerate the growth of the beasts, allowing them to become stronger faster. Second, the beast master has access to corresponding resources, systematically training the beast's skills and levels, which can also make them stronger. Of course, becoming a beast is not without drawbacks. After becoming a beast, one loses a certain degree of freedom. Moreover, if the beast master is too careless or foolish, it can also affect the beast's growth, even slowing it down. Therefore, for the beasts, choosing a good beast master is also crucial. In fact, it's a kind of mutual pursuit. Not bad. This monkey indeed has the talent to become strong. The Dark Abyss Dragon had been observing the mutated stone monkey these days at Huai's request and understood its situation. Grandpa Dark Abyss, what do you think about me choosing it as my second beast? As soon as Huai said this, the Dark Abyss Dragon was taken aback and quickly replied, Huai, don't think too much. This monkey is quite good, but it's still somewhat different from the beast you arranged for me, right? Huai smiled and said, as the only heir of the Gu family in this generation, Huai's path was naturally paved for him. This included the selection of his future beasts, which was basically all arranged. In fact, the old man had long ago made arrangements with some old friends to keep some exceptionally talented dragon cubs specifically for Huai. Of course, if Huai had unexpected gains during this time and obtained better dragon cubs, that would be fine too. However, it was clear that this mutated stone monkey was not on that list. The Dark Abyss Dragon nodded. Huai smiled and said, Grandpa Dark Abyss, you must have heard the strongest beast evolutionists say something, right? The Dark Abyss Dragon remained silent. There are no strongest beasts, only the strongest beast masters. When Huai finished this sentence, his smile was extremely radiant. The Dark Abyss Dragon looked at Huai's smile and felt an overwhelming sense of confidence emanating from him, which made the Dark Abyss Dragon's heart tremble. It felt as if it saw its old partner. All right, I'll let you pass this test. But if you want to contract this mutated stone monkey, you still need the old man's consent. Don't worry, I will convince him. After Huai said this, he strode forward, heading straight for the mutated stone monkey. The mutated stone monkey, which was training its arms against a tree, sensed Huai's presence and looked up in confusion. Over the past few days, the mutated stone monkey had learned about Huai and the precious dragon from the other stone monkeys, so its gaze towards Huai was no longer so wary. On the contrary, there was a hint of gratitude in the depths of the mutated stone monkey's eyes, though it was deeply hidden. Under the gaze of the mutated stone monkey, Huai walked up to it. Can I sit? The mutated stone monkey instinctively nodded. Huai then naturally sat down. I've seen you working hard these past few days. The mutated stone monkey didn't say anything. It didn't understand what Huai was trying to express. It's clear that you really want to become stronger. The mutated stone monkey instinctively nodded. It really wanted to become stronger. But do you think you can become very strong like this? The mutated stone monkey shook its head. It had no concept of that. Come out, precious dragon. When it comes to persuasion, Huai was still quite capable. Bah! After several days of training, the precious dragon had grown a bit larger, now standing close to 50 centimeters tall. Of course, these were not the key points. The most crucial aspect was the strength of the precious dragon. Beast, precious dragon, color variant. Attribute, dragon. Bloodline, high-level extraordinary. Strength, awakening stage 9. Skills, dragon claw 32, thunder movement 20. This is the current panel of Baby Dragon. Recently, Baby Dragon has been focusing all its attention on the advanced skill thunder movement, hardly spending any points on Dragon Claw, only upgrading it by 1 level. Thunder movement is just 1 level away from mastery, and once it is mastered, Baby Dragon can begin training the combination of these two skills, forming a profound skill that can rival super-level skills. You should have heard about Baby Dragon from those little guys. In recent days, Baby Dragon has rarely engaged in battles with the stone monkeys. The main reason is that Baby Dragon's strength has increased too quickly, and thunder movement is a very dangerous skill. None of the stone monkeys in the camp are a match for Baby Dragon anymore. In simple terms, this place is temporarily unsuitable for Baby Dragon to train. If it weren't for giving the mutated stone monkeys a bit more time, Huai would have left this place a couple of days ago to venture deeper. The mutated stone monkey nodded, its eyes showing a hint of strangeness. To be honest, it didn't quite believe it. Baby Dragon, show us what you can do. Baby Dragon excitedly roared, as it was eager to perform. Baby Dragon directly transformed its left hand into a bright silver claw shadow. In fact, this was just for show and not practical at all, but for a performance. The more spectacular, the better. Moreover, given the strength of the mutated stone monkey, if Baby Dragon were too restrained, the mutated stone monkey might not even notice the effect. Thunder movement. Since it's a performance, it must be the full set. Zzz. At that moment, it sounded like 1,000 birds were chirping. Baby Dragon's figure suddenly surged. Like a flash of lightning, the mutated stone monkey tried hard to widen its eyes, wanting to catch the trajectory of Baby Dragon's movement, but unfortunately, it failed. Boom. Dragon Claw was unleashed. The target was a huge rock. At the moment Dragon Claw struck, the power of thunder also burst forth, enveloping the entire Dragon Claw. With a roar like thunder, the huge rock was blown to pieces like tofu. The mutated stone monkey's pupils constricted. The power was so strong. If this hit were to land on itself, the mutated stone monkey shook its head vigorously. No way. If it hit me, I would turn into monkey paste. Too terrifying. Little monkey, do you want to learn? Huai then walked to the side of the mutated stone monkey, his expression resembling that of an old man selling various magical manuals on the street. 10 yuan each. Chapter 034. The Routine Stone Monkey. Naming. Unfortunately, this routine was unfamiliar to the mutated stone monkey, which now felt a rush of heat in its forehead, blood surging. Could such a powerful skill be something it could learn? Without any hesitation, the mutated stone monkey nodded frantically. Huai was pleased in his heart, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Huai knew well the psychology of humans and beast masters. The easier something is to obtain, the less likely it is to be cherished or believed in. Huai didn't intend to let the mutated stone monkey obtain it so easily. He had been raising it this way for a few days with this in mind. If you want to learn, I can teach you. However, the mutated stone monkey was not foolish. It knew that Huai was about to set conditions. What do you think you have that is equivalent to this? The mutated stone monkey frowned, seemingly at a loss. No, wait. The mutated stone monkey suddenly thought that they, the beast masters, could contract with beast masters. It wasn't stupid. It could naturally guess Huai's meaning. Aya. The mutated stone monkey pointed at itself, indicating that it was worth this value. Huai did not immediately agree, but instead looked towards Baby Dragon. How do you think you compare to my Baby Dragon? At this moment, Baby Dragon cooperatively lifted its head, puffed out its chest, and looked proud. The sight was enough to make even a monkey want to hit a dragon. The mutated stone monkey glanced at Baby Dragon, then at its own hand, its eyes filled with confusion. I see you have some self-awareness. With my family background, I can choose a better beast than you. Upon hearing this, the mutated stone monkey turned its gaze to Huai. Huai's gaze also rested on the mutated stone monkey. But I feel quite a connection with you. Do you have the confidence to walk with me on the path of the strong? Huai extended his hand to the mutated stone monkey, having given enough pressure. Huai was afraid that if he continued, this little monkey would lose its spirit. Aya, you really want to contract with me? The mutated stone monkey seemed a bit unsure. Don't you have confidence? Aya, I do. Louder. Aya, I have to say, this method is quite effective. Huai and the mutated stone monkey's hands were thus clasped together, their gazes meeting, igniting sparks. Baby, what about me? Baby Dragon couldn't help but place its chubby paw on top, joining Huai and the mutated stone monkey's hands together. At that moment, the three of them couldn't help but smile. Then let us get strong together. Baby, Aya, although it was a bit awkward. For the still juvenile Baby Dragon and the mutated stone monkey, the effect was excellent. Sure enough, both Baby Dragon and the mutated stone monkey were fired up, and one could feel the spark in their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Huai continued. By the way, I think directly calling you by your beast names isn't very intimate. There are too many with the same name, so I plan to give you both a name. The eyes of Baby Dragon and the mutated stone monkey lit up. Naming? Great, they would finally have names. Fantastic. Baby Dragon and the mutated stone monkey looked at Huai with anticipation, hoping he could give them a nice name, but unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Huai's family was known for being terrible at naming, just like how old Master Gu named the abyssal dragon. He simply used the first two characters. However, since the Gu family has had 3 baby dragons for generations, the naming of baby dragons wouldn't follow the beast's name. Of course, it was quite casual as well. Thunder Saint Dragon King, Fire Blaze Tyrant Dragon King, Wind Thunder Cloud Saint Dragon. Old Master Gu's 3 baby dragons were named Lei Yu, Yin Yu, and Yun Yu, respectively. Gu Heng's 3 baby dragons were named Lei Kuang, Hua Kuang, and Feng Kuang. These names made Huai feel that it was better not to name them at all. Baby Dragon, the skill I choose for you is Thunder Movement, which means your future evolution path is Thunder Saint Dragon King. Baby Dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thunder Saint Dragon King, that name sounds really cool. So let's call you Little Lei, how about that? Baby Dragon's forehead appeared with several question marks. Just this name? I refuse. Baby Dragon immediately protested. The mutated stone monkey also took a step back, seemingly realizing that letting this human name them might not be a good choice. You think this name sounds good? Huai would not admit that his naming was bad. Baby Dragon quickly shook its head. Good? What is good about it? Ultimately, after bargaining between Huai, Baby Dragon, and the mutated stone monkey, the names were finally decided. Baby Dragon would be called Lei Bao, and the mutated stone monkey would be called Lei Ho. Huai felt that these two names were quite cheesy, but he couldn't resist the affection of the two little guys. Especially since the mutated stone monkey seemed to insist on having the word thunder in its name, as if it could show off its dominance that way. It finally settled on the name Lei Ho. Huai rejected this name, saying, Lei Ho, isn't that just you? Fortunately, people in this world did not know the meaning of Lei Ho. Baby Dragon has also teamed up with Thunder, and there's a treasure added at the end, making Huai speechless. These two names are nowhere near as good as the Little Thunder and Little Monkey he initially wanted. Two clueless guys. Hee Beastmaster. Once the names were settled, the two little guys started howling excitedly, urging Huai to arrange training for them. Huai has already set up the training plan for Baby Dragon. Next, they will head deep into Area 1 for training, consuming the skill enhancements from the points and fine-tuning the combination of the two skills. However, things are a bit troublesome with Thunder Monkey. Since Thunder Monkey is not yet Huai's beast, he cannot allocate points to it. For now, all Huai can do is help Thunder Monkey customize a training plan and observe its condition up close. Just in time, his mom's team is almost here. So he'll let them conduct a detailed check on Thunder Monkey's data and information. They should be arriving soon, right? Just as Huai finishes speaking, a familiar voice sounds in his ear. Gu Xiao, long time no see. Sister Bing. Huai's face immediately lit up with joy. Sister Bing, whose full name is Qin Bing, is one of Huai's mom's disciples and is deeply favored by her. Huai is unsure of her age, but Qin Bing is a typical mature and knowledgeable woman, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and having a figure that rivals Tsunade, making people unable to help but want to take a second look. Behind Qin Bing, two girls follow, both of whom are familiar to Huai. His mom has a characteristic that all the people in her laboratory are women, without exception. Huai has seen these two girls in his mom's lab, and they are acquaintances. Chapter 035, Thunder Monkey's Crisis. Is this the little monkey you got? Qin Bing is quite familiar with Huai, as Mu Qing often brings her home for dinner, and they have become acquainted over time. Qin Bing is a workaholic. After greeting Huai, she gets straight to the point. Thunder Monkey, say hi to Sister Bing. Oh. Thunder Monkey lowers its head and shyly hides behind Huai. Who would have thought this little guy is a bit socially anxious? No, Huai squints his eyes. He suddenly remembers that this little guy was also shy when facing the Mother Stone Monkey, but had a strong desire to perform. It seems he has hit the nail on the head. A playful smile appears at the corner of Huai's mouth. Hello, little monkey. I'll give you a test later. Ing, Xiao, bring out the equipment. Qin Bing is indeed swift and decisive, completely contrary to her name. Yes, Sister Bing. The two girls behind her are also quick and to the point, opening the temporary beast space, and two mechanical beasts rush out. These two robots are not combat type. They are specially developed for research. However, this type of robot is generally quite simple when first developed. Subsequent functions need to be gradually enhanced based on the user, which means continuously strengthening the research robot's capabilities. There are many types of research robots. Huai knows that his mom has more than 10 research robots, each of which has consumed a lot of time and effort. Little monkey, it will be ready soon. Qin Bing's face carries a gentle smile, and her tone is soft. Thunder Monkey is still too young, and quickly becomes absorbed in the gentle smile and tone of the older sister. By the time it realizes, Thunder Monkey has already been restrained. Thunder Monkey panics. Be good. At this moment, Qin Bing's tone remains gentle, but the next moment, her tone turns cold. Let us start the experiment. Yes. The two girls immediately begin operating, their movements fluid. Qin Bing is not idle either, observing Thunder Monkey's reactions and condition. After the initial panic, Thunder Monkey gradually calms down. It has gone through many such experiments. Plus, Huai had just told it that to understand its situation well, a future route and training plan could be established. Qin Bing and her team are quick in their actions. The two research robots, belonging to Mu Qing, are incredibly efficient. In less than 10 minutes, various data and information about Thunder Monkey appears on the robot. Beast, Stone Monkey variant. Attribute, Dragon Evil. Bloodline, High-level Commander. Strength Awakening, Level 4. Skills, Entry-level Hardening. Special trait, contains a weak destruction force, which constantly attempts to erode the Stone Monkey's consciousness, dragging it into the abyss. Strange. But the data also indicates that there is another mysterious force within the Stone Monkey that counters this destruction force. The Dragon Evil attribute seems to be the product of the conflict between these two forces. Qin Bing looks at the information, lost in thought. She has never seen such a situation before. Sister Bing, what are the results? Is Thunder Monkey safe? Gu Huai is still quite worried about Thunder Monkey's safety. According to the information, the little monkey should already be on the verge of death. As soon as Qin Bing says this, Gu Huai's heart tightens, and he quickly asks, "Then Sister Bing, do you have a way to save it?" Thunder Monkey also looks nervously at Qin Bing. "Don't worry, let me finish." Thunder Monkey contains destruction force, a very pure form of destruction force, which continuously destroys the little monkey's vitality, trying to consume it. The problem is, the little monkey also contains a mysterious, unknown force that constantly releases vitality to protect it, countering the destruction force. The little monkey's dragon evil attribute is the result of these two forces clashing. However, the growth rate of this mysterious, unknown force is too slow. It cannot keep up with the strength of the destruction force and will eventually be completely consumed by it. If the little monkey wants to survive, there are only two paths to take. After speaking, Qin Bing turns her gaze to Gu Huai and Thunder Monkey. What paths? The first path is to find this mysterious force and continue injecting it into the little monkey. But this force is unknown, and I can't be sure if I can find it, or if there exists another similar force in this world. The second path is to allow the little monkey to master this force, continuously strengthening its own abilities and producing this force. This method is the best. However, based on the increasing speed of the destruction force, this path is also very difficult. Qin Bing leaves the choice to Gu Huai. I see, then Sister Bing. How long can the energy within Thunder Monkey last? About 2 months. If Thunder Monkey doesn't break through to the extraordinary realm within 2 months, the destruction force will completely consume it. 2 months? Gu Huai squints his eyes. That's enough. Gu Huai's mind has a plan. It seems his time is becoming more urgent. The timeline cannot be too tight, which means he must have Baby Dragon complete its evolution within a month, allowing himself to become a junior Beast Master and open the second contract slot to contract Thunder Monkey. With the help of the infinite point allocation talent and abundant resources, Gu Huai is confident he can help Thunder Monkey break through to the extraordinary realm in 20 days, turning it into an extraordinary monkey. Gu Huai, I'll have them stay behind to observe the little monkey's subsequent physical changes. Gu Huai knows Qin Bing's character and does not try to keep her. Thank you, Sister Bing. Qin Bing waved her hand and introduced the two girls to Gu Huai. The short-haired girl on the left is named Chang'ing, and the long-haired one is Hu Xiao. Both are intermediate beast evolutionists, talents in the beast evolution field. Beast evolutionists are also graded, generally divided into 5 levels. In turn, junior, intermediate, senior, master level, and grandmaster level, which is 1 level less than beast tamers. To advance, it's not about the strength of your beasts, but rather your achievements and results in the evolution field. After meeting the standards, one must also pass an assessment to be promoted. Qin Bing introduced the two and then left. In fact, studying this mutated stone monkey is also a great opportunity for the two of them. I will trouble you two from now on, Gu Huai said politely to the two women. You're too polite, young Master Gu, Chang'ing and Hu Xiao said. Somewhat flattered. The two women naturally knew Gu Huai's identity, which made them feel a bit uneasy. Chapter 036, Going Home. A gift from Mu Qing. Detailed training plans have been established for Lei Bao and Lei Ho. Time flies quickly, and soon it was June 28th. In 2 or 3 days, the graduation ceremony would take place. Gu Huai didn't really care about attending the graduation ceremony. The main concern was that he would be entering senior year in September and would definitely be reassigned to a new class. The class teacher, Deng Hong, treated him well without knowing his family background. His classmates also had a decent relationship with him, so Gu Huai agreed to go. That said, the tone of the invitation felt somewhat like giving Gu Huai an opportunity, which made him a bit uncomfortable. After Gu Huai declined, the vice principal surprisingly threatened him. Gu Huai chuckled at that. He had heard from classmates about this vice principal Zhou, who flaunted his connections in the education bureau and acted arrogantly in school. He never expected this guy would try to bully him. It was indeed like an old man eating arsenic, living impatiently. Gu Huai directly called Uncle Yun. He didn't know whom Uncle Yun called afterward or what he said, but the next day, Uncle Yun sent him a link from the education bureau. The link contained information about Vice Principal Zhou, who had abused his power, committed various illegal activities in school, accepted numerous bribes, and had taken advantage of many students and teachers. After the Education Bureau's investigation, they confirmed the truth of the matter, and he was now undergoing disciplinary action. Due to the large amount of embezzlement and bribery, he had been sent to court and would likely face at least 10 years in prison. The topic strayed. Gu Huai chose to leave today mainly because his precious dragon had mastered its ultimate skill. A faint smile appeared on Gu Huai's face. Although he was eating and drinking well here, and the accommodation was decent since he brought his own gear and had no problem with hot showers, home is still home, and it felt much more comfortable to stay there. Moreover, after such a long time without seeing his parents, he really missed them a bit. Young Master Gu. Everything is ready, Hu Xiao said. During the past half-month, Gu Huai's relationship with Chongying and Hu Xiao had improved a lot. However, the two women still called him Young Master Gu, and no matter how many times Gu Huai asked them to change it, they couldn't. So, Gu Huai just let them be. Treasure. The precious dragon excitedly waved its claws. It had grown a lot larger, now nearly 60 centimeters tall. Ah, Gu Huai said. Gu Huai noticed Lei Ho's mood and gently rubbed its head, softly saying, our home. Ah. Lei Ho's eyes brightened. Our home. After leaving Linqing Forest District 1, Gu Huai visited Hao Feng's house for a bit. There was nothing he could do since the driver arranged by Hao Feng was waiting outside. Gu Huai felt helpless but couldn't say anything. How could he refuse such enthusiasm? Hao Jian was still not at home. Hangzhou University has final tests every semester. These tests are crucial for college students, as they affect the basic points they can earn for the next semester and, importantly, their reputation. Many people live for their face, especially young and reckless college students, who take this issue very seriously. The rankings from the final tests are the most direct and effective measure. Gu Huai chose a good time to visit, avoiding lunch hours, and only stayed at Hao Feng's house for a little over an hour before taking his leave. At 5:30 in the evening, he arrived in Hangzhou on time. As soon as he got off the car, a prearranged driver was waiting to take Gu Huai and Lei Ho directly to the Gu family home. Along the way, Lei Ho seemed nervous, as if feeling like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws for the first time. Tonight, both Gu Heng and Mu Qing, two busy individuals, were home. As the lord of the city, Gu Heng had many responsibilities. Mu Qing, a master of beast evolution, also had many experiments to conduct. However, both cared for Gu Huai deeply. Normally, no matter how busy they were, as long as they weren't on a business trip outside Hangzhou, they would set aside at least one evening a week to spend with Gu Huai. Mu Qing personally cooked, and the family would gather together. Sometimes the old man would join, but he was stationed outside most of the time, so his participation was rare. Mu Qing hurried out of the room, saw Gu Huai, and ran over, taking his hand and circling around him. Huai, you've lost weight this time you were out, Mu Qing said, her eyes slightly red. No matter what children do outside, parents always worry if they're eating well or if they've been hurt or wronged. This time was Gu Huai's first long absence from home, so it was normal for Mu Qing to be concerned. However, those outside would probably never know that the workaholic, overly rational Mu Qing had such a side. Gu Heng also showed up at the door at some point. He didn't approach, but watched Gu Huai from a distance, unable to stop smiling. Seeing his parents like this made Gu Huai feel deeply touched. In this life, he really hit the jackpot. Not only was he born into such a good family, but the family atmosphere was also so warm. The only regret was that there were no 7 skilled older sisters. Otherwise, it would really be, cough cough. This must be Lei Ho, what a cute little guy. Here, this is a small gift for you. Mu Qing took out a brown stone from somewhere and handed it to the envious Lei Ho. Lei Ho was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. But upon seeing Mu Qing's incredibly gentle eyes and her genuine smile and actions, Lei Ho felt a bit like crying for some reason. This feeling seemed very endearing. Lei Ho, this is a welcome gift from Mom. Just accept it. This stone is called the Curse Heart Stone, which is very helpful in suppressing the destructive power within you. Gu Huai didn't mention the value of the Curse Heart Stone. The Curse Heart Stone is a legendary level treasure. Its effects are straightforward. It suppresses evil, calms the mind, and helps the wearer learn things faster. Chapter 037, Legendary Level Treasure. High-level extraordinary mechanical dragon. The effects are few but powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be classified as a legendary level treasure. Outside, this small Curse Heart Stone could fetch the value of a few small targets, belonging to the kind of treasure that is valuable yet hard to find. Lei Ho's voice was soft, trembling slightly. It was evident that Lei Ho was very happy. While speaking, Gu Huai summoned the precious dragon. Upon seeing Mu Qing, Lei Bao turned its head away, looking displeased. Gu Huai had already discussed the names of Lei Bao and Lei Ho with Mu Qing long ago. Mu Qing, who was fond of everything related to Lei Bao, naturally took great care to remember their names and prepared a small gift for both Lei Bao and Lei Ho. Although it was called a small gift, the value of these two items was equivalent to several small goals, quite expensive indeed. I also prepared a little gift for you. Mu Qing couldn't help but smile at Lei Bao's cute actions. Like a magician, she pulled out a blue bead from her pocket. The bead was blue and contained a shape resembling lightning inside. When held in hand, lightning would occasionally flicker within it. Lei Bao, knowing that you chose the Thunder Holy Dragon King as your evolution path, I specially prepared this Thunder God bead for you. The Thunder God bead is primarily blue and egg-sized. It looks beautiful. The moment Lei Bao saw it, he was captivated and joyfully jumped towards Mu Qing, who naturally caught him and handed the Thunder God bead to him. The Thunder God bead is also a legendary treasure with 3 effects. First, the wearer can accelerate the absorption of Thunder element, improving their realm and cultivation speed. Second, the wearer can better sense the thunder element. Whether practicing thunder skills or using them in battles, the Thunder God Bead can provide excellent amplification. Third, the Thunder God Bead can serve as an energy reserve for thunder-type beasts, quickly restoring their consumed energy, making it a rare treasure. Both Lei Ho and Lei Bao received their treasures and walked in with smiles. Dinner was lavish, with plenty of food. Naturally, it wasn't just Huai and the others who were having dinner, but also their contracted beasts. For most beastmasters, their beasts are also family, and such occasions cannot be missed. After a satisfying meal, everyone was content. Xiao Huai, has your precious Lei Bao already mastered 2 skills? After dinner, Gu Huai's family took a stroll in the Gu family courtyard. Gu Heng couldn't help but ask. There was no way. Even Gu Heng found this matter ridiculous. Gu Huai kept them in suspense and didn't say anything. All right then. Gu Heng knew Gu Huai's temperament. Since Gu Huai said so, they could only wait until tomorrow. Home is indeed comfortable. Gu Huai slept soundly until after 9 o'clock, feeling very comfortable. When he woke up, he saw Lei Bao and Lei Ho already exercising outside in a disciplined manner, which made Gu Huai smile with satisfaction. You're awake? Come have breakfast. Your grandfather just arrived. Since today was an important day for Gu Huai, Gu Heng didn't go to the city lord's mansion. As the city lord, he had this privilege. As long as he made arrangements, no one dared to say anything to Gu Heng. All right. Gu Huai replied with a grin and called out to Lei Bao and Lei Ho. Time to eat. Bao. The 2 little creatures immediately abandoned their training and rushed towards Gu Huai. Lei Bao even made use of his lightning power. Thunder movement. Lei Bao transformed into a bolt of lightning, and, just as he was about to reach Gu Huai, all the thunder attributes vanished, landing safely in Gu Huai's arms. Lei Ho was much slower, but he was used to it and didn't mind. This thunder movement. Gu Heng squinted. It seemed that thunder movement was not just a simple beginner skill. This kid is likely to give us a big surprise. After breakfast, Gu Huai's family went to the open space in the courtyard. The open space was large and specifically designed for battles. Over generations, the Gu family had processed this area, adding numerous precious resources, making it extremely hard. Even a dominant level beast would find it difficult to damage this place during a battle. Come on, grandson. Guan smiled. He liked this grandson, Gu Huai, very much. All right, Lei Bao, it's your turn to perform. Bao. Lei Bao looked determined, eliciting bright laughter from everyone. Guan waved his hand, and a level 10 awakened mechanical dragon appeared in the temporary beast space. Grandpa, a level 10 awakened dragon is too weak. It won't be enough for Lei Bao to showcase his strength. The mechanical dragon is the most basic beast of the mechanical type. However, don't think that just because the mechanical dragon is the most basic beast, it is weak. The threshold for the mechanical dragon type is quite high. Basically, only intermediate beastmasters are qualified to form a contract with it. The mechanical dragon starts at level 10 awakened, and with a little enhancement, it possesses extraordinary strength. Alright, how about a low-level extraordinary? High-level extraordinary then. When Gu Huai said this, both Guan and Gu Heng looked at him in surprise. Are you serious? Yes. It seems you are very confident in Lei Bao's strength. Hee, it's my own beast, of course. Then fine, we'll go with the high-level extraordinary. Guan hadn't prepared a high-level extraordinary mechanical dragon. He had only prepared a low-level extraordinary. He simply didn't expect Gu Huai to make such a request. Gu Heng, go prepare it. Okay, I'll have someone bring it over right away. Luckily, with Gu Heng's status in Hang City, getting a high-level extraordinary mechanical dragon was just a matter of a word, and within 10 minutes, someone delivered it. The high-level extraordinary mechanical dragon has arrived. Neither Gu and nor Gu Heng, nor even Mu Qing, mentioned anything about Gu Huai needing to be careful. Mainly, such battles were too low-level for them. As long as they were present, there would be no accidents. They had the capability to block any attacks before they landed. Moreover, even if Lei Bao were truly injured, in their eyes, it would be a minor injury, easily recoverable. Gu Huai also turned his gaze towards the mechanical dragon. Beast, mechanical dragon. Attribute, mechanical dragon. Bloodline, none. Strength, high-level extraordinary. Skills, mechanical dragon claw, death missile. Chapter 038, Battle between Father and Son. Level 22, Profound meaning. Most mechanical-type beasts do not possess any so-called bloodlines. After all, they are essentially mechanical. However, to promote a mechanical beast to the king level, there is one fundamental requirement. To give this mechanical beast what is known as spirituality. Only with spirit can it be promoted to king level. This point applies to other special mechanical-type beasts as well. Let us get started. Gu Huai chuckled lightly and signaled Lei Bao to take the stage. Lei Bao stood tall and proud, exuding confidence. I will act as the referee. Guan stepped forward, and his smile faded. Then I will temporarily control this mechanical dragon. It certainly cannot fight on its own. Although the mechanical dragon will fight according to a predetermined program, being high-level extraordinary. It will appear clumsy and won't display much strength if it tries to act independently. Please have both contestants take their positions. Gu Huai and Gu Heng exchanged glances and walked to their respective areas. Gu Huai was in the red zone, and Gu Heng was in the blue zone. The confrontation looked quite formal, causing Mu Qing, who was watching from the side, to smile. This grandfather and grandson trio. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare. When Gu Huai and Gu Heng raised their hands to signal they were ready, Guan announced this statement. And both Gu Huai and Gu Heng's breathing changed at that moment. Their expressions turned serious as they awaited the final second to arrive. Begin. Lei Bao. Gu Huai directly used his mental power to give the command. Normally, battles are conducted in this manner. If you really have to shout commands, it would be too obvious. Only when there is no mental connection established with the beast does one resort to shouting or using some kind of signal for command. Dragon Claw. Thunder Treasure instantly launched an attack. The power of lightning surged within its body. Thunder movement is a great skill. Gu Huai felt that the strength of this skill was greatly underestimated. Thus, Gu Huai began to use lightning to stimulate the body cells and conduct various trials. Now, Thunder Treasure can keep the lightning flowing through its cells, allowing for acceleration at any time. This is not the acceleration from using the skill, but a direct instinctive acceleration, requiring no time delay and consuming very little stamina, enabling Thunder Treasure to sustain long battles. So fast. A look of surprise appeared in Gu Heng's eyes. This speed was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, being a battle-hardened Dragonmaster, he quickly reacted. The mechanical dragon did not move, responding to changes with stability, which was indeed a good choice. Mechanical Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw. With the boost in speed, the power of the Dragon Claw was also enhanced. Bang! The attacks from both sides collided. Thunder Treasure had only awakened to level 10. Even with the speed boost, it was still at a disadvantage, directly retreating several steps. The mechanical dragon only took half a step back. Gu Heng was even more astonished. If he had been controlling a low-level extraordinary mechanical dragon, this blow would have likely incapacitated it. Unfortunately, this power was still insufficient. Gu Heng formed a plan in his heart, likely having figured out the strength of Thunder Treasure's Dragon Claw. Next, he needed to be wary of the profound combination of Dragon Claw and Thunder movement. Damn, this kid is playing tricks on me. However, Gu Heng's expression soon darkened. That previous Dragon Claw attack was not Thunder Treasure's full strength. Gu Heng quickly realized that Gu Huai's purpose was to get close to the mechanical dragon using a weaker Dragon Claw. Gu Huai had predicted his prediction. If the power of that Dragon Claw had been stronger, Gu Heng would not have chosen to clash directly. He could have relied on the mechanical missile skill for semi-long-range attacks to wear Gu Huai down. This kid. Unfortunately, it was too late to understand all this now. Thunder Treasure raised its hand, lightning flickering. At such a close distance, if the mechanical dragon chose to retreat, it would truly be unable to fight back. Thunder Claw dominates the world. This was the combination skill of Dragon Claw and Thunder movement. With the already powerful destructive force of the Dragon Claw, the addition of the lightning element, known for its strongest destructive power, transformed the originally physical attack of the Dragon Claw into a dual damage type of physical and magical. With almost teleportation-like speed, Thunder Treasure appeared right in front of the mechanical dragon. Gu Wen's pupils involuntarily constricted. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see the power of this move. The next moment, he also moved. He wanted to test the power of this move. At the same time, Gu Wen knew that merely a high-level extraordinary mechanical dragon could not withstand it. This combination of profound skills could directly obliterate a high-level extraordinary mechanical dragon. Bang! The wildly violent lightning radiated outward from Thunder Treasure. Gu Wen's old figure appeared between Thunder Treasure and the mechanical dragon at some point. He raised his right hand, and the terrifying lightning stopped before him, not daring to cross the threshold, only exploding around him. In fact, if the old man wished, he could completely suppress this wildly violent lightning and make it disappear. He merely wanted to see how powerful this lightning was. The furious lightning raged for a while before dissipating. Even Gu Wen, who had seen much, felt an incredible shock inside. The power of this skill was enough to rival a proficient super-tier skill. Gu Wen was deeply shocked. Of course, on the surface, he remained incredibly calm, expressionless, showing no signs of his inner thoughts. What a joke! Even in front of my grandson, one must maintain the required demeanor. Wow, Huai, this profound skill is impressive. Is this level 20 already? Gu Wen managed to keep his composure, but Gu Heng's strength was still lacking, unable to hold back his exclamation. Drawing a glare from Gu Wen, level 22 profound skill. Level 22. Gu Huai's words made Gu Wen's mouth twitch. A level 22 profound skill is equivalent to a level 22 super tier skill. This kid is extraordinary. When did I elevate this profound skill to proficiency? It seems I only managed to do so when I first entered the Lord level. Too abnormal. Chapter 039, Crazy Points. Beyond Mastery Dragon Claw. A level 22 profound skill is indeed sufficient. Just right, your Thunder Treasure should be reaching its limit soon. At this moment, Guin spoke, and Huai nodded. Indeed, it was reaching its limit. Especially after just experiencing battle, Thunder Treasure was already on the verge of advancing to Extraordinary at any moment. If not careful, Thunder Treasure could directly advance to Extraordinary, which would be troublesome. Then I and your father will take charge. All right, Huai nodded. However, before that, there is something I need to do. What is it? Beast, Treasure Dragon, different color. Name, Thunder Treasure. Attribute, Dragon. Bloodline, High Level Extraordinary. Realm, Awakening Level 10. Skills, Dragon Claw 43, Thunder Movement 40. Profound Skill, Dragon Claw Thunder Movement 22. This is Thunder Treasure's current panel. Points. Huai looked at Thunder Treasure's panel. His eyes filled with a hint of madness. He had previously been afraid to allocate points, worried that doing so would cause Thunder Treasure to directly advance to Extraordinary. But now Huai was ready to let Thunder Treasure advance, so it was naturally time to continue allocating points. Just right for evolution during the allocation process. Consuming 40 million enhancement points, Thunder Movement level 40 upgraded to level 41. Consuming 5 million enhancement points, Dragon Claw level 41 upgraded to level 42. Consuming 5 million enhancement points, Dragon Claw level 49 upgraded to level 50. Since the required enhancement points were quite substantial, Huai had previously asked Gu Hong to prepare resources for him, specifically for this moment of enhancement. His talent was strong. No wonder it was unlimited enhancement, allowing him to directly break the shackles of primary skills. However, Huai's mad idea was not merely to enhance the skills from level 41 to level 50. After receiving so many consecutive skill enhancements, Thunder Treasure could no longer hold back its urge to advance to Extraordinary, but under Guin's control. It barely managed to suppress its realm and began moving towards evolution. This power was too strong. Even with Guin's help, Thunder Treasure's expression was extremely fierce. Thunder Treasure. Hold on, accompany me to be crazy one more time. Huai looked at Thunder Treasure's condition, feeling heartbroken. But for Thunder Treasure's future, Huai decided to give it a try. Allocate points. Huai's voice roared wildly in his mind. Detecting that Dragon Claw skill is a primary skill. Already enhanced to the upper limit of primary skills. Currently undergoing transformation. Transformation requires 100 million enhancement points. Continue. The anticipated successful allocation of points did not occur. Instead, such words appeared. Huai was slightly taken aback at this, but soon confirmed. What a joke. This must be confirmed. Only a fool would not confirm such a good thing. Although 100 million enhancement points were considerable, converting them using the optimal water and earth energy crystals would still require almost 400 million beast coins. Only with the Gu family's resources could such consumption be sustained. Promotion successful. Primary skill Dragon Claw level 50 consumes 100 million enhancement points, successfully upgraded to Sky Splitting Claw. Sky, a skill with space dragon attributes. Possesses incredible destructive power and speed. On the skill panel of this skill appeared an unknown skill that had never heard of. Sky 21. Super tier skill? Was directly stunned. To know that he had to work hard to fuse the two skills, and to create a super tier ultimate move, but now it was just given directly? Tom did not allow to think more. Because evolution had reached a critical moment, the Beast Mastery space was beginning to tremble. Beast evolution, if aided by the Beast Mastery space, would be much smoother. Come on. With the joint efforts of, and completed its final evolution. However, the evolved species was completely unexpected for everyone. It was a brand new species that no one had ever seen before. A dragon primarily in blue and purple tones. Somewhat resembling an Eastern divine dragon, floating in the air, giving a sense of great majesty. Upon seeing the new species, immediately check the dragon's information. Beast, unknown. Attributes, dragon, unknown. Bloodline, unknown. Realm, initial supernatural. Skills, unknown. All were unknown. In fact, the observation technique is a skill that combines with technology. It can link to big data through the observation technique to match corresponding information and data. Of course, if one's own strength is strong enough, more can be observed. As for the principle behind this, the Eastern Huai Kingdom has a guardian beast, a mechanical guardian beast that has been cultivated over countless generations. It is said that the spirit of this mechanical guardian beast was once a very powerful beast master in Eastern Huai Kingdom's history. Of course, the specific situation has not been clarified to this day, because after becoming a spirit, he lost all memories of his previous life, leaving only the most primitive and original will, which is to protect the Eastern Huai Kingdom forever. This mechanical guardian beast possesses supreme power. The observation technique is a way for everyone to analyze beasts using its power. However, what everyone can utilize is just its insignificant operational strength. The new beast naturally does not have information known to the guardian beast, which is very normal. In fact, new beasts are often discovered in nature or created through artificial means. All unknown. Let me see. S authority is higher, and he can utilize more operational strength. But what he saw was not much different from information. It really is a brand new species. S tone became serious. Let me check first. Discovering a new beast is an irresistible charm for who specializes in studying beast evolution, especially since this beast looks extremely powerful if a stable evolution method can be found. Her chances of becoming an evolution master will increase again. It is important to note the gold content of evolution masters. There are only 3 evolution masters in the world, and only one in Eastern Huai Kingdom. Chapter 040 New Species. Semi-Divine Ultimate Move. The information that could see is naturally more. Because this master, he can determine information through the rules of heaven and earth, and he can also name the new beast. Beast, unnamed. Name. Attributes, Dragon Space. Bloodline, Medium King. Realm, Initial Supernatural. Skills, Sky 21, Super Tier, Space Dragon Skill. 14, Super Tier, Thunder Space. Ultimate Move, Thunder 1, Semi-Divine Ultimate Move. Wow. When Saw's information, he was completely shocked. It was too exaggerated. If well cultivated, it is a high-level lord. If cultivated a little worse, it is an initial-level lord. The evolution requiring a battle dragon beast to choose its attributes is the dragon-type beast with king bloodline of dual attributes. But now it has directly reached the top. Although it is only medium king, having a semi-divine ultimate move of medium king, had never heard of it. Did you see the information? After revealed the information, the whole family fell silent. 2 super-tier skills, both with the space sub-attribute, plus a semi-divine ultimate move. Is this really a medium king? This time, even the old man was not calm. He knew more than and understood the meaning represented by a semi-divine ultimate move. For a beast to break through from the king realm to the overlord realm, there is a fundamental requirement, which is to possess a semi-divine skill. Beasts with overlord bloodlines come with semi-divine skills, so for them, the difficulty of upgrading to the overlord realm is not great. They only need to raise the semi-divine skill to level 11. Of course, this refers to the basic state. Most people are quite ambitious and will not be limited to this. Just like S-main beast possesses a high-level king bloodline. If this is not done, the bloodline of may only be an initial overlord or medium overlord. Simply having 2 super-tier skills with space attributes can confirm as a high-level king, right? Little. You really gave us a huge surprise. The 2 were truly shocked by, although evolved an unknown dragon-type beast, which made it impossible for it to evolve according to the original route. Both of them were not fools. They could feel potential. In the future, might break the shackles of high-level overlord bloodline. However, this path would be very difficult. Chuckled. He was also very surprised by his evolution. This is a medium king bloodline. Originally, they would have a certain gap compared to other geniuses due to bloodline issues, and could only rely on skills and techniques to close the gap. But now, S' mouth curled into a brilliant smile. Now he could completely crush his peers in all aspects as a beast master. Even those big families or talented beast masters with fortuitous encounters were not in his eyes. Many big families, in order to let their children win at the starting line, would let their children come into contact with beasts that need to be contracted early, gaining some advantages. As the saying goes, a quick step leads to swift progress. However, such advantages are limited. With the ability of a novice beast master, at most they can only contract beasts awakened to level 5. However, their families would prepare a second beast for them, which is specifically cultivated by beast cultivation masters. Although its realm is not high, its skills, combat awareness, and other aspects are excellent. In fact, the family also has, but chose and did not take that beast. The reason is very simple. Only some of those in the middle tier would, in order to gain an advantage, contract beasts at the initial supernatural realm after becoming junior beast masters, thus closing the distance. Little, why don't you give race a name? S' eyes were filled with envy. He had also thought about developing a new evolution path. His was prepared to do so, but unfortunately, it ultimately failed and delayed this time. So now, amongst 6 beasts, its strength is the weakest. A race name? As soon as Huai said this, Lei Bao's eyes widened in shock, wanting to stop Huai from speaking. It was afraid that Huai would come up with some unpleasant names. The Thunder Dragon King? Just thinking about it made Lei Bao break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this time Huai was quite supportive. Then let's give you a name. How about the Azure Thunder Dragon? Wow. Lei Bao was shocked. Huai could actually think of such a name. The Azure Thunder Dragon? That name is nice, but it doesn't reflect the space attribute. Once Guheng said this, Huai and Gu exchanged smiles, both understanding each other's meaning. Not reflecting the space attribute? That's actually a good thing. Guheng looked at their smiles and appeared confused. What was going on with these two? Mu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. These 2 old foxes. Still, Her husband was simple-minded. With Lei Bao's evolution complete, Gu Huai naturally had to start busying himself with understanding and testing Lei Bao in various aspects. Lei Bao also needed to learn more about its own abilities. Every evolution of a Beast Tamer's companion greatly enhances their power, but it still requires some time to adapt in order to fully unleash that power. However, there was another major task at hand, which was to complete the contract with the Thunder Monkey. Thunder Monkey, come on. Yay. The Thunder Monkey's eyes were filled with anticipation. Seeing its good partner evolve into such a handsome form, it couldn't help but feel envious. Now that Gu Huai had advanced to a junior Beast Tamer, he could contract with his evolved companion. The Thunder Monkey had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Chapter 041, Contract Stone Monkey. Closing Ceremony. The contract went smoothly. However, due to the inability to accept Gu Huai's enhancement, the Thunder Monkey's growth was quite limited. Beast, Stone Monkey, Variant. Name, Thunder Monkey. Attribute, Dragon Evil. Bloodline, High-Level Commander. Strength, Awakening Stage 6. Skills, Hardening 8, 8 Gates Duanjia 1. Its strength only reached Awakening Stage 6. The normal evolution paths of stone monkeys are numerous, with most evolving towards the Earth attribute. The strongest evolution currently is the Earth Saint Monkey, a beast with a medium-high royal bloodline. As long as it is on the ground, it can unleash a formidable power with endless combat intent. However, Gu Huai's Thunder Monkey did not possess the Earth attribute, but rather the Dragon Evil attribute. Moreover, the Thunder Monkey had two powerful forces within it. One was the power of destruction, and the other was an unknown mysterious force. Under the constant clash of these two forces, although the Thunder Monkey's life was threatened, it also had its benefits. Mu Qing's suggestion was to let the Thunder Monkey focus on continuously honing its physical quality to achieve a holy body. Therefore, the second skill Gu Huai had the Thunder Monkey learn was 8 Gates Duanjia. 8 Gates Duanjia is a very magical skill. Its specific effect is to activate the potential within the body, allowing oneself to gain skills that exceed their own power for a short period. This skill sounds quite strong, and in reality, it is indeed very powerful. It is a top-tier skill. However, this skill is not very popular, with few beasts able to learn it, and it can even be described as pitifully few. First, the learning difficulty of this skill is too high. It's not hard to get started, but mastering it is no easier than advanced skills. Second, learning this skill is very easy to get injured. A moment of inattention can lead to injury. If one does not have a mineral resource at home, it's best not to practice it, or else one won't be able to afford the training costs. Finally, practicing this skill requires strong willpower. With these 3 points, it becomes quite challenging to learn the 8 Gates Duanjia. The reason Gu Huai chose this skill, aside from the factors of the Thunder Monkey and his family, is more importantly his own talent. Gu Huai wanted to see how far he could elevate the 8 Gates Duanjia under his infinite attribute point system. Yay! With his current physical quality, he estimated he could probably hold his own against that little stone monkey from before, right? Gu Huai muttered, not paying much attention. He had no intention of participating in battles. Isn't it better to be a quiet and handsome beast tamer? Thunder Monkey, let's get stronger together. Roar. Add points, add points. Before the Thunder Monkey could speak, Lei Bao spoke first. Yay, I wanted to. The Thunder Monkey's eyes sparkled. It loved adding points the most. All right. We all have some. Gu Huai's smile was radiant, but the enhancement points were a bit lacking. It seemed he needed to set a few more small goals with his dad. Otherwise, the subsequent consumption would be too great. July 1st, morning, 7:30. After finishing his morning routine, Gu Huai set out with a visibly excited Thunder Monkey and Lei Bao. Their destination was Hangzhou No. 1 High School. Today was the closing ceremony for Hangzhou No. 1 High School, which was something most students looked forward to. Because after the closing ceremony, it meant the arrival of summer vacation. Freshmen could enjoy a pleasant summer vacation and discuss where to go have fun. As for the sophomores, they had one more thing to do at the closing ceremony compared to the freshmen, which was beast taming. Everyone had just become beast tamers for a month and was eager to discuss beast-related topics with their classmates. Especially those who had contracted good beasts were even more eager for this day to arrive to show off to everyone. These were the simplest desires of humanity. As for Gu Huai, well, he hadn't escaped this low-level interest either. To be honest, he also liked showing off. However, Gu Huai didn't like the kind of show-off that lacked any skill. It was too boring. He preferred something with build-up. Boss. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, Gu Huai heard a familiar voice and couldn't help but show a faint smile. The person coming was Guo Jingyi. He ran over, and the once chubby face now had distinct angles. It was clear that he had undergone intense training this past month. Not bad, much more solid. Gu Huai patted Guo Jingyi's shoulder. He really was different now. Of course. Boss, do you know how I spent this past month? My old man went completely insane. He made me get up at 5 every morning, forced me to go to bed at 9 at night. He even made me train with the Jade Fist Stone every day. Do you know how ridiculous that is? Look, I've spent over 10 years cultivating this fat. And in just 1 month, how much have I lost? Wah! Guojingyi cried with tears streaming down his face. Haha, Gu Huai couldn't help but laugh. Drawing a resentful glance from Guojingyi. Chatting with Guojingyi, the two walked into the classroom. As they entered the class, many people gathered around. Gu Huai was the only awakened level beast tamer in their class, and even the entire school, so they were naturally curious about Gu Huai's situation. It should be one of the 3 great families, right? The person saying this was Chun Hongji, the class monitor. A pretty good person, always willing to help. If any classmates had issues, he would generally help. However, this person had a flaw. He loved to show off. Gu Huai didn't have much of an opinion on this. After all, no one could be perfect, and it was understandable to have some small flaws alongside good traits. Gu Huai shook his head. Not one of the 3 great families? Chun Hongji's tone carried a hint of surprise, according to his thoughts. Gu Huai was likely to contract with one of the 3 great families. No, it's a stone monkey. Gu Huai said casually, not mentioning anything about Lei Bao. It has only been less than a month since he became a beast master, and he has already become a junior beast master, which is a bit discouraging. Moreover, the stone monkey is sufficient. Chapter 042. The class leader who wants to show off. The newcomer competition. Stone monkey? When everyone heard the name stone monkey, they couldn't help but be taken aback. It wasn't because the stone monkey was bad. This species is quite famous in Hang Province. They have strong combat awareness and multiple evolution paths, although it is very difficult to evolve into a king, making it almost impossible for them. The stone monkey is still a rare and good beast. Among them, one has contracted a stone monkey with an awakened level talent. However, as good as the stone monkey is, it cannot compare to the families of the 3 beast masters. The gap is significant. Ordinary beasts from the 3 families start at 3 million beast coins, while better ones cost more than 10 million. But for stone monkeys, you can get a decent one for about 5, 6 million, and a great one for 1 million. Yes, it's the stone monkey. The scene suddenly fell silent, and many people looked at Gu Huai with sympathetic eyes, although most of them had contracted beasts that weren't as good as Gu Huai's. Class leader Chun Hongji immediately stepped in to save the situation, patting Gu Huai on the shoulder and saying, "The stone monkey is quite good. It has great potential to evolve into a king bloodline in the future." Most high school students actually don't have bad intentions. However, most believe they are the chosen ones and will certainly achieve great success in the future. This is what is meant by being overly confident. They always feel that a master-level beast master is nothing special. As long as they are given time, becoming a master-level beast master is just a matter of time, right? However, as time goes by, they will gradually recognize the reality. Gu Huai simply smiled at everyone's consolation and said nothing. Only Guozhengyi and Liao Jinxian looked at Gu Huai with strange expressions. Stone monkey? The two couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Anyone could contract a stone monkey. But Gu Huai absolutely could not. Especially Guozhengyi, who thought to himself, if the boss really contracts a stone monkey, I will live stream myself doing a handstand while pooping. Upon hearing that Gu Huai had contracted a stone monkey, everyone's attention shifted away from him. Class leader, what beast did you contract? Chun Hongji, who had just been comforting Gu Huai, immediately perked up when he heard this. Finally, he could show off. Ahem, actually, the beast I contracted is. Everyone, quiet down, I have something to say. Just as Chun Hongji was about to show off, the voice of the homeroom teacher, Deng Hong, came from the entrance. All attention shifted to Deng Hong, leaving Chun Hongji standing there, feeling like crying. Why do you have to come at this time? Old teacher? If only you had come 10 seconds later. Chun Hongji thought to himself, but since the teacher was here, he, as the class leader, had to set an example, even if it meant holding back tears. The closing ceremony is about to begin, so time is tight. Hongji, when you hear the announcement, take everyone to the playground. Okay, teacher. After Deng Hong finished speaking, she left. The announcement soon rang out, and since they were all second-year students, everyone lined up in an orderly manner and made their way to the playground. The closing ceremony was actually quite dull and boring. It consisted of several leaders saying some uninteresting words and recognizing some students. The main recognition was for the current third-year students, who had just finished their college entrance exams, and their results had come out. The best student from Hangzhou No. 1 High School this year was the captain of the school team, Ko Zhongqing. Ko Zhongqing was outstanding, scoring 731 points and being admitted to Hangzhou University, entering the special recruitment class. This year, Hangzhou No. 1 High School had indeed performed well. Out of 800 students, 14 were admitted to the 3 major universities, although 3 of them were not in the Beastmaster combat major. Still, such a high ratio is commendable. Many of the remaining students also got into first and second-tier Beastmaster schools. After Ko Zhongqing was invited to say a few words, the closing ceremony officially came to an end. The thank you banquet. Since class leader Chun Hongji's family was quite wealthy, the arrangements for this banquet were excellent. The thank you banquet was held at the Huai Private Resort Center. This place is not cheap. To book a venue for more than 40 people, it would cost quite a bit. If the cost were to fall on the classmates, many would surely be unhappy. Chun Hongji understood this, so he covered all the expenses, wanting everyone to have a good time and enjoy themselves. At 11 o'clock, a group of people arrived at the Huai Private Resort Center under the guidance of 2 large buses. The Huai Private Resort Center is quite famous in Hangzhou, and many people want to come here for a good vacation. Of course, this does not include Gu Huai, as the Gu family also has a private resort center. The truly private resort center is never open to the public, only hosting acquaintances. Many wealthy individuals take pride in being able to enter the Gu family's private resort center. But unfortunately, most people do not have this opportunity. The lunch was quite good, showing that Chun Hongji put in effort. Many classmates were satisfied with the meal, showering Chun Hongji with compliments that made his smile impossible to stop. Boss Guo Zhengyi, who was beside him, scoffed. He couldn't stand Chun Hongji's show-off personality. Gu Huai just smiled. By the way, classmates, the teacher has something to tell you. When they had eaten enough, Deng Hong spoke up, and everyone turned their attention to her. This summer, around mid-August, Hangzhou will invite the neighboring mountain city to hold a competition called the Hangshan Newcomer Cup at the Hangzhou Sports Plaza, with great rewards. It is said that if you can secure first place, you will receive a reward worth 20 million, funded by both provinces. If you are interested, you can participate. If you make it to the top 64, you will have a chance to appear on television and be broadcasted live. As soon as Deng Hong finished speaking, many people's eyes lit up. A Beast Master combat competition. If they could make it to the top 64, they could be on TV. For these newly adult boys and girls, it was an enormous temptation. Chapter 043, The 3 Families Flame Tiger. Many were tempted. Chun Hongji was no exception. For him, it was an opportunity to show off in front of his classmates, especially in front of his beloved classmate Liao Jinxian. Chun Hongji intentionally cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention, but just as he started, Deng Hong turned her gaze to Gu Huai and asked, Gu Huai, are you interested in this competition? Gu Huai was the only one in this cohort with a level talent, which had brought her a lot of attention and a considerable prize. Of course. In fact, Gu Huai knew about this event even earlier than Deng Hong. Before the official notice about the competition was released, his father had already informed him. Gu Hong had insisted that he must participate and must secure first place. This matter was related to his bet with the Lord of Mountain City. Mountain City is the capital city of the neighboring province and is a super large province with overall strength not much weaker than Hang Province. Especially since their Mountain City University has rapidly risen in recent years, having secured 4th place in the National College Student Newcomer Competition several times. Last year, this Mountain City University recruited an exceptionally talented student who won the National Newcomer Competition, taking 2nd place in the individual category. Hangqing University only secured 3rd place last year, with a total team score of 2nd. Alright, teacher looks forward to your performance. If you need anything, you can call me. Also, Jinxian and Jingyi. Both of you have good talents and can give it a try as well. Liao Jinxian has never been particularly interested in beast battles. Her ambition is to become a great beast evolution master like Gu Huai's mother. However, since Gu Huai is participating in the competition, she also wants to give it a shot. Participating in the same beast competition as Gu Huai and possibly winning the championship and runner-up together is such a romantic thought. Guo Zhengyi chuckled. If this were before undergoing devilish training, he wouldn't have been very confident in his abilities, but now it's different. In the entire class, he feels confident he can defeat anyone except Gu Huai. What about me, teacher? Chun Hongji felt a great sadness. Why did Teacher Deng interrupt him again without asking if he wanted to participate in the competition? You? Deng Hong was taken aback. She really hadn't thought to ask Chun Hongji. It's not that she doesn't value him, but based on her understanding of Chun Hongji, if he knew about such a spotlight opportunity, he would definitely find a way to participate, right? However, she certainly couldn't say that. It would be too hurtful. Cough, Hongji. As our class monitor, you must represent our class in the competition. That's just how it is. You understand what I mean. Deng Hong was a bit at a loss for excuses and could only pat Chun Hongji's shoulder earnestly. It must be said that Chun Hongji was quite receptive to this approach. Hearing Deng Hong's words, he immediately felt the weight of the mission on his shoulders. He excitedly stood up. Teacher Deng, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will carry the glory of our class forward. Brothers, let's participate in this competition together. Roar. Everyone. Don't worry. To ensure the light of our class continues to shine, I have decided to cover all the training expenses for the next half month. I'll have my father book us a training venue so we can train and battle to our heart's content. Long live the class monitor. The class monitor is brilliant. Many students cheered excitedly. They were worried about how to save money, but unexpectedly, the kind class monitor offered to cover it. Receiving the feedback from his classmates, Chun Hongji felt even more elated. His whole body relaxed. Alright, those who need to come to me later can message me on QQ. By the way, there's a hunting area in the back mountains of this private resort, specifically designed for newcomers. We can all go try it out later. Don't worry. I often go to this newcomer hunting ground. It's very safe, with the strongest beasts being only at the 6th awakening stage, so there's no need to worry. Plus, there are security personnel to ensure our safety. Really? That's great. I've been training with my family's Dao pig every day this month, but I haven't had any field combat experience. Let's go, let's go. Many people were excited, including Guo Jingyi. He thought to himself that he had to make a good impression later and show off. Gu Huai noticed how interested everyone was and didn't say much. It was just right to go experience this with them. Such opportunities might only come once in a lifetime. Seeing everyone so excited, Deng Hong's smile brightened. Although this was her last day with them, she felt proud to be their teacher. Just then, everyone had finished eating and stood up. Following Chun Hongji to the hunting area of the private resort. The hunting area was a project that had become popular in recent decades, and many large private resorts had one. The main function of the hunting area was to allow young people to experience beast battles. Although the beasts inside had been trained by trainers and had lost much of their ferocity, they wouldn't attack humans indiscriminately. The hunting area at the Shanshui private resort was quite large, divided into 3 sections. The first section was the largest, with beasts primarily below the 5th awakening stage, which was our target this time. Once everyone entered, they could summon their beasts and choose suitable targets for battle. Chun Hongji was excited. He could finally showcase his beast and shine. Alright, everyone listened attentively. The hunting area was a new experience for many of them. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the hunting area, and Chun Hongji immediately said, "You can summon your beasts now." The homeroom teacher, Deng Hong, didn't follow them. She had work to do in the afternoon, handling some school matters. All 40 students in the class were present. Chun Hongji promptly summoned his beast. "Come out, Flame Tiger." A white hexagonal light appeared, revealing a young tiger with fiery spots, standing majestically with its head held high. "Wow, class monitor, you were hiding this well. You actually contracted one of the 3 major fire-type beasts, the Flame Tiger. Judging by its quality, this Flame Tiger is probably quite exceptional among flame tigers." Many classmates showed envy upon seeing the Flame Tiger, greatly satisfying Chun Hongji's vanity. Fortunately, this Flame Tiger was arranged through some connections by my dad. It wasn't expensive. Just 12 million. Although Chun Hongji said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Chapter 044, Guo Jingyi and the Class Monitor. Gu Huai casually checked the information on the Flame Tiger. Beast, Flame Tiger. Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, High-level Extraordinary. Level, Awakening Stage 7. Skills, Flame Roar, Flame Claw. Gu Huai nodded slightly. This Flame Tiger was indeed quite good, at Awakening Stage 7, plus 2 skills. The Class Monitor's strength was impressive. He estimated that this time he could handle the pressure. Not bad, not bad. An Awakening Stage 7 Flame Tiger is comparable to my Jade Fist Stone. Guo Jingyi had been holding his breath for a long time, and when he saw the information on the Flame Tiger, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly summoned his beast. It looked similar to the Little Fist Stone, but its exterior resembled jade, like it had changed skins. Beast, Jade Fist Stone. Attribute, Earth. Bloodline, Low-level Extraordinary. Level, Awakening Stage 7. Your Jade Fist Stone has also reached Awakening Stage 7? Guo Jingyi's Jade Fist Stone brought him some pressure, but it was just pressure. Chun Hongji was very confident in his strength. Even at the same level, his Flame Tiger could definitely defeat the Jade Fist Stone. Of course, Guo Jingyi's eyes burned with fierce determination. If it weren't for his dad not allowing his Jade Fist Stone to evolve, it wouldn't be a simple matter to teach a little tiger a lesson. Let's see whose beast is stronger. Exactly. Guo Jingyi's relationship with Chun Hongji in class could only be considered okay, not particularly good. The other classmates also summoned their beasts. Class 1 was indeed a place full of hidden talents. Looking around, most of the beasts had extraordinary bloodlines. Among them, 3 students had beasts at the 6th awakening stage. One is Liao Jinchuan's spotted cat. The other is Yan Shi's flower. The last one is Lian Beichuan's stone monkey. This stone monkey was somewhat unexpected for Gu Huai. Gu Huai, your beast is also a stone monkey, so why not summon it out and let them have a comparison? Lian Beichuan walked over to Gu Huai with a grin. Most of the students had summoned their beasts, with only a few, including Gu Huai, not having done so. Alright. Gu Huai smiled and said, since that's the case, let's come out. A white pentagram array appeared, revealing the figure of the thunder monkey. The pentagram array has color, which corresponds to the level of the beast space. From low to high, the colors correspond as follows. Novice Beast Master corresponds to white array glow, primary, intermediate, advanced, master. And legendary levels correspond to green, blue, purple, orange, and gold respectively. Gu Huai is currently a primary beast master, so the color of the pentagram array should be green. However, Huai learned a technique to hide the color of the array glow and concealed it. Huai didn't do this just to play tricks. It was a strategic decision. In the wild or in secret realms, any crisis might occur. Techniques that conceal array colors can sometimes have surprising effects. Of course, the main reason is that this technique is easy to learn, and Huai didn't spend much time mastering it. Although the thunder monkey is a mutated stone monkey, its appearance is not much different from a normal stone monkey. One might even say they are identical. This is different from the stone monkeys Huai encountered before, which had patterns and an evil aura. Is it really a stone monkey? Guozhengyi, who was at odds with Chen Hongji, was stunned to see that Huai had actually summoned a stone monkey. He instinctively wanted to check the information about Huai's stone monkey, but found he couldn't probe it. A stone monkey? Liao Jinxian was also quite surprised. Logically, with Huai's family background, he shouldn't be able to contract a stone monkey. At first, Liao Jinxian thought Huai was just joking, assuming he had contracted a high bloodline beast similar to a monkey, but she never expected that he had contracted a stone monkey. Many people wanted to check the information on Huai's stone monkey, but they all failed. After failing, they didn't say anything. The information about beasts can indeed be hidden. Of course, even if hidden, it doesn't mean one can't use observation techniques to probe. However, to detect hidden information, one's mental strength must be stronger than the others. Moreover, if the other party has hidden it, probing would be offensive. Hee, Huai, what level is your stone monkey? Lian Beiquan chuckled. His personality is quite similar to that of the stone monkey, both being combative types. Just like you. Huai spoke vaguely without clarifying. Lian Beiquan and the others assumed Huai's stone monkey was also awakened to level 6. They weren't surprised that Huai could raise the stone monkey to level 6. After all, Huai's talent is perfect reinforcement. Then shall we compete? Lian Beiquan's fighting spirit was high. Huai glanced at Lian Beiquan and nodded slightly. The thunder monkey, hearing that another monkey wanted to compete, immediately became excited and began to shout. It loves competitions. Boss, what's going on with you? Guozhengyi leaned in close to Huai and whispered, his tone anxious. Huai kept him guessing, which earned him a roll of the eyes from Guozhengyi. Just then, there were 2 bloodclaw mantis in front. Both were at level 7, matching our beasts, so let's see who can take down their opponent faster. At this moment, Chen Hongji stepped forward, drawing Guozhengyi's attention away. Let's do it. Who's afraid of whom? The crowd quickly gathered around, interested in the battle between the 2 strongest beast masters in the class. We'll wait for their battle to finish, Lian Beiquan said to Huai and hurriedly followed. Soon, everyone arrived at the location of the bloodclaw mantis, and both Chen Hongji and Guozhengyi shouted for their beasts to attack. As soon as they made their move, Huai knew that Guozhengyi would win. Of course, Guozhengyi's father, Guozhen, was a master beast master, with a master beast master specializing in rigorous training, and the Jade Fist Stone being a beast cultivated by the Guo family for generations. Guozhengyi was extremely familiar with the Jade Fist Stone. Under such circumstances, defeating a small tiger wasn't a big problem. The Jade Fist Stone simply stood its ground, waiting for the Bloodclaw Mantis's attack. The Bloodclaw Mantis is a high-attack beast, while the Jade Fist Stone is primarily defensive. Chapter 045, Mastering Hardening. Crisis. The Bloodclaw Mantis is about to use its giant pincers for an attack. What will the outcome be? The 2 Bloodclaw Mantises attacked in perfect synchrony, using their most powerful attack moves, charging towards their target with overwhelming momentum, giving off an invincible aura. The Bloodclaw Mantis is a decent beast, but not particularly remarkable as a starting beast, as they are extremely proud creatures. Unless you personally defeat it, and not in a way that simply overpowers it by realm, it won't admit your superiority even in death. There are quite a few beasts of this type in the natural world. Flameclaw. As the king of beasts, the flame tiger naturally wouldn't dodge. It chose to take the hit. Chen Hongji wouldn't allow the flame tiger to retreat. He wanted to win this match in style. The fiery claws clashed with the giant pincers, flames scattering everywhere, with several flames landing on the already bright red body of the Bloodclaw Mantis, making it even redder. The flame tiger was directly knocked back by a pincer, causing Chen Hongji's face to flush slightly. On the other hand, Guozhengyi's fighting style was completely different. Harden. The skin of the Jade Fist Stone, resembling jade, became even more radiant in an instant. Bang! At that moment, the proud Bloodclaw Mantis turned green with shock. What did it just hit? Even a boulder would be shattered by its pincer. But this guy in front of it was just too damn hard. Its pincer almost cracked from the impact. Boo-hoo! I won't fight anymore. How can I fight? I can't hit it at all. Huai's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This guy Jingyi is pretty good-hearted and loyal, but he has a sort of simple-mindedness with his muscles over brains. His grades in cultural subjects are pitiful. The 5 major subjects are tested separately, each worth 100 points. Yet even so, Guozhengyi's total score is barely 200 points. This makes Huai very worried about Guo Jingyi's future scores. However, if his beasts are well trained, there is still a path he can take. Uncle Guo probably considered this and wanted Jingyi to go in that direction, using competitions as assessments. Jade Fist. The Bloodclaw Mantis, feeling intimidated, did not mean that the Jade Fist Stone felt the same way. Seeing the Bloodclaw Mantis retreating slightly, the Jade Fist Stone immediately released its hardening state. The hardening ability of the Jade Fist Stone is actually quite strong. However, the hardening skill has a significant drawback. It cannot move while in the hardened state. The slightly intimidated Bloodclaw Mantis has already lost that forward momentum, and its strength has been discounted as well. As the Jade Fist rushed forward, it used hardening again. Due to the inertia of its forward charge, the Jade Fist Stone didn't stop immediately. Giant Pincer Attack. The Bloodclaw Mantis is really crying now because it heard a crack. And in that instant, its pincers seem to have developed cracks. These pincers are the hardest part of its body, and despite undergoing countless battles, they have never left a mark. It has to maintain them every day. Boo-hoo. I'm not fighting anymore. The Bloodclaw Mantis turned and ran, contrasting sharply with another Bloodclaw Mantis on the other side that was majestically overpowering the Flame Tiger. Although the Jade Fist Stone had also given up its attack, it had indeed driven the Bloodclaw Mantis away. It was easy to tell who was strong and who was weak in this moment. At this moment, Chen Hongji's face was as red as a monkey's butt. He couldn't understand why he couldn't even defeat a poor student. The world was too harsh on him. The other classmates were also surprised. Guo Jingyi, who won the match, was actually feeling a bit awkward, although winning felt particularly good. The attention of so many people was a bit overwhelming. This was the first time he felt this way, and he was still a bit shy. Chen Hongji saw his Flame Tiger frequently making mistakes under pressure, with 2 wounds on its body, and feeling a bit pained. He immediately ordered the Flame Tiger to stop fighting. But the Bloodclaw Mantis, which was on a roll, wouldn't he care about this and wouldn't he let the Flame Tiger leave? If this continued, the Flame Tiger could very likely be seriously injured. The hunting area is not absolutely safe. Although the ferocious beasts inside have been tamed and 1T actively attack humans, they are still ferocious beasts. And once a fight breaks out, it can easily escalate. Of course, the Bloodclaw Mantis wouldn't attack humans, at most. It would just beat this little tiger half to death. Flame Tiger. Even though Guo Jingyi was competing with Chen Hongji, he immediately took action when he saw the Flame Tiger in danger. With the strength of the Jade Fist Stone, it was not a problem to stop the Bloodclaw Mantis. But something unexpected happened at that moment. While fighting, the Bloodclaw Mantis actually broke through its realm, awakening to the 8th level. The giant pincers in its hands became even more powerful. An 8th level awakened Bloodclaw Mantis, combined with its newfound understanding of its own skills, gained a tremendous boost in strength under this unstoppable momentum. At this moment, even if a transcendent creature stood before the Bloodclaw Mantis, it would bravely lift its pincers and attack. Harden. Time was too tight. The Jade Fist Stone couldn't fully harden before being struck by the Bloodclaw Mantis's giant pincers. The immense force sent the Jade Fist Stone flying. Although it didn't inflict much damage, the strike carried an unstoppable momentum that still knocked the Jade Fist Stone unconscious. Bang! With one successful hit, the Bloodclaw Mantis's momentum surged again. Its gaze swept back to the Flame Tiger, letting out a domineering roar. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. A mantis was showing off before a tiger, while the tiger looked on warily and a bit fearfully, continuously backing away. Flame Tiger. Seeing this, Chen Hongji rushed over to the Flame Tiger. Class Monitor, be careful. The Bloodclaw Mantis swung its pincers and launched a fierce attack on the Flame Tiger. In that moment, Chen Hongji also charged forward. His speed was remarkably fast, making one marvel at how people can indeed unleash powers they usually cannot when faced with a crisis. Chapter 046, Thunder Monkey Strikes. Shock. In a critical moment, many people closed their eyes in fear, as they seemed to envision the class monitor being struck by the Bloodclaw Mantis's pincers, causing many to tremble. For a group of just adult young men and women, this scene was still too brutal and bloody. Guo Jingyi's face turned pale. He felt extremely guilty for trying to steal the spotlight from the monitor. If the monitor really died, he would feel remorse. Thunder Monkey. Only Huai softly called out, and the impatient Thunder Monkey shot out like a cannonball. Just as it was about to hit Chen Hongji, the Bloodclaw Mantis stopped its attack. The sensitivity of ferocious beasts is extremely keen. It could sense that if it continued its attack, the consequences would be dire. A terrifying presence was approaching, and if it didn't stop, it wouldn't be able to cope. The Bloodclaw Mantis hurriedly halted its attack and swung its giant pincers toward the direction of the approaching Thunder Monkey. Giant pincer attack. Harden. Bang. At that moment, the Bloodclaw Mantis's body also turned into a cannonball, directly flying back and breaking a large tree. The position where the Bloodclaw Mantis originally stood now had a stone monkey. Everything happened in an instant. Many people didn't see it, and it was over. Ah. The Thunder Monkey knew that the boy in front of it was Gu Huai's friend, so he was naturally its friend too. The Thunder Monkey grinned and patted Chun Hongji's shoulder, looking as if everything was fine. Chun Hongji opened his eyes in confusion, staring blankly at the stone monkey before him, still not understanding what had just happened. He had rushed out purely out of impulse. This stone monkey. Lien Beiquan was also scared just now, but he was one of the few who didn't close his eyes. He had witnessed everything that had just happened. This made Lien Beiquan instinctively glance at Gu Huai, who smiled back at him when he felt the gaze. Gulp. Lien Beiquan swallowed. Damn. He actually thought about competing with Gu Huai to see whose stone monkey was stronger. Wasn't he that foolish? Indeed. Gu Huai is a holder of top-tier talent. And his contracted stone monkey is certainly not an ordinary one. How could he have been so foolish? What just happened? Why is there a stone monkey over there? Look. That bloodclaw mantis. Everyone turned their gazes over and saw a bloodclaw mantis lying there. Its right pincer had been shattered into several pieces. This gruesome scene left everyone stunned. What exactly happened? How did the bloodclaw mantis end up like this? It was the stone monkey. One person said in a very complicated tone. Stone monkey? Yes, it was that stone monkey. Just now, that stone monkey rushed out from somewhere. And as soon as it touched the bloodclaw mantis, the mantis flew out like a cannonball, and then it ended up like this. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm joking? The speaker couldn't help but roll his eyes, knowing that what he said would be hard to believe. It's true. I saw it too, and I even know whose stone monkey it is. Liao Jinxian said with a complex tone. When everyone heard Liao Jinshuan's words, they reluctantly believed it. Mainly because Liao Jinxian was the school belle, had good grades, and definitely wouldn't lie. Who is it? Liao Jinxian turned her gaze toward Gu Huai. It's me. Since it was exposed, there was no need to hide it. Moreover, the script was quite good. This guy is quite smooth. Gu Huai's face was calm, while his heart was already blooming with joy. No one dislikes showing off, including him. But showing off also has to be tiered and leveled. That kind of low-quality show-off is just boring. Ah. The Thunder Monkey, upon hearing this, greeted the still astonished Chun Hongji and then walked toward Gu Huai with a silly grin. Gu Huai, is this what you mean by having a stone monkey of similar realm? It's indeed similar. My stone monkey has only awakened to the 7th level. Gu Huai casually replied. 7th level? Are you kidding me? How could a 7th level awakening be this strong? Neither Lien Beiquan nor the people around him believed it. Have you forgotten my talent? Your talent? Damn, it's perfect enhancement at level. At this moment, someone reacted, and one by one, they looked at Gu Huai with eyes full of envy. Perfect enhancement at level is quite a formidable talent, although it cannot enhance the strength of Beast Masters in battle. Its ability in training Beast Masters is incredibly strong. Your stone monkey hasn't managed to enhance hardening to proficiency, has it? Someone couldn't help but ask. Gu Huai smiled, neither denying nor agreeing, but the vast majority believed this to be the case. Only a few people twitched their mouths. Proficiency? Don't make me laugh. This is definitely not the power that can be unleashed by merely proficient hardening. Guojingyi and Lien Beiquan understood this best. Guojingyi's Jade Fist Stone had its hardening skill raised to level 11, which is just the proficiency entry level, yet even so, he still took hits when facing the Blood Pincer Mantis. Lien Beiquan, having raised a stone monkey himself, understood the hardening skill very well. Proficient level hardening could not possibly give the stone monkey such terrifying power. This hardening should be at the mastery level. In the past 2 days, the Thunder Monkey's realm hasn't improved much. It merely advanced from Awakening Level 6 to Awakening Level 7. However, the Thunder Monkey's strength has significantly increased. The Thunder Monkey had a solid foundation before, with a certain level of proficiency in both hardening and 8 gates of Duanjia. So the speed of leveling up these past few days has been quite fast. Beastmaster, Stone Monkey, Variant. Name, Thunder Monkey. Attribute, Dragon Evil. Bloodline, High Commander. Strength, Awakening Level 7. Skills, Hardening 30. 8 gates of Duanjia 10. This is the Stone Monkey's panel. The progress in skills is too great. It won't be long before Gu Huai can directly push hardening to level 50, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. At this moment, Chun Hongji also realized the situation and hurried over to Gu Huai, saying in a very low voice, "Thank you, Gu Huai. We're all classmates." To be honest, Chun Hongji's earlier actions were indeed not very rational, but it was precisely this irrationality that made Gu Huai view him in a new light. Willing to sacrifice one's life for their Beastmaster is enough for Gu Huai to see Chun Hongji differently. Although this person has some minor flaws, his character is still commendable. Chapter 047, Unyielding Gung Ruyi. Heading to Zong Province. After this incident, everyone lost interest in continuing to play in the hunting area and left one after another. Chun Hongji's recovery ability is quite good. In a short time, he returned to his previous state. We'll go sing later. I've already booked the venue. Also, Remember what the penguin told me about our class participating in the rookie competition. With Gu Huai, this great god, leading our class, we will definitely achieve good results. Gu Huai's strength earned Chen Hongji's respect. Alright, everyone quickly forgot about the earlier incident and excitedly cheered. After a while, Gu Huai sang a song and then left. Nothing noteworthy happened during this time. In Modu, Gung family. Since the end of the college entrance examination, Gung Ri has not given up on finding Gu Huai. However, checking Gu Huai's college entrance examination information through his name and the Baobei Dragon route proved fruitless. So she asked Lin Xiaoyu to help find out who used that car from the Lord's mansion that day, hoping to find information about Gu Huai this way. I found out about that car. Who is it? Gung Ri immediately became excited. It was arranged by Hao Feng. Hao Feng is the lord of our Lin City. The lord of Lin City? Gung Ri felt a bit of a headache. Although the Gung family is a large family, she has no way to contact someone of the lord's caliber. Moreover, even if she did get in touch, he might not necessarily give her face. I can't help you ask about this Lord Hao, but Hao Feng has a son named Hao Jian, who I knew when I was in Lin City. I can ask him. Alright, then I'll trouble you. For Yi's love, it's no trouble at all. Lin Xiaoyu hung up and immediately called Hao Jian. She directly stated her purpose. Hao Jian readily agreed. After all, it was just a simple inquiry about someone. Go ahead, who do you want to ask about? Gu Huai. Gu Huai? What, who did you say? The usually indifferent Hao Jian jumped up upon hearing that name. Gu Huai. Hao Jian understood clearly this time. And his expression turned serious. Xiaoyu, you didn't provoke this guy, did you? If you really did, you'd better apologize quickly. He's relatively easy to talk to. What are you talking about? I didn't provoke him. The situation is like this. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly explained everything, though she didn't go into too much detail, only mentioning that a person named Gu Huai saved her friend, and her friend wanted to repay him but couldn't find him. I see, that's good. Hao Jian clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Hao Jian, who is this person? Lin Xiaoyu and Hao Jian are in the same circle. Although they don't usually hang out much, she knows Hao Jian's character. Someone who can make Hao Jian pay such attention must not be an ordinary person. You don't need to worry about who this person is. He doesn't lack your friend's gratitude. Just forget about this matter. After saying this, Hao Jian hung up, leaving Lin Xiaoyu shocked. Wait, Gu Huai. Lin Xiaoyu hadn't thought in that direction at first, but combined with Hao Jian's attitude, she had to consider that he might be from a powerful family. He can't be from the Gu family, right? Lin Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Although the Lin family is also quite large, being one of the top families in Lin City and ranking in the whole Han province, if compared to the Gu family, they would truly be insignificant. No, I need to quickly tell you to stop investigating. After Hao Jian hung up, he felt something was off. After all, this matter concerns Gu Huai, who is truly a genius in Han province. Even if his father is the lord of the city, if he truly angers Gu Huai, the consequences would be the same. Better to provoke the king of hell than to provoke the Gu family. This saying is not a joke. He decided to talk to Gu Huai about it. Thinking of this, Hao Jian immediately explained the situation to Gu Huai. After learning about it, Gu Huai's mind flashed with the images of Lin Xiaoyu and Gung Ri. He smiled slightly and didn't take the matter to heart, instead boarding the train again. This time, Gu Huai's destination is Thunder Sea. Thunder Sea is not an actual sea, but a plain. However, because the altitude of this plain is particularly high, and it produces a resource called Thunder Crystal Pillar, lightning strikes occur from time to time in this area, especially in the core of Thunder Sea. There is always lightning falling. Thunder Sea is located in Zong Province. Zong Province is an extremely vast area, but it is sparsely populated, with many places being remote. It is said that Zong Province is quite mysterious, especially in the Tian Shan Mountains, which border foreign forces. That area is known as the place closest to heaven, where extremely terrifying beasts are said to roam, making it an extremely dangerous place, recognized as one of the 4 forbidden zones of Dongwang Nation. To prevent anyone from entering this forbidden area and angering the beings within, Dongwang Nation has set up a defense line, with a dedicated army stationed there. Of course, the stationing of the army is not solely for this reason. After all, this area connects the border of 2 countries, so it definitely requires a military presence. Hey, are you also going to Leihai? Gu Huai also bought a first-class ticket for the high-speed train this time. Sitting next to Gu Huai is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a kind smile on his face, giving a very good first impression. However, Gu Huai can sense a dangerous aura in the man's eyes. This uncle is not as benign as he seems. Of course, this doesn't affect Gu Huai from chatting with him. What someone does has nothing to do with him. Just chatting and boasting a bit is harmless. Yes, it's summer vacation, preparing to see the world. Gu Huai didn't pay attention to the uncle's probing questions, mainly because he had the dark dragon with him, and he truly felt fearless. He wasn't afraid of the uncle causing trouble. He just hoped it would be entertaining. The uncle's smile grew wider upon hearing Gu Huai's words. What a coincidence. I'm also planning to go to Leihai. How about we keep each other company? It can save some travel expenses. The area of Huai has a very strong magnetic field, making it impossible for high-speed trains or cars to operate there. Therefore, to get there, there's generally only one way: to take the local specialty beast, the Thunder Turtle. The Thunder Turtle charges by the head, so usually, a few people share the ride to save on costs. Sure, going out for experience isn't just about training beasts. Getting stronger alongside them and learning about human affairs and various experiences are also part of the purpose of training. Chapter 048. Treated as a little fat sheep? I'm starting to look forward to it. Then it's settled. The uncle's smile was almost too much to hide. A young man nearby saw this scene and wanted to remind Huai, but he was intimidated into silence by a glare from the uncle. Huai took all of this in. This time, due to leaving the province, the travel took a long time, sitting on the high-speed train for a full 10 hours before arriving. When getting off, the young man deliberately bumped into Huai, and Huai felt a piece of paper crumpled into his hand. A smile appeared at the corner of Huai's mouth. Interesting. Indeed. The outside world is very exciting, and there are many tricks. Huai casually stuffed the paper into his pocket without looking at it. The middle-aged uncle observed everything but didn't say anything, and continued chatting amiably with Huai, as if they were very familiar. Huai also learned the uncle's name, Leon. Whether it was his real name or a fake one, Huai couldn't tell. I've been to Huai a few times and am quite familiar with the area. I happen to know a driver whose prices are quite fair. Leon spoke while keeping his eyes on Huai. At the same time, if someone noticed, they would see one of his hands tucked inside his pocket. Since you're familiar, brotherly, then please lead the way. Huai acted like a little fat sheep who knew nothing. Good. Leon felt pleased but didn't dare to show it too obviously. Because the magnetic field in Huai is very strong. It causes normal communication devices to be out of signal and unusable. This has also led to the emergence of crime. The crime rate in this area has always been high. Leon skillfully led Huai to a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and explained their purpose. 360 beast coins. The price is indeed quite fair, even cheap. Generally speaking, a price of 400 beast coins is more normal. Old man Gu, I told you it's cheaper here. We can do 180 each. Huai's face showed a surprised smile. Thank you, brother. No need to thank me. When you're out, you should help each other. Huai and Leon paid, and the two directly boarded the Thunder Turtle. The scruffy man received the money and immediately set the Thunder Turtle on its way up the mountain. Although the Thunder Turtle is a turtle, its speed is surprisingly fast. Even described as quick, this Thunder Turtle is of medium size, and it can comfortably carry 6 or 7 people. When Huai got on the Thunder Turtle, he casually checked its information. Beast, Thunder Turtle. Attribute, Thunder. Bloodline, medium extraordinary. Realm, medium extraordinary. A standard Thunder Turtle with no significant features. Medium extraordinary, huh? Huai glanced at Leon and then at the scruffy man in front of him, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps he wouldn't even need the dark dragon to take them down himself. He didn't expect to encounter such interesting things every time he went out. He didn't know if it was good luck or bad luck. However, he did feel a bit regretful that the young man hadn't come. Huai muttered. Since they were still in a safe area, Leon didn't reveal his intentions and continued to chat amicably with Huai. Due to the high crime rate, there are patrols arranged in this area to maintain order. At the same time, there are specific arrows marking the routes on the roads to prevent outsiders from being scammed. So Huai was also curious about what methods they would use to trick him. By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, the number of patrols had significantly decreased. Suddenly, Master, my stomach hurts a bit. Is there a restroom nearby? Leon suddenly clutched his stomach, appearing to be in pain. Huai knew that the show was about to begin. Huai started to look forward to it. Okay, I happen to know there's a restroom nearby. I'll take you there. The scruffy man immediately responded, and Leon turned his gaze to Huai, looking apologetic. Brother Gu, I'm sorry. I must have eaten something bad. It might take a little time. No problem. Huai appeared nonchalant, and the scruffy man didn't want to delay either. Immediately steering the Thunder Turtle towards a spot off the marked route. Huai understood their trick. After all, people nowadays aren't foolish. Going straight there would definitely raise suspicions. The patrol had just passed by, and it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Even if they were cautious, under Leon's performance, they would be lulled into a false sense of security. Huai's hand unconsciously touched the crumpled paper in his pocket. Perhaps there would still be a chance to see that young man later. The Thunder Turtle kept running down a small path, its speed even faster than when going uphill. The scruffy man was already prepared to explain to Huai why they were moving so fast, but Huai never became suspicious. Halfway through, I can't hold it anymore. Let us stop here. All right. The Thunder Turtle came to a halt. Leon jumped off the Thunder Turtle, looking pale, and the scruffy man did the same. Just as both of them left the Thunder Turtle, it activated its skill. Thunder Armor. A blue armor appeared, directly covering its surface, including its back. These guys were indeed very cautious. Even though Huai was just a newcomer beast master who had received a beast for only a month, they didn't plan to give Huai a chance to fight back and intended to take him down directly. If it were anyone else, they might have succeeded. Unfortunately, the person they were trying to con was Huai. Huai reacted instantly. Before the thunder armor had fully expanded, he also jumped down. He landed steadily. What are you trying to do? Attack. Li Yong and the scruffy man had no intention of talking to Huai. It's said that villains often die from talking too much. They learned from various films and planned to be quiet villains. 2 green pentagram formations appeared, and 3 extraordinary beasts appeared around Huai, surrounding him in the middle. Adding the thunder turtle next to him, there were 4 extraordinary beasts in this place. The strongest among them was the thunder beast soldier. High extraordinary strength. 1 high-level extraordinary beast, 3 mid-level extraordinary beasts. This strength is already considered quite strong among beginner beast tamers, in a situation where they are focused and unguarded. Even mid-level beast tamers would find it difficult to escape from their grasp. Moreover, they are not the type to target just anyone. They usually choose high school students like Huai for a more stable outcome. Thunder Monkey, I'm counting on you. Huai summoned Thunder Monkey, and a white pentagram appeared, revealing a stone monkey in the arena. When Nan and Li Yong saw this scene, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just an apprentice beast tamer, that's great. Soon, they could tie up this boy, have his family pay a ransom, and then tear up the ticket. Chapter 049, Victory in Hand? The Value of a Genius. However, what the two did not notice was that, in their blind spot, another figure appeared. This figure was none other than Thunder Treasure. Only the Thunder Turtle that carried Huai noticed Thunder Treasure, but its intelligence was clearly low. It just took a glance, and then attacked Huai according to its master's orders. Thunder Charge. The massive Thunder Turtle charged directly at Huai. The Thunder Beast Tamer did not launch an attack. It merely stayed by the side to prevent Huai from escaping. The other two also guarded their positions, not rushing in altogether. Rushing in would create chaos and lead to problems. Thunder Monkey felt a bit panicked seeing such a huge creature charging at it, but quickly regained its composure. Open the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Opening the first gate can unlock some of nature's shackles on oneself, enhancing various abilities. However, it also causes several times the fatigue after it ends. Thunder Monkey's aura changed, becoming somewhat different from before, with a cold gaze. Harden. Boom. The collision of the Thunder Turtle sent Thunder Monkey flying. However, Thunder Monkey's presence also slowed the Thunder Turtle's speed, allowing Huai to easily dodge to the side. There was still a gap in strength. Opening the gate was not enough. Thunder Monkey's realm was too weak, only having awakened to the 7th tier. Open the second gate, the Rest Gate. The second gate can lift physical limitations, allowing Thunder Monkey to exceed its physical limits during this time, unleashing even more terrifying and powerful strength. Harden. Thunder Monkey's body, which was sent flying, suddenly stopped, its eyes slightly reddened. Thanks to hardening, the Thunder Turtle's attack did not pose a threat to it. Blocked? This stone monkey is strange, but it doesn't matter. Lin Wolf, go bring that boy over here. Thunder Beast Tamer, that stinky monkey is up to you. Both were somewhat surprised by Thunder Monkey's performance, but it was just surprise. It was merely a 7th tier awakened stone monkey, so what if it was special? It was just a bit of a hassle. Thunder Monkey began to roar. As the high-level extraordinary Thunder Beast Tamer posed a significant threat. Thunder Treasure, just leave the Thunder Beast Tamer behind. Deal with the rest. After all, there were still 3 extraordinary beasts here, and Huai did not want to flip over in a ditch. Although his physical quality had been enhanced, it was still a pipe dream to compete with extraordinary beasts. Now that an extraordinary beast had its sights set on him, if he wasn't careful, well, with the Darkborn Demon Dragon around, there was no such thing as being careless. However, Huai did not want to develop a habit of letting the Darkborn Demon Dragon handle everything. If he could solve it himself, he would do so. Roar. Thunder Treasure excitedly howled. How could there still be a beast tamer here? Li Yong and the others were quite puzzled. They had no idea when this unknown beast tamer had appeared. The aura emitted by this beast also indicated it was extraordinary, so the two were not overly worried. For extraordinary beasts and a 7th tier awakened stone monkey, looking at it, the odds were definitely in their favor, or rather, they had victory in hand. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the world of beast tamers was not filled with ordinary beast tamers like them. There were indeed geniuses in this world. Skyrending Claw. A cyan blue claw mark sliced through the air, and in the next moment, Lin Wolf was struck by a claw. Oh whoa. Lin Wolf was instantly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. Space type? Li Yong and Nan were stunned. They both knew they had encountered a tough opponent. Space-type beasts were quite troublesome. Moreover, they had no experience fighting against space-type opponents, as space-type beast tamers were extremely rare, belonging to an exceptionally uncommon category. Given their level, Encountering a space type was incredibly difficult. Run. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. Space-type beasts could not be judged by common logic, and they did not want to waste time here. Want to run? Huai glanced at Thunder Monkey, who was excitedly battling the Thunder Beast Tamer, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Thunder Treasure would not let these people have their way. Before evolving into the Azure Thunder Dragon, Thunder Treasure, with a 10th tier awakening, had already defeated high-level extraordinary mechanical dragons. It was easy to imagine its current strength. Huai estimated that even a low-level commander might not be a match for Thunder Treasure. Skyrending Claw. Thunder Treasure playfully unleashed 2 more Skyrending Claws, which vanished in the air, only to appear before the Thunder Turtle and another mid-level extraordinary beast in the next moment. This time, Li Yong and the others were prepared, but in the face of an absolute gap in strength, being prepared made little difference. Only Huai's Thunder Beast Tamer remained, intentionally kept for the moment. Li Yong and Hu Zhanan's faces suddenly turned awkward. Brother Gu, we were just joking with you. Joking? A playful smile appeared on Huai's face. Yes, we were just joking to see your strength. After all, the first time I saw you, I thought you were a dragon among men, and look, this test really proves it. Li Yong was thick-skinned. He knew that the two of them could not escape now and only hoped that Huai would be easier to fool, so they could still get out. Otherwise, with the things they had done, if they were caught, it would be the end. Is that so? Then it seems I misunderstood you, brother. As soon as Huai finished speaking, Li Yong's phone rang. Answer it. Li Yong awkwardly considered hanging up, knowing who was calling, but Huai's words made him hesitate. Put it on speaker. Li Yong had a mournful expression, but when he saw Thunder Treasure's sharp gaze, he knew that if he didn't comply, the consequences would be severe. So you caught this little brat, huh? All right. Hurry up and send him over. I'll wait for you at the usual place. I just saw this kid. He's definitely a fat sheep, dressed in custom-made clothes. When Li Yong and Hu Zhanan heard this, their faces darkened. This troublesome kid was trying to trick them. Under the pressure brought by Huai and their dissatisfaction with the person on the phone, who had caused them to be unable to argue, they chose not to tell the truth and instead planned to bluff the other party. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Then let us go? Thunder Monkey, under full force, still had some gap in strength against high-level extraordinary beasts. Its realm was too low. The only reason it managed to hold its ground was that the Thunder Beast Tamer was currently unable to fight back and was focused on self-preservation. Chapter 050. Confession leads to leniency. Resistance leads to strict punishment. The Thunder Beast Tamer, afraid of injuring Thunder Monkey, let out a sigh of relief. It really couldn't win. However, its inability to win was not directed at Thunder Monkey, but rather at the little blue dragon floating in the air. It had witnessed all that its companion had suffered. It could not withstand the claws that appeared from the void. Even in a state of complete concentration, one can still get injured if caught off guard, not to mention fighting against a monkey that fears neither life nor death. This is simply an unsolvable situation. Of course, the most important thing is that its own master has already become someone else's meal, so what is it still holding on to? The principle of being lenient with those who confess and strict with those who resist is something the Thunder Beast warrior understands. The Thunder Monkey, dissatisfied, stopped its attack, looking as if it could definitely win if given a bit more time. This made Huai unable to hold back a roll of his eyes. Didn't it know the state of its own body? Not to mention whether it could win or lose. If it continued fighting, the Thunder Monkey would soon have to lie down to heal at Thunder Sea, wasting a lot of time. Opening the second gate was still a bit strenuous for the Thunder Monkey, as long as it didn't take too long. Having the Dark Abyss Dragon help recover would be a quick matter, but if it took too long, recovery wouldn't be so easy and would require some time. Lead the way, Huai said, looking at Li Yong. Li Yong felt bitter. He thought he had caught a foolish big fat sheep, but it turned out the other party was playing him. He was the foolish one, but the Thunder Tortoise. Li Yong pointed to the Thunder Tortoise, which had already been severely injured by Thunder Treasure's strike. Huai snapped his fingers, and the Thunder Tortoise, looking confused, climbed back up. Who was it? And what was it doing here? Li Yong and Hu Zhanan's pupils involuntarily shrank. It was too cool, although they didn't understand the principle behind it. At this moment, they profoundly understood one thing. What they had kicked was probably not an iron plate, but a steel plate. Let us go? All right. After realizing this, the two of them were quite honest and didn't dare to play any tricks, being lenient with those who confess and strict with those who resist. In any case, this time could only be considered a failed kidnapping. At most, they would sit in jail for a few years. As long as everyone kept their mouths shut, they could all live in peace. The two of them rode the Thunder Tortoise and took Huai down a small path, soon arriving at an abandoned factory. It's in there. Boss Gu, are there people inside? 3. 2 of them are like us, junior beast masters, but one of them is not far from breaking through. Both of his beasts are high-level extraordinary, the kind that is about to break through. The other person, Is that young man from the train station, right? Gu Huai spoke the answer first, shockingly young. How do you know? Gu Huai smiled without answering. In fact, he had already seen the two of them exchanging glances. It was just that at that time, Gu Huai wasn't too sure. It was only after seeing that young man slip him a note that Gu Huai confirmed his guess. These two were in cahoots. It was also a trick. If Gu Huai suspected Li Yong, he would naturally be grateful to the young man who helped him, then step into the young man's trap. Of course, even if they failed, it wouldn't matter. At worst, they would just change targets. There would always be success. What is his strength? Apprentice Beastmaster. Then let us go in. By the way, you two wouldn't want to turn against me, would you? Gu Huai looked at the two with a smile. If Li Yong and the others hadn't seen Gu Huai snap his fingers and restore the thunder tortoise from its heavily injured state, they might still have some thoughts in their hearts at this moment. But now, they were done for. This youth was beyond their comprehension. A white formation. An apprentice beastmaster? Hell, what a joke. That unknown beast was summoned by this youth, and so was that monkey. Who knew if Gu Huai was hiding any new beasts in secret? They felt there must be, and the one helping the thunder tortoise recover was probably it. Under such circumstances, even if the two of them turned against him, it wouldn't work. Everything went smoothly. After Gu Huai entered, he let Thunder Treasure take action. With Thunder Treasure's strength, these people were no match at all. The young man was also extremely shocked. After binding these people, Gu Huai called the local patrol police and told them the address. Who am I? A kind passerby. The patrol police arrived at the abandoned factory in less than 5 minutes. After understanding everything that happened from Gu Huai, the patrol officer warmly took Gu Huai to Thunder Sea, leaving his phone number with him and telling him that if he encountered any trouble in Thunder Sea, he could call him. Is this Thunder Sea? Standing at the edge of Thunder Sea, with towering stone pillars formed by nature and the occasional flickering lightning, Gu Huai couldn't help but marvel. So beautiful. Thunder Treasure, Thunder Monkey, come out. It's time to start today's training. Roar. Thunder Treasure yelled excitedly as soon as it appeared. It loved the environment of this place, filled with the aura of thunder and lightning, making it feel very comfortable. The Thunder Monkey, however, seemed a bit listless. The previous battle had taken quite a toll, leaving the Thunder Monkey slumping its shoulders, looking as if it had been drained. Thunder Sea is a place where lightning can strike at any moment, making it dangerous for humans to walk inside. Therefore, if humans want to enter, they need to rent insulated suits. Of course, Gu Huai didn't need to rent an insulated suit. He had prepared one before coming. Let us go. Thunder Sea is divided into 3 areas based on danger levels. The first area of Thunder Sea is man-made. Humans created an artificial Thunder Sea through conduction. The power of the artificial Thunder Sea is very low, basically only suitable for awakening-level Thunder-type beasts. This was also Gu Huai's first goal, to let the Thunder Monkey go to this place to experience it, and also let Thunder Treasure have a go. Shan Province. Li family. The Li family has a history of over 10,000 years, having gone through generations and still well preserved, making it a renowned living fossil family in Donghuang. Before the establishment of the Donghuang Kingdom, the Li family already existed. They even established their own regime. Although it was later overthrown, they still retained a lineage, developing into a formidable presence today. The scale of the Li family, or rather the number of Li family descendants, is far greater than that of the Gu family. Not to mention the collateral line of the Li family, there are over 300 direct descendants alone. The current head of the Li family, Li Daoshan, is also one of the 12 earthly branches of the current Donghuang Kingdom Dog, a top beastmaster in Donghuang and even the world. Chapter 051. All parties gather. The newcomer competition of 2 provinces. Bofeng. This time with the Gu family's bet, you can only win, not lose. In a study room of the Li family, Li Daoshan had a serious expression. Grandpa, you can rest assured, I will definitely defeat that Gu Huai guy and clear our family's shame. Li Bofeng, a spirited young man, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he mentioned Gu Huai's name. Very good. Both I and your father lost to the Gu family. The hope of this generation rests on you. Don't worry, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We only require you to win this time. Losing later doesn't matter. Cough cough. Li Daoshan quickly coughed to stop himself from saying more, drawing a resentful look from Li Bofeng. So, you think I will definitely lose to Gu Huai in the future? Although Gu Huai made Li Bofeng shiver, he recalled the fear of being dominated by Gu Huai in his childhood. That guy was too terrifying. Just thinking of Li Bofeng made him want to cry. How could Gu Huai dare to do that? He was the grandson of the 12 earthly branches, the young master of the Shan City Li family. Oh, he is from the Gu family. Then forget it, he really dares. This time, to ensure your victory, I discussed it with your second uncle and prepared to let you enter the ancestral land for 10 days of training. 10 days is enough time for you to complete your final accumulation and let your flame dog evolve. Li Bofeng's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy upon hearing the words. Grandpa, do you really agree to let me enter the ancestral land? But this time, 2 other people will also go in with you. Is it from the 2nd and 4th branches? Li Wolfing frowned, and Li Daoshan did not respond. The Li family is not the same as the Gu family. The position of the head of the Li family is extremely important. To exaggerate, the position of the head of the Li family is like that of an ancient emperor, holding great power, controlling the lives and fortunes of over 100 million people. The Li family differs from the Gu family, which has always followed a single lineage without disputes over the head position. However, many are qualified to compete for the head position in each generation of the Li family. Although Li Daoshan is currently the head, his son may not necessarily become the head. Grandpa, rest assured, this time I will definitely win against that guy. Li Wolfing clenched his fists. Grandpa believes in you. When Gu Huai just arrived at the Thunder Sea, news about the new competition led by the capitals of 2 provinces exploded among the newcomers. Countless newcomers saw that as long as they could secure a spot in the top 64 of their respective provinces, they could represent their province in the competition and receive a minimum reward of resources worth 1 million. If they could defeat someone from the opposing province and advance to the top 64 of the finals, the prize would be multiplied by 5, directly totaling 5 million. 5 million. This amount is just pocket change for Gu Huai, but for the vast majority of new beast tamers, this is a prize that makes their hearts race. Thus, it is unknown how many people wanted to go to the Beast Taming Center to sign up. Unfortunately, due to the large scope of this event, it was impossible to allow all newcomers to register, so a registration requirement was set. The realm of beast taming must not be lower than Awakening Level 7. Moreover, the registration deadline is July 8th. This means that if one does not elevate their beast taming realm to Awakening Level 7 by 10 p.m. on July 8th, it will mean they are not qualified to participate in this competition. Successful registrants will gather at the sports square of their respective provincial capitals at 10 a.m. on July 10th to participate in a 3-day elimination round to select the final 64 participants. These 64 will represent their respective provinces in battle. Class monitor, I want to sign up. I want to sign up too. How could this competition be without me? After this announcement came out, Chun Hongji's QQ was flooded with messages. Representing our province in battle, fighting for the honor of Hang Province? Very good. I, Chun Hongji, must have this. Dad. In Hang City, Lin Yi looked at the announcement, and while eating instant noodles, he trembled all over. A base prize of 1 million. As long as he defeats someone from Shan Province and wins honor for Hang Province, he can get a bonus of 5 million? Wow, isn't this tailor-made for me? The first place will receive a reward worth 20 million funded by both provinces. However, this is only the reward from the 2 provinces. According to the official website, Hang Province provides additional rewards for its participants. Advancing gives 1 million. Top 64, 5 million. Top 32, 7 million. Top 16, 10 million. Advancing to the top 8 will yield an additional mysterious grand prize on top of the 10 million jackpot. Lin Ye's eyes turned red. This month has been too hard for him. Ever since losing to Gu Huai last time and being tricked out of so much money, his funds have dwindled. To avoid malnutrition for the Fire General, he saved all his remaining money for the Fire General and could only buy a box of cheap instant noodles, surviving on them for over half a month. As long as he secures first place in this competition, no. Even just making it into the top 16 will lift him out of poverty. Fire General, we're going to get rich. But for the next few days, let's save a bit. My funds won't come through until the day after tomorrow. Although a bit foolish, he is not a bad person. Hang Province and Shan Province are both major provinces, and their strengths rank among the top in the country. They also have large populations. Hang Province has 18 billion permanent residents, while Shan Province has 2.02 billion. Naturally, there are also several million new beast tamers. Although not every one of these new beast tamers will choose the path of beast taming, still about half are interested in it. Although the registration requirements for this competition between the 2 provinces are not low, given the large base, many people will still register. In such an environment, the difficulty of breaking into the rankings is evident. Of course, none of this has much to do with Gu Huai. Each province has 4 seed spots, meaning these 4 individuals need to participate in the selection and can advance directly. Moreover, these 8 individuals will not encounter each other before the top 16 elimination round. As the young master of the Gu family, Gu Huai naturally has a seat. Likewise, Li Buofeng, who is entering the ancestral land for training, has the same privilege. Thunder Monkey, very good. That's right. Accept this thunder, absorb it into your body, and operate it according to the method taught by my dark dragon grandpa. Having trained in the Thunder Sea for a week, Gu Huai's hair was a bit frizzy, his face slightly charred, looking somewhat disheveled, completely lacking his previous handsome appearance. In these 7 days, Gu Huai had led by example, entering the lightning baptism along with Thunder Treasure and Thunder Monkey to help them better integrate into the environment. Chapter 052, Thunder Monkey's Bloodline Enhancement. Thunder Prison Dragon Body. With Gu Huai's physical fitness, it is impossible to withstand this directly. However, with the Dark Dragon present, this is not a problem, just a minor issue. Under Gu Huai's strategy, the results were indeed remarkable. First, for Thunder Monkey. Under such high-pressure training, Thunder Monkey advanced from Awakening Level 7 to Awakening Level 9 in just 1 week. Its hardening level also perfectly reached level 50. Now, Gu Huai took Thunder Monkey, who had pushed its hardening to the limit, deep into the Thunder Sea, directly withstanding the lightning that would injure even commander-level beasts. Open the first door of the 8 gates of Duanjia. As the third door opened, an infinite life force erupted from Thunder Monkey's body. Thunder Monkey bared its teeth, feeling incredibly. Pain and pleasure intertwined. Thunder Monkey found that it seemed to really enjoy this process of enhancing its strength amidst pain, relishing the experience of becoming stronger. The life gate gave Thunder Monkey more time to accept this lightning, allowing it to become its own power. The destructive force within Thunder Monkey was too strong. Relying solely on that mysterious power was insufficient. Gu Huai had discussed this with Mu Qing, who suggested that Gu Huai let Thunder Monkey take the lightning path. Thunder, praised as the strongest attack, is also an extremely violent force. Stimulating the 8 gates of Duanjia with lightning and countering this destructive force allows that mysterious power to be balanced between the two, effectively suppressing this destructive force and turning it into its own, enhancing Thunder Monkey's strength. However, achieving this requires very high demands on Thunder Monkey, needing immense willpower to accomplish it. Gu Huai asked Thunder Monkey, and it agreed. Moreover, its name contains the character for thunder. Thunder Monkey, go for it. Gu Huai's gaze was fixed on Thunder Monkey bathing in the lightning, clenching his fists. Everything that needed to be prepared has been done. The rest relies on Thunder Monkey itself. For this, Gu Huai had prepared many heavenly materials and earth treasures for Thunder Monkey to help it get through this. At a critical moment, Gu Huai hurriedly used his trump card. Detected that the hardening skill is a basic skill, has been strengthened to the upper limit of basic skills, currently modifying the hardening skill. Modification requires 100 million enhancement points. Continue. This is the second time this has happened, and Gu Huai is already familiar with the process. During the enhancement process, he absorbed the power of lightning, and the modified hardening skill mutated. However, because the power of lightning is not strong, the mutation is incomplete. Should he spend 100 million enhancement points to perfect it? Gu Huai had already planned for the hardening skill to evolve into a stronger new skill, but he didn't expect this to happen. Enhance. There was no choice. Gu Huai could only grit his teeth. Fortunately, he had prepared enough enhancement points. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. Damn, this infinite enhancement talent is really exaggerated. This is no longer just a simple money sink, right? Gu Huai clicked his tongue. Only his family could support this, as even other major families would struggle to bear the consumption of this talent. Mutation perfected. The hardening skill has finally transformed into the super tier skill Thunder Prison Dragon Body. Thunder Prison Dragon Body. Gu Huai was stunned for a moment and quickly checked what this skill, which cost him 2 small goals, was. This skill is also one that hasn't been recorded, meaning it doesn't exist in this world. Thunder Prison Dragon Body is a super skill with dual lightning attributes. A passive skill of physical type that can continuously enhance the physique of the Thunder Monkey and significantly improve its recovery ability. It has become a passive skill? Gu Huai was taken aback. Such a powerful hardening skill, which consumed 2 of his small goals, has turned into a super tier passive skill. Even if it's a dual lightning attribute skill, Gu Huai felt a bit of a loss. Wow. However, upon seeing the Thunder Monkey's panel, Gu Huai felt it was worth it. Beast, Stone Monkey, Mutated Species. Name, Thunder Monkey. Attributes, Dragon Evil. Bloodline, Intermediate Lord. Strength, Awakening Stage 10. Skills, 8 Gates Duanjia 20. Thunder Prison Dragon Body 10. The strength of the Stone Monkey increased from Awakening Stage 9 to Awakening Stage 10, which Gu Huai didn't pay much attention to. After all, it's just a realm increase. The key point is that the bloodline of the Thunder Monkey has actually improved. This is a significant matter to know. There are only 2 ways for a beast to enhance its physique. The first is natural evolution. Beasts can enhance their bloodline power through continuous evolution. The second is essentially also evolution, but this type occurs after ingesting certain quasi-divine medicines, or some special items, leading to fundamental changes in the beast and resulting in evolution. The previous Thunder Monkey underwent changes in its genetic factors due to some special item, which transformed it into a high-level Lord bloodline. But now, with the support of enhancement points and after obtaining the passive skill Thunder Prison Dragon Body, the bloodline power has miraculously changed. If he continues to enhance this Thunder Prison Dragon Body skill, could it raise the Thunder Monkey's bloodline again? Gu Huai's heart began to heat up. If that's the case, then this skill is not just a super tier skill. It's likely a precursor to some quasi-divine skill or divine skill. What a big win. Gu Huai exhaled. After the Thunder Monkey's final evolution, it collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. The Dark Abyss dragon moved slightly, shielding the falling lightning with a black barrier. This barrier extended right in front of Gu Huai, allowing him to run over and pick up the Thunder Monkey. It was very considerate. Thank you, Grandpa Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss dragon smiled like an ant upon hearing this. Thunder Monkey, you've worked hard. Gu Huai knew the Thunder Monkey couldn't hear him, but it didn't matter. He stored the Thunder Monkey in the beast space, which is a sanctuary for beasts. As long as there is still a breath of life, it can slowly recover inside. It's just a matter of time. Roar. The Thunder Treasure flew to Gu Huai's side and let out a low growl. What's wrong? Feeling threatened? Gu Huai looked at the Thunder Treasure, which was already 70 centimeters long, and smiled. The Thunder Treasure pouted. It wouldn't concede. Besides, how could that silly monkey be its match? Chapter 053 Gu Huai's Plan. The elimination round begins. Although the Thunder Treasure thought this way, its actions were quite honest. It walked straight towards the Thunder Sea. It indeed felt a threat from the Thunder Monkey. Once that little monkey developed, and Gu Huai reached a bottleneck, it would take some time, and then it wouldn't be able to easily crush the little monkey. This is something the Thunder Treasure cannot tolerate. Just then, Gu Huai's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a text from his father. The main content was to inform Gu Huai that the registration had ended, and he had been arranged as a seed player. He shouldn't worry about the preceding matters. However, he reminded Gu Huai not to forget the time. The official match with Shan Province is on July 15th, and he should arrive early. He still has 6 days of training left. 6 days should be enough, right? Gu Huai muttered, feeling somewhat uncertain. The results of the 7 days of training were quite good, but there was still a significant gap from being fully prepared. Gu Huai casually glanced at the Thunder Treasure's information. Beast, Azure Thunder Dragon. Name, Thunder Treasure. Attributes, Dragon Space. Bloodline, Intermediate King. Realm, Primary Transcendent. Skills, Space Rending Claw 24, Super Tier, Space Dragon Skill. Thunder Domain Space 17, Super Tier, Thunder Space. Essence, Thunderclap Rending Claw 5, Quasi-Divine Essence. The Thunder Treasure's realm is still Primary Transcendent. Awakening has 10 stages. Especially after reaching the Transcendent level, the increase in realm becomes significantly more challenging. Super Tier skills are also difficult to improve. Enhancing once requires 100 times the enhancement points compared to basic skills, and even mastering them is not an easy task. Gu Huai sighed. No wonder he once read in a book that learning basic skills gives a strong sense of achievement in the early stages because the improvements are visible. But if you learn super tier skills, you will experience the despair of standing still. The Space Rending Claw is a matter of fate. If it can be improved, then let it be. Skill level enhancement is a minor issue. It can be enhanced. But pure enhancement may not be a good thing for the Thunder Treasure. The previous crazy enhancement was only because the Thunder Treasure was on the brink of bloodline evolution. Under that pressure, it could quickly convert the skills with added points. At this level, the Thunder Sea's effect is not as strong. The Thunder Sea can only be considered a naturally formed low-level training ground. Its limit is just the Lord level. There is no need for those above the Lord level to train here. Even for the Lord level, it is only suitable for the early to mid-stage, and it becomes unsuitable in the later stages. That is how it is. Gu Huai had a plan in mind and prepared to follow it. On July 10th, various parties gathered. Countless talents who passed the assessment arrived at Hangzhou Sports Plaza. These individuals are all geniuses from the entire Han province, each with their beast strength above Awakening Stage 7. Whereas Justice, why hasn't Gu Huai come? Didn't he say he would participate too? At the entrance of the sports stadium, more than 30 people gathered together. Chun Hongji stood at the front, looking towards Guojingyi. It must be said that under Chun Hongji's leadership, Class 1 was exceptionally united. This time, even those who did not pass the assessment mostly showed up. Moreover, the training camp he organized was quite successful, excluding those not included. There were as many as 6 people from their class who passed the assessment. I can't reach Big Brother Gu. Guojingyi shrugged, but he was not worried at all about Gu Huai participating in this competition, while others were unaware of Gu Huai's background. He knew that this competition was organized by Gu Huai's family. According to Guojingyi's estimation, Gu Huai should be one of the 4-seeded players, which was completely different from the others. However, Guojingyi didn't voice these thoughts and maintained an indifferent expression. What's up with that guy Gu Huai? He's our class's hope. I even promised Teacher Deng. Chun Hongji was a bit anxious. He wanted to call Gu Huai, but the prompt said, the number you dialed is not in service area. Although Gu Huai's phone was modified to receive signals, it could only connect with similarly modified phones. Gu Huai could also use a satellite network exclusive to these phones to go online. However, being under the thunderclouds, Gu Huai rarely checked his phone, keeping it in an insulated layer to avoid lightning strikes. Alright, don't worry about Boss Gu. He can handle it himself. We just need to focus on our own matters. If it weren't for this competition, he probably wouldn't have been released. But his father also said that if Huai didn't secure a promotion spot this time, he should just take care of himself. This made Guojingyi feel a lot of pressure. But, no buts, the competition is about to start, let us go in. Guojingyi waved his hand and turned to leave. The others exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. If it were the old Guojingyi, everyone would have ignored him. But ever since he defeated the class leader last time, everyone unconsciously listened to him. This was the change brought by strength. The previous Guojingyi lacked the current confidence and aura. After his strength improved and he defeated the class leader, he hadn't even realized how much he had changed. Confidence shining bright. The group marched confidently into the stadium. The sports square in Hang City was quite large, claiming to accommodate 200,000 people at the same time. Chapter 054. The seated player list is confirmed. The design of the square was the masterpiece of the Beastmaster architect Guanjia. The entire sports square's area was not particularly large, but made the most of the space, showcasing architectural brilliance. The square had 100,000 regular seats, and adding another 100,000 would be no problem. With 36 exits and passages, it could maximize the evacuation of people. In case of any crisis, the walls around the square could automatically lower to form paths, ensuring maximum safety. After Guojingyi and his group entered, Lin Yi also arrived outside. Huai, this time I will definitely not lose to you. I will make Ruochu look at me differently. Go, go, go. After pumping himself up, Lin Yi confidently walked inside. Sister Hua, is my condition really okay today? A sweet-looking girl asked nervously. Xiaobai, you've asked me many times. Don't worry, your condition is excellent today. Just perform freely, and advancing shouldn't be a big problem, Sister Hua said. When she saw Bai Ruochu still looking at her, her lips curled into a smile. As someone who had been through it, she naturally understood what it meant, because she had also been infatuated with that man back then. Sister Hua shook her head and tossed those chaotic thoughts aside. Bai Ruochu's qualifications were better than hers, and perhaps she really would have a chance. Moreover, Bai Ruochu had her own help. Xiaobai, just give it your all. That eliminated player 1T be coming, so don't have any psychological burden. Bai Ruochu was taken aback and quickly asked, he won't participate? No, with his status, he must be one of the 4 predetermined spots. So he naturally doesn't need to come for this selection. Bai Ruochu let out a sigh of relief. Ever since Gu Huai's call last time, her life had undergone a tremendous change. Sister Hua had taken her under her wing, teaching her, as if she were a disciple, with genuine care and dedication. Bai Ruochu knew that Sister Hua was indeed a good person, otherwise, she wouldn't have taken her in due to her parents' connections and prepared to cultivate her as one of her own. However, with Sister Hua's character, it was impossible for her to do this without a reason. Sister Hua's actions stemmed entirely from Gu Huai's call, which made Bai Ruochu deeply grateful to him. At the same time, she wanted to prove to Gu Huai that his choice had not been wrong. Deep down, Bai Ruochu also harbored a different kind of emotion towards Gu Huai. Go for it. Sister Hua looked at Bai Ruochu, knowing what she was thinking. She hoped Bai Ruochu could truly succeed. That way, her position in the Gu family would significantly improve. The promotion for this competition was substantial, and many people were paying attention. Numerous television stations arrived early on site to prepare for live coverage, and some reporters were asking people questions outside. The elimination round began amidst this highly anticipated atmosphere. The competition rules were also announced. They were simple. The elimination round would take the form of a point system. The competition time was from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., with 3 hours allocated for meals and rest in between. It would last for 3 days. Because there were many participants, each person would need to compete in several matches, depending on the competition. However, to ensure that these participants could compete in good condition, there would be a mandatory 3-hour rest period after each match before the next match could commence. There would also be specialized recovery beast masters to help restore injured beasts. The competition followed principles of fairness and justice. Each person started with 10 points. Winning a match earned 5 points, drawing earned no points, and losing deducted 2 points. If a player's score reached 0, they would be eliminated early. Typically, each person would participate in 10 matches. However, in special circumstances, additional matches might occur. The competition rules were detailed and had virtually no loopholes. After 3 days of competition, 62 qualifying spots would be determined. As for why there were 62 spots, the rules stated it was because there were 4 seeded players in this competition. Of those 4, 2 were predetermined. The remaining 2 would be selected from the 62 participants. Only the 2 strongest, meaning those with the highest scores, could secure a seeded spot. The benefits of being a seeded player were clearly stated above. Being selected as a seeded player meant avoiding facing other seeded players until the top 16. I must get that seeded spot. Many people had the same thought upon seeing this rule. The competition proceeded smoothly under these circumstances. For the vast public, these participants were all newcomers. On the evening of July 12th, around 6 o'clock, the spots in Hang Province were confirmed. The two seeded players who advanced were one by Ruochu and another boy from Ningxing City carrying a black ruler, Yi Fan. Among the 7 members of Gu Huai's class, their performance was quite good, with 3 advancing, Guo Jingyi, Chen Hongji, and Liao Jinxian. The rest were all eliminated. However, those eliminated had not performed poorly, they were just a bit short of advancing. Overall, the first class performed commendably and perfectly. Damn it, we were just a little short of getting the seeded spot. Lin Yi cried tears of frustration. At the same time, he couldn't understand why Bai Ruochu, who only had a C-level talent, possessed much stronger abilities than him. He had clearly worked very hard. 62 people stood on the stage. Bai Ruochu and the boy Yi Fan, who was carrying a black ruler, stood at the forefront. Gu Huai, I won't let you down. Bai Ruochu was extremely excited. She could finally stand on the same stage as Gu Huai. Lin Yi looked at Bai Ruochu's figure, completely unaware that his goddess was thinking about another man. A man he had vowed to defeat to reclaim his honor. Yi Fan's expression was cold, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. On the 13th, the people from Shan Province contacted Hang Province, and Hang Province had arranged hotels, just waiting for these people to check in. That night, the people from Shan Province arrived. A lot of effort had been put into this competition by Shan Province. On the 14th, both sides confirmed their contestants and issued the competition placards. The day was very calm. Finally, the much-anticipated day arrived on the 15th. This was the first clash between the two provinces in the form of a rookie competition. A comprehensive test of the newcomer strengths from both provinces. The higher-ups from both provinces attached great importance to this competition, which attracted national attention, as everyone wanted to see the strengths of these two super provinces. Chapter 055, The Li Brothers. Gu Huai arrives. The competition was set to start at 8 o'clock. Contestants from both sides had to enter by 7:50 to prepare for battle. The combat seats for both sides were naturally separated. Shan Province was on the blue side, while Hang Province was on the red side. The uniforms were also custom-made by the official organizers. When the competition began, they had to wear these uniforms. To make the competition exciting, each person would only compete in 1 match per day. The competition rules dictated that contestants would first match with the other side's players, and only if there were not enough players on the other side would they match within their own side. The competition to advance from 128 to 64 would not be live-streamed. Only from the top 64 would it switch to live broadcasting. At 7:42, most of the contestants had arrived, but there was still an empty spot for the red side seed player. Guo Jingyi, didn't you say not to worry about Gu Huai? But the elimination matches are over, and that guy still hasn't shown up. Boss Gu will definitely come. Guo Jingyi looked at the time and felt a bit uncertain. Could it be that Boss Gu directly stood up the head of the family? Guo Jingyi shivered. Given Boss Gu's character, it was indeed possible. Will he come? Chen Hongji's gaze turned to the frontmost position, the seed player's spot. Could Gu Huai be in that position? But even if he was there at the time, Chen Hongji had tried to contact Gu Huai, but really couldn't get through. Gu Huai will come. Liao Jinxian suddenly spoke up at that moment. How do you know? Chen Hongji subconsciously asked when he heard his admired goddess say that. I believe in him. But Liao Jinxuan's words made Chen Hongji uncomfortable. What do you mean you believe in him? It sounded like you two were very familiar. Boo-hoo. It won't happen, definitely not. On the other side, the seed seats in Shan Province were filled with 4 people. Li Buofeng's figure was among them, sitting in the foremost position. His gaze occasionally scanned Hang Province. His brows furrowed. Could this guy have not come this time? Damn it. I've made thorough preparations for this. Don't let me down. With only a few minutes left until the competition, Li Buofeng was even more anxious than Guo Jingyi and the others to defeat Gu Huai head-on and seize his luck. His grandfather had made many arrangements for him. People like them, who are prodigies, can lose in casual matches. But if they lose to appear in such a formal competition, they would lose a part of their luck to the opponent. This kind of result would cause them to always be a step behind when facing the other party. Of course, this was the metaphysics his grandfather told him, as both Li Daoshan and his father experienced the same. Who was Brother Feng looking at? Next to Li Buofeng sat a man who somewhat resembled him, but appeared a bit effeminate. Who else could it be but young Master Gu? Indeed, in his eyes, probably only young Master Gu would be his rival. Li Buoqing and Li Buoxuan, what are you two up to? Li Buofeng's expression darkened. These two guys were from the 2nd and 4th houses. The heads of the 2nd and 4th houses were the biggest obstacles to his father becoming the head of the entire Li family. Therefore, their relationship had always been poor, and they didn't get along well at school. What do you mean? Li Buoqing said with a hint of mockery, leaning in to whisper in Li Buofeng's ear. Li Buofeng, this time I will let you understand that you are not even the most outstanding one in our generation of the Li family. You. Li Buofeng was furious, but quickly calmed himself down. He wouldn't let these two affect his mood. He has arrived. The last person in the seed seat was a girl with short hair. When her voice fell, the 3 brothers from the Li family all looked towards Hang Province at the same time. Although they hadn't seen Gu Huai for several years, they recognized him immediately. Their expressions grew serious. The name Gu was too significant. As the only heir of the Gu family in this generation, how could they not take it seriously? Why does he look so disheveled now? Li Buofeng couldn't help but mutter as he saw Gu Huai's disheveled appearance, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Although there were grudges between him and Gu Huai, their relationship was actually quite good. Sorry, I ran into some issues and arrived late. Gu Huai indeed looked very disheveled. His face was somewhat dark, and his hair was in a messy state. His clothes were several days old, and he had no time to change. There was no helping it. After all, Lei Bao had broken through at this time, which delayed Gu Huai a bit, making him almost miss the competition. Although his father wouldn't do anything to him, he would definitely keep nagging in his ear, which was quite annoying. Boss Gu, Gu Huai, young Master Gu. Upon seeing Gu Huai, 2 people in the seed seat stood up. In the other 60 ordinary positions, several people also stood up in surprise. He has finally arrived. This made Yi Fan, who was sitting in the 3rd position, also look over. Is this the first seed? Very good. The more outstanding you are, the happier I am. That way, I can gain more attention. This was Yi Fan's thought, and also his confidence in himself. Boss Gu, I thought you weren't coming. The person sitting in the 2nd seed position was a handsome young man. He had been expressionless while sitting in his position, seemingly looking down on everyone around him. But when he saw Gu Huai arrive, he transformed into a different person, running towards Gu Huai with a beaming smile, wanting to give him a warm hug. Wang Zhong, can you just hug wildly like that? Guo Jingyi directly blocked between the two, forcing Wang Zhong to stop. Guo Jingyi, you're not being fun at all. TCH. Who doesn't know who is pretending to be cool on the side? You clown. Who are you calling a clown? Wang Zhong's current demeanor completely shattered his previous cool persona. Alright, now there are many people watching us. Gu Huai looked pained. These 2 guys really started bickering as soon as they met. Boss Gu, come sit over here. Hehe, we are the seed players. Wang Zhong's last sentence was specifically aimed at Guo Jingyi, provoking a resentful glance from him. But what can he do? The Guo family has always been slow in their early cultivation speed, and it wasn't until they experienced an evolution in the Jade Fist Stone that things improved slightly. Chapter 056. Gu Huai's Luck. The first match. Moreover, within the Gu family, Wang Zhong's family indeed holds a stronger position than the Guo family. The Gu family's strength comes not only from their powerful lineage, but also from their influence spread throughout the country, especially in Hang province. Even the Eastern Huang Kingdom is not as effective here as the Gu family. The Gu family possesses 7 super strong forces nationwide. 5 of these super strong forces exist in the form of families, while the other 2 are organizations. Wang Zhong's family is one of these 5 families. The Wang family's ancestors have always followed the Gu family, being loyal subordinates. The Wang family's foundation is in Haiqing, which also belongs to Hang province, though it is somewhat far from Hangcheng, closer to the seaside. The current head of the Wang family works under Guan as the vice commander, second only to Guan, and is also a legendary beast master. As for the Guo family, they are vassals of the Gu family, always dependent on them, and have never ventured out to expand their territory. The Guo family also lacks a legendary beast master. The strongest is his grandfather, who, like his father, is a master-level beast master. Alright, you should keep your comments to a minimum. They will also establish a close connection with Gu Huai later to maintain this relationship. They all know very well about the Gu family's strength. If the Gu family wanted to, they could easily replace other families. Wang Zhong has a good personality. Aside from being somewhat sharp-tongued and occasionally pretentious, he doesn't have many significant flaws. Lin Yi, Chen Hongji, and others nearby initially wanted to say a few words to Gu Huai, but after sensing Gu Huai's aura, they instinctively backed down. Could it be that Gu Huai has some background? Lin Yi was not very familiar with Gu Huai. He had only fought with him once and was tricked by him. It was likely true. A beast like the dragon with a different colored treasure is not easy to acquire. Lin Yi did not associate Gu Huai with the Gu family, mainly due to his limited experience. Chen Hongji, on the other hand, found Gu Huai a bit unfamiliar at this moment. The Gu Huai he remembered was just a good student in class with a decent personality. Although Gu Huai saved his life at the gathering, Chen Hongji still felt a slight sense of superiority. This superiority came from his family. Although the Chen family was not a big family, his father was a businessman who made a lot of money, with family assets exceeding 1 billion. Therefore, he didn't mind that Gu Huai and Guo Jingyi were slightly stronger than him. He believed that as long as he was given enough time, he could catch up and far surpass the two. However, it seemed that the situation was not as he thought. Gu Huai and Guo Jingyi seemed extraordinary as well. This made Chen Hongji feel somewhat depressed. Young Master Gu. As Gu Huai passed by Ruochu, she respectfully called out. Huh. Gu Huai looked at Ruochu, initially puzzled about who she was, but quickly realized. Oh, it's you, 9527. Gu Huai's tone carried a hint of surprise. Upon hearing the surprise in Gu Huai's voice, Ruochu unconsciously puffed out her chest. However, When she heard Gu Huai refer to her by the number 9527, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Well, thank you, young Master Gu, for what happened earlier. It's nothing, just a small matter. Standing here for too long isn't good. It attracts too much attention. Bai Ruochu didn't continue. She would prove to Gu Huai with her strength that his choice was not wrong. Lin Yi felt a pang of bitterness. He greeted Bai Ruochu, but she ignored him. At that time, Lin Yi didn't feel much because Bai Ruochu was always like that at school, somewhat aloof. But now seeing her treat boys in the same way, he found it hard to accept. It turns out Bai Ruochu wasn't always like this. Shortly after Gu Huai arrived, it was already 7:50. The host came out, briefly encouraged everyone, and announced the start of the competition. On the two large screens, the names of 128 Beast Masters were displayed. The right side was red, representing Hang Province, and the left side was blue, representing Shan Province. Each side had 64 names, with 4 names framed. The matching rules were simple. After inputting some basic requirements, the matches were done randomly. Seed players would not face each other, with one from each side coming out. The first match contestants, red side, Gu Huai, blue side, Hong Yuza. The second match's preparations were ready. So soon it's my turn? Gu Huai was taken aback. He had just sat down after rushing over and was already to battle. It seemed his luck was good. Gu Huai mumbled indifferently. Although he wasn't in the best condition and his 2 beasts hadn't fully recovered, it didn't matter to him at all. This competition was on a large scale, with a wide range of participants and many talented individuals. However, among his peers, not many could catch Gu Huai's eye. It wasn't that Gu Huai was overly arrogant. With such a family background and such strong talent, the gap between him and his peers would only grow larger. Boss Gu, all the best. Get lost. Gu Huai replied irritably. Then, under the gaze of many, stepped onto the red area of the stage first. This kind of low-level beast battle had a designated protection area for beast masters, separating beasts from their masters. On the other side, the drawn contestant Hong Yuza didn't share Gu Huai's mood. His face was filled with worry. This is bad, starting off on the wrong foot. He faced the seed player right at the beginning. How could he fight? Hong Yuza sighed, but did not concede. Being able to stand out among so many newcomers from Shan Province, he was naturally a talented beast master with extraordinary strength. Every genius has a bit of pride. He felt he might not necessarily lose. Even if he did lose, he would try to maintain his dignity. After all, he was one of the top figures in his school. Come on, Lao Hong, show them the strength of Shan Province. Even an ordinary contestant can take down their seed player. Next to Hong Yuzi stood a bald man from the same city, but they were from different schools. He was from the 3rd middle school, and this bald man was from the 6th middle school. Hong Yuza nodded and walked forward with his head held high. Full of confidence. He, Hong Yuza, was not inferior to anyone. In the knockout stage, he was a presence with 9 wins out of 10, just a bit short of becoming a seed player. Both contestants took their positions. The referee had long been waiting in the arena. This referee was naturally more professional than Bai Ruochu, wearing referee attire, and just standing there gave a convincing aura. It's no joke. The profession of referee is quite competitive and also ranked. Furthermore, beast masters with combined talents are the most suitable to serve as referees. This referee is a beast master with combined talent. Please summon your beasts within 10 seconds. The battle will begin after 10 seconds. Once the battle starts, if one side has no beasts left in the arena, the other side wins. The countdown began as soon as the referee spoke. Chapter 057, The Burning Thunder Monkey. Come out, Iron Wall Centipede. Hong Yuza summoned his beast without hesitation. Gu Huai casually glanced over and could only see the realm of the Iron Wall Centipede. While all other information was hidden by Hong Yuza, hiding information is actually quite normal. Most people prefer to conceal their beast information instead of exposing it. However, if the opponent's beastmaster is of a higher level, they can forcibly view it. Nonetheless, Gu Huai activated his talent. He discovered that his talent had a very special magical function. As long as he activated it, he could directly see the detailed information of the opponent's beast. Beast, Iron Wall Centipede. Attribute, Poison Earth. Bloodline, Medium Commander. Realm, Awakening 9th Stage. Skills, Venom 11, Iron Wall 8. The Iron Wall Centipede was not small, about the thickness of an adult's arm and approximately 1.5 meters long. Its appearance was similar to that of iron, as if it were clad in iron armor. No wonder it made it to this competition. Every participant here possessed proficient skills. Gu Huai sighed and casually summoned his Thunder Monkey. Let us see how it handles the opponent. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. Gu Huai certainly wouldn't underestimate his opponent just because the Iron Wall Centipede seemed weak. Moreover, poison-type beasts are the most dangerous. A careless hit from a poison-type beast could lead to poisoning, which would be quite troublesome afterward. Gu Huai allowed the Thunder Monkey to fight autonomously. He had trained it for this. Yay! The Thunder Monkey looked around excitedly, trembling with anticipation. Gu Huai was right. There were so many spectators. The Thunder Monkey was about to soar on such a stage. Oh ho! So exciting. The battle began. A white magic circle, a stone monkey. On the blue team's seed position, Li Buoxuan looked at Li Buofeng, a smirk of sarcasm on his lips. Is this the one you consider your lifelong rival? Beside him, Li Buoxing also showed a mocking expression. If this is all the strength it has, then it's indeed lacking. It seems they are too concerned about the Gu family's reputation. Although the Gu family has always produced dragons without exception, it does not mean that this generation will necessarily have a true dragon. A stone monkey? Li Buofeng was momentarily stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. It shouldn't be. The Gu family's initial beast should be a precious dragon, right? If Gu Huai had contracted a precious dragon of the awakening 10th stage, he wouldn't have been surprised. According to the Gu family's training methods, it would indeed take a long time to develop a precious dragon. But now it turned out to be just a stone monkey, which left Li Buofeng perplexed. The short-haired girl beside him remained expressionless. No one could tell her thoughts. On the other side, the red team members were also quite surprised. A stone monkey? Wang Chong was also dumbfounded. How could it possibly be a stone monkey? This is unscientific. Guo Jingyi, Liao Jinxian, and Chun Hongji were not surprised, as they had seen this stone monkey before. Lin Yi and Bai Ruochu were completely shocked. Both had witnessed Gu Huai summon the precious dragon from the beast space. But how could he now summon a stone monkey? Did that precious dragon die? This was Lin Ye's first thought. It seemed the only explanation that fit his speculation. Gu Xiao advanced. Bai Ruochu's thoughts were completely different from Lin Ye's. In her view, with Gu Huai's background, that precious dragon could not possibly have encountered any problems. And now that the precious dragon did not appear, it could only mean one thing. Gu Huai had already become a junior beastmaster. And this stone monkey was his second contracted beast. Becoming a junior beastmaster in just a month and a half is indeed hard for an ordinary person to understand. But if that person is Gu Huai, it makes sense. After all, even she had cultivated her beast to the awakening 10th stage. According to her estimates, she might become a junior beastmaster in another month. Regardless of how outsiders thought, it did not affect Gu Huai, nor did it affect the Thunder Monkey, which was already fired up. The Thunder Monkey reveled in the feeling of countless gazes focused on it. As soon as the match began, it ignited with enthusiasm. Oh ho! Without activating any skills, the Thunder Monkey charged towards the Iron Wall Centipede, thoroughly enjoying itself. In Hong Yu's eyes, this approach was full of flaws. How could someone like this be selected as a seed player? Hong Yuza looked down on him. It seemed that their Shan province's overall strength was indeed superior. Very well. Let us see how I, Hong Yuza, can display my might and swiftly defeat the seed player from Hang province, becoming the pride of Shan province. A perfect opportunity. Venom. As the Thunder Monkey approached, Hong Yuza instantly issued the command. However, he still lacked the ability to communicate with the Iron Wall Centipede through his mind and could only shout. After receiving the command, the Iron Wall Centipede immediately launched what it thought was a speedy venom attack, lunging at the Thunder Monkey. The Thunder Monkey stood still. To outsiders, it seemed as though the Thunder Monkey had been intimidated by the Iron Wall Centipede's momentum. But only the Thunder Monkey knew it merely wanted to test the current level of its physical defense, to see how strong it was without activating any skills. Relying solely on the defense provided by the Thunder Prison Dragon body. It hit. I won. Hong Yuza was thrilled. This battle was almost too easy. Even if this stone monkey was just entering the extraordinary realm, under the venom of his Iron Wall Centipede, it only had one path: defeat. Huh. The Thunder Monkey tilted its head and looked at the Iron Wall Centipede biting its arm, its expression focused, with part of its teeth cracked. It seemed to be asking, how long has it been since you last ate? Hiss. The Iron Wall Centipede was also stunned. How could this guy be so tough? Its master had specifically trained its biting power so that it could penetrate the defenses of strong opponents and let its venom seep in. But now, it could only release poison directly. It believed that with its toxicity, even just through contact, it could inflict massive damage on the opponent. Venom. However, something unexpected happened to the Iron Wall Centipede. After it released the venom, the stone monkey still looked at it like that, as if saying, is that all? The Iron Wall Centipede, insulted, could hardly endure it. But having already unleashed its best skill, what else could it do? The Thunder Monkey, seeing the Iron Wall Centipede still biting its arm without further action, grew bored. Too weak. With that thought, the Thunder Monkey decided it was no longer worth wasting time on such a weak opponent. Chapter 058. These guys are all coming for me, right? Just as the opponent was biting down, unable to escape, the Thunder Monkey raised its fist and simply slammed it down. This punch was very simple for the Thunder Monkey, not even using much power. But for the Iron Wall Centipede, it was fatal. Bam! With one punch, the Iron Wall Centipede's eyes widened. Its body exploded. Dark green juice gushing out wildly as if it were free. The Iron Wall Centipede's vitality was rapidly draining away. Quick, healing team. The referee saw this scene and immediately issued orders. Because it was the first match, the medical staff were all watching the battle very seriously, rushing onto the stage at great speed. In less than 3 breaths, the treatment arrived and directly hanged the life of the Iron Wall Centipede. Beastmaster, quickly put your Iron Wall Centipede into the beast space, hurry. The medical personnel shouted urgently. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, too fast for many to react, including Hong Yuza himself. It was only upon hearing the shout that Hong Yuza reacted and rushed over to put the Iron Wall Centipede into the beast space. He could feel that his Iron Wall Centipede was currently in a near-death state. If not treated properly and operated carefully, this Iron Wall Centipede would really die. Fortunately, in this situation, it was actually hard for his Iron Wall Centipede to die. Follow me. Yes. Hong Yuza knew that time was of the essence and could not afford to delay. However, before leaving, he cast a complex glance at the stone monkey. He wasn't a fool and naturally realized what had happened. The strength of that stone monkey was stronger than he had imagined. The thunder monkey was still somewhat confused. It had just thrown a casual punch. How had it managed to beat the Iron Wall Centipede like that? It was just a random counterattack. Your current attack power is quite strong. If you encounter a beast master who isn't even extraordinary, it's best to take it easy. But you don't need to worry too much. Battles with beast masters are inherently filled with various crises and risks. Huai comforted the thunder monkey to prevent it from overthinking. The thunder monkey nodded. It originally belonged to the type that came quickly and left just as fast. Huh. The thunder monkey was taken aback. What does that mean? Huh. The match? It ended today. Huh. Just like that. The thunder monkey pouted. That match had barely even counted as a warm-up. It was too boring. It would be more comfortable to be struck by lightning. Huai sensed the thunder monkey's thoughts and felt somewhat speechless. Thunder monkey, sometimes frying fish is quite nice too. The thunder monkey tilted its head, looking puzzled. Frying fish? Why fry fish? I don't even like to eat fish. Huai took the unwilling thunder monkey off the stage. It was only then that the people around began to react. This stone monkey. Li Buoqing frowned. This stone monkey is truly unscientific. I said, how could that guy I thought was a lifelong enemy be so weak? Li Buoqing grinned. He knew Huai must be more than simple. This stone monkey was definitely not an ordinary one. For Li Buoqing, who was overjoyed, Li Buoqing and Li Buoxuan paid no heed. Their thoughts were not on that. Gu Laodao really is surprising. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes. Although the stone monkey had only thrown a simple punch, his keen sight could tell that this stone monkey was very strong. But that was fine. As long as the Gu family was strong, those people would be more obedient. I really dislike schemes and tricks. It's better to follow the right person than anything else, Wang Chong muttered, then stood up, walking over with a sincere smile. Gu Laodao, you really are something. I haven't slept soundly for several days. Huai yawned, looking weary. What about the matches later? You just keep an eye on them. Huai waved his hand nonchalantly, and his figure vanished under the gaze of the crowd. The second match also began. Everyone didn't feel much about Huai's departure. This match was originally like this. Once the scheduled entrance was on time, the later matches could end. After returning home, Huai went straight to sleep. The matches on the 15th didn't last long. Although there were 64 matches to play, everyone's strength wasn't strong, and the beasts had limits. Even if 2 people were of similar strength, they could usually finish the battle within 10 minutes. So, all in all, it only took a little over 8 hours, and by around 4 in the afternoon, the matches ended. There was no break at noon. Meals were taken in turns. By the time the matches reached the 3rd round, all the matchups had been arranged. Everyone could resolve their meal issues based on their match times. The results were quite good. After the matches ended, Huai received news of completion. At the same time, there was a detailed analysis of all those who advanced. This material was naturally sent by his father. At the top, several names were circled in red ink. Li Buofeng, Li Buoxuan, Li Buoqing. These 3 names sounded familiar. Right. There was a crybaby who seemed to be named Li Bo something. Huai thought for a moment, but couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't remember. The 3 brothers of the Li family all had extraordinary beasts. It seemed the Li family had good fortune this time. They had entered the ancestral land, so that was understandable. Huai casually skimmed through and looked at the later names. Ho Min, this one is somewhat familiar too. Seems like it's from the Ho family over in Shan province. Wang Chong also has an extraordinary one. TSK, these people must be coming for me, right? Huai suddenly realized upon seeing these names. As everyone knows, the early stage of the Gu family was an accumulation period. This was because the baby dragon needed a relatively long time to accumulate the dragon claw skill. During the accumulation process, the baby dragon's strength would always be suppressed at the 10th awakening stage. Grandpa took half a year, and Dad also took about half a year. Before the baby dragon evolved into a combat dragon beast, both Grandpa and Dad were quite low-key, hardly participating in various competitions, just playing their own game. After passing through this relatively long time, they began to show their talents, soaring into the sky. Chapter 059, 6 Junior Beastmasters. These people are too dog-like. However, normally, if they didn't utilize some of their foundations to allow these talented Beastmasters to grow naturally, they wouldn't generally become Junior Beastmasters in a month and a half. 3 months is usually a better time frame. But this time, due to the bet between the Gu and Li families, plus what Gu Heng said about Gu Huai participating, it drove the Li family people crazy. They directly used the foundation of the ancestral land to shorten the early accumulation period for the 3 prodigies of the Li family, allowing them to break through faster. The Ho family and Wang family had the same intention. After all, this was the only chance to defeat themselves in a formal setting. These people are a bit dog-like. Gu Huai pouted and looked at the last person on the list. Yi Fan. Gu Huai's eyes narrowed slightly. This name sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed that many protagonists in novels were named like this. No way. Could it be that I'm the big villain? Gu Huai touched his nose, thought for a moment, and shook his head. It shouldn't be. However, Gu Huai began to pay attention to this Yi Fan and continued to look at his information. Talent. Artifact Spirit Talent. First Beast. Unknown Black Scale. Second Beast. Unknown. Has not been summoned yet. Artifact Spirit Talent. Gu Huai was somewhat surprised, mainly because this talent was quite special. Beastmasters with this talent are considered a more unique classification. They can control spiritual weapons in battle. Weapons, armor, special tools, etc. can all be controlled. Somewhat like the cultivators in cultivation novels who use their spiritual consciousness to manipulate magical treasures. This type of talent is at least a level talent, and their combat ability is extremely strong. Interesting. Gu Huai felt delighted. The number of artifact spirit talents is too rare. There probably aren't more than 3 in the entire Eastern Huang Kingdom. Thunder Monkey. There will probably be a pretty enjoyable battle. Yay. The Thunder Monkey was excited upon hearing this. It now enjoys fighting against strong opponents under the spotlight, defeating them to savor the glory. 6 Junior Beast Tamers. This old man really dug a big pit for me. Gu Huai pouted. If it weren't for his strong enough strength, he might have capsized in the gutter. On the 16th, there was no live broadcast for the first day of the competition, only the audience present. The next day was different. When Gu Huai and the others arrived at the contestant area, they saw that the live broadcast equipment had already been set up, with 2 commentators on the side responsible for the commentary. This time, the number of participants from both sides was not equal. Yesterday, the results from Hang Province were slightly better, with 36 people advancing, while Shan Province had only 28. In this case, the first 28 matches were just battles between the red and blue teams, and only after that would the last 8 red team members engage in internal battles. This time, there would also be no battles among seeded players. The battle begins. Start. The battle begins. Gu Huai was the 6th to take the stage, and his opponent was a spotted rock with awakened strength at the 10th level, primarily focused on defense. Not bad. Unfortunately, in front of the Thunder Monkey, he was knocked down with a single punch and couldn't exert his strength at all. This time, the Thunder Monkey also held back its power, afraid of accidentally knocking the opponent unconscious again. The other seeded players also easily defeated their opponents without any hesitation. Gu Huai deliberately lingered for a moment, wanting to see Yi Fan's battle. Yi Fan's opponent looked somewhat familiar. Gu Huai looked at the 2 contestants on stage, puzzled. Yi Fan's match was scheduled for later. And since there were no more blue team members left, his opponent was from the red team, an internal battle. Boo-hoo-hoo. Lin Yi was mentally broken. Why was his life so hard? He had seen Yi Fan's battles before. Simple, clean, and efficient. In summary, it was just 3 words. Can't win. This directly made Lin Yi collapse. His 5 million was wasted, and his beautiful dream was shattered. The contestants had 10 seconds to summon their beasts. Yi Fan turned his hand, and the black appeared in his grasp. At the same time, he walked towards the battle area. Both the weapon spirit talent and the fusion talent relied on their own strength for combat. Come out, Fire General. When Fire General appeared, Gu Huai immediately recalled Lin Yi's identity. It's him. Gu Huai suddenly understood. Then Gu Huai's eyes showed sympathy. This guy's luck seemed to be quite poor. The battle begins. Yi Fan's fighting style was somewhat different from what Gu Huai had imagined. The weapon spirit talent generally relied on mental control of the equipment for ranged combat. But Yi Fan directly wielded the half-person high black like a warrior charging into battle, rushing towards Fire General. Fire control technique. This Fire General was much more mature than when he first encountered it. 3 fireballs appeared under the Fire General's control and flew towards Yi Fan. Gu Huai also glanced at the information of this Fire General. Awakened at the 9th level. Level 10 Fire Control Technique. This guy's talent was indeed good. If he faced other opponents, he might have a chance to win, but against Yi Fan, there was no doubt. At this moment, Gu Huai's main focus was also on Yi Fan. As the 3 fireballs approached, Yi Fan didn't dodge. He simply waved the black in his hand gently, causing invisible airwaves to push towards the 3 fireballs, directly altering their trajectory. Lin Yi was startled, but it was already too late. Fire General couldn't move and was directly hit by the black. The flames on him dimmed upon impact. Soon after, Fire General fell to the ground, losing combat ability. Throughout the fight, Lin Yi didn't even have the chance to unleash his talent. At this time, Huai saw the information of the black clearly. Beast, Heavy Edge Black. Attribute, Dark Wind. Bloodline, High Lord. Realm, Primary Transcendent. Skills, Binding 20, Airwave 13. Quite strong. 2 skilled abilities, especially the first binding, which had reached the peak of proficiency, just a step away from mastery. No wonder Fire General couldn't move at all in the end. It had been directly bound. The Airwave skill was also used quite well. This Yi-Fan probably developed his combat awareness through countless battles. Gu Huai's eyes showed admiration. If possible, he could talk to this Yi-Fan. Chapter 060, Orphaned? Could this guy really be the chosen one? I lost. Lin Yi's face turned pale. Another battle where he couldn't even release his talent. Lin Yi felt extremely frustrated. However, Lin Yi also knew that even if he unleashed his talent, it wouldn't have much impact on the outcome. He would still lose as expected. What Lin Yi truly cared about was that he had lost so miserably in front of Bairuochu. Lin Yi's gaze involuntarily turned to Bairuochu. But what made him even more frustrated was that Bairuochu didn't look at him at all. After watching Yi-Fan's match, Gu Huai prepared to leave. Boss, wait for me. Wang Chong quickly chased after him. Guo Jingyi saw this scene and immediately felt unhappy, following closely behind. Wang Chong got into the car with Gu Huai and then spoke with a serious tone. Boss, this Yi-Fan is very strong and also from our Hang province. Today, there was a special driver to take Gu Huai to the competition, and that driver is currently waiting for Gu Huai at the door. Without waiting for Gu Huai to speak, Guo Jingyi, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled his eyes and said, of course, we can all see that. Wang Chong ignored Guo Jingyi because he knew Gu Huai understood his meaning. You want to recruit him? Gu Huai glanced at Wang Chong and casually said. Wang Chong grinned. Boss, you're brilliant. I specifically sent someone to investigate Yi-Fan's family information and social connections. This kid is orphaned. Wait. Upon hearing this, Gu Huai felt a chill run down his spine and directly interrupted Wang Chong. What's wrong, boss? Wang Chong was a bit confused. This kid didn't grow up in an orphanage, did he? Wang Chong nodded. Then, before his beast taming talent awakened, he was unknown and always a small transparent? Boss, how do you know? Could it be? Wang Chong's eyes widened. Orphaned, combined with this name. This kid can't really be the chosen one, can he? If so, being born in Hang province, is he really planning to act as the big villain? The chosen one is quite mysterious. Have you had contact with this kid? Not yet. Mainly, I'm waiting to hear your thoughts, boss. Wang Chong said this seriously. Hang province, including their Wang family, belongs to the Gu family. Even if he truly took Yi-Fan as his own, he would still be one of the vassals under Gu Huai's command in the future. And Yi-Fan would also be considered Gu Huai's person. If you haven't contacted him, then you don't need to for now. Let's see how he performs in this competition first. Alright, the third day of the competition went smoothly. 32 advanced to 16. Since the seeded players did not clash with one another today, the matches were not very intense. However, at this stage, it would soon enter a heated state. That would be tomorrow. In the match from 16 to 8, there was no such thing as seeded players. Everyone could face off against anyone. Notably, Guo Jingyi and Liao Jinxian performed impressively. During the competition, they achieved breakthroughs and, relying on their talents, defeated their opponents, both advancing to the top 16. Chen Hongji fell short, losing to his opponent, which made him extremely depressed. If everyone didn't qualify, that would be fine. But the problem is that among the 4 people in the class, he was the only one eliminated, while the other 3 all advanced, which hurt him deeply. Especially when he looked at his classmates, he felt a sense of shame in facing the elders of the class. That's right, the City Lord's mansion. Gu Heng looked at the list of qualifiers for this competition with a bright smile on his face. This bet with Shan Province was based on points, not just on who came in first. The top 64 qualifiers all had points. Advancing from 128 to 64, each person who advanced counted for 1 point. From 64 to 32, each qualifying spot counted for 2 points. From 32 to 16, each spot counted for 3 points. These points could be accumulated. In other words, if a person advanced to the top 16, they could bring in a 6-point bonus. Currently, Hang Province's score was significantly ahead of Shan Province. When advancing to the top 64, Hang Province had 36 participants, totaling 36 points. Advancing to the top 32, there were also 18 participants, again totaling 36 points. Now, for the top 16, Hang Province had 10 people, which means 30 points. The total score accumulated was 102 points. And Shan Province? Shan Province's total score was only 74 points, a full 28 points less than Hang Province. Unless something unexpected happens later, Hang Province is basically secure. However, It still depends on the subsequent scores. After all, the later scores have a higher weight. The top 8 spots each directly add 5 points. The top 4 spots double that, adding 10 points directly. Once it reaches the top 4, the subsequent matches will determine first, second, and third places. The scores for these 4 will also increase dramatically. Third place gets an extra 10 points, second place gets an extra 24 points, and first place gets an extra 45 points. In other words, if the final rank is third, it can bring a total of 31 points, which can directly close the gap. Second place brings a total of 55 points, and first place is a direct percentage. It's worth noting that the total score for this competition is 379 points. If one takes first place, that would account for more than a quarter of the total score. The combined score of the top 3 is roughly equivalent to that of the 464th place. Yes, my lord, if we win this time, we can secure more spots and enhance the reputation of Hang Province, attracting more talented individuals to study in Hang Province, or even stay here. The Dongwon Kingdom has a vast area, being the largest country in the world, bar none. The actual area of Dongwon Kingdom, including various dangerous terrains, is over 63 million square kilometers. Many people may not grasp the size, but in reality, our country only has an area of 9.6 million square kilometers, which is a difference of more than 60 times. However, within such a large area, there aren't many places that are actually habitable. Due to rampant ferocious beasts, it is very difficult for small-scale settlements, like towns, to survive in this world. Therefore, Dongwon Kingdom is structured in cities radiating outward. 20 to 30 cities form a province. Naturally, there are also 4 major special administrative regions, each consisting of just one city, with the same administrative level as a province. The entire Dragon Kingdom has 95 provinces and 4 special administrative regions, totaling the equivalent of 99 provinces. On average, each province has about 20 cities, which vary in size, collectively forming a superpower that ranks among the top 3 in the entire Beast Master world. Chapter 061 by Roachu vs. Ho Min, the first battle among seed players. Yes, Hang City is already ranked very high among cities nationwide, boasting one of the top 3 universities in the country, and its economy is quite prosperous. Ranking in the top 10 nationally, Hang City is actually very strong. However, Hang City has a rather fatal flaw. Its land area is not large, and its population is not enough, which pales in comparison to the 4 major special administrative regions. Hang Province has 31 cities and a resident population of 2.18 billion. However, the population of Hang City is only about 22 million. But what about the 4 major special administrative regions? The smallest one has over 80 million people, while the largest, the imperial capital, has an astonishing 1.3 billion people, comparable to some medium-sized provinces. A city with 1.3 billion people is of such a massive scale. The reason why Hang City University can rank in the top 3 and compete with the universities in the imperial capital and Magic City mainly lies in the Gu family. Without the Gu family, it would be questionable whether Hang City University could even make it into the top 10. Fortunately, it's not too bad. Guhong, or rather, the people of the Gu family have an ambition to transform Hang City into a truly international metropolis. Unfortunately, all of this is very difficult, constrained by various factors. Hang City can attract many geniuses to study here, but it is very difficult to retain these talents. Coupled with geographical reasons, it is hard to compare in scale to the 4 major special administrative regions. This competition is seen as an opportunity. If they can win the competition perfectly, not only can they secure more spots to enter the secret realm, but they can also elevate the reputation of Hang Province once again. Just in time, Hang Province has a new city plan, and then, Gu Hang's eyes flashed with excitement. This has been the Gu family's long-held wish. Son, you better not let me down. The next day, there were a lot of people at the competition today. The organizers temporarily added 50,000 chairs just to accommodate everyone. Today is the 4th day of the competition between the 2 provinces, and the reason for such a large turnout is that today's matches will feature battles among seed players, which everyone is looking forward to. This time, our Hang Province is leading by a wide margin, and there is no doubt that we will win against Shan Province. In the sports factory, the waiting for the matches was rather boring, as everyone was discussing the match results. Most of the people who made it to this place were from Hang Province, naturally hoping for a Hang Province victory. Haha, that is not necessarily true. Who said that? I'm just speaking the truth. Although Hang Province is currently leading by 28 points, it ultimately depends on who ranks in the top spots. Among Hang Province's 4 seed players, only 2 are junior Beast Masters, while all 4 from Shan Province are junior Beast Masters, as long as their luck isn't particularly bad. The rest of the sentence went unspoken, and many people fell silent, for they knew this statement was not wrong. They just didn't want to believe it. Alright, let us watch the match seriously. I believe in our Beast Masters from Hang Province. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up. Me too. 1. 10,086. Amidst the discussions, the match order for the top 16 to top 8 was also announced. When everyone saw the match order, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. The worst-case scenario they feared had indeed occurred. Seed players were matched against each other, and what's worse, it was the matchup they least wanted to see. The first match is Homin versus Bairuochu. Both are seed players. However, Homin is a junior Beastmaster, while Bairuochu is an apprentice Beastmaster. This is bad. It's all your fault for jinxing it. How is this my fault? Seeing this match list, many people's brows furrowed tightly. Huai's gaze also involuntarily turned to Bairuochu, and he smiled lightly at her. 95-27. Good luck. I will do my best. Bairuochu forced a smile at Huai, knowing that her real crisis had arrived. If she casually loses the match in front of Huai, it is highly likely that he will come to dislike her, causing her to lose everything she currently has. She cannot let such a thing happen. Junior Beastmaster. Bairuochu gritted her teeth, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. So what if she is a junior Beastmaster? Isn't she still a Beastmaster? I don't believe I don't have a chance to win. At this moment, Bairuochu was particularly serious. The contestants took their positions. Bairuochu and Homin were both rare beauties, tall and slender. However, Bairuochu had a sweet girl next door vibe, while Homin gave off a domineering rich girl aura. After stepping onto the stage, they exchanged glances and immediately summoned their beasts. Come out, Twin Blossoms. Beast, Twin Blossoms. Attribute, Wood. Bloodline, High Level Extraordinary. Realm, Awakening Level 10. Skills, Twin 18, Beginner, Heart to Heart, Beginner, 20. Bairuochu's beast is Twin Blossoms, a very special pure wood-type beast. Twin Blossoms has 2 bodies and 2 heads, which counts as 1 life with 2 bodies. Moreover, the skills of Twin Blossoms are excellent, especially the heart-to-heart skill, which is close to mastery. This is also the capital that allowed Bairuochu to fight her way to the top 16. She is indeed very strong. Additionally, Bairuochu's talent is a straightforward enhancement to her overall strength, the heart of grass and wood. This type of talent has significant limitations, as it only works on pure wood-type beasts. But because the limitations are great, even if it's just a beginner talent, the enhancement is still considerable. When cultivated to the extreme, it can achieve a comprehensive increase of 60. It should be noted that the normal level of comprehensive enhancement usually only provides 40, while specifically determining a certain attribute can reach 50. On the other side, Huai is not very clear about Homin's talent, as she has not used it in so many matches. However, he has seen her beast. Beast, Wind Sky Garment. Attribute, Wind. Bloodline, Medium Lord. Realm, Elementary Extraordinary. Skills, Tornado 10, Advanced. Wind Blade 20, Beginner. Wind Element 4, Advanced. Wind Sky Garment is a type of wind sprite and belongs to the evolved form of wind sprites. It is called Wind Sky Garment because of its small, cute appearance, floating in the air like it's wearing a garment the same color as the sky. The battle begins. The fight is about to start. Bairuochu knows the gap between her and her opponent, so she plans to go all out from the beginning. Only by going all out does she have a slim chance. Heart of Grass and Wood. Heart to Heart is a passive skill that allows Twin Blossoms to share the same thoughts and perfectly coordinate with each other. It can also temporarily lend strength to the other, giving them the power to surpass an individual. Chapter 62, Confident Mountain Province. Let us see who can laugh last. Bairuochu thought that if her opponent were an ordinary junior Beastmaster, she might have actually fought her way through. Unfortunately, what stood before Bairuochu was the young lady of the Ho family. Her Wind Sky Garment had been trained exceptionally well. Facing the empowered Twin Blossoms, which had comparable strength, Wind Sky Garment remained unfazed, still looking at its opponent with an adorably lethal expression. When one of the Twin Blossoms' attacks landed in front of it, its body became ethereal. Wind Element. This is a skill that only elemental beasts can master, and it is quite annoying and troublesome. It allows a beast to become elemental, thus avoiding physical attacks. However, mastering this skill is quite difficult. Using it effectively is not easy. If one elementalizes too early, the enemy will not foolishly continue attacking. If one elementalizes too late, they will be hit. Elementalization also consumes a considerable amount of energy and cannot be maintained for long or used repeatedly. It relies on timing and control of the battle situation. Missed. Bairuochu was initially betting on whether the Wind Sky Garment had mastered this skill or could use it well. Clearly, she lost that bet, which made her expression turn grim. Wind Sky Garment was very adept at timing its elementalization, although its skill level was not high. It was evident that it had practiced diligently. After the attack from Twin Blossoms penetrated, its figure returned to normal, raising its slender, twig-like hand. The power of the wind element was rapidly gathering. Tornado. A tornado formed from wind elements was instantly completed in its hand, rushing toward Twin Blossoms at an incredible speed. Twin Blossoms was not defenseless. It reacted as soon as the attack missed. Unfortunately, Wind Sky Garment was still stronger, and with its slender hand, it unleashed Wind Blade and Tornado as if they were free, ultimately defeating Twin Blossoms. Blue Team Homin wins. Lost. By Ruachu's side. Although she knew her chances of losing were high, she still felt very unwilling after actually losing. But there was nothing she could do about it. By Ruachu nervously glanced at Huai, fearing to see the disappointment on his face. However, to her surprise, Huai smiled at her, showing no signs of disappointment. This left By Ruachu stunned. In fact, By Ruachu was overthinking. When Huai made that call last time, he simply thought By Ruachu might be a talent worth nurturing by Sister Hua. This time, By Ruachu becoming a seed player and raising her beast to awakening level 10 had already surprised Huai. As for defeating Homin, to be honest, it's not that Huai looks down on By Ruachu. For second-generation individuals like them, the education they receive from a young age is entirely different. This education refers not to school education, but to family education. Moreover, Homin has many resources at her disposal, along with dedicated people to guide her and formulate training plans. In such circumstances, even if Homin's Wind Sky Garment is also at awakening level 10, it would not lose to By Ruachu. In the next match, Li Bofeng faces Yao Yi. The subsequent matches quickly began. By this round of matches, only 6 people remained from Mountain City. However, these 6 individuals were very strong, with 4 being junior beast masters from prominent families, far exceeding ordinary people. Although there were 10 people from Hang Province, on the surface, only Yi Fan and Wang Chong were junior beast masters, while the rest were all apprentice beast masters. Therefore, many people felt that this round was quite unfavorable for Hang Province. Fortunately, the other seed player, Huai, did not encounter the opposing seed player and could win a match. With the conclusion of the first match, the following 7 matches were all scheduled. Only By Ruachu and Homin's group was a match between seed players, the others were not. Coincidentally, the remaining matches were all separate. Wang Chong fought against the last non-seed player, while Yi Fan continued internal battles. The subsequent matches naturally did not have much highlight, and quickly concluded. 8 matches were completed in less than an hour. This time, both sides were left with 4 people. Both Mountain Province and Hang Province scored 20 points. With the current scores being Mountain Province 94 points and Hang Province 122 points, a gap of 28 points, which has not been closed. However, for Mountain Province, this is already a very good start. All 4 of their remaining participants are junior beast masters. We still have a good chance of winning. Only a few people from Mountain Province could attend the event in person, but this match was live-streamed, and the popularity on the streaming platform was very high. There are still quite a few posts and forums discussing the competition. At first, we were just trailing by 28 points. But as long as we have some luck in the later stages, if one of the 3 young masters from the Li family can secure first place, we can still catch up. By the way, you might not know what the 3 young masters of the Li family represent. Let me tell you about the Li family in Shancheng, and you'll understand that these 3 are the direct descendants of the Li family. Additionally, I'll share the information about the 2 junior beast masters from Hang Province. Wang Chong is also from a prominent family, but compared to the Li family, his family is on an entirely different level. As for Yi Fan, he is just an orphan. Although I don't know how he managed to improve his strength to that of a junior beast master. It's already quite impressive for an orphan to reach this level. Once these posts came out, many people felt that Shansheng had a great chance of winning. Yes, I had mentioned before, let us see who can laugh last. Haha. Watching these posts and comments, the pressure suddenly shifted to Hang Province. They initially thought they were safe. But after seeing these analyses, they seemed to think the other side was the one in a secure position. By the way, is Huai from the Gu family? It shouldn't he be, right? If he were from the Gu family, how could he not be a junior beast master? Well, he is probably just a distant relative. Sigh. Hang Province is really downplaying us. Alright, everyone, let us not lose faith in our competitors, especially since the competition starts in the afternoon. Then everyone will know the situation. Some people posted to comfort others, which did help to stabilize a group of them. However, deep down, they were still quite anxious. They originally thought they could win. Today's competition is divided into the morning and afternoon. In the morning, 16 will advance to the top 8, and in the afternoon, 8 will advance to the top 4. Since no one got injured in the morning matches, everything is fine and 1T affect the afternoon. Huai and the others had a hearty lunch arranged by the staff and took a short break before it was 2 p.m. The competition officially began at this time. Chapter 063, Battles between Junior Beastmasters. Since both the blue and red teams have the same number of participants left, we will directly use a draw method for both sides to choose their opponents. There are blue and red cards here, with the number 14 inside. Whoever draws the number 1 will be the first to compete, and so on. Understood? Alright, now both sides come up to draw lots. You can decide the order of drawing. There are only 8 people left, and the officials also want to give the 8 a chance to show their faces. Feng Ge. Who do you think can win the championship? Although Li Buoxuan called him Feng Ge, his tone was somewhat sharp, showing no hint of treating Li Buofeng as an elder brother. However, it's not that he looks down on Li Buofeng. In the eyes of the Li family members, Li Buofeng's strength is still stronger than his. It's just that they had already fallen out, which made him so unrestrained. In any case, Li Buofeng couldn't do anything to him. If it really came to a fight, he wouldn't necessarily lose, especially since their family rules prohibit fighting among their own. This is a very strict rule. In their ancestors' time, one person killed all his brothers and imprisoned his father to become the last head of the Li family. To prevent such things from happening, they set up these family rules. If anyone does such a thing, they will lose the chance to become the head of the family forever, or even qualify to enter the elder group. Your Huai. I guess he won't make it past this round. Hee. Li Buoxuan chuckled, his tone very irritating. Alright, let us go draw lots. Okay. The group went up in an orderly manner to begin the draw. Regardless of how they were privately, they still had to maintain good decorum under this curtain. They couldn't be too reckless. Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Boss, I'm red team number 1. Wang Chong moved closer to Huai and showed his card to him. Not bad. He gets to go first. Wang Chong showed a bitter smile. Boss, none of the 3 brothers from the Li family are easy to deal with. Sigh. If I had known all 3 of them were going to become junior beast masters, I wouldn't have entered this competition. Not confident in yourself? Huai asked back after hearing Wang Chong's words. It's not that I'm not confident. It's just that the 3 of them are tough opponents. Then you can try against Home Min, forget it. I'd rather go up against those 3 brothers. I'm just really annoyed by elemental beast masters. Wang Chong shrugged. Huai also took a glance at his number. Number 4? Thunder Monkey. It looks like we'll be the last to go out. You can be excited later. Faced with these junior beast masters like himself, Huai didn't underestimate them. Each one of them had the strength to fight above their level. None were simple opponents. Although Thunder Monkey was strong, it was ultimately only at the 10th awakening stage. Huai didn't want to let his baby dragon out. That would be a bit too much. Of course, if Thunder Monkey really couldn't handle it, Huai wouldn't stubbornly refused to let the baby dragon come out to play. With the numbers revealed for both sides, the competition venue was also determined. The first match, Wang Chong versus Li Buoxing. The second match, Yi Fan versus Li Buoxuan. The third match, Wu Xiaojia versus Li Buofeng. The fourth match, Huai versus Home Min. The names of the 3 brothers from the Li family stood out on the list. After all, their names only differ by one character, leading to the impression that this generation of the Li family is truly strong. Boss, I'm heading up first. Good luck. Wang Chong nodded, took a deep breath, and walked towards the battle stage. Purely in terms of family, the Wang family naturally couldn't compare to the Li family. Although the Li family isn't as strong as the Gu family, they're only slightly behind, both being giant families. The Wang family is merely a prominent family under the Gu family, and their overall strength is not too far behind the Li family. However, Wang Chong is the heir of the Wang family, while Li Buoxing only has the qualification to inherit, which makes their status difference not particularly significant. Additionally, since the Wang family is under the Gu family, Wang Chong naturally doesn't have to care about Li Buoxing's thoughts or expressions. Wang Chong and Li Buoxing didn't know each other. They were from entirely different circles, so there was no need for subtlety. As soon as the referee spoke, they summoned their beast companions. Each of them summoned only one. Since it was like this, there was no need to embarrass themselves by summoning more. Li Buoxing's beast companion is a 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog is a beast exclusive to the Li family. Initially, it starts as a single-headed dog, an extraordinary bloodline beast. To that end, the ancestors of the Li family once evolved a rather terrifying hellish 9-headed dragon dog with quasi-divine bloodline. It controlled 9 terrifying powers: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, and thunder, mastering each power to the extreme. Unfortunately, achieving this is too difficult. The current head of the Li family, Li Daoshan, has also evolved the single-headed dog to 9 heads, but each of his steps wasn't particularly perfect. This has resulted in his beast being a hellish 9-headed dog with a high-level overlord bloodline. Wang Chong's beast companion is Aji. Aji is a humanoid beast, possessing a similar appearance to humans, but its size is significantly larger than that of a human. The battle between the 2 sides is about to begin. Both Wang Chong and Li Buoxing have their full talents unleashed, but unfortunately, Li Buoxing is still a cut above, taking the lead and winning the match. Boss, I lost. Wang Chong came down from the stage, disappointed. It's okay, the Li family opened their ancestral land this time, using the power of the ancestral land to evolve the single-headed dog into a 3-headed dog. It's only natural that you're not their opponent. Huai consoled him. Wang Chong nodded. The reasoning was sound, but he still felt a bit disappointed. The gap in foundation is such that even if he uses the power of his family, It would be difficult to defeat Li Buqing. Gu Huai patted Wang Chong's shoulder. Wang Chong's eyes lit up at his words. That stone monkey of Gu Huai's is really strong. If that stone monkey really advances to the extraordinary level, with its terrifying combat power, even if Gu Huai's talent does not enhance the beast's strength, he would still be able to contend with Li Buqing. Gu Huai shook his head. The thunder monkey has not reached the extraordinary level yet. Chapter 064, Yi Fan's Strength. No, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with disappointment. Fighting above one's level is particularly easy for prodigies like them. But now, Gu Huai is also facing a prodigy, and a top-tier one at that. Although there is only one level difference between Gu Huai's beast and the opponents, that level represents the gap between awakening and extraordinary. There is one crucial point here, the issue of talent. Gu Huai's talent is known to be a perfect enhancement at the level, a very powerful skill, but unfortunately, this skill cannot significantly increase the beast's strength during battle. Wait a minute. Wang Chong suddenly realized that Gu Huai's opponent is not from the Li family, but Ho Min. Could it be that he fights Ho Min first, and then the three brothers of the Li family? Alright, let's watch the match first. We can take this opportunity to see Yi Fan's true abilities. Gu Huai's words interrupted Wang Chong's thoughts. This match is between Yi Fan and Li Buqing. Both are junior Beastmasters, and it is indeed worth watching. Although Wang Chong did not have much hope for Yi Fan, and thought the probability of Yi Fan losing was very high. No. Wang Chong suddenly realized that if Yi Fan loses, they would be completely wiped out. The top four would all belong to Shan Province. Thinking of this, Wang Chong shivered. This won't do. He knew quite a bit about the insider information regarding this bet. If they lost, his old man would probably give him a severe lecture. This made Wang Chong reveal a bitter smile. If he had known, he wouldn't have participated in this competition. Not only Wang Chong was thinking this way, people in the live broadcast room had already started calculating the scores. TSK. The people from Hang Province are about to cry. If Yi Fan loses, the next two matches are also bound to be losses, and then Hang Province would be directly reversed. Yes, the score gap has now narrowed to 18 points. There is no doubt about the third and fourth matches. Shan Province is sure to get those 20 points, which is equivalent to Shan Province leading by 2 points. I suddenly found a very interesting thing. If Yi Fan also loses, what would be Shan Province's score? Soon someone provided the answer. 257 points. Hang Province is still holding on to the previous 122 points. My god, if they are reversed, it would be more than double their score. They would lose all face, right? Such news was naturally seen by the higher-ups in Hang Province, and their faces all turned quite ugly. Lord City Master, it seems that the current situation is not good for us. Gu Heng's face was quite calm. Calculate it. If two of the remaining three are eliminated and the other takes first place, can we win? Huh. The others were momentarily stunned. And it wasn't until Gu Heng repeated it a second time that someone began to calculate. Calculated it. How much and how much? Shan Province 168 points. We. Quickly say, we have 211 points. Hearing this result, a smile appeared on Gu Heng's face, a smile that indicated he was confident of victory. Alright, everyone can relax and watch the match. Seeing the smile on Gu Heng's face, their anxious hearts gradually calmed down. Although many did not know where the city master got his confidence from, he had not let them down in major matters before. Only a few people who had a good relationship with Gu Heng and knew Gu Huai's identity were shocked. This made their hearts settle down quite a bit. So powerful. In the match between Yi Fan and Li Buqing, most people did not have high hopes for Yi Fan. Yi Fan is an orphan, and his foundation is certainly not as good as Li Buqing's. It was reasonable for them to think this way. But when the match really started, they were all shocked. Yi Fan was truly too strong. With all his firepower unleashed, he directly pressured Li Buqing. Even though Li Buqing activated his talent, he was still no match for Yi Fan. The two fought for over 10 minutes, and Yi Fan severely injured Li Buqing's three-headed dog. If Li Buqing hadn't surrendered in time, that three-headed dog would have been done for. How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? Wang Chong couldn't help but gasp. And even Gu Huai found his expression exaggerated. Indeed, he is quite impressive. Gu Huai also rarely squinted his eyes. This strength could put pressure on the Thunder Monkey. Yi Fan wins. Yi Fan's dominance immediately set the live broadcast room ablaze again. The people from Hang Province stood up. Who said our Hang Province has no one? Yi Fan is mighty. Yi Fan is domineering. With Yi Fan's strength, even taking first place is not a problem. Haha, Hang Province is stable this time. The people from Shan Province fell silent because they didn't know what to say. Because the strength Yi Fan displayed was indeed extremely strong. Damn orphan. Li Buqing lost the match and completely ignored the severely injured three-headed dog being taken away by the medical staff, his face dark with anger. He lost. In fact, it didn't matter that he lost. The key was that he lost to an orphan, which made Li Buqing feel humiliated. It was a huge embarrassment. Li Buqing's expression also became serious. This Yi Fan is a dangerous person. Even he did not have a 50 chance of winning. The only advantage was that he knew Yi Fan's trump card, while Yi Fan had never seen his full-strength battle. The main reason Li Buoxuan lost just now was that he did not take Yi Fan seriously from the beginning and underestimated him. This allowed Yi Fan to seize the opportunity, stacking the pressure to an unimaginable level, directly suppressing Li Buoxuan. If Li Buoxuan were given another chance, even if Yi Fan could win, he wouldn't win so effortlessly. In the third match, Wu Xiaojie versus Li Buofeng. In this match, there was no doubt. Wu Xiaojie's beast was only at the 10th awakening stage. Even if he erupted with all his strength from the beginning, he still had no power to fight back against Li Buofeng and was directly crushed. Soon the match reached the fourth round, which was Gu Huai versus Ho Min. If it were before, the people from Shan Province would have already been clamoring in the live broadcast room. But because of Yi Fan's strong performance, they didn't dare to say much. They were also uncertain in their hearts. Could they win? The final outcome was thus suppressed in the finals. Chapter 065, Thunder Monkey Feng Tianyi. In the City Master S mansion of Shan Province. This place was broadcasting the live match. Li Daoshan's gaze fell on Gu Huai, who had just entered the arena, his eyes narrowing slightly. Guin, old fool, I wonder what other trump cards you are hiding. I don't believe you would let Gu Huai lose the match so easily. Li Daoshan naturally knew Gu Huai's identity, and all his focus was on Gu Huai. In his opinion, there is a so-called fate among prodigies. The reason he has been suppressed by Guin is that he has not won since he lost. It should be noted that when they first battled, Guin narrowly defeated him. But since he lost, the gap between him and Guin has only widened. Even now, he is one of the 12 earthly branches, but his status cannot be compared to Guin's. Guin ranks in the top 3 among the 12 earthly branches, while he is only in the top 10. It's just right for the young girl from the Ho family to test Gu Huai's strength. As long as she doesn't lose to Gu Huai, everything can be discussed. On the arena, Ho Min and Gu Huai stepped onto the stage together. It's been a long time. Ho Min spoke to Gu Huai in a somewhat gentle tone. Gu Huai was momentarily taken aback, and a little girl's image unconsciously surfaced in his mind. It really has been a long time. Gu Huai, you are being too inconsiderate. At least we are friends. You didn't even invite me out to eat when I arrived in Hang City. Ho Min blinked at Gu Huai, making him feel a bit awkward. Their relationship didn't seem that familiar. Gu Huai didn't have a deep impression of Ho Min. He had only seen her once or twice when they were kids. It has probably been at least 7 or 8 years now. All right, I'm not joking with you anymore. Let us get started. The referee then announced the start of the match. Gu Huai and Ho Min summoned their beast companions at the first moment. Ho Min's wind sky garment was just a bit larger than a palm. It was really small and delicate. But this type of elemental beast is often quite tricky. The thunder monkey was somewhat restrained. Of course, this restraint was relative, as the thunder monkey excels in physical attacks. Gu Huai also took a glance at the thunder monkey's stats. Beast, stone monkey, variant. Name, thunder monkey. Attribute, dragon evil. Bloodline, high-level lord. Realm, awakening tier 10. Skills, 8 gates Duanjia 22, top tier skill. Thunder prison dragon body, 21, super tier skill. Although the thunder monkey's realm was still awakening tier 10, its bloodline had been upgraded from a medium lord to a high-level lord. This confirmed Gu Huai's guess that enhancing the strength of the thunder prison dragon body skill could indeed upgrade the thunder monkey's bloodline. Gu Huai wasn't quite sure how strong the thunder monkey's specific power was, so this was a good opportunity to test it. Hopefully, Ho Min's wind sky garment would be strong enough to allow the thunder monkey to showcase its abilities. Thunder monkey, don't activate 8 gates Duanjia yet. Just use your normal state to test the wind sky garment. The thunder monkey nodded. Normal state was fine. Although it couldn't unleash all its strength, it would suffice. The thunder monkey licked its lips, excitement evident on its face. The battle began. Bang! The thunder monkey moved. Everyone only heard a crisp sound, as if thunder clashed with the air. The thunder monkey's voice suddenly disappeared. So fast? Everyone was stunned. Is this really the power that can be displayed by an awakening tier 10? Ho Min was also momentarily taken aback. During the time she was dazed, the thunder monkey was already in front of the wind sky garment, swinging its fist. Wind element. Fortunately, the wind sky garment also had combat awareness. After sensing the danger, it autonomously activated the wind element. The thunder monkey's fist passed directly through the body of the wind sky garment. Due to its excessive speed, the thunder monkey couldn't control its strength properly and followed through, almost falling over. Chen Hongji and the other classmates from Class 1 came to the scene just to watch Gu Huai's match. Upon seeing such terrifying speed, Chen Hongji instinctively glanced at Lian Beiquan beside him, clearly suggesting that his beast also seemed to be a stone monkey, right? Lian Beiquan shuddered. Don't look at me. There are differences between people, and even among stone monkeys. Chen Hongji was at a loss for words. Focus on the match, Guo Jingyi said seriously. Guo Jingyi and Liao Jinxian had both made it to the top 16, but unfortunately, they were both stopped there. Guo Jingyi had bad luck. being taken out by Yi Fan in an internal battle. Liao Jinxian lost to Wu Xiaojia, just barely missing out. Wind Sky Garment, counterattack quickly. Indeed, the Gu family members should not be underestimated. Even though Gu Huai's Stone Monkey was only awakening tier 10, there could be no carelessness. The Wind Sky Garment was very fast. Its palm moved slightly, and 3 wind blades condensed in the air, shooting towards the Thunder Monkey at a tricky speed. At that moment, the other hand also moved. The Wind Sky Garment was known as the Wind-type Bomber, famous for its super strong elemental affinity. Yay! The Thunder Monkey was excited. These 3 wind blades had decent power. The Thunder Monkey swung its fist as if to smash through, but quickly realized something. Wait a minute. It wasn't honing its skills in lightning, but fighting. In a battle, hitting a wind blade was useless. Thunder rumbled beneath its feet. The Thunder Monkey quickly dodged to the side, but due to the positioning of the 3 wind blades, it could only evade 2 and found a spot to launch a punch at the forward wind blade. Bang! Yay! A punch sent the wind blade scattering. But before the Stone Monkey could feel happy, it caught sight of another 3 wind blades that had already formed. Its expression changed. This guy plays dirty. The Thunder Monkey quickly ran away. If it couldn't win, surely it could escape, right? So annoying. I don't like fighting against this kind of opponent. It's really troublesome and not fun at all. This was the first time the Stone Monkey fought against an elemental beast, and the feeling of missing with its first punch left the Thunder Monkey feeling quite uneasy. However, Gu Huai didn't give any hints to the Thunder Monkey. He planned to let it fight on its own. With the Thunder Monkey's strength, as long as it activated 8 gates Duanjia, there was no chance of losing. Tornado. While the Thunder Monkey was dodging, the Wind Sky Garment managed to release a tornado. The tornado's target was too large. Hitting the agile Thunder Monkey was practically impossible. But Hong Min's goal wasn't that. The tornado's strength lay in its powerful pull. Chapter 066, Thunder Fist Phantom. 8 gates Duanjia Monkey, open the gate. Hong Min never thought she could use the tornado to attack the agile Thunder Monkey. Her simple idea was to use the tornado's pull to affect the airflow. Her Wind Sky Garment was extremely sensitive to air currents. This influence was something the Wind Sky Garment could basically ignore, but it wasn't the same for the Thunder Monkey. Every time it moved, the Thunder Monkey would be distracted by resisting part of the airflow. Is this already playing tactics at the basic extraordinary level? Gu Huai scoffed. Elemental types are indeed dirty. Under Hong Min's operation, the ordinary basic extraordinary Stone Monkey was completely toyed with from the start. Unfortunately, Hong Min's opponent was the Thunder Monkey. This airflow did have some effect on the Thunder Monkey, but it was minimal. The Thunder Prison Dragon body provided more than just enhancements to physicality and bloodline. It offered overall boosts to the Thunder Monkey. The Thunder Monkey's expression grew serious. Although it disliked fighting such opponents, it had no choice but to defeat all challengers. Yay! The Thunder Monkey didn't use 8 gates Duanjia. It relied purely on its physical techniques. Its strength, speed, and reflexes were all quite impressive. The Wind Sky Garment's wind blades couldn't inflict any damage on the Thunder Monkey. Hong Min was at a loss. If this continued, her Wind Sky Garment might not hold up first. This Stone Monkey was too terrifying. Hong Min truly couldn't imagine how Gu Huai had trained a Stone Monkey of awakening tier 10 to this level. It could only be said that he was indeed one of the Gu family. I.e., Hong Min prepared to unleash her full power. She activated her beast talent. The Wind Sky Garment suddenly felt the wind elements within it surging, and its size grew from slightly larger than a palm to 2 palms in size. Exclusive Wind Attribute Talent Enhancement. The level talent Heart of Wind? Level talents are not so easy to awaken. Even the 2 from the Li family who showed talents were only level talents. The level talent Heart of Wind has a very simple effect. It can enhance the affinity of wind-type beasts for wind elements, reduce the consumption of wind-type skills with each use, accelerate the condensation and mastery of wind-type skills, and most importantly, temporarily raise the level of wind-type skills. The degree of enhancement depends on the Beastmaster's control. However, talents that generally boost combat power have significant consumption for the Beastmaster themselves. The higher the quality of the talent, the greater the consumption, especially in the early stages. With their strength, they can hardly sustain it for long, and can only use it at critical moments. This is also the reason why Lin Yi didn't have time to use his talent before. His talent was at level 6, and at his level, sustaining it for 2 to 3 seconds was the limit. So he was always waiting for the right opportunity, but each time he didn't get it, he lost. To truly use enhancement-type talents for a long time and multiple times, one basically needs to be a high-level Beastmaster. Here, I need to correct a previous mistake. Guozhengyi's level 6 talent, at the limit of becoming a master-level Beastmaster, provides an 8-fold power boost, starting lower and requiring constant training of the talent. Bai Ruochu's Heart of Wood is similar. The Thunder Monkey sensed the crisis and gathered the power of thunder on the surface of its body. A Stone Monkey that can use thunder? Everyone was a bit surprised. It wasn't that Stone Monkeys couldn't learn Thunder-type skills. In this world, There are no restrictions on what attributes a beast can learn. Even a fire-type beast can learn water-type skills, although the difficulty is high. And the power of the release skills would be greatly reduced, lacking attribute bonuses. Generally, beasts learn skills of different attributes mainly to prepare for evolution. This was why everyone was surprised. Currently known evolution methods for stone monkeys mainly focus on earth attributes, with not much strength in thunder attributes. Wind Blade Storm. It was quite exaggerated. Feng Tianyi raised both hands, and her small face was filled with seriousness. More than a dozen wind blades were condensing in advance, distorting the space around them. With so many wind blades, the thunder monkey knew it was impossible to dodge and could only go for a strong attack. The thunder monkey clenched its fists. 8 gates Duanjia, open the door. Gu Huai also issued the command. The thunder monkey had already tested its strength without using the 8 gates Duanjia. It could battle with those who were one level higher and even defeat them. But if it used its talent, it was still a bit lacking and needed to activate the 8 gates Duanjia. Gu Huai was quite satisfied with this. After opening the door, the thunder monkey's aura was completely different, and its gaze became cold. Its voice also became deep and hoarse. Thunder gathered in its hand, and when the wind blade storm came rushing at the thunder monkey, it threw a punch. The lightning devoured the wind blades, turning the battlefield into an ocean of thunder and wind, eroding outwards. Fortunately, the quality of this arena was high, constructed according to master-level Beastmaster standards. Otherwise, the venue would have been swallowed by this terrifying power. What? Ho Min was momentarily stunned. She initially thought that the final outcome was already determined the moment she activated her talent. But now this scene was completely unexpected for her. Elementalization. Ho Min's command was correct. After the thunder monkey unleashed that punch, its figure vanished and instantly appeared in front of Feng Tianyi, throwing another punch. Feng Tianyi reacted instantly. But at that moment, neither Ho Min nor Feng Tianyi noticed the faint mockery in the thunder monkey's eyes. Did you really think I would miss? Thunder Fist. Elementalization can immunize against physical damage and significantly reduce elemental damage. However, even with a substantial reduction in elemental damage, the thunderous power carried by this punch could still cause some harm to the delicate Feng Tianyi. Moreover, this punch was not the thunder monkey's ultimate goal. Thunder Fist Phantom. With a fist charged with lightning, punch after punch came in rapid succession. The first punch landed, and the wind elements on Feng Tianyi dimmed significantly, indicating it was injured. With the second and third punches, Feng Tianyi became much more ethereal. Stop it. I concede. Ho Min shouted urgently, as the one contracted with Feng Tianyi. She could feel its life force continuously diminishing. If the thunder monkey kept attacking like this, it would likely beat Feng Tianyi to death with punches. This scene was something Ho Min didn't want to see. It was just a competition. So she decisively conceded. With Ho Min's concession, the thunder monkey also immediately withdrew. Awesome. So refreshing. No beast could stand calmly in front of me, the thunder monkey. Chapter 067, the final match. Gu Huai wins. The referee looked at Gu Huai's thunder monkey in surprise. This stone monkey was trained exceptionally well. From the power just displayed, it could probably contend even against high-level extraordinary beasts. Gu Huai waved, and the thunder monkey exited the 8 gates Duanjia state. Trotting over to Gu Huai with a look that said, "Did I perform well just now? Not bad, but the normal strength still needs to increase. After all, the 8 gates Duanjia enhances strength based on your normal state." Gu Huai couldn't let this little monkey get too proud. Oh, the thunder monkey nodded seriously. It was indeed too weak. According to its thoughts, it should have been able to smash that palm-sized thing without using the 8 gates Duanjia. I lost. Ho Min put Feng Tianyi, who was not in good condition, back into the beast space and walked over to Gu Huai with a complex expression. To be honest, she really didn't expect to lose. Thank you for your kindness. Gu Huai didn't mock her. They weren't enemies, so there was no need to be so aggressive. Gu Huai, since you won the match, treat me to a meal tonight to soothe my young heart. Gu Huai hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Considering that Ho Min's father and his father were friends, he agreed. All right then, is that a bit forced? Ho Min pouted. Are you going or not? Of course. Then it's settled. After saying this, Gu Huai turned and left like a typical guy, leaving Ho Min stomping her feet in anger. Gu Huai actually won. No way. In the live broadcast room, Gu Huai's result was already announced. Even the people from Hang Province didn't refute it. But this unexpected event happened. Gu Huai won. Everyone was stunned, as this result was beyond everyone's expectations. Wow, now the score gap is 28 points. Originally, they thought 3 people from Mountain Province would make it to the top 4, allowing them to determine the final champion. But now, the score jumped to 114 and 142. Still a 28-point gap. However, it seemed that the outcome was still dependent on who would take first place. Not to mention that. Don't you think Gu Huai's stone monkey is incredibly cool? It's really impressive, that speed, that power, it's amazing. I've decided. My second beast will be a stone monkey. Online, discussions about Gu Huai and the stone monkey were everywhere. Blue team. After Li Buoxuan lost the match, he angrily left the place, leaving only two people behind, Li Bofeng and Li Bocheng. Their relationship was not good. However, upon seeing Gu Huai win the match, they couldn't help but exchange glances. I knew Gu Huai wouldn't be that simple. Li Bofeng couldn't help but speak up. After all, he was from the Gu family. How could he be mediocre? Li Buocheng sighed, realizing he had underestimated Gu Huai. That Ho Min, even if he gave it his all, he had no assurance of victory, and now that Ho Min lost to Gu Huai, didn't that mean he could also lose to Gu Huai? The other Yi Fan was also very strong. This was troublesome. They might even face total defeat. Boss is awesome. Wang Zhong couldn't help but roar. To be honest, he really didn't expect Gu Huai to win against Ho Min. His strength was incredible. No wonder he was his boss. Just impressive. Gu Huai appeared indifferent, but internally he felt a bit pleased. Alright then. That night, Gu Huai contacted Ho Min, took him to a private kitchen with great food, chatted for a while, and then there were no further developments. Ho Min was not Gu Huai's type. Moreover, what was the point of women? They would only affect his speed in training his beasts. For the short term, at least in the first couple of years of becoming a beast master, Gu Huai had no thoughts in that direction. In the next day's competition, since both the red and blue teams had two people, the match was between the red and blue teams. As luck would have it, Gu Huai ended up facing his old friend Li Buofeng. Li Buofeng's strength was indeed very strong, surpassing Ho Min by a notch. When Lei Ho opened the first gate, he was evenly matched against Li Buofeng's three-headed dog. However, Li Buofeng's talent had a very short duration, and in the end, he still lost the match. Li Buocheng's opponent was Yi Fan, and the result was the same as Li Buocheng's. They both lost to Yi Fan. Thus, the competition for the mountain province was considered over. No. There was still the afternoon match between the two Li brothers for third place, and only after that match would the competition for the mountain province officially conclude. However, not many people were paying attention to this anymore, as the scores for the mountain province and the Hang province had already been locked in. Regardless of the results of the afternoon and tomorrow's matches, they would not affect the final scores. Mountain province, 124 points. Hang province, 255 points. This score was just over double that of the mountain province. Such a huge score had left the people of the mountain province silent online, not daring to say a word. Meanwhile, they were also very concerned about tomorrow's championship match, wondering whether Gu Huai's awakened 10-tier stone monkey was stronger or if Yi Fan, with his beginner beastmaster strength, was stronger. Based on the strength displayed so far, Yi Fan seemed to have a higher chance of winning. His black ruler and the techniques he used were truly impressive. Before the highly anticipated match began, the match between the two Li brothers came first. Neither Li Buofeng nor Li Buocheng chose to forfeit, as they both wanted to defeat the other in such a setting, to tell their family that they were stronger. Two three-headed dogs, bombarding with various elements. However, although both were three-headed dogs, their chosen elemental powers were not the same. Li Buofeng's tactic involved the three attributes of wood, fire, and wind. Fire burns wood, using the wind to continuously amplify the power of his moves. Li Buocheng, on the other hand, played with overwhelming force, choosing the violent attributes of thunder and fire, along with the mysterious dark attribute. Both sides were quite strong. But in the end, Li Buofeng outperformed Li Buocheng and won the match. The next day, the highly anticipated match arrived. Yi Fan and Gu Huai both stood on the stage. I really didn't expect my opponent to be you. On stage, Yi Fan wore black clothes, holding the black ruler, with a cold expression. He looked at Gu Huai, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. He was indeed taken aback. Unfortunately, fate was still on his side. The awakened 10-tier stone monkey was something he had under control. I'm not surprised that my opponent is you, Gu Huai shrugged. Saying this sincerely, I knew they probably wouldn't be your match when I saw your fighting style. I'm quite optimistic about you. Gu Huai smiled kindly at Yi Fan. Facing a character who seemed to be the protagonist, Gu Huai naturally had his ways to respond. Sure enough, upon hearing Gu Huai's words, Yi Fan's originally cold gaze softened. For an orphan like him, facing someone else's recognition, while it didn't make him overly happy, at least allowed him to let down some of his guard. Come on. Let me see your true strength. Gu Huai's tone was light, but this statement struck Yi Fan like a thunderclap. Yi Fan suddenly looked up at Gu Huai, narrowing his eyes. He didn't know the true meaning behind Gu Huai's words, whether it was just casual talk or if he truly saw through him. This person was too dangerous. Yi Fan instantly tagged Gu Huai as a threat. At that moment, the referee announced the start of the match. Facing Yi Fan, who held the black ruler, Gu Huai immediately ordered Lei Ho to activate the 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the gate. The shackles released. Lei Ho instantly felt much lighter. The world's influence on him diminished. Lei Ho grinned and shot towards Yi Fan like a cannonball. Confinement. Yi Fan, holding the black ruler, remained expressionless. He spun the black ruler, mysterious powers activated, and the confinement force immediately fell upon Lei Ho. Lei Ho's movements froze, but after less than a second, he broke free from the confinement. So fast. Yi Fan's eyes revealed surprise. He could clearly feel that the confinement had a very low effect on Lei Ho. This low effect didn't indicate Lei Ho's strength, but rather, Yi Fan found it hard to describe. Not good. The duration of the confinement exceeded Yi Fan's expectations, directly disrupting his plan. Lei Ho's fist was already in front of Yi Fan, and at this moment, using the black ruler would be a bit slow. Black shield. With no other choice, Yi Fan immediately summoned his second beast. Like the heavy black ruler, it was also a tool-type beast. Both were black, giving off an ancient feeling. The black shield completely blocked Lei Ho's thunderous punch. A silver light flashed, creating layers of waves. ZZ. Lei Ho retreated quickly, his expression ferocious. That black shield was strange. It hurt a lot just now. He indeed has a second beast. Huai was not surprised at all by Yi Fan's hidden card and directly checked the information on the black shield. Beast, silver light black shield. Attribute, dark thunder. Bloodline, high-level lord. Realm, elementary transcendent. Skills, shield strike 11, intermediate. Rebound 8, advanced. Another elementary, transcendent beast. Yi Fan had indeed hidden it deeply. If it weren't for the opening of the gate breaking the natural shackles on himself, allowing Yi Fan to suffer a hidden loss, this black shield might not have appeared so quickly. No wonder he can be called by that name. Huai muttered. All the beasts contracted by Yi Fan were black, and he didn't understand what that meant. With the skills of shield strike and rebound, plus the black ruler, it was a bit tricky. Lei Ho rest. A Lei Ho that simply opened the first gate definitely couldn't defeat Yi Fan. The second gate could be tried. Although Yi Fan could control two transcendent tools, under Lei Ho's frenzied attacks, Yi Fan might not be able to hold out for long. Another transcendent. The competitors' area and the audience in the livestream were all dumbfounded. This Yi Fan was truly fierce, hiding so deeply. Yeah, it seems Huai can't possibly win. No one refuted this statement. The strength Lei Ho displayed was already quite terrifying, but no one believed that an awakened 10-tier Lei Ho could win against two such strong elementary transcendent beasts. But soon, they found their common sense shattered again. What the hell is happening? This monkey? What the hell? The last sentence was spoken by Yi Fan. To be honest, in Yi Fan's view, the outcome was already determined when he summoned the black shield. Just as he was about to say a few words to enhance his image, that monkey went crazy and launched a frenzied attack on him. Black shield. Silver light flickered, and the rebounding force was applied to it. Under his mental control, the black shield moved quickly, but ultimately, it was still no match for the thunder monkey. Shockwave. Confinement. Bang. Damn. Under the intense attack of the thunder monkey, Yi Fan felt his energy depleting rapidly. In a moment of carelessness, the thunder monkey's attack hit him directly, sending him flying. If it weren't for his strong physical condition in this state, that punch could have been fatal. That monkey. Even so, Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale. Has it gone mad? With such a frenzied attack, he wasn't feeling well. And the monkey must be feeling worse. After all, every attack from the thunder monkey had to endure the rebounding force from the black shield, and the damage it sustained was far greater than his. In fact, it was just as Yi Fan thought. The thunder monkey was badly injured. If it weren't for the enhancement from the life gate and the thunder monkey's own extremely powerful physique, the thunder dragon body, it would have been down for the count long ago. Do you admit defeat? Huai asked casually as he watched Yi Fan getting up from the ground. I will win. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning wild. He would not lose. All right. Huai's question was just a casual inquiry, giving the thunder monkey a bit of time to catch its breath before opening the third door. Yi Fan's resistance exceeded his expectations. There was no way around it. So the thunder monkey would have to lie down for a couple more days after this. Life gate. Open. The thunder monkey exhaled. A mysterious power began to circulate within its body, causing a faint red glow to appear on its surface. However, this faint red was hard to see beneath the layer of electricity. The life gate was the final safe zone, capable of unleashing inner potential to enhance its attack, speed, and defense. However, this so-called safe zone only prevented damage to itself, but it would cause severe fatigue, requiring the thunder monkey to recover for a day or two. Artifact Spirit Explosion. Yi Fan was unwilling to concede defeat in this match and directly used his last trump card. Moreover, the Artifact Spirit Explosion skill couldn't be used frequently. Using it too often would harm the spirit and cause permanent damage. Chapter 069, Victory. Huai's Invitation. Yi Fan chose to unleash the Black Shield, without activating both artifact spirits. Given his current state, unleashing one was already his limit. He didn't have the capability to activate two artifact spirits. I refuse to believe that I can still lose. As soon as Yi Fan's words fell, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The black shield after the artifact spirit explosion had its aura directly elevated from elementary extraordinary to intermediate extraordinary, just a step away from reaching the advanced extraordinary realm. But that annoying monkey had also grown stronger. This, bang, thunder fist, terrifying power once again struck the black shield. If it were the previous black shield, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this punch. The enhanced black shield held up, but a portion of that terrifying lightning still penetrated through the black shield and struck Yi-Fan. Damn, Yi-Fan's whole body went numb, cursing inwardly. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. Having used the artifact spirit explosion, he was already in a desperate state, unable to withstand even the dissipated lightning. Receiving this dissipated lightning power, he directly knelt on the ground. The black shield lost Yi-Fan's control and could no longer block the Thunder Monkey's path. The Thunder Monkey's figure naturally appeared in front of Yi-Fan, its fist falling just 3 inches from his forehead. I lost. After 2 seconds, Huai won. The audience erupted. Everyone watching the live broadcast was also in an uproar. This stone monkey is extraordinary. Lin City. As a member of the Gu family camp, Hao Feng naturally paid attention to this match. The Gu family is indeed the Gu family. They produced a dragon this time. Hao Feng sighed, then thought of his son. Although his son was also good, he was truly far behind compared to Huai. Hao Feng picked up the phone and made a call. He ordered that all transactions concerning the stone monkey be halted for now. The price of the stone monkey would multiply several times. Boss is amazing. Guo Jingyi's voice from the audience broke as he shouted. The boss was indeed too fierce. This stone monkey can almost be called a divine monkey. Despite both being stone monkeys, how could the gap be so vast? Even Bei Quan began to doubt life. Clearly, his initial beast was also a stone monkey, but the difference was simply too great. Huai. Liao Jinchuan's gaze was fixated on Huai, as it was only in such occasions that she could look at him so unabashedly. That's right, she liked Huai. Unfortunately, she was aware of the gap between herself and Huai, as well as the gap between their families, so this affection could only be hidden in her heart forever. Huai won. The stone monkey became famous. No one understood why the stone monkey was so strong. But this did not prevent companies dealing with stone monkeys from instantly becoming gold mines. No. It should be said that only a few companies dealing with stone monkeys were like this. Most companies that primarily dealt with stone monkeys had been acquired by a single company. The acquisition took place before July 10th. The young master is indeed exceptional. The company that crazily acquired stone monkey businesses is one under the Gu family, specializing in initial beast taming. The person in charge of this beast taming house is this woman. Her eyes sparkled with admiration because on July 7th, Huai had called her and instructed her to buy stone monkeys as much as possible. No reason was given, and she did not ask further. In any case, whatever the young master instructed, she would carry out earnestly without questioning. However, at that time, she still had some doubts, but now she understood. Huai's victory at the new talent competition of Shan and Hang provinces quickly spread across the country. After all, many people were paying attention to this event, and the final outcome was somewhat astonishing. Especially the people from Hang province. Their media were searching the city for Huai's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. It was as if Huai had vanished, making him impossible to find. Only a few media outlets received some news from certain channels, advising them to stop their inquiries. Meanwhile, the story's protagonist, Huai, was leisurely enjoying the sun on the beach of his family's private resort. The Thunder Monkey and Thunder Treasure were also rare to be resting on the beach. After such a long period of training, they indeed needed a break. And it was also a chance for him to rest for a couple of days. Young master, Yi-Fan is here. While Huai was sunbathing, the voice of the resort manager came through. Please have him come over. Huai instructed, also asking the manager to bring over some food. Huai got up from his chair, holding a chilled cola in one hand. Summer, chilled cola, truly refreshing. All right, the manager replied, and soon, Yi-Fan's figure appeared on the beach. Long time no see, Yi-Fan. Huai greeted Yi-Fan with a smile. In fact, it had only been 2 days since the match ended, which wasn't a long time. You are the young master of the Gu family? Yi-Fan's tone was filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, Huai had called to invite him, saying he had something important to discuss. It should be what you think. Huai did not deny it. Yi-Fan took a deep breath, truly not expecting that Huai was the young master of the Gu family, someone he even envied. A boy who had stood ahead of countless others since birth. In Yi-Fan's mind, a young master born with a golden spoon must be the kind of second-generation rich kid who looks down on others and doesn't take anyone seriously. But he really couldn't connect the two identities together with Huai. All right, no need to think too much. What do you want to drink? Huai shook the iced cola in his hand, and Yi-Fan's gaze followed, unconsciously swallowing. Just like you. How about some iced watermelon? Yes. Yi-Fan's eyes lit up. Understanding life. Huai chuckled, and soon the butler brought the items over. Yi-Fan held the iced cola in one hand and the iced watermelon in the other. sitting on the beach chair with a satisfied expression. After eating 3 pieces of watermelon, Yi Fan turned his gaze to Gu Huai and asked, "What do you want from me?" "It's nothing serious. Mainly I'm looking for someone for my dad." "Looking for someone?" Yi Fan was taken aback, a bit confused. "You should know the reason why this competition was initiated, right?" "I know. It's because of the bet between Shan Province and Hang Province," Yi Fan said instinctively, and quickly realized. Could it be because of this bet? That's pretty much the idea. Chapter 070, Your Friendship. Entering the Secret Realm. This bet involves quite a bit, but I won't go into details. However, it mainly concerns a secret realm. A secret realm that only allows those who have just become Beast Masters for less than 2 months to enter. After saying this, Gu Huai looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan understood Gu Huai's meaning. "You want to invite me to enter this secret realm with you?" Gu Huai shook his head, and under Yi Fan's puzzled gaze, he slowly said, "It's not about inviting you, but rather giving you a chance to enter this secret realm. By the way, this secret realm is a challenge realm. As long as you pass certain levels, you can gain corresponding benefits." Gu Huai knew Yi Fan was a smart person who could understand what he meant. Yi Fan frowned, clearly pondering what to do. Gu Huai picked up another piece of iced watermelon and started eating slowly, not rushing him. After about 3 minutes, Yi Fan exhaled and focused his gaze back on Gu Huai. "What do you want?" Gu Huai put down the watermelon in his hand and extended his hand toward Yi Fan. "Your friendship." "My friendship?" Yi Fan was stunned. Then he took a deep look at Gu Huai, grasped his hand, and said in a very serious tone, "I accept you as a friend. Cheers." Gu Huai picked up the iced cola, directly indicating his intentions through action. Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Cheers. The two downed their colas in one go. They didn't exchange many words. Sometimes friendship between men is just like that. There are 8 days to prepare, and I will call you to gather then. Also, the place you are currently living might not be good for training, so just come here to train. That way, I won't have to call you again. All right. Yi Fan didn't refuse Gu Huai's kindness and directly agreed. It was also a good opportunity to get to know the other teammates. Very willing. 8 days quickly passed. On July 31st, Gu Hong brought Gu Huai and the others to the entrance of a secret realm. Gu Huai really didn't know where this place was. Gu Heng's speed was too fast, and he couldn't tell directions at all. There were a total of 5 people who came with Gu Huai: Yi Fan, Wang Chong, Bai Ruobing, and another named Guo Jingyi. By the time Gu Huai and the others arrived, the people from Shan Province were already waiting there. The ones from Shan Province were all familiar faces. Li Guoping, the biological father of Li Buofeng, and also the acting city lord of Shanqing, along with Li Buofeng. Li Buoqing, and Ho Min, totaling 4 people. Li Buoxuan didn't come, probably because he was eliminated. With everyone present, they could start the secret realm. Gu Hong and Li Guoping, being old acquaintances, nodded to each other, and Gu Hong spoke. "I don't know if it's just my impression, but Gu Huai always felt that Li Guoping's gaze toward his father was somewhat resentful. Also, let me explain the rules of this secret realm. This secret realm is a challenge realm. Of course, I don't know the specific challenge methods. It should be a one-time secret realm, and a maximum of 8 people can enter at once. But I can tell you one thing. This secret realm is life-threatening, so consider carefully before deciding whether to enter." Gu Hong stated the dangers first to avoid any accidents later and to prepare everyone mentally. Hearing Gu Heng's words, no one backed down. A secret realm? How could it be without risks? They were not surprised at all. Good. It seems no one wants to back out. Guoping. Seeing that no one was withdrawing, Gu Hong turned his gaze to Li Guoping. Understood. Li Guoping and Gu Hong simultaneously activated their Beast Master powers, and then the entrance to the secret realm suddenly trembled. This was a restriction set by Li Guoping and Gu Hong, simply to prevent someone from entering the secret realm and prematurely consuming this one-time secret realm. "You all can go in. Be careful." As Gu Heng's voice fell, many gazes turned to Gu Huai. Without a doubt, among the current 8-person team, Gu Huai was the core of the core. On the Hang Province side, Bai Ruobing, Guo Jingyi, and Wang Chong were originally Gu Huai's people. Yi Fan was specially invited by Gu Huai and had built a deep friendship with him in recent days, naturally following Gu Huai. On the Shan Province side, Ho Min had a good impression of Gu Huai. If it weren't for Gu Huai, she wouldn't have even come to participate in this competition. The thoughts of Li Buofeng and Li Buoqing were more complicated, but both also valued Gu Huai's opinion, subconsciously looking at Gu Huai to see what he would do. "Old Gu, your son seems to be even better than you back then." Li Guoping, who had somehow stood beside Gu Hong, watched this scene. "Yes, he is my son," Gu Hong said proudly, which made Li Guoping feel a bit ashamed when looking at his own son. Same Beast Master status, same top family background. How is there such a big difference? With so many gazes on him, Gu Huai remained calm. "Let's go," Gu Huai said and stepped forward. Guo Jingyi, Wang Chong, and Li Ruobing quickly followed behind Gu Huai. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, a hint of envy in his eyes, and hurriedly followed. "Wait for me." On the other side, seeing this situation, Homin quickly ran over. Me too. Li Buofeng wanted to act cool, but seeing that he was left alone, he hurriedly ran over as well. If Li Buofeng knew what Li Buofeng was thinking, he would probably explode. Obviously, he was also right there. Why was he left alone? You all forget it. Wait for me. There was no choice. He wasn't following Gu Huai, but because he didn't know what would happen in the secret realm, he had to go along. Yes. Just like that. The group, under Gu Huai's lead, walked into the secret realm door. Soon, all their figures disappeared. Uncle Ani, I'm counting on you here. As the city lord, Gu Heng naturally didn't have the time to wait for Gu Huai to come out. Originally, according to his plan, he intended to leave a beast to wait for Gu Huai here, and coincidentally, the old man's Darkborn dragon was also in this location. So he directly entrusted it to the Darkborn dragon. Having the Darkborn dragon here was safer than leaving a beast behind. Your old man really values Gu Huai. To even leave the Darkborn dragon here. Li Guoping, who was nearby, looked on with envy. His family didn't have such treatment. There was no way around it. Being the only heir, Gu Heng's tone was filled with affection. Chapter 071. The Assessment of the Secret Realm. I want to sunbathe. After Gu Huai and the others entered the secret realm, they saw the world within it. It was dark and gloomy, giving a very oppressive feeling. Welcome, young beastmasters, to the Extreme Sun Secret Realm. As soon as they got a clear view of their surroundings, a slightly low voice echoed in the air, prompting everyone to prick up their ears. They wanted to hear the rules of the secret realm to prepare for the upcoming challenges. You must be very surprised, right? Why is such a dark place called the Extreme Sun Secret Realm? The voice continued, to tell you the truth, a long, long time ago. There was a blazing sun in this secret realm, but unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, this sun lost its brilliance and ultimately sank forever. The voice carried a hint of sadness, but soon returned to normal. All right, I won't waste your time. Let's get to the point. I want to sunbathe. So, I hope you can help me fulfill this wish. Gu Huai and the others, who had been listening seriously to the rules, were momentarily stunned. What the heck? What does it mean that you want to sunbathe? The strongest among them had only recently entered the junior beastmaster level. Where would they find you a sun? This is supposed to be simple? But everyone remained silent, continuing to wait for the voice from the secret realm. In the 8 corners of the secret realm, the predecessors left corresponding switches. You just need to go to these 8 places and activate the switches, and I can sunbathe. When my mood is good, I will reward you based on your performance in the secret realm. All right, let's go, young beastmasters. I believe you can complete this task. With the last words, the world fell silent again. 8 places, 8 mechanisms. No wonder there were 8 people. Gu Huai muttered to himself, then turned to look at everyone. How about this? 1 person for each? Sure, I agree. Then it's a pleasant decision. There were exactly 8 people, and there was nothing more to say. They couldn't possibly let others give up this benefit. However, if you encounter trouble that you can't solve, don't try to show off. Gu Huai looked at by Ruochu and Guojingyi. Among those present, these 2 were the only ones who were not junior beastmasters, and were the weakest. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely ensure my safety. I will too, young Master Gu. Then let's set off. The 8 locations weren't hard to find. When the voice disappeared, it had directly marked those 8 places. Gu Huai didn't know how it did that, but it was quite magical. Gu Huai deliberately chose a location that was relatively far away and called out his thunder monkey to carry him over. Although he didn't know if finishing quickly would bring more benefits, adhering to the principle of trying it out, Gu Huai still did so. The others saw Gu Huai's actions and also had their beasts carry them towards their respective targets. The distance wasn't far, and with the speed of the thunder monkey, they arrived at their destination in less than 5 minutes. I have to say, being carried by the thunder monkey isn't very comfortable. This made Gu Huai ponder whether he should get a cooler mount, something like a white tiger, although he could ride Thunder Treasure when it grew a bit. Having a white tiger seemed pretty good too. Gu Huai muttered to himself and then looked at the destination. The destination was a dilapidated stone house. And Gu Huai frowned slightly. Could it be that the mechanism was in this broken stone house? Gu Huai didn't approach the stone house. Instead, he had the thunder monkey go over to check the situation. At the same time, he summoned Thunder Treasure. With Thunder Treasure protecting him, Gu Huai felt a significant increase in his sense of security. It wasn't that the Thunder Monkey wasn't strong enough, but Thunder Treasure provided more reassurance. Oh. The Thunder Monkey cautiously approached the stone house, pushed the door open to look inside, and found no fierce beasts, then gave a signal. Nothing? Gu Huai asked. And under Thunder Treasure's protection, he walked over. Compared to beasts, the bodies of beastmasters were too weak. In such a dangerous environment, the first step for a beastmaster should not be to fight, but to protect their own safety as much as possible. Only by ensuring their own safety could they proceed to the next steps. Indeed, the scene inside the stone house was completely different from what Gu Huai had imagined. It was very clean, even spotless. The stone house was quite empty, with nothing inside, just a dim formation drawn on the ground. Gu Huai didn't know much about formations and couldn't tell what this one was. Fortunately, When he saw the formation, a prompt appeared. Activate the formation using the blood of fierce beasts to open the mechanism. Blood of fierce beasts? Thunder Monkey. On the way here, Huai had seen some fierce beasts. Most of these beasts were not strong, mostly at the awakening stage, with only a few being extraordinary. He needed to get some blood from extraordinary fierce beasts. Oh. Thunder Monkey received the order and immediately shot out. Thunder Monkey was very fast, and in less than 3 minutes, it returned carrying a half-dead black tiger. Bleed it. Huai didn't know how much blood was needed, so he let Thunder Monkey handle it. The Thunder Monkey slashed its hand, and the black tiger let out a painful roar, its blood dripping onto the formation. As the blood from the black tiger fell onto the formation, the decayed formation began to brighten, becoming increasingly luminous. In less than 30 seconds, the light from the formation enveloped Huai, Thunder Monkey, and Thunder Treasure. The light was so bright that Huai couldn't open his eyes. When the light faded, Huai found himself in front of a tall tower. What is this? Huai looked at the tower, which had the name Tower of the Five Elements written on it. Tower of the Five Elements? Huai was taken aback. Clearly, this tower had 8 colors. Why was it called the Five Elements Tower? Huai looked at the 8 colors, each corresponding to a specific attribute. The most basic ones were the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition to these 3 basic attributes, there were also 3 advanced attributes: metal thunder, water ice, fire flame. Where are the advanced attributes for wood and earth? Thunder, in fact, can't be counted as metal. The attribute of thunder is quite diverse. It's just that because thunder carries some of the power of metal, it is classified under the metal attribute. You are the first person to enter the Tower of the 5 Elements and can make your choice. Rules. When your accumulated number of levels cleared reaches 160, an artificial sun will rise in the extreme sun secret realm. The more levels you clear, the brighter the artificial sun will be, and the happier the secret realm will be, thus providing you with more rewards. Additionally, each attribute tower only has 30 levels. If you clear the levels for your chosen attribute, you can assist others in their challenges. Chapter 072. Huai's Organizational Ability. Tower of Flames. Huai stared at this, momentarily stunned. Can I help others with their challenges? Huai continued to read on. It wasn't exactly helping others with their challenges, it should be for himself. However, the subsequent challenges would significantly increase in difficulty, starting from level 31, with an individual able to clear a maximum of 50 levels in the tower. Prompt. To rise with the blazing sun, the 8 of you must collectively clear over 160 levels, and only then will you receive rewards. The more levels you clear individually, the greater your benefits. Keep it up, young ones. Huai understood this rule, meaning that the more towers climbed, the better the rewards. It was quite interesting. Though he was unsure about the difficulty to come, there were 8 levels, with each tower consisting of 30 levels, totaling 240 levels. However, clearing all 240 levels would surely not be easy. He would find out what was in store once they entered. Next, Huai considered his choice. His gaze first fell on the tower with the lightning attribute, and he shook his head slightly. Lightning was his strongest attribute, and both the Thunder Beast and Thunder Monkey had high resistance to it, having just trained in the Thunder Sea. He decided to set aside the lightning attribute for now. Huai simulated the choices of the other 7 in his mind, and quickly came to a conclusion. Guozhengyi excelled in defense, so a tower with a strong attack attribute like metal would suit him well. Bai Ruochu had the dual flower, a wood attribute, which could contend with water attributes. The remaining individuals were relatively strong. Ho Min was a wind attribute, good at playing with fire. Li Buofeng's 3-headed dog was wood, fire, and wind, and could try ice for tactics. Li Buocheng had lightning, fire, and darkness, known for violent bombardment, and could choose the wood attribute. As for Wang Changzaji, it was a pure fire attribute humanoid beast, leaving him with no choice but to go with earth. The last 2 were lightning and flame. While Yi Fan could withstand direct flames, he could not handle the effects of high temperatures. With lightning, as long as he was careful, he could manage. Therefore, Huai chose flame. He quickly made his selection but did not enter immediately. Instead, he decided to wait and see if this place was universal. Just as Huai thought, in less than 2 minutes, Yi Fan appeared before him. Huai. Yi Fan paused slightly upon seeing Huai, then assumed a combat stance. His eyes filled with vigilance. Clearly, Yi Fan thought Huai was a monster that had taken on his appearance to catch him off guard. Huai was quite pleased with Yi Fan's caution. It was this kind of vigilance that would ensure one's safety in a perilous secret realm. Let's wait until everyone is here before we talk. For now, let's keep our distance. Furthermore, Huai was not entirely sure if the Yi Fan before him was truly Yi Fan, so he needed to maintain a certain safety distance. Alright. Yi Fan glanced at Huai, then at the Thunder Monkey and Thunder Beast beside him, unsure of what to think. He had never seen the Thunder Beast in action, so he was naturally unaware of its strength. However, Yifan was certain that the Thunder Beast was stronger than the Thunder Monkey, which made him feel less aggrieved about his previous loss. Gu Huai was indeed formidable. This also caused a shift in Yifan's mindset. Initially, after learning Gu Huai's identity, he thought Gu Huai wanted to recruit him directly, and he had even prepared to refuse. However, with Gu Huai's subsequent words and his current change in attitude, he was uncertain whether he would actually refuse if Gu Huai invited him. The third to enter was Li Buofeng, who also maintained his vigilance. And Gu Huai said the same to him. The fourth was Li Buoqing, the fifth Wang Chong, the sixth Ho Min, the seventh Bai Ruoqiu, and the last was Guo Jingyi. Among these people, except for Guo Jingyi, who rushed toward Gu Huai like a big fool as soon as he entered, the others approached with a certain level of caution. Gu Huai couldn't help but sigh internally. Although Guo Jingyi might seem a bit foolish, he had the deepest feelings, having played together since childhood and been in the same class for many years. You all understand the rules, right? Everyone nodded. The final level of this tower determines our final rewards, so I'll explain my distribution method. If you have any issues, feel free to bring them up, and we can discuss further. Gu Huai reiterated what he had thought before, and upon hearing this, everyone remained silent, but their gazes toward Gu Huai held a different flavor. Especially Li Buoqing, who looked deeply at Gu Huai and made a decision in his heart. If possible, he would avoid provoking Gu Huai. This guy was terrifying. Since none of you are speaking, does that mean you accept my suggestions? I agree. Whatever the boss says goes. Alright, you all are relatively strong, so try to clear as many levels as possible for maximum rewards. Okay. Yifan and the others felt Gu Huai's gaze on them and nodded in unison. Then let's go in. As Gu Huai's voice fell, he took the lead and was the first to step into the tower marked with the character for flame. Flame and fire. Although both belong to the fire attribute, there is still a significant difference in essence between the two. Flame represents a higher temperature fire, more powerful than regular fire. In a sense, flames, like water, are the nemesis of fire. While water extinguishes flames, flames directly consume fire, strengthening themselves and becoming even more powerful. One could also refer to flames as an upgraded version of the fire attribute, representing a higher level of power. Seeing Gu Huai enter the tower, the others followed suit according to Gu Huai's distribution and entered their respective towers. As all 8 stepped into the 5 Elements tower, a phantom slowly emerged. This little guy is quite interesting. I wonder how strong it is. If possible, it could be entrusted with something. After saying this, the phantom quickly vanished. In the flame tower, as Gu Huai entered the first level, an intense heat wave hit him. This was just the first level, and the temperature inside the tower exceeded 50 degrees Celsius, hot enough to be unbearable. Fortunately, it was also a hot day outside, and Gu Huai was wearing a short-sleeve shirt, barely able to withstand it. Given such an environment, a quick resolution was necessary, otherwise, staying too long would lead to being cooked alive. Gu Huai muttered to himself and quickly spotted the target for the first challenge, a flame elemental with purple flames. Gu Huai looked over without using his observation skill, and the information about the fire elemental appeared before him. Beast, flame elemental. Attribute, fire. Bloodline, high-level extraordinary. Realm, awakening stage 6. Skill, flame explosion. Description, all templates are hand-filled. Bloodline realm is filled at will, so don't mind this part. How considerate. Gu Huai chuckled upon seeing the information of the flame elemental, especially the description section. Chapter 073, The Difficulty of the Flame Tower. Quick clear. It seemed that the creator of this 5 Elements tower was rather casual. Gu Huai muttered, then turned his gaze back to the flame elemental, his expression calm. The flame elemental was only at the awakening stage 6, so it posed no threat to Gu Huai. Thunder Monkey, don't finish it off too quickly. Learn its strengths and weaknesses. As Gu Huai's old partner, the Thunder Monkey understood what Gu Huai meant, wanting it to gauge the enemy's capabilities. Realizing this, the Thunder Monkey abandoned the idea of a one-hit kill on the weak flame elemental. The disparity in strength was evident, and the flame elemental was soon thoroughly understood and was ruthlessly defeated by a punch from the Thunder Monkey. Over the past few days, the Thunder Monkey had reflected on its previous awkward performance against elemental beasts, realizing it couldn't inflict significant damage on them. So it had been considering fully utilizing the lightning element to defeat elements with elements. The results were indeed quite good. This punch was a testament to its training results. After defeating the flame elemental, no prompt sounded. Instead, a staircase made entirely of flames appeared before Gu Huai, leading to the next level. This is really hot enough to kill. Gu Huai muttered to himself, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let Lei Bao take him up. At this moment, Gu Huai missed ice-cold cola immensely. A sip of it would feel incredibly refreshing. It would also be nice to have an ice-type beast. Gu Huai murmured to himself, beginning to plan for the other 4 beasts in his heart. Sigh, there are too many beasts needed. It's really hard to choose. Let's not think about so much for now. It's still early. He had only just become a junior beastmaster for a short time. and it would take at least 3 to 5 months to advance to an intermediate Beastmaster. With more beasts, the bond between the beasts would need to be carefully considered. The bond between beasts and Beastmasters is very important. Some Beastmasters, even if they are very strong and have the ability to contract multiple beasts, still only contract one beast. This is the bond between the beast and the Beastmaster. On the second floor, the environment was similar to the first floor, but the temperatures seemed to be less hot than before. Perhaps I am slowly adapting to the environment here. The adaptability of humans is extremely strong, especially since the physical quality of humans in this world is generally better. Just like Pei Wuti, a combat-type Beastmaster, even without merging with his beast, his physical quality is frighteningly strong. Huai guessed that with Pei Wuti's physical quality, he could probably confront and even suppress a Lord Beast head-on. The target on the second floor is again a fire element. Like the first floor, there is also a panel display. However, the fire general on this floor has enhanced strength. Fierce Beast, Fire Element. Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, High Level Extraordinary. Realm, Awakening Level 7. Skill, Fire Explosion. Introduction, all are hand-filled templates. The Bloodline realm is filled in arbitrarily, so don't mind the Bloodline issue. This time, Huai didn't need to say anything, and Lei Monkey instantly took action, easily killing the fire element. When the fire element died, a staircase leading to the third floor appeared. Continuing, as the levels increased, the difficulty also continued to rise. By the 10th floor, the monster's strength had become Awakening Level 10, with the Bloodline being a top-level Lord Fire Element. This realm is the same as the fire element on the 9th floor, only the Bloodline has improved, which has also enhanced the fire element's strength. In fact, starting from the 5th floor, the fire element's realm was already Awakening Level 10, but at that time, it was a high-level Extraordinary Bloodline. At the 610th floor, the realm remained unchanged. It was just the Bloodline that was enhanced. The difficulty of the 10th floor was not too great. With some effort, Bai Richu and Guajingyi should have no major issues. However, it was unclear how difficult the 11th floor would be. Although the fire element on the 10th floor was also at Awakening Level 10, its Bloodline was stronger than Lei Monkey's, but Lei Monkey's training was far superior to that of the fire element, making it impossible for the fire element to withstand a serious punch from Lei Monkey. In the beast world, the realm is somewhat like levels in a game. The Bloodline is akin to the attributes gained when leveling up. Both of these aspects play a significant role in strength, but they do not completely determine the final power. Training level, skill strength, and so on also severely affect the final combat power. On the 11th floor, soon, Huai stepped into the 11th floor. There was a significant change compared to the previous 10 floors. First, the fierce beast on the 11th floor had changed. Previously, there were all fire elements. But on the 11th floor, it became a Fire Fluff King. In the outside world, the Fire Fluff King is a beast with a high-level Lord Bloodline, belonging to a type of beast that can both attack and defend, making it quite troublesome and a very good beast. The initial Extraordinary Fire Fluff King was fine, but if the Bloodline power had not turned into high-level Extraordinary, they wouldn't have gotten very far. Huai instinctively thought, but soon realized that it was not right. The monsters in each tower are different, and they certainly were not facing a Fire Fluff King. Lei Monkey, try this Fire Fluff King. Oh. The Fire Fluff King is relatively large, resembling a pig with flames all over. Except its weapon is a huge wolf fawn club wrapped in flames instead of a 9-toothed rake. In front of the Fire Fluff King, Lei Monkey's small size looked like a child. Lei Monkey did not activate the 8 gates, as using it on the 11th floor would be too taxing. He would save it for later. Thunder Fist. This Fire Fluff King has 2 skills. One is Siphon, which allows it to absorb the opponent's stamina through contact to restore itself, and the second is Flame Domain. When activated during battle, it creates a circle of flame energy around itself, not only accelerating its own stamina recovery, but also continuously dealing damage to surrounding enemies. Coupled with the Wolf Fawn Club in its hand, it is truly troublesome. Fortunately, Lei Monkey is not to be underestimated. In this trial, Lei Monkey gained the upper hand. If it had been Lei Monkey from a few days ago facing this Fire Fluff King, he would probably have to activate the 8 gates to resolve it. But now, although the realm is still Awakening Level 10, his strength has significantly improved. Beast, Stone Monkey variant. Name, Lei Monkey. Attribute, Dragon Evil. Bloodline, High-Level Lord. Realm, Awakening Level 10. Skills, 8 Gates 25, Top-Level Skill. Thunder Prison Dragon Body 27, Super Tier Skill. Both skills levels have improved, as Lei Monkey gained the advantage with a punch. He heard Huai's command. Finish it quickly, don't play a war of attrition with it. Chapter 074, The Unyielding Lei Monkey. A Battle Beyond Limits. Engaging in a prolonged battle with the Fire Fluff King, even if the overall strength is originally stronger, would still risk being defeated by the Fire Fluff King. A full burst of power and ending the battle quickly is the most suitable way to fight the Fire Fluff King. So, Lei Monkey exploded with power. Without using the 8 gates, Lei Monkey unleashed his full strength. With the immense stamina provided by the Thunder Prison Dragon Body, Lei Monkey could maintain this full power burst for a long time without activating the 8 gates. In about 1 minute, Lei Monkey directly exploded the Fire Fluff King, winning the battle. Phew. After doing all this, Lei Monkey exhaled. The consumption was considerable. He would take a break before continuing. By the time he reached the 11th floor, Huai had adapted to the surrounding hot environment, so there was no need to rush through. Lowering the speed appropriately allowed Lei Monkey to conserve stamina for combat, which also served as training and exercise for him. Moreover, Huai was unaware of the situation of the others, so being fast alone was not useful. After resting for about half an hour, when Lei Monkey had recovered enough, Huai chose the next floor. As Huai expected, the fierce beasts on the 1220th floor were all initial extraordinary Fire Fluff Kings, but the bloodline power was increasing on each layer. Huai also noticed that in this place, when the bloodline was enhanced, the training level and skill strength would also improve. At the 13th floor, Huai activated the first gate of the 8 gates, and at the 17th floor, he activated the second. By the 20th floor, Huai even activated the third gate, the life gate, to win the battle. The difficulty was indeed high. Huai furrowed his brows. At this rate, let alone the 50th floor, even reaching 30 floors would be difficult. Lei Monkey, are you okay? The activation time for the life gate this time was very short. And Huai discovered a problem. In this 5 elements tower, every time Lei Monkey fought, his physical quality would improve, and his recovery speed far exceeded that of the outside world. Lei Monkey fell to the ground, weakly whining. It could still hold on. Still holding on. Then let's charge down in one go. Level 110. It took Huai less than half an hour. Level 112. Huai took a break in between and spent an hour. But at level 1320, Huai used even less time, not even 15 minutes. There was no choice. Huai had considered the factor of Lei Ho using the 8 gates of Duanjia and wanted to finish quickly. Otherwise, if Lei Ho had to rest after fighting one level and then continued to use the 8 gates of Duanjia on the next level, he would have collapsed long ago and couldn't last that long. Adding points. Huai looked at Lei Ho's condition and added a point to Lei Ho's Thunder Prison Dragon Body. At level 21, the monsters changed again. It was a Flame King. Just hearing the name, one knows that the Flame King possesses royal blood. Fortunately, this tower isn't too extreme. Level 21 isn't royal blood, but top-tier extraordinary. But Huai didn't relax just because this Flame King was top-tier. Instead, his brows furrowed. Elementary royal bloodline. There is a significant gap between elementary royal bloodline and top-tier lord bloodline, even though they differ by just a small level. In the same realm, a beast with elementary royal blood can easily defeat a beast with top-tier lord blood. The strength increases by more than 1 tier. It seems level 30 is hopeless, unless... Huai glanced at Lei Ho, who wasn't in great shape, and didn't continue speaking. Opening the gate state, Lei Ho unleashed his full power. Level 21. In less than a minute. Level 22, 1 minute. Level 23, Lei Ho almost collapsed along with the Flame King. His stamina was already quite depleted. And the intermediate lord bloodline of the Flame King put tremendous pressure on Lei Ho. Fortunately, Lei Ho was still a bit stronger and barely held on. Lei Ho was almost done. Oh, no, I can still do it. But your current state. Huai's tone carried a hint of worry. Oh, add points. Lei Ho's gaze was resolute. He didn't want to give up so soon. Are you sure? Lei Ho nodded seriously. All right. After so many battles, Lei Ho's 8 gates of Duanjia had already reached level 27, and his Thunder Prison Dragon Body reached level 29. Such high-intensity combat indeed greatly improved the skill and strength. But this was also due to Lei Ho's recent training results, which he was now digesting. Then let's strengthen both to level 30. Since Lei Ho was so determined, Huai naturally couldn't hold back, so he immediately activated the point allocation. Under such circumstances, both the 8 gates of Duanjia and the Thunder Prison Dragon Body were strengthened to level 30, and Lei Ho suddenly felt capable again. Charge, charge, charge. Let's go. Level 24, a hard-won victory. At this rate, level 25 was definitely out of the question. But upon entering level 25, before Huai could add points, Lei Ho went berserk on his own. 8 gates of Duanjia. Injury Gate. The Injury Gate is the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Entering this gate means entering a truly dangerous area. This state truly signifies entering the 8 gates of Duanjia. Lei Ho's entire body was enveloped in a crimson hue, merging with thunder, causing his appearance to change significantly, giving off an aura reminiscent of a thunder monkey from hell. Lei Ho, you. Huai was shocked. He wanted to stop Lei Ho, but it was already too late. Level 25, 1 punch. Level 26, 2 punches. Level 27, 3 punches. One must say, Entering the true state of 8 gates of Duanjia greatly amplifies strength. If it were in the outside world, an elementary lord could be directly punched to pieces. However, after passing level 27, Leiho began to struggle. The side effects of the injury gate were too powerful, even with the Thunder Prison Dragon body. Leiho started to feel overwhelmed. The blood vessels in Leiho's body had already burst in some places, and dark red blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. But under the scorching temperature, the blood quickly dried up, leaving only a trace of dark red. Huai knew that Leiho had reached his limit. Add points. Points must be added. If not, Leiho would likely collapse. Chapter 075, Speedrunning, Everyone's Progress. Let's sleep on it first. With both skills nearly breaking through to level 31 simultaneously, Leiho felt an extremely powerful force surging within him. This force was crazily impacting his awakening level 10 bottleneck. And in less than 3 seconds, the bottleneck shattered. Along with this, Leiho's aura skyrocketed at that moment. Elementary, extraordinary. Leiho leveled up. No. Huai's gaze fell on Leiho's panel. This time, Leiho was not just leveling up. Beastmaster, Stone Monkey, Variant. Name, Leiho. Attributes, Dragon, Evil Thunder. Bloodline, Elementary Royal. Realm, Elementary Extraordinary. Skills, 8 Gates of Duanjia 31, Top Tier Skill. Thunder Prison Dragon Body 31, Super Tier Skill. Leiho's changes were quite significant this time. First, in appearance. The original Stone Monkey didn't differ much from an ordinary small monkey. Thin and small, not imposing at all, lacking any aura. But now, Leiho had matured and grown sturdier. The faint aura of thunder around him added a dangerous vibe to Leiho. Leiho had also grown taller. Now about 1.60 m, just a head shorter than Huai. With this physique and height, it would no longer be appropriate to continue calling him a little monkey. He unexpectedly became a 3-attribute beast. 3-attribute beasts are rare, even considered very scarce. Moreover, this bloodline jumped a realm, breaking through the royal blockade and becoming elementary royal blood. TSK. Leiho has really upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. This time, Leiho truly experienced a surge in strength. Originally unable to suppress the damage from the injury gate, which was causing havoc within him, Leiho could now barely manage it. Good job, keep charging. Huai gave Leiho a thumbs up, and Leiho smiled back at Huai, getting closer to Lei Bao, which was great. This made Lei Bao feel a sense of crisis, his eyes filled with vigilance. Damn, this guy is so strong now that even defeating Leiho won't be that easy. This 8 Gates of Duanjia is too disgusting. Charge. Leiho dashed toward the next level, and seeing this, Huai also had Lei Bao follow him. But as soon as Huai rushed into level 28, he saw the stairs leading to level 29 had already appeared, and Leiho's figure was already on the stairs. Huai barely glanced, and saw Leiho disappear into level 28. So fast. Huai chuckled. This boost in strength was truly significant, which was a very happy thing. Let's go. Level 29. Huai didn't even catch a glimpse of Leiho this time. It seemed he had already rushed to level 30. This little monkey was truly eager. Huai scolded with a smile, but given Leiho's current state, it was indeed time to hurry. Now that Leiho had leveled up to elementary extraordinary, although he could barely suppress the power of the injury gate, it was still too violent. Leiho couldn't use it for too long, or it would harm his body. However, level 30 shouldn't take that long. Level 30. But the Flame King with elementary royal blood. When Huai arrived at level 30, he found that he had underestimated Leiho's strength. Just not long after arriving at level 30, Leiho had already fully suppressed the Flame King. He probably only needed a few more punches to finish him off. Huai was somewhat surprised. Lei Bao beside him was even more vigilant. If it had to fight this Flame King, how would it do it? At most, a couple of split sky claws? Then it would be fine. Lei Bao let out a sigh of relief, but quickly realized something. Wait, his opponent wasn't that useless Flame Monarch, but this silly monkey. Lei Bao looked at the Thunder Monkey, who was fighting on one side, grinning and showing its teeth, and shook its head slightly. It really was a silly monkey. Bang! The Thunder Monkey executed a big spin, kicking out with its right foot, a kick that gathered most of its strength. This kick was so cool that it directly blasted the Flame Monarch, completely extinguishing its life force. Once the Flame Monarch was dead, the Thunder Monkey charged towards the stairs. But halfway through it froze. Where were the stairs? Just then, a voice rang out. Congratulations on clearing the Flame Tower. Next, you can choose the levels of the other 7 towers to challenge, with a total of 20 levels available for selection. Note, the last 20 levels correspond to the 3150th level, and the strength of the monsters will increase. As the voice faded, Huai saw 7 projections. These 7 projections clearly displayed the status of the remaining 7 towers. Currently, the cumulative levels of the 8 towers were 112 levels, target 160 levels, total 240 levels. Gold Tower, Guojingyi, 8 levels. Wood Tower, Li Buoqing, 13 levels. Water Tower, by Ruochu, 8 levels. Fire Tower, Ho Min, 12 levels. Earth Tower, Wang Zhong, 11 levels. Thunder Tower, Yi Fan, 17 levels. Ice Tower, Li Buofeng, 13 levels. Flame Tower, Gu Huai, 30 levels. Cleared. Time taken 1 hour, 52 minutes, 17 seconds. This was the current situation and information. So slow? Gu Huai frowned. It had only reached 112 levels so far, which was a bit sluggish. But soon Gu Huai realized that it wasn't that their efficiency was slow, but that he was too fast. Hopefully, they could step up, otherwise. My limit would only be 50 levels. Gu Huai didn't immediately choose to grind, but decided to observe for a while, which would also give the Thunder Monkey some time to rest. The Thunder Monkey had already released the 8 gates of Duanjia and was lying on the ground like a dead monkey. Gu Huai fed the Thunder Monkey some healing medicine and then put it back into the beast space for proper recovery. As for Gu Huai, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After successfully clearing the tower, the scorching temperature finally returned to normal. If it weren't for his decent physical condition, he might have been baked to exhaustion long ago. Nevertheless, Gu Huai took out a large bottle of water and gulped it down. Lei Bao, protect my safety. I'm going to take a nap. After saying this, Gu Huai left some food for Lei Bao, then took out a mat and blanket from the beast space and fell asleep. Under the consumption of this environment, even though Gu Huai hadn't participated in the battle, he was physically and mentally exhausted. Time passed quickly while he slept. And when Gu Huai woke up, it was already 7 hours later. That nap was really comfortable. Let's check everyone's progress. Gu Huai stretched and thought to himself that he hadn't slept so well in a long time. Gu Huai opened the progress of everyone's clearance and frowned. These people's speed was really slow. Chapter 76. These people's speed is too slow. Currently, the cumulative levels of the 8 towers were 166 levels. Target 160 levels. Total 240 levels. Gold Tower, Guojingyi, 12 levels, eliminated. Wood Tower, Li Buoqing, 22 levels. Water Tower, by Ruochu, 12 levels, eliminated. Fire Tower, Ho Min, 21 levels. Earth Tower, Wang Zhong, 21 levels. Thunder Tower, Yi Fan, 25 levels. Ice Tower, Li Buofeng, 23 levels. Flame Tower, Gu Huai, 30 levels, cleared, time taken 1 hour. 52 minutes, 17 seconds. Now, it had been over 9 hours since Gu Huai and the others entered the tower, yet none of them had cleared it. Logically, except for Guojingyi and Bai Ruochu, who were struggling, the rest were all awakened Tier 10 Beast Tamers, and the others were all elementary extraordinary. Moreover, their bloodlines were not low. Wang Zhong's Ajai was of an elementary lord bloodline. Ho Min's Feng Tianyi was of a medium lord bloodline. And both Li Buoqing and Li Buofeng's 3-headed dogs had evolved to a high lord bloodline. Yi Fan's Black Stick and Black Shield were also high lord bloodlines. Each of them had strong combat capabilities, stronger than ordinary beast tamers of the same level. Logically speaking, their speed should be fast. But Ho Min and Wang Zhong had just passed the 21st level. Although the monsters at the 21st level were of medium extraordinary, their bloodline power was only at the top level of extraordinary. While the beasts here were indeed stronger than those of ordinary beast tamers, their speed was concerning. Gu Huai frowned. Looking at it this way, it seemed that only Yi Fan had the possibility of clearing it and helping him. 240 levels, this is troublesome. Gu Huai looked at the progress of the others, pondering how to operate. Guojingyi and Bai Ruochu combined had only reached 36 levels, and he could only digest 20 levels. It was really tough. One person should grind 5 levels first. There's no choice. Gu Huai could only do this. He glanced at the Thunder Monkey, which was still recovering, and prepared to let Lei Bao take the stage. Lei Bao hadn't appeared for a long time either. Lei Bao was Gu Huai's first beast, and its bond with Gu Huai was the strongest. When it saw Gu Huai's gaze, it already understood his thoughts. Baby. Lei Bao was excited. It was finally its turn to take action. It hadn't engaged in fierce battles for a long time and really missed that feeling. In fact, Gu Huai was mistaken. The reason Wang Zhong and the others were progressing so slowly was that after each battle, they let their beasts recover sufficiently before continuing. They all understood the rules and the situation. Under these circumstances, they naturally wanted to clear as many levels as possible to improve their rewards. So, they didn't dare to be careless at all. Only Bai Ruochu and Guojingyi were genuinely unable to do anything. After failing, they were directly teleported back to the entrance, waiting with a look of despair for Gu Huai to come out. Meanwhile, they could also see the progress of everyone battling the tower outside. The boss is really impressive. Guojingyi saw that Gu Huai had cleared his flame tower in less than 2 hours, and this speed made Guojingyi feel the gap between himself and Gu Huai. At the same time, this also made Guojingyi alert. Their Gu family was a vassal of the Gu family, dedicated to protecting them. But if the gap between him and Gu Huai was too large, what was the point of that? At this moment, Guo Jingyi finally felt the burden on his father and even grandfather. Following such a master was incredibly stressful. Yeah, Bai Ruochu responded beside him. During these few hours, her relationship with Guo Jingyi had improved quite a bit, and she learned a lot about Gu Huai from him. At the same time, Bai Ruochu was extremely envious of Guo Jingyi. If only she had grown up with Gu Huai, that would have been wonderful. But why hasn't the boss made any moves for so long? He must be observing the situation. Just as this thought crossed her mind, they saw the information change. Wow, the boss has changed. Where? Level 31. Oh my, is this speed really that fast? Level 31 only stayed for less than a minute, and instantly, the number 31 changed to level 32. This made both of their pupils contract. This guy is definitely a freak. Unbelievable. Thunder Tower. Yi Fan had already summoned both of his beasts. After putting in some effort to clear level 26, Yi Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. These monsters were really tough. Time for a break. Although these monsters couldn't defeat him, he still needed to pay a certain price and expend energy to defeat them. It was unclear how many levels Gu Huai had reached. With his strength, he might have cleared the levels by now. Yi Fan glanced at the time. They had entered the secret realm around 10 o'clock and started challenging the tower at about 10:20. Now it was already 8:30 in the evening. Since level 15. Although he had breaks after each battle, after 10 hours of continuous fighting, even his stamina was wearing thin. Fortunately, there was no time limit in this secret realm. So he planned to take a good rest, get a good night's sleep, and recharge before continuing. But before that, he wanted to clear level 27. With this thought, Yi Fan began to recover his stamina. He understood Gu Huai's intention. Clearing levels was a must, and he needed to clear more levels after that to make up for the gaps that others had. However, what Yi Fan didn't know was that while he thought Gu Huai might have cleared the levels, Gu Huai had already been asleep for over 7 hours and had quickly cleared level 40 along the way. Level 3140 was naturally much more difficult. The monsters at level 3140 were all high-level extraordinary beings, each quite strong. The initial bloodline was low-level leader, and after 9 bloodline enhancements, the last one even reached a medium-level king bloodline. If it weren't for Lei Bao's strength, with Lei Ho's power, he could only clear level 40 by opening the injury door again. Why are these people so slow? After finishing level 40, Gu Huai looked at the progress of the others and noticed little change, which made him somewhat irritated. This speed is really something. If there were no restrictions on individual total level challenges, I could see how far Lei Bao can go. Gu Huai sighed. Although he knew that even if the personal total level restriction was lifted, he probably wouldn't clear many more levels. At least it would allow Lei Bao to enjoy himself. The monsters at level 4150 should be low-level leaders, while the 50th level might be high-level king bloodlines, which would probably let Lei Bao have some fun. Lei Bao's current strength was indeed very strong, although his realm was still low-level extraordinary and his bloodline merely medium-level king. Lei Bao's strength could not be viewed with common sense. Chapter 077, Thunder Domain Space. Instant kill leader level ferocious beasts. Gu Huai glanced at Lei Bao's panel. Beastmaster, Azure Thunder Dragon. Name, Lei Bao. Attribute, Dragon Space. Bloodline, medium level king. Realm, low level extraordinary. Skills, 30, super tier, space dragon type skill. 21, super tier, thunder space. Essence, 10, quasi-divine essence. The skill levels weren't high, but the value of these skills was quite high. 2 super tier dual attribute skills, both possessing spatial attributes. Plus, the quasi-divine essence formed by these 2 skills was so exaggerated, so ridiculous. Even among beasts of the same realm, even those with the king bloodline, couldn't withstand a single claw from Lei Bao. This is Lei Bao's strength. This was still because Gu Huai hadn't forcibly added points to the Thunder Split Claw quasi-divine essence. Otherwise, Lei Bao's strength would be even greater. Regarding the Thunder Split Claw essence, Gu Huai decided to strengthen the 2 super-tier skills, Split Claw and Thunder Domain Space, allowing Lei Bao to continually comprehend and improve the essence. Directly adding points could indeed shorten this process, but Gu Huai cared more about the foundation. Let's just try the difficulty of level 41, train for a bit, and continue tomorrow. Gu Huai couldn't figure out whether these people could clear the levels, so he prepared to leave 9 chances for flexibility. Next level, choose Water Tower. As Gu Huai finished speaking, a staircase leading to the next level appeared before him. Without a second thought, Gu Huai led Lei Bao toward the staircase. Level 41. The space of the Water Tower was completely different from that of the Fire Tower. The Fire Tower had extremely high temperatures, with flames occasionally bursting out around. The Water Tower, on the other hand, felt like entering an underwater world, but fortunately, there was a special water bubble for Beastmasters to stay safe inside. The ferocious beasts inside the 5 Elements Tower wouldn't attack the Beastmasters, much like a space designated for disciples to practice. At this size, Lei Bao looked tiny like a tadpole in front of it. Attribute, Water. Bloodline, high-level leader. Realm, low-level leader. Skills: Vortex, Water Cannon Barrage, Bind. Description: all are manually filled templates. The Bloodline realm can be filled at will. Don't mind the Bloodline issue. High-level leader Bloodline. Huai was momentarily stunned when he saw this Bloodline power. According to the nature of this tower, the Bloodline power would strengthen with each subsequent level. After 9 enhancements, wouldn't this be a top-level King Bloodline? This time, it felt a bit too much. But if it were a low-level leader with a top-level King Bloodline, that would be completely different. Although Lei Bao didn't have a water attribute, he had evolved into a being similar to the Eastern Divine Dragon, so fighting underwater was naturally not a problem. The Eastern Divine Dragon can adapt to land, sea, and air, able to fight comfortably in any environment. However, Lei Bao had fought underwater too few times, so he was still somewhat unaccustomed. It was only when the giant whip approached Lei Bao that he unleashed his skill. Thunder Domain Space. ZZZ. Instant kill. After finishing all this, Lei Bao waved his claw to retract the Thunder Domain Space, his expression unchanged. Quite formidable. The only weakness of this skill was its high consumption. Even with Lei Bao's strength, he couldn't sustain it for too long. After the battle, he came over to replenish some stamina, and then they would start training. Lei Bao casually shook his paw, indicating that the previous battle consumed very little energy, so there was no need for replenishment, and they could start training directly. Alright then. Leiho was still lying in the Beastmaster space recovering, so this training would have to be done by Lei Bao himself. While others were still trying hard to recover their stamina, looking for ways to clear the tower further, Huai had already grown bored and started Lei Bao's daily training. However, the other 5 people still in the tower basically stopped fighting after around 10 o'clock in the evening and found a place to rest. Continuous fighting would diminish their state, affect their combat ability, and prevent them from performing to their full potential in the tower, making it impossible to reach higher levels. To clear the levels, they could only think of various ways. The next morning, around 6 o'clock, Huai checked everyone's status again and cursed as he closed the panel. These people. Huai sighed but also understood that their choice was correct. Rest well to clear more levels. Lei Bao, it seems we have to train for another day. Looking at their progress, Huai knew that today, probably only Yi Fan had a chance to clear levels. Sure enough, it was just as Huai thought. In the afternoon, around 5 o'clock, when Huai opened everyone's progress again, he saw that Yi Fan had also cleared level 30. Currently, the cumulative levels in the 8 towers were 194, target achieved, total levels 240. Gold Tower, Guojingyi, level 12, eliminated. Wood Tower, Li Buoqing, level 26. Water Tower, Bai Ruochu, level 12, eliminated. Fire Tower, Ho Min, level 25. Earth Tower, Wang Chong, level 25. Thunder Tower, Yi Fan, level 30. Completed, took 30 hours, 22 minutes, and 52 seconds. Ice Tower, Li Buofeng, 23rd floor. Fire Tower, Huai, 41st floor, completed, took 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 17 seconds. Chapter 078, Seizing the Young Master? The shocking Yi Fan. This kid finally cleared it. Huai breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that reaching the 240th floor is hopeful. Looking at Yi Fan's total clearing time, it was likely around 5 o'clock when he cleared it. Still 46 floors to go. Huai looked at the remaining floors and began to ponder. With their strength, ensuring optimal condition for each match, clearing should not be a big problem. Although the monsters here are very strong, these few are not pushovers. If they go all out, the only thing that might hold them back is the final boss-level high-ranking extraordinary beast with royal bloodline. The rest should not be a problem. Huai understood that these people indeed play it safe, recovering their condition before continuing each match. No wonder it took such a long time. But according to this situation, it seems we will have to stay here for another 2 or 3 days. Huai looked at Lei Bao, who was training his spatial control nearby, and sighed. Lei Bao didn't feel much. For him, it was all practice no matter where he was, just that the silly monkey wasn't around to make noise, which made him a bit unaccustomed. Thinking of this, Lei Bao called out to Huai, "Baby, Thunder Monkey? He's recovering well. He should be able to come out to play with you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lei Bao's little face instantly brightened with a radiant smile. On the other side, at 4:51 p.m., Yi Fan was controlling the black ruler in his hand, seizing the opportunity to kill his opponent, and then collapsed weakly to the ground. Damn. Finally cleared it. Yi Fan lay on the ground, rested for a while, and then noticed he could check everyone's progress. Guojingyi couldn't get past the 12th floor? The corners of Yi Fan's mouth slightly rose. It seems these big family members are just that capable. His gaze continued downward, and when he saw that Wang Chong and Li Buofeng had only reached the 25th and 26th floors, his smile grew wider. These people are nothing special. I, Yi Fan, am the destined one. Completing it in 30 hours, it's no wonder it's me, Yi Fan. After saying this, Yi Fan's smile couldn't be contained. Hee hee, only Huai can compete with me. He should have cleared it by now too. Yifan confidently looked back. And soon he saw Gu Huai's column. Sure enough, cleared, as expected of the man who could defeat me head-on and make me take him seriously. Yifan saw the words completed and was not surprised. With Gu Huai's strength, clearing was very normal. It seems I still lost to him, but I'm an orphan. And he has such a prominent family. Losing a bit early on is nothing. I can catch up soon. Wait. Yifan suddenly reacted. Fire Tower, Gu Huai. 41st floor, completed, took 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 17 seconds. Impossible. Yifan rubbed his eyes and focused again, but this time the information was no different from before. Seizing the young master? Yifan's voice suddenly rose, almost breaking. 1 hour and 52 minutes? And this guy is already at the 41st floor? Yifan's mind went blank. His eyes lost focus. This guy must have cleared it without resting, pushing through all the way, right? Moreover, based on the tower's nature, this 3140 is a high-ranking extraordinary. And there must be royal bloodline beings inside. How could he reach this so quickly, after holding it in for a long time? Yifan finally couldn't help but utter a few words. Damn, is this guy even human? On the 3rd day in the tower, the Thunder Monkey finally recovered enough. After recovering, its physical strength increased another level. The recovered Thunder Monkey roared excitedly, yelling to continue fighting over there. Gu Huai quickly arranged an opponent for the Thunder Monkey. Water attributes are relatively friendly for the Thunder Monkey, but Earth attributes slightly restrain the Thunder Monkey. Gu Huai glanced at everyone's current situation, compared to yesterday's progress. There was improvement. Guo Jingyi and Bai Ruochu were eliminated after clearing the 12th floor, leaving a cumulative 36 floors behind. Of course, Gu Huai didn't blame the two. Given their strength, clearing the 12th floor was quite impressive. Gu Huai's focus was mainly on the other few people. For the 36 floor gap, Gu Huai could only handle 20 floors. The remaining 16 still required their help. If they couldn't clear their own, then don't expect them to help with his. Wang Chong and Ho Min had cleared the 28th floor and were currently on the 29th. Li Buoqing and Li Buofeng were also on the 29th floor. After resting for a night, they were likely to challenge the 30th floor soon. That Yifan kid is quite good. He has cleared 3 more levels. Very well. Gu Huai looked at everyone's progress. They had now accumulated 212 floors, leaving only a gap of 28 floors to complete all goals. Thunder Monkey. We need to work hard too. Gu Huai looked at the Thunder Monkey and directly unlocked the 42nd floor for it. Top level leader bloodline. Initial level leader Sky Blue Giant Beast. Gu Huai chose the Earth attribute stage mainly because the Thunder Monkey seemingly lacked combat ability in water. The initial level leader, a Sky Blue Giant Beast with a not low bloodline, can still put significant pressure on the Thunder Monkey without it opening the 4th gate. At the same time, Gu Huai wanted to test the Thunder Monkey's state. Upon entering the 42nd floor, the Thunder Monkey instantly opened the 8 gates of Duanjia. With its current strength, the Thunder Monkey's normal state is only at the level of high-ranking extraordinary. Only by opening the 8 gates can it have the strength to fight beyond its level. Open the gate. The effect of this is that for the Thunder Monkey, opening the gate is almost no different from its normal state. The physical effects brought by the Thunder Dragon body are enough to offset the consumption of opening the gate. In other words, the Thunder Monkey can open the gate without loss. Yay! The Thunder Monkey excitedly rushed towards the enormous Sky Blue Giant Beast, swinging its tiny fists. The Sky Blue Giant Beast, as its name suggests, is incredibly large. Over 7 meters tall, with a body made entirely of stone, it tells everyone that it is a hard beast. The Sky Blue Giant Beast is quite human-like, its massive head showing a hint of mockery, as if saying, "Such trash dares to fight me?" Chapter 079, Perfect Clearance. The intensity of the last floor. The Sky Blue Giant Beast casually raised its fist, and the heavy power of rock gathered on its fist, launching a punch directly at the Thunder Monkey. Bang! The enormous sound of collision erupted. The Thunder Monkey could only hold on for less than 3 seconds before being blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into the mountain. The environment of the Earth Tower is set in a mountainous area. The Sky Blue Giant Beast immediately let out an excited roar. Is that it? The Thunder Monkey was also furious. This big guy actually dared to underestimate it? Open the gate, activate. The 2nd gate opened in seconds. The Thunder Monkey's physical strength surged again, its pupils narrowing slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Gu Huai was also constantly sensing the changes in the Thunder Monkey's body, his eyes showing surprise. The 2nd gate's consumption for the Thunder Monkey is this low? In Gu Huai's perception, the Thunder Monkey's physical strength consumption only accelerated a bit. At this rate, it could probably sustain combat for half an hour. Yay! How could it, the Thunder Monkey, lose to such a big guy? Bang! Another clash of fists. However, this time the result was completely different from what the Sky Blue Giant Beast had imagined. Its massive face showed a look of surprise, as it simply couldn't understand how such a small creature could unleash such powerful force. The Sky Blue Giant Beast took several steps back before slowly coming to a stop. That punch was also quite painful for the Thunder Monkey. It even caused a bit of blood to seep from its fist. However, the Thunder Monkey felt no pain at all and instead roared loudly in action. The Thunder Monkey landed and suddenly jumped up again from the ground, delivering a flying kick. This time, the sky blue giant beast no longer dared to underestimate the Thunder Monkey and quickly began to fight seriously. Both sides were evenly matched, with neither side having the upper hand. But Huai could sense that if this continued, the one who would definitely suffer first would be the Thunder Monkey. It seemed that the Thunder Monkey, having only unlocked the second gate, had a power limit equivalent to a basic leader of the bloodline. Huai had a certain understanding of the Thunder Monkey's strength. Of course, this was in comparison to the world inside the tower. Outside was completely different. In the tower's world, the strength of these ferocious beasts was entirely categorized by their bloodlines, and the strength of their skills would also increase with the elevation of their bloodlines. Outside, it wasn't that simple. Additionally, one had to consider the opponent's talent as well. The Beastmaster world was far more complicated than imagined. It wasn't just about bloodlines and realms, but also many other factors. Thunder Monkey, let's try the third gate. As for the fourth gate, Huai didn't want the Thunder Monkey to be lying around for another day or two, so the third gate would be enough. The Thunder Monkey wiped the dust off its face and directly opened the third gate. Once the life gate was opened, no one could resist. With the opening of the life gate, the Thunder Monkey instantly gained the power to overpower the sky blue giant beast. However, the advantage was not particularly obvious. It took 5 minutes of a stalemate before the Thunder Monkey finally defeated the giant creature and emerged victorious. After defeating the sky blue giant beast, the Thunder Monkey immediately withdrew from the 8 gates of Duanjia State and exhaled lightly. How's your condition? Huai jogged over, looking at the Thunder Monkey with a concerned tone. Ah, feeling good? Ready for another match? Huai looked at the Thunder Monkey oddly. This guy really liked to show off. However, Huai could sense that the Thunder Monkey was indeed in good condition, though it had consumed quite a bit of energy. It was within an acceptable range. As for the Thunder Monkey's claim that it could go for another match, that was true. However, if it did go for another match, even if the Thunder Monkey won, it would still need to rest. Let us take a break. Wait until your condition recovers before continuing. Don't easily open the fourth gate. I'll add some support for you later. Although the Thunder Monkey's physical quality had improved, and it could control the power of the fourth gate, the cost of doing so would require at least a day of rest afterward. In such battles, Huai did not want the Thunder Monkey to pay such a high price. Ah, the Thunder Monkey nodded, clearly agreeing with Huai's statement. Days passed one by one. The time spent in this secret realm took longer than Huai had anticipated. On the 5th day, they finally cleared the tower completely. Wang Chong, Ho Min, and Li Buoqing all fell on the 30th floor, almost clearing it, which was a pity. Li Buoqing, after passing the 30th floor, went through a few more floors and ultimately stopped at the 36th floor. Yi Fan's final level was at the 43rd floor. In fact, given Yi Fan's strength, with a bit more effort, he could have reached 1 or 2 more floors. Unfortunately, the total number of floors was only 240, and with Huai having cleared 50 floors, there were only so many floors left. Yi Fan, you finally came out. Yi Fan was the last to emerge. Upon realizing that staying behind was meaningless, Huai directly cleared the 50th floor. The monster on the 50th floor was indeed very strong. An elementary leader of the high-level king bloodline, even Thunder Treasure took several minutes to defeat this giant creature. If the Thunder Monkey had come, even if it opened the 4th gate, it would not have been able to compete with the opponent. Li Buoqing came out a few hours earlier than Yi Fan. He was defeated by the monster on the 37th floor and surrendered. I'm out. Yi Fan's condition was not great, covered in dust and dirt, a stark contrast to the others. Yi Fan's gaze was mainly on Huai, with a complex expression. Yi Fan, considered himself extraordinary. He could stand alongside these beast masters despite being an orphan and even possess strength greater than theirs. This was his pride. Originally, he thought Huai's victory over him was entirely due to family background. If those factors were set aside, Yi Fan, could definitely step on Huai. However, seeing the significant gap between himself and Huai made him realize that even if he had the same background, he might not necessarily do better than Huai. No wonder he was the man recognized by Yi Fan, his lifelong friend. Yi Fan did not admit defeat. A flicker of fervor was hidden deep in his eyes, and he would not easily concede, even if Huai was his friend. Now that we are out, let us go together to receive our rewards. With Yi Fan's appearance, a pentagram formation glowed before them, displaying related prompts. Huai and the others did not hesitate, following closely behind Huai as they stepped onto this formation. Chapter 080. The existence of the Overlord level, the Skeleton Gentleman. Once everyone stepped onto the formation, it suddenly released a dazzling light, enveloping Huai and the others. It was exactly the same place they had entered the secret realm. However, because a blazing sun appeared in the sky, The originally dull and lifeless atmosphere was dispersed. If it weren't for some specific surrounding scenery being the same, Huai and the others wouldn't have believed this was the original place. Just as Huai and the others were immersed in the changes of their surroundings, a joyful voice rang out. "Thank you so much. You have allowed me to see the sun again in this dim world." Woo-woo. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice and saw a tall skeleton dressed in splendid clothing joyfully running towards them. It should be joyful, as skeletons have no expressions. A skeleton? Everyone was somewhat surprised. Skeletons are low-level creatures belonging to the undead category, weak in strength, with poor potential, and have great difficulty in evolving. Generally, very few people would contract such creatures. Of course, this does not mean that skeletons are incapable. In the world of Beastmasters, there are no truly incapable creatures, as long as one is willing to put in the effort. Among the currently discovered evolution routes, there is one that can evolve a skeleton into a bloodline of the Overlord. Unfortunately, the difficulty of this route is considered one of the top 10 hardest evolution routes. Once this route was revealed, after being created by the one known as the King of Undead, countless people have attempted to follow it. Unfortunately, without exception, they all failed. This has led many people to begin to doubt the authenticity of this route or whether it is replicable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Skeleton Gentleman, Mr. Lee. The Skeleton Gentleman politely took off his hat and bowed to everyone, his tone filled with seriousness and gravity. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this scene. Even Huai was the same. A talking skeleton that was also so gentlemanly. This was something they had never heard of. Huai was only slightly taken aback before reacting, and imitated the Skeleton Gentleman's actions and tone. "Hello, Mr. Lee, my name is Huai." The others quickly introduced themselves as well, and the Skeleton Gentleman politely waited for everyone to finish speaking before continuing. "I know you guys, and I'm very grateful for this matter, so to repay you, I have carefully prepared a gift for you. Please do not refuse a gentleman's gift, or I might get angry." After the Skeleton Gentleman said this, he waved his hand, and suddenly everyone felt an irresistible force descending upon them. Huai's eyes widened in horror. The Skeleton Gentleman's power was so strong that he was probably a dominant level being. Another skeleton of dominant level existence. If those old scholars outside found out, it would probably cause an earthquake in the academic world. The power disappeared. The light surrounding Huai vanished, and he found himself in an unfamiliar environment once again. "Mr. Gu, you have passed 50 levels this time, and my master has a gift to present to you." The Skeleton Gentleman appeared behind Huai. Huai quickly turned around, wanting to check the Skeleton Gentleman's information. But his skill that had always been infallible felt like it had sunk into the sea. Not only could he not see the Skeleton Gentleman's information, but there were also no prompts at all. Huai suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the object in the Skeleton Gentleman's hand. It was a small skeleton, only 20 centimeters tall, completely red. The little skeleton looked exquisite, making Huai unconsciously think of a doll from the skeleton world. It must be something like that. Its name is Chi-Hong. The Skeleton Gentleman slowly placed Chi-Hong down from his hand. Chi-Hong moved its head and shook its body, with a faint red soul fire flickering in its hollow eyes. "This is..." Huai looked over again, ready to check Chi-Hong's information. This time there were no obstacles, and Huai clearly saw Chi-Hong's information. Beast, Chaos Little Skeleton. Name, Chi-Hong. Attribute, None. Bloodline, Elementary Monarch. Realm, Awakening Stage 1. Skill, Undying Body 1. Quasi-Divine Skill, Death System. When Huai saw Chi-Hong's information, his pupils suddenly constricted. No attributes, Elementary Monarch Bloodline, and a quasi-divine skill of Undying Body. Huai found it absurd. Such a frail little skeleton, which could be slapped to death with a casual hand, actually possesses a quasi-divine skill. It's too exaggerated. Huai felt like his worldview was being shattered. This Chi-Hong was simply too outrageous. Chi-Hong seemed to sense Huai's scrutiny and made a slightly dissatisfied sound. "Mr. Lee, what do you mean by this?" Huai was a bit confused. "Honorable Mr. Gu, this is a gift our master has prepared for you." The Skeleton Gentleman bowed again, and then his tone carried a hint of reluctance. "Our master said that if I see someone worthy of entrustment, I should give Chi-Hong to him. I believe you are a very worthy person. Chi-Hong, quickly call him Dad." Huai was moved by the Skeleton Gentleman's earlier words. To be honest, he was indeed a little tempted by this skeleton. But upon hearing the Skeleton Gentleman's latter words, Chi-Hong, quickly call him Dad, Huai was instantly dumbfounded. "What the hell, Dad?" Chi-Hong turned its head disdainfully, clearly showing that its intelligence was not low. "Ahem, Mr. Lee, I can accept Chi-Hong, but there's no need for that strange title, as long as you like it." The Skeleton Gentleman didn't get entangled with Huai on this point, and quickly continued. "Moreover, you can summon your 2 beasts to receive this realm's gift. Let me remind you that this gift comes from the blessing of the Great Master, who is the god of the undead. If there are any attributes related to the undead, you can gain more benefits from receiving this gift. If you have any questions, you can ask me. The skeleton gentleman maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, always facing Huai. Can you tell me what this gift mainly entails? Huai was curious about this. The gift can enhance your beast's strength and their bloodlines, but the specific enhancement depends on you and your beasts. Additionally, since you have passed 50 levels, you can receive more gifts. So, will you start now? The skeleton gentleman continued to look at Huai. Let's start. Huai no longer hesitated and directly summoned Lei Bao and Lei Ho. Chapter 081. The Rewards of the Secret Realm. Preparing the Beasts. Yay! Lei Bao and Lei Ho were well rested and in great shape. As soon as the two little guys appeared, they excitedly called out to Huai. Good. Huai picked up Lei Ho and Lei Bao, explaining the upcoming situation to them, which made the two little guys even more excited. They were naturally thrilled about the opportunity to become stronger. Mr. Li, we are ready. Then let's begin. As soon as the skeleton gentleman finished speaking, a force descended from the sky, directly enveloping Lei Ho and Lei Bao. This power was black, belonging to the undead system. However, this power did not have an evil aura. It was a very pure force. Under this power's enveloping, Lei Ho and Lei Bao's faces immediately showed a look of comfort. Oh, the skeleton gentleman quietly watched, and upon seeing Lei Ho and Lei Bao accepting the power, his tone carried a hint of surprise. Chi-Hong, it seems you will have pressure in the future. This new master chosen by the owner is not simple at all. These two beasts are quite extraordinary. Chi-Hong beside the skeleton gentleman stared intently at this pure undead power, not knowing what it was thinking. The entire process went smoothly. Both Lei Ho and Lei Bao accepted this power, which allowed their bloodlines and realms to receive certain enhancements. First was Lei Ho. Beast, Stone Monkey, Variant. Name, Lei Ho. Attribute, Dragon, Evil Thunder. Bloodline, Intermediate Monarch. Realm, Elementary Transcendent. Skill, 8 Gates Duanjia 33, Top Tier Skill. Thunder Prison Dragon Body 33, Super Tier Skill. Lei Ho's bloodline was upgraded from Elementary Monarch to Intermediate Monarch, but its realm did not change, as it had only just broken through to Elementary Transcendent a few days ago. However, this power made its realm more solidified, bringing it one step closer to breaking through. Next was Lei Bao. Beast, Azure Thunder Dragon. Name, Lei Bao. Attribute, Dragon Space. Bloodline, Advanced Monarch. Realm, Intermediate Transcendent. Skill, Rift Claw 30, Super Tier, Space Dragon Skill. Thunder Domain Space, 24, Super Tier, Thunder Space. Essence, Thunderclap Rift Claw 11, Quasi-Divine Essence. Lei Bao's bloodline and realm were both enhanced, making the already extraordinarily strong Lei Bao even more terrifying. Huai estimated that with Lei Bao's current strength, it could contend against beings of higher rank and might even be able to defeat them. Awesome. Huai looked at the progress of the two little guys, a brilliant smile appearing on his face. The gains from this secret realm were truly great. It could save Huai a lot of time and allow him to become a professional beastmaster more quickly. In the classification of beastmasters, there is no professional beastmaster. The title of professional beastmaster is specifically tailored by the authorities according to the situation in the beastmaster world, and it serves as a distinguishing mark among beastmasters. Only by becoming a high-level beastmaster can one apply for professional beastmaster assessments held 4 times a year at the Beastmaster Center. The professional beastmaster assessment occurs 4 times a year. The assessment is very strict and difficult, divided into 2 major parts, theory and practical combat, with a total of 5 rounds of assessment. Only by passing all assessments can one become a professional beastmaster, enjoy the benefits of the state, and freely enter most secret realms. The prosperity of a city is basically determined by how many registered professional beastmasters reside in it. There is also a saying that reflects the status of professional beastmasters. Those who are not professional can only be considered amateur beastmasters. Ah, baby. Lei Ho and Lei Bao felt their strength had increased and excitedly rushed towards Huai. Lei Ho jumped directly onto Huai, while Lei Bao flew onto his shoulder and circled around. Mr. Gu, it seems your harvest is quite good. Your friends have also completed their tasks, and I will send you all out now. Chi-Hong, who was reluctant, still obediently walked towards Huai. Huai didn't mind Chi-Hong's attitude. It was normal for a little guy that looked just born to have some emotions, as long as he treated it well. Huai believed Chi-Hong would soon get along with him. However, Huai thought about how he had barely convinced the old man to contract Lei Ho last time, and he had sworn to follow the old man's arrangements next time and contract the little one from Uncle Fan's family. But looking at Chi-Hong, Huai could only apologize in his heart. Sorry, Grandpa, I'm going to go back on my word again. At the same time, Huai couldn't help but think of the future. Given his situation, wouldn't he always get a good beast before each advancement? In that case, in the future, he might only have Lei Bao as his dragon-type beast. Huai could already imagine the expressions of the old man and his father when they saw his beast. They would definitely scold him for being unprofessional. Sigh, I'm really helpless. Facing a skeleton like Chi Hong, Gu Huai was truly tempted. Moreover, he possessed a myth-level talent for infinite enhancement, so contracting the dragon-type beast that the old man had prepared seemed uninteresting to him. Let's go. Gu Huai picked up Chi Hong. Chi Hong resisted slightly, just shaking a bit, but ultimately allowed Gu Huai to hold it. It was a bit heavy. Chi Hong's weight indeed exceeded Gu Huai's expectations. He originally thought that such a small skeleton wouldn't weigh much, but it was quite substantial, estimated to be over 30 pounds. Familiar light enveloped them, something Gu Huai had already gotten used to. Just when Gu Huai thought it would be the same as before, he saw the skeleton gentleman waving at him from the light, seemingly bidding farewell. Gu Huai couldn't help but smile at this scene and raised his hand to wave back at the skeleton gentleman. Outside the secret realm, it had been 5 days since Gu Huai and the others entered. Although 5 days isn't long for a secret realm, Gu Hong was still very worried about Gu Huai's safety. Don't worry, the secret realm is still in a closed state, which means they are still undergoing the assessment. Li Guoping was also there. Although he had 3 sons and 2 daughters, Li Buofeng was the most outstanding among his children. Li Buofeng was also the most likely candidate to succeed the family head, so Li Guoping paid a lot of attention to him. Gu Hong replied absent-mindedly. Li Guoping noticed Gu Heng's reaction and couldn't help but change the topic. Old Gu, who do you think has gained more in this secret realm? It must be my son. Gu Hong immediately puffed out his chest with pride. Seeing this, Li Guoping's mouth twitched. He regretted bringing up this topic. At that moment, the sealed door at the entrance of the secret realm opened. Gu Hong and Li Guoping turned their gazes toward the entrance, while the dark abyss dragon remained hidden in the space, always monitoring the situation at the entrance. They're out. Xiao Huai. Gu Hong stared intently at the entrance, and as soon as he saw Gu Huai's figure, he immediately jogged over, completely losing the demeanor of a city lord and looking just like a worried father. Dad. Everyone present knew his identity, so Gu Huai had no need to hide it. You're not injured, are you? When they came, Gu Hong could still maintain his appearance as the city lord, and didn't he talk much to Gu Huai. But now, he was so worried about Gu Huai that he couldn't care about anything else. No. Gu Huai was touched to see his father in such a state for the first time. That's good. Gu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Gu Huai didn't look injured. At that moment, Gu Hong noticed countless eyes on him, all from the juniors, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. His face slightly reddening. The looks in the eyes of the crowd toward Gu Hong and Gu Huai were filled with envy. Among them, only Guo Jingyi was an only child, but Guo Jingyi's father was the strict type, so he probably didn't feel much of this paternal love. Only fatherly love is like a mountain. The others all had siblings and were part of large families. In big families, the sense of kinship is generally weaker. For example, Wang Chong. Although he was the son of the head of the Wang family and the most outstanding in this lineage, his father did not have only one wife. Counting them all, there were 4 women who had given birth to him. The situation for Hong Min and the others wasn't much different. In a family like Gu's, where there is a single line of descent, it is really rare in large families. After returning to Hang City, Gu Huai parted ways with them. For instance, the red little skeleton in Gu Huai's arms. He had wanted to ask as soon as he saw Gu Huai, but there were too many people, so he didn't know how to open his mouth. Dad, its name is Chi Hong. Chi Hong, say hello to Dad. Once home, Gu Huai took the initiative. Cool. Chi Hong disdainfully pouted. It wouldn't greet anyone. How boring. Chi Hong. Gu Hong frowned, looking at Gu Huai suspiciously. You don't mean you want to contract this little skeleton as your 3rd beast, do you? Dad is wise. Nonsense. Dad, you should look at Chi Hong's panel first. Gu Huai spoke with confidence. Even if this little skeleton is outstanding, I wouldn't agree to you contracting it. The old man and I have already paved the way for you, and besides, we are a dragon family. You always getting non-dragon type beasts like this. What the hell, king bloodline? Divine skill? Gu Hong muttered, but when he saw Chi Hong's panel, he immediately cursed. I must be seeing things. Gu Hong hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked again. Beast, chaos little skeleton. Name, Chi Hong. Attribute, none. Bloodline, primary king. Realm, awakening level 1. Skill, undying body 1. Divine skill, death type. Is it really a divine skill? And it's the undying body? This guy is a bit outrageous. Gu Hong, after seeing the panel, felt like his worldview had exploded. There was no way. Chi Hong's panel was just too shocking. A divine skill is a hallmark of a ruler bloodline beast. Normally, a king-level beast would need to fuse skills to create a divine mystery starting at level 11 to possibly break through to the ruler realm. Gu Heng's current 5 beasts only include the 3 that evolved from the precious dragon, which have fused to achieve quasi-divine mastery and have all broken through to level 11 and above. However, how much effort did he put into achieving this? Yet now, this palm-sized little skeleton actually possesses a quasi-divine technique. Gu Hong was left speechless. No wonder Gu Huai was so intrigued by this little skeleton. Honestly, if it were him, He would also be interested in this little skeleton and consider it his sixth beast. Dad, what do you think of this skeleton? Gu Huai chuckled, asking knowingly. Gu Hun couldn't help but roll his eyes at Gu Huai. This brat was really getting cheeky. You can decide for yourself. But your grandpa and old fan have already discussed this. Because of your situation, they postponed it once, and this time it might cause trouble. You need to sort it out with your grandpa. Alright. Gu Huai felt a bit of a headache upon hearing this. Old Fan, whom Gu Huai was worried about earlier, is actually Uncle Fan, full name Fan Rue. Fan Rue is a free agent, but once received help from Grandpa Gu and owes him a favor. To repay this favor, Fan Rue directly refused everyone and agreed to Grandpa Gu's request to prepare this cub specifically for Gu Huai. Due to the Thunder Monkey issue, Gu Huai had already postponed once, and if he postponed again, he would have to wait until Gu Huai advanced to an advanced Beastmaster. For an intermediate Beastmaster, Gu Huai could manage it in about half a year, and Fan Rue could wait. However, for an advanced Beastmaster, it would take at least a year or two, which is quite long. Such a long time would only lead to Grandpa Gu postponing it. Gu Huai could already imagine Grandpa Gu's anger, but what could he do? Let Chi Hong wait another year or two until he becomes an advanced Beastmaster before signing the contract. That would be too long. And many uncertain factors could arise in the meantime, delaying Chi Hong's development. After thinking it over, he could only choose Chi Hong. Chapter 083, Agreement with Grandpa. In the evening, Grandpa Gu was just as furious as Gu Huai had imagined. However, he still cared deeply for Gu Huai. After learning about Gu Huai's decision and seriously asking for his opinion, he said to Gu Huai, I will handle things with Fan Rue. But we want to be able to get that dragon cub. At the same time, Grandpa Gu warned Gu Huai. He had already found a fourth beast and told Gu Huai not to mess around. Grandpa, I really can't guarantee that. Gu Huai smiled bitterly. He truly couldn't make any promises. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Gu spoke earnestly. Xiao Huai, the reason your father and I have achieved our current success, aside from our talent and family background, is that each of our beasts was carefully chosen from countless varieties, the ones most suitable for us. We can formulate the perfect growth path based on these beast situations to help us become top-tier Beastmasters. Every good and excellent variety needs to be negotiated in advance. Just like Fan Rue's cub. Grandpa Gu paused, knowing Gu Huai understood. Gu Huai remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, Grandpa, I know you and Dad want what's best for me and have paved the way for my future, hoping I can avoid some detours. But I'm no longer following your path. Just like the Thunder Treasure, it has already forged a completely unique path of its own. And no one knows what its future holds. The Thunder Monkey is the same. They are both special, one-of-a-kind existences. I mean, even if I fail, I could just marry early and give you a great-grandson. After all, you're still so young and can protect the Gu family's safety. Gu Huai's sudden shift in tone left Guin, who was attentively listening, stunned, before Guin couldn't help but burst into laughter. You little rascal. Gu Huai smiled innocently, knowing that Grandpa Gu had somewhat agreed with his idea. All right, since you have this awareness, if I don't support you, it would seem unreasonable. But remember, you said it yourself. If you fail, marry Jingjing early and have kids. Just in time, I'm still young enough to wait for him to grow up. All right. Gu Huai quickly agreed, and at the same time, an exceptionally beautiful figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. Jingjing, full name Gao Xiaojing, is the dragon protector chosen specifically for Gu Huai by Guin, the jewel of the Gao family in Jinghai. As for the relationship between Gu Huai and Gao Xiaojing, it is naturally quite close. After confirming the relationship with the dragon protector, Gao Xiaojing was sent to Gu Huai to take care of him. Gao Xiaojing is 3 years older than Gu Huai and is a second-year student at the Imperial Capital University. As for why Gao Xiaojing isn't at Hangqing University, that's a rule of the Gu family. Dragon protectors cannot study at Hangqing University. The reason is simple. They are afraid that the two might be too young to handle things, risking an unintended situation that could waste the most precious years of training for a Beastmaster. Young people, with their passions, can easily become confused. These years are meant to allow Gu Huai and Gao Xiaojing to cool down. The Dragon Protector and Gu Huai don't necessarily have to get married. The Dragon Protector, in essence, needs to be an older girl with good talent to be trained to ensure Gu Huai's safety. However, many Dragon Protectors choose to marry as a means of further protection. This was clearly explained to Gao Xiaojing when she became a Dragon Protector. Grandpa Gu chatted with Gu Huai for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Phew. Gu Huai couldn't help but exhale, finally resolving the issue. Grandpa Gu also said that he would no longer intervene in Gu Huai's new beasts. But there was a betting condition. Gu Huai had to successfully pass the professional Beastmaster assessment by the end of his first year, relying on his own strength. Becoming a professional Beastmaster within a maximum of a year and a half is somewhat challenging, but acceptable. Gu Huai knew the time it took for Grandpa Gu and his dad to become professional Beastmasters, as well as their growth paths. Grandpa Gu took half a year to become a junior Beastmaster, then spent over 4 months to become an intermediate Beastmaster. After reaching intermediate Beastmaster, his pace slowed down. He didn't rush, but focused on refining his foundation. He became a senior Beastmaster half a year later. As for passing the professional Beastmaster assessment, that happened within 2 months after becoming a senior Beastmaster. In total, it took about a year and a half, during which time Grandpa Gu was nearing the end of his first year. In fact, compared to some geniuses, Grandpa Gu's early progress was not particularly fast. Even during the college entrance examination, he did not rank as the top student in Hangqing. Grandpa Gu steadily advanced. His early speed was not fast, but it was stable, and his combat power was unrivaled within the same realm, even able to easily fight above his level. After reaching senior Beastmaster, Grandpa Gu did not slow down. Initially, among the fastest in realm advancement, some became junior Beastmasters in just over a month, intermediate Beastmasters in over 5 months, and senior Beastmasters in a year. However, their time to become master-level Beastmasters was not as good as Grandpa Gu's. Grandpa Gu became a master-level Beastmaster in his 3rd year, while those who initially outpaced him only became master-level Beastmasters in their 4th year. Now, the old man has left these people far behind, becoming the top combat force in the Eastern Huang Kingdom. Those who are about the same strength as the old man are all of a higher generation than him. In fact, Beast Tamers have a long lifespan. Once they reach the legendary Beast Tamer level, as long as they don't do anything reckless, living to 200 years old is quite easy. Some with even longer lifespans can live to 300. Chi Hong, let us work hard together. Ugh. Chi Hong pouted and turned her head to the side. Gu Huai gently stroked Chi Hong's forehead, smiling brightly. Gu Huai also used his family's resources to find a few suitable training places for Lei Bao and the others, even hiring specialized private coaches and training teams for targeted training. Time flew by quickly, and soon the new semester arrived. August 31st, Hang City No. 1 High School. This year, Gu Huai has made quite a name for himself at Hang City No. 1 High School, prompting the school's higher-ups to work hard to recruit more students. The goal is clear: to improve the school's admission rates. In the 1st and 2nd years of high school, since the students hadn't awakened yet, the teachers had no idea about their talents. The awakening on June 1st allowed everyone to contract their beasts, and after nearly 3 months, it was to see which students were suitable to become beast tamers and which were not. All the major high schools, especially the good ones, would start recruiting students from here, even organizing entrance assessments to attract more outstanding students to their schools, thus improving their admission rates and chances of getting into good universities. Chapter 084. A new semester begins. As the top high school in Hang City and one of the best in the entire Hang province, Hang City No. 1 High School is naturally quite famous. Moreover, with the recent competition between Hang Province and Shan Province, Hang City No. 1 High School gained even more recognition. Gu Huai, a student from Hang City No. 1 High School, won 1st place in the interprovincial competition, undoubtedly deserving the title. Besides him, other excellent students like Guo Zhengyi, Liao Jinxian, and Chun Hongji also achieved good rankings. Given this situation, the admissions for Hang City No. 1 High School could be described as a bountiful harvest. They specially recruited a large number of top students, and even on the new student test on August 31st, there were a lot of applicants. Boss, it seems these people are all here for you. As the protagonist of this event, Gu Huai was on the rooftop of the school with Guo Zhengyi and Wang Chong. Gu Huai's identity had already been exposed, or rather, the school's higher-ups were aware of it. When Gu Huai first took 1st place, he revealed his identity to the school leaders to avoid unnecessary trouble, and also asked them not to disclose his information. The school officials were shocked to learn that Gu Huai was the young master of the Gu family, and they were all delighted. This was fantastic news. They started making plans, but to avoid angering Gu Huai, they were very cautious and dared not let Gu Huai appear or disturb him. They only used Gu Huai's name for advertisement. Gu Huai looked at the new beast tamers participating in the entrance assessment below and shook his head slightly, saying nothing more. Boss, after school starts, are you not planning to stay at school? Wang Chong, who had also transferred here, clung tightly to Gu Huai's leg. Gu Huai had long been prepared. He came to school today just to greet them and also to say hello to teacher Deng Hong. Besides, today was the first day for the top class to gather, so he had to give the teacher some face. Wang Chong and Guo Zhengyi looked at Gu Huai with envious eyes. It was clear they also wanted to travel and experience the colorful world like Gu Huai. Traveling training is a common training method, but usually, only top university students are qualified to do it. After all, traveling training involves roughing it outdoors every day, which can be very dangerous. Every year, quite a few university students have accidents during training trips. It's about time. The top class is gathering. Let us go down and give the teacher some face. Gu Huai heard the assembly bell. The official start of the semester is on September 1st. But as the top class, they start a day earlier than the regular students. Wang Chong and Guo Jingyi nodded. With their families, they indeed could afford not to take the teachers seriously. However, their upbringing was good, and they still respected their teachers, provided the teachers were worthy of respect. Top classes are a feature of almost every high school, especially those with strong capabilities. Upon entering the top class, Gu Huai found quite a few familiar faces inside. Gu Huai is here. As soon as Gu Huai stepped into the classroom, someone shouted, and the previously noisy classroom fell silent instantly. Countless gazes fixed on Gu Huai. Their expressions varied. You are Gu Huai? A sturdy boy in the front stood up, his eyes shining as he looked at Gu Huai. The boy was indeed very robust. Standing at over 2 meters tall, and with a physique like a small mountain, just standing in front of people exuded immense pressure. Who are you? Under the gaze of the mountain-like boy, Gu Huai calmly asked. Ganshan Shanyi. Got it. Gu Huai acknowledged, smiling at Shanyi, and prepared to walk past him. I heard you were the first place in this interprovincial new student competition, but Shanyi didn't let Gu Huai pass and directly blocked his way. Gu Huai looked up at Shanyi. I missed the competition due to some matters, otherwise, that first place would definitely be mine. And then, Gu Huai found it amusing. He didn't expect to encounter a scene from a novel, which was indeed interesting. And then, Shanyi was taken aback. Having said that, why was Gu Huai still asking what comes next? Move aside. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Gu Huai, long time no see. It had indeed been a long time. Gu Huai recognized the voice immediately. It was Yi Fan. After the secret realm ended, Yi Fan had left Hang City after saying goodbye to Gu Huai. They had contacted each other once during that time, but it was just a brief chat. And Yi Fan had mentioned that he would come to Hang City No. 1 High School to find Gu Huai. This guy really came. Shanyi also realized at this moment, and didn't understand why he had to give way just now, his face darkening. You brat. Yi Fan's smile faded, and his eyes turned cold, causing Shanyi to feel as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. It seemed that if he continued to speak nonsense, this guy would show no mercy. This made Shanyi immediately become obedient, watching Yi Fan warily. Let us go. It's been a while since I last saw you, just right to catch up. But soon, Yi Fan's cold gaze returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Okay. Gu Huai didn't care about any of this and followed along with a smile. Wang Chong and Guo Jingyi were beside them, astonished. Wang Chong, this big guy seems a bit off in the head. Probably. His IQ is worse than yours. What did you say? Are you saying my brain is worse than yours? It's quite obvious. Wang Chong and Guo Jingyi started bickering again. You two brats. I see you don't want to live anymore. Shanyi watched Yi Fan and Gu Huai walk past, feeling as if his face was being rubbed on the ground. But the threat from Yi Fan was too great, making him extremely cautious and not daring to say much. Now Wang Chong and Guo Jingyi have directly clashed with each other, and this time he can't hold back anymore. Chapter 085. What level are you to fight me? Moreover, Shanyi, who belongs to their city, is originally the kind of person who is extremely arrogant. At this moment, Shanyi directly made his move. Of course, Shanyi still had a certain level of rationality and did not summon his beast. The laws of the Dongwon Kingdom clearly stipulate that it is strictly forbidden to summon beasts for combat in non-combat areas within the city. This is a very strict regulation, and even the arrogant Shan Yi wouldn't dare to violate it. However, he is a possessor of the fusion talent, with an extremely high physical fitness. In his view, teaching a couple of small Mikaka is not a problem at all. Shan Yi directly threw a punch. Although Guo Jingyi and Wang Chong were mocking Shan Yi verbally, the two were not careless at all. They knew that anyone who could enter this elite class was not a simple character. A primary beast master is the standard for entering this elite class. Such strong power. Of course, Wang Chong and Guo Jingyi are not pushovers either. Both are not the type who only train their beasts. Especially Guo Jingyi. He trained incredibly hard, really pushing himself to the limit. According to his father's words, although they are not fusion talent beast masters in this perilous world, to survive and keep up with the Gu family, they must do everything possible to improve their own strength. The strength of the beasts must be improved, and so must their own strength. Therefore, Guo Jingyi's progress this summer can really be described as a leap. This progress is not just about the beast's improvement, but also his own. Perfect. Guo Jingyi's eyes lit up, and he threw a punch as well. Guo Jingyi had previously been a chubby boy, standing at 185 meters tall and weighing 180 pounds. When he first came to school, those classmates who saw Guo Jingyi's appearance were somewhat hesitant to recognize him. Of course, in front of Shan Yi, who was like a little giant, he seemed a bit weak. However, combat is never about size. Shan Yi looked at Guo Jingyi, daring to punch back at him, and a cruel expression appeared on his face. If Guo Jingyi had retreated, he would have only been able to teach the other a lesson. But now that the other dared to punch back, wasn't he that just asking for trouble? Bang! The fists collided. The expected scene did not occur. Shan Yi's pupils contracted, and an expression of disbelief filled his eyes. He actually only had a slight advantage in this punch. Could it be that this boy before him is also a possessor of fusion talent? This moment made Shan Yi's expression serious. His father was right. Hangzhou No. 1 High School indeed has hidden talents. Not bad. Guo Jingyi felt pain. But his face was filled with excitement. It was finally his turn to show off. Feeling the astonished expressions of the surrounding students, Guo Jingyi couldn't have been happier. The teacher is here. Just as Guo Jingyi and Shan Yi were about to continue their fight, someone said something, and the two stopped their movements. Guo Jingyi quickly found a spot to sit down, while Shan Yi maintained his arrogant demeanor. The classroom quieted down significantly at that moment. Gu Huai also turned his attention to the teacher. He didn't recognize him. It seems like another teacher brought in from outside. The classroom was quite lively. The teacher was a young man who looked like he had just graduated from university not long ago, with a playful smile on his face. All right, I'm too lazy to pursue what just happened, but from now on, if you have any conflicts, just call me. And I will arrange beast battles for you to resolve your issues. Whoever wins is right. After saying this, the teacher didn't care whether everyone was listening or not, and turned to write his information on the blackboard. My surname is Gong. You can call me Teacher Gong. And of course, if you're a female student, calling me Old Gong is also fine. I don't mind. Teacher Gong made a little joke, which lightened the atmosphere in the classroom. Here is my contact information. Make sure you all write it down, as you will definitely need it. All right. I won't waste time on you for the first lesson. Let us head to the arena directly, and everyone can get to know each other using their beasts. Let us go. Teacher Gong was decisive as he turned and left, looking very cool. His teaching method also made Gu Huai feel quite interesting. The elite class of Hangzhou No. 1 High School recruits geniuses from all over, and there are quite a few troublemakers. If Teacher Gong had just stood in the classroom and lectured, probably very few would listen seriously. In that case, it's better to take everyone to the arena to get to know each other through their beasts, and also establish the teacher's authority. Gu Huai quickly understood Teacher Gong's intention. It must be said that he indeed has a knack for this. Watching Teacher Gong's figure, the classmates looked at each other. It was clear that they had never seen such a teaching method. Boss, let us go. Gu Huai smiled and stood up. Since he was only here for half a day, he might as well give the teacher some face. He would cooperate when needed. As Gu Huai stood up, many who knew him treated him as the backbone and followed him. Not to mention, there were indeed quite a few acquaintances. Guo Jingyi, Wang Chong, and Yi Fan are not to be mentioned. There were also two old classmates, Liao Jinxian and Shen Hongji. From Hangzhou No. 2 High School were by Ruochu and Lin Yi. There were also several people who had competed with Gu Huai before. Gu Huai wasn't very familiar with them. Just remembered the girl with a high ponytail, Yao Yi, who seemed to have made it to the top 8, while the others were just familiar faces. The elite class implements an education system for outstanding students, and the minimum requirement to enter is to become a primary beast master. So the number of students in the class is not large. Counting it all, there are only about 24 people. The ones Gu Huai knows or recognizes account for more than half. With so many people following Gu Huai, the remaining 10 or so had no choice but to follow along. Kid, how about a match later? Shan Yi looked at Guo Jingyi, who was cheerfully following Gu Huai, and quickly ran over, arrogantly speaking to Guo Jingyi. According to Shan Yi's plan, he would first teach Guo Jingyi a lesson and then find trouble with Gu Huai. Even in this hidden talent-filled Hangzhou No. 1 High School, Shan Yi wants to be the most dazzling one. Guo Jingyi turned his head, raised his chin, and looked at Shan Yi with disdain, saying, "What level are you to fight me?" Shan Yi was instantly dumbfounded. How was this guy speaking? I am in the top 16 of the provincial new talent competition, and you, a little trash, are not worthy? After saying this, Guo Jingyi felt incredibly comfortable. Back in his first year of high school, he watched a TV drama where a big shot spoke like this. At that time, Guo Jingyi fantasized about when he could say something so arrogant. Unfortunately, he never had the chance. Just now, he felt it was a godsend opportunity, so without hesitation, he blurted it out. Sigh, the line was actually still a bit off. It should have been, "What level are you to fight with me?" That would have been perfect. Still too young and inexperienced, Guo Jingyi followed along with light steps. Guo Jingyi's voice was not small. After all, when saying such things, a bit of momentum is needed. So Gu Huai and the others all heard it, and Gu Huai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Chapter 086. Arrogant Shan Yi. Guo Jingyi and Shan Yi. This guy. Gu Huai sighed helplessly. But he knew Guo Jingyi's character and understood that Guo Jingyi was just saying it for fun, purely feeling good about delivering that line. However, for those who didn't know Guo Jingyi, they would think he was being pretentious. Damn it, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. You're asking for trouble. Shan Yi went berserk, roaring as he charged towards Guo Jingyi. But before Shan Yi could make a move, Teacher Gong, who was at the forefront, suddenly brightened his eyes. A great opportunity. Teacher Gong moved his feet, and his figure flashed. Just as Gu Huai and Yi Fan were ready to intervene and block Shan Yi's attack, Teacher Gong arrived. Teacher Gong pretentiously raised a finger to block Shan Yi's massive fist. Did you forget what I said earlier? How refreshing. Teacher Gong felt invigorated. Showing off. There are probably few who don't like it. Shanya's attack was blocked by Teacher Gong, making him even angrier. But no matter how he moved, he couldn't break through Teacher Gong's finger. This gradually calmed Shanya down. He knew the gap between him and Teacher Gong. Teacher Gong, step aside. I must make this waste pay the price. Shanya's tone stabilized. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't foolish. This wasn't their mountain city, and his father couldn't reach this place. However, despite saying this, he showed no respect for Teacher Gong. It seems I need to teach you how to respect your teacher. Teacher Gong's tone was somewhat excited, clearly looking forward to this moment. After Teacher Gong finished speaking, Shan Yi felt an irresistible force coming from Teacher Gong's finger. And then he felt like a toy, pushed away and fell to the ground. Teacher Gong then stood in front of him, looking down at him. This is the elite class of Hang City No. 1 High School. From now on, follow my rules, or the consequences will be severe, unless you have the strength to defeat me. Alright, get up. Since you want to fight, I'll arrange for you to have a match with that kid later. Remember, never let anger cloud your mind. That is an extremely unwise choice, especially in the wild. When Teacher Gong mentioned the word wild, Huai clearly felt Teacher Gong's body tremble slightly, indicating he had stories to tell. Alright, keep up. If anyone fights privately again, I will expel you from the elite class. After finishing his words, Teacher Gong turned and walked forward again. This time, the classmates had more faith in Teacher Gong. In the Beastmaster world, strength is respected. Although Teacher Gong didn't showcase his full strength earlier, his power was still recognized by everyone, which was also Teacher Gong's goal. However, no one knew that Teacher Gong was feeling bitter. Damn, this kid's power is terrifying. If it weren't for my decent physique, I would have been in trouble just now. Teacher Gong discreetly shook his fingers, which hurt a bit. No wonder he's called a humanoid beast. It's outrageous. Information about Shan Yi unconsciously floated in Teacher Gong's mind. Shan Yi, the top student of the original Shan City No. 1 High School. An initial level beast master with two beasts. The first is a medium extraordinary iron wall giant ape, and the other is a mountain giant of awakened 8th rank. Impressive strength. The other, Guajingyi, was originally a student of Hang City No. 1 High School. He is among the top 16 in this year's interprovincial newcomer competition, with specific strength unknown, as he was directly promoted from students without needing to register information or take preliminary tests like Shan Yi and the others. However, the records indicate he has a jade fist stone, which should be at the extraordinary level. No wonder this elite class of Hang City No. 1 High School has quite a few geniuses. They just started school, and all are already initial level beast masters. Even compared to my past self, they are not lacking. Teacher Gong was once a student in the elite class of Hang City No. 1 High School. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to be the teacher of the elite class. Databug carefully observed these people's information and record it. Teacher Gong was very serious this time. In his ear, there was a tiny bug, which was his second beast. Databug. The Databug's combat ability isn't strong. Its specific ability is to observe the battle situation through its eyes that can analyze beast conditions, connect the relationship between beasts and beast masters, establish a large network, and command them. It was also because of the Databug that he qualified to be the homeroom teacher of this elite class. Soon they arrived at the arena. The arena of Hang City No. 1 High School was quite nice. There were currently no people there. After all, first and second year students had not yet become beast masters, so they naturally didn't need to come here to fight. The third year students officially start tomorrow, and today is just a day earlier for their elite class. You two, go ahead and mind your limits. Injuries in battle are inevitable. So last night, I requested a dedicated medical staff member responsible for the safety of these students and their beasts. In case of any accidents, having these medical staff on hand can better ensure everyone has safety. Alright, Guojingyi responded, provocatively looking at Shan Yi. Shan Yi snorted coldly, determined to make Guojingyi suffer. I will serve as the referee, keep it to a point. While Teacher Gong spoke, he also reached the referee area of the arena, and with a casual wave, his beast appeared before everyone. It was a wolf over 3 meters tall, predominantly dark gray in color, with a fierce appearance that exuded an air of menace. The Phantom Soul Wolf, a beast of the Lord's bloodline, shows that Teacher Gong's strength is not weak. By the way, I can take this opportunity to investigate the information on this Phantom Soul Wolf and see for myself. Normally, it's nearly impossible to see the information of a beast stronger than oneself. Moreover, most people choose to conceal their beast's information. Beast, Phantom Soul Wolf. Attributes, Water and Dark. Bloodline, Medium Lord. Strength, Initial Lord. Skills, Water Clone, Intermediate. Concealment, Advanced. Phantom Wolf Claw, Advanced. Soon, with Gu Huai's investigation, the information about the Phantom Soul Wolf clearly appeared in Gu Huai's view. Gu Huai was not surprised that the Phantom Soul Wolf had so many skills. In the early stages, the focus is mainly on 1 or 2 skills, as this can accelerate the beast's growth, enhance its combat ability, and even promote its evolution. However, when it becomes difficult to improve strength, these beast masters will teach their beasts some new skills to increase their survival ability and cope with various battles. Chapter 087. Huai, shall we have a match? Having a Lord-level beast indicates that Teacher Gong is a senior beast master. The certification for beast master levels is actually quite simple. Just go to the Beast Master Center, show your strongest beast to see if it meets the level requirements. If it meets the standards, you can get certified by the Beast Master Center. Therefore, many places do not fully recognize this. They usually look at your star rating as a professional beast master. Professional beast masters are categorized by star levels. Just passing the professional beast master assessment qualifies one as an intern professional beast master, which has no star level. Only after taking on tasks from the Beast Master Center and completing 3 consecutively can one be confirmed. After being confirmed, one is directly rated as 1 star. Each subsequent upgrade is based on honor points. Honor points are earned through completing tasks. The highest star rating for a professional beast master is 7 stars. And above 7 stars, one can obtain the title of Beast Master. However, it is worth mentioning that raising the star rating of a professional beast master is not simply about having enough honor points. There are also certain conditions. But Huai doesn't know much about these. However, Huai has heard a saying. Strong individuals are not necessarily high-star professional beast masters. But high-star professional beast masters are definitely experienced strong individuals. It's unclear whether Teacher Gong is a professional beast master. Huai instinctively shook his head. Teacher Gong should not be a professional beast master. Having a professional beast master teach in an elite class at a high school, even if this high school is quite capable, seems like overkill. Both Shan Yi and Guo Jingyi glanced at the massive soul phantom wolf and felt its power. This made Shan Yi look at Teacher Gong with an involuntary hint of respect. Please summon your beasts within 10 seconds. If one side has no beasts on the field, the other side wins. Come out, Jade Fist General. The Jade Fist General is still made of stone. However, compared to the Jade Fist Stone, which only has 2 hands, it has 2 legs and can walk freely on the ground. Beast, Jade Fist General. Attribute, Earth. Bloodline, Top Leader. Realm, Intermediate Transcendent. Skills, Jade Fist, Intermediate, Harden, Intermediate. The bloodline has indeed improved a lot. In fact, that last secret realm allowed the bloodline and realm of the Jade Fist Stone to be enhanced. Otherwise, Guo Jingyi Wu Ti have been able to elevate the Jade Fist General to Intermediate Transcendent so quickly. Jade Fist General? A mocking look appeared in Shan Ye's eyes. He thought this guy might also possess a combined talent or have some powerful beast, but it turned out to be just the Jade Fist General. Kid, get ready to cry. Shan Yi snorted coldly and summoned his own beast. It was an Iron Wall Giant Ape. Beast, Iron Wall Giant Ape. Attribute, Earth. Bloodline, Elementary King. Realm, Intermediate Transcendent. Skills, Iron Wall, High. Brutality, Intermediate. Heavy Slam, High. Combine. After summoning the Iron Wall Giant Ape, Shan Yi immediately used the combined talent. Instantly, a glow appeared around Shan Yi, enveloping the Iron Wall Giant Ape, which soon disappeared into the light. Shan Yi underwent a transformation. First, his height. Originally 21 meters tall, he suddenly surged to nearly 25 meters. Hair covered his body, and his skin shone somewhat like iron. The battle began. The battle was about to erupt. Since their focus was mainly on the first beast, cultivating the second beast would still require some time. Shan Yi's strength was truly formidable, and he started off with overwhelming pressure against the Jade Fist General. Guo Jingyi, however, remained calm and waited until Shan Yi had exhausted quite a bit of energy before he directly utilized his own strength, amplifying it to let the Jade Fist General unleash its full power, which ultimately overwhelmed Shan Yi and won the match. Having won the match, Guo Jingyi laughed excitedly. He finally stood up. Guo Jingyi's strength was indeed growing stronger. Chen Hongji wore a bitter smile. He had thought his progress over the summer was significant, but it turned out Guo Jingyi had improved even more. Looking at the current situation, it seemed the gap had widened, leaving Chen Hongji's heart in turmoil. This kid. Wang Chong looked at Guo Jingyi with a serious expression. No wonder the old man told him not to underestimate the Guo family. Although the Guo family members might not have exceptional talents, their ability to follow the Guo family and become their family generals proved their remarkable capabilities. Wang Chong had previously thought Guo Jingyi was weak and that his performance in the secret realm was just a fluke, but now, seeing Guo Jingyi's transformation, he acknowledged the old man's words. He couldn't afford to be careless. If he couldn't even defeat this guy, it would be truly embarrassing. Wang Chong clenched his fists, determined to work harder in the time to come. All right, the rest of you students, find an opponent to battle with. There are exactly 24 of you. If anyone can't find a partner, I'll arrange it. Teacher Gong spoke, casually instructing the medical staff to help Shan Yi recover. Shan Yi was now lying on the ground, his eyes vacant. He had lost. He had actually lost to an unknown individual. He wanted to cry. Moreover, Shan Yi felt particularly embarrassed at the moment. Losing so gloriously in a match made him feel utterly humiliated. If possible, he really wanted to faint right then, but fainting would be too obvious. Thankfully, no one was paying attention to him at that moment. With Teacher Gong's words, everyone began looking for their own opponents. Gu Huai, shall we have a match? Yi Fan's eyes were fixed solely on Gu Huai, his gaze intense. He had lost to Gu Huai in the previous match and again in the secret realm. He was determined not to lose to Gu Huai again. Sure. Looking at Yi Fan's fervent gaze, Gu Huai thought for a moment and decided not to refuse. It wasn't arrogance. Among this group, Yi Fan was probably the only one strong enough to provide a good fight for his Thunder Monkey. Chapter 088, Yi Fan's Strength. Not far away, Lin Yi had been watching Gu Huai with changing expressions on his face. He had also worked hard this summer, so his strength had improved significantly since he was a level talent. He wanted to challenge Gu Huai, but thinking back to how strong Gu Huai had been over a month ago, he wondered if he would lose if he challenged him now. To be safe, he decided to wait and challenge someone he could beat. Yes, that's it. Lin Yi, right? How about we have a match? Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a voice came from nearby. Lin Yi's eyes first showed confusion before he turned to look. Challenge me? I'm Chen Hongji from number 1 high school. We met during a match before. The speaker was, of course, Chen Hongji. I remember you. Let's do it. Lin Yi agreed to Chen Hongji's request. He indeed had some impression of him, but it seemed his ranking wasn't high, just a level talent, if he recalled correctly. Regardless of whether Chen Hongji was a level talent or a level talent, it didn't make much difference to him. A mere level talent couldn't possibly be his match as a level talent. He was certain he would win this round. Most people had found their opponents, and a few without partners were directly arranged by Teacher Gong. Once everyone was set, Teacher Gong began calling individuals to the stage one by one. There weren't many, and excluding the group that had already battled, there were only 11 groups, so it wouldn't take long. Teacher Gong instructed everyone to watch the matches closely. Those who made it into the elite class were indeed not simple. Each person had their own specialties and were not weak. Gu Huai watched the performances of his familiar faces on stage and nodded slightly. Their progress was indeed notable. Bai Ruochu's twin flowers had also evolved into the Twin Flower King, reaching the intermediate transcendent realm. Wang Chang's Aji had evolved into Fire Aji, also at the intermediate transcendent realm, but judging by the earlier battle, Fire Aji was not far from breaking through. The class monitor was also doing well, with his beast evolving to the elementary transcendent realm, ending up in a tie with Lin Yi. The others also showcased their strengths, with no one being weak. The last group was Gu Huai and Yi Fan. Teacher Gong acted as the referee, showing no excessive expression or opinions, quietly fulfilling his role. Everyone in the audience watched the talented individuals who were not weaker than themselves fight, and they also realized that none of their classmates were weaker than them, which led to a shift in their mindset. Especially Lin Yi. He originally thought that with his strong talent, even if he couldn't defeat Gu Huai, he would still rank among the top in this class. However, in the earlier match, he ended up in a draw. Looking at these people, none of them were inferior to him, and many had cultivated their beasts to the intermediate extraordinary realm, which left Lin Yi feeling hurt and confused. How could these people's strength be so strong? Even his goddess Bai Ruochu had her beast at the intermediate extraordinary realm. This was ridiculous. He felt like a clown. Gu Huai and Yi Fan. Just when he was feeling a bit withdrawn, he heard the names of Gu Huai and Yi Fan, and he immediately lifted his head. Were they the first and second in this competition? Lin Yi clenched his fists. He wanted to see the gap between himself and these two. Not only Lin Yi, but everyone's attention also shifted entirely to the two of them at this moment, including the now recovered Shan Yi, whose gaze was fixed on Gu Huai. Gu Huai, Yi Fan. Before coming to the elite class, Shan Yi had considered himself extraordinary. That was his confidence. But upon arriving here, he was defeated by someone who had barely made it into the top 16 in the last competition, which he found hard to accept. This person must have improved too quickly. Shan Yi could only comfort himself in his heart while widening his eyes to see the strength gap between himself and Gu Huai. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi Fan looked at Gu Huai. Come on, even though this isn't a formal match, I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Yi Fan's tone was passionate. It was clear he wanted to win. Come on, Gu Huai said with a smile, showing that he wasn't too concerned about the match. He was just going to keep a calm mind. After all, it was impossible for Yi Fan to defeat him. Teacher Gong looked at the two with curiosity in his eyes. He knew Gu Huai's identity. The school higher-ups had warned him not to offend Gu Huai. So he was also curious about how strong this young master of the Gu family really was. Gu Huai and Yi Fan stepped onto the stage. Gu Huai moved to the Beastmaster area, while Yi Fan went to the arena. Please summon your beasts within 10 seconds. When one side has no beasts left on the field, the other side wins. After briefly explaining the rules, Yi Fan made the first move. Black scale, black shield. Yi Fan did not hide his strength. There was no need to. He knew Gu Huai was strong, and he had to go all out to have a chance of winning. The black scale appeared in his hand, and the black shield surrounded him. This is the weapon master? A weapon master refers to people like Yi Fan who possess the talent for weapon spirits. They can let special tools give birth to their own weapon spirits and control them in battle, making it a very powerful profession. Yi Fan did not conceal the strength of the black scale and black shield, because once the fight started, their aura would definitely be exposed and couldn't be suppressed. This Yi Fan is too abnormal. Both of these weapon spirits are of high extraordinary strength. Given the circumstances, especially that black scale, it seems it has just entered the high extraordinary realm. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the realm of the black scale and black shield. So quickly having two high extraordinary beasts, it's no wonder he managed to secure second place in the competition. However, everyone thought, if Yi Fan, who came in second in the competition, has such powerful strength, then how strong is Gu Huai, who came in first? What level of strength does he possess? The crowd's eyes were filled with anticipation. Would he surpass Yi Fan? Or would he maintain his advantage and also deploy two high extraordinary beasts? Come on. Yi Fan pointed his scale at Gu Huai, ready for battle. Even Teacher Gong, who was officiating, felt a faint threat from Yi Fan. So strong. Teacher Gong's expression turned serious. This kid's strength was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. He had only focused on Gu Huai. Chapter 089. The rematch with Yi Fan. An opponent that everyone feels is unbeatable. Gu Huai was not surprised by Yi Fan's achievement at all. After all, he was the protagonist. He had to live up to that title. Gu Huai smiled and waved his hand casually, and a green magic circle appeared, with the figure of the Thunder Monkey appearing before everyone. The Thunder Monkey had undergone certain changes. It was now about the same height as Gu Huai, with determined eyes. Its appearance had changed significantly from the Stone Monkey. Stone Monkey? Some people expressed confusion, but they quickly dismissed it, searching their minds for relevant information. After thinking it over, it seemed that only the Stone Monkey fit the image. It's actually a stone monkey? Many were somewhat surprised. Yi Fan looked at the stone monkey and was also a bit surprised. It hasn't he evolved yet? Yi Fan thought that with Gu Huai's strength, he would have definitely evolved the stone monkey. Its situation was a bit special. Gu Huai smiled, but did not intend to explain too much. Yi Fan also knew this was Gu Huai's secret, so he didn't ask, just like his black scale and black shield. But you're only planning to let the stone monkey fight me? Gu Huai smiled without speaking. Yi Fan looked at Gu Huai's demeanor, and his expression turned serious. This time, he would not lose again. The match began. Teacher Gong saw that both sides were ready and directly announced the start of the match. Thunder Monkey. Act on its own. In fact, many powerful beast masters also train their beasts in this direction. In the later stages, when there are many beasts, directing them one by one would affect the battle situation. It's better to cultivate their beasts to have a sense of self-fighting from the beginning and conduct broader commands themselves. Taking this opportunity, Gu Huai seriously checked the information of Yi Fan's two beasts. Beast. Heavy Edge Black Scale. Attribute, Dark Wind. Bloodline, Top Lord. Realm, High Extraordinary. Skills, Confinement 29, Advanced. Airwave 22, Intermediate. Cyclone 20, Advanced. Beast, Silver Light Black Shield. Attribute, Dark Thunder. Bloodline, Top Lord. Realm, High Extraordinary. Skills, Shield Strike 22, Intermediate. Rebound 21, Advanced. Silver Screen Light 20, Advanced. Each skill had also gained an advanced skill, and the mastery of skills had improved significantly. It was clear that Yi Fan had made great progress. No wonder he was so confident. It's a pity. Gu Huai shook his head slightly. Yi Fan's progress was like he was on a cheat, but he really was on a cheat. Yay. The Thunder Monkey saw its old rival and was excited. When it fought against these two opponents before, it had not won easily. It had to exert all its strength to achieve victory. But now, the Thunder Monkey was confident it could defeat these two with ease. Of course, the Thunder Monkey was not careless. After all, these two had caused it considerable trouble before under that person's command. 8 gates Duanjia, Rest Gate. The Thunder Monkey immediately opened the second gate. After opening the Rest Gate, the Thunder Monkey's aura instantly changed. The audience below also felt that the Thunder Monkey seemed different at that moment, but they couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. Was it an amplification type skill? The Stone Monkey and 8 gates Duanjia had nothing in common. Moreover, since it was only opening the earlier gates, it wasn't very obvious, making it difficult to see what skill the Thunder Monkey had used. Teacher Gong couldn't understand either. He could only sense that the Thunder Monkey was using an amplification type skill and nothing more. Silver Screen Light. Yi Fan had fought against the Thunder Monkey before, and his understanding of the Thunder Monkey was that this guy had extremely powerful physical strength, was fast, and particularly masochistic, showing no fear of pain. Therefore, he immediately had the Black Shield put a layer of barrier around him, completely protecting himself within it. This way, he was not afraid that any lightning energy would seep in during the battle with the Thunder Monkey. It can be said that he had prepared a lot to defeat Huai. Bang! The Thunder Monkey's fist slammed directly into the barrier, but it was blocked. Useless. The brilliance of the Black Shield's barrier was very tough and not so easily broken. Yi Fan's tone was filled with excitement as he twirled the black in his hand. The Thunder Monkey, seeing that its punch had not shattered the barrier, showed a look of surprise on its face. With a low growl, the Thunder Monkey became even more excited. Imprisoned, Yi Fan's attack came down, and the Thunder Monkey felt a mysterious force acting on its body, causing it to stiffen and be unable to move. Cyclone. The airwaves surged. Yi Fan swung the black, compressing the airwaves into a vortex, which shot through the barrier directly towards the Thunder Monkey. When the Thunder Monkey broke free from the imprisonment, the vortex ball formed by the airwaves was already in front of it. The speed was so fast that the Thunder Monkey could not react in time. It only managed to dodge a vital spot. Bang! The Thunder Monkey was instantly blasted away, rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Yi Fan seized the opportunity and continued to look for chances to expand his advantage, laying the groundwork for the battle and forcing Huai to release a second beast to fight him with full strength. Cyclone. Swinging the black, the surrounding air pressure dropped, and Yi Fan directly extracted 3 cyclones. Go! Seeing the direction and position where the Thunder Monkey was falling, he immediately blocked the Thunder Monkey's movement and smashed the 3 cyclones over. So decisive. Seeing Yi Fan's fierce fighting style and awareness, everyone was taken aback, especially Shan Yi, who couldn't help but swallow hard. How could this guy be so strong? Shan Yi thought of the scene where Yi Fan had asked him to step aside earlier and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had moved, or he would have been in trouble. This guy is too strong. He really isn't an opponent. It seems that Yi Fan is indeed the strongest in the class. Many people thought this way, as Yi Fan's displayed strength was completely beyond their imagination. So strong that he seemed unbeatable. Chapter 090. The Angry Thunder Monkey. Easily defeated. They couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Huai, wanting to see his reaction. But to their surprise, Huai did not seem anxious as they had imagined. In fact, he appeared indifferent. It seemed that he was not worried at all about losing the match because of the Stone Monkey's defeat. This truly surprised them. If they were in Huai's position, they certainly wouldn't be able to remain so calm at this moment. Although Huai's strength was not as good as Yi Fan's, his ability to maintain composure was indeed admirable. Some people couldn't help but say, it's going to lose. Under their gaze, the 3 cyclones completely blocked the Thunder Monkey's route. They had already predicted that with the Stone Monkey's frail body, it was impossible to withstand this. It was bound to lose. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The Thunder Monkey, blasted away by a single attack, was somewhat dazed, not expecting to suffer such a significant loss, which made the Thunder Monkey very unhappy. Although the previous attack had not caused it much harm, it was indeed very embarrassing. The Thunder Monkey let out a low growl. Instantly sensing the change in the surrounding air currents, the 3 balls formed by the air waves were rapidly approaching it. The Thunder Monkey instantly became furious. This guy is looking for a fight. Life gate open. Injury gate open. The Thunder Monkey was angry, and the consequences were severe. The Thunder Monkey opened 2 gates. The injury gate was previously the Thunder Monkey's limit. Its strength had indeed improved significantly. Huai's mouth curled into a slight smile. It was time to show off. The Thunder Monkey suddenly sprang up from the ground, a terrifying aura leaking out with the opening of the 4 gates. The 3 cyclones, which appeared extremely powerful to outsiders, vanished before the Thunder Monkey in their sight. What is going on? They all widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Such a terrifying aura. Teacher Gong, the strongest present, felt the Thunder Monkey's transformation most directly. If Yi Fan had posed a slight threat to him, now this Stone Monkey made him feel like his ghostly soul hellhound might not even be a match for it. No, this is impossible. My ghostly soul hellhound is a low-level Lord Beast, and its bloodline is equally strong, while this is just a high-level extraordinary Stone Monkey. Teacher Gong roared in his heart, unable to believe it was real. But soon, he thought of Huai's identity and fell silent. No, even if he is the young master of the Gu family, it shouldn't be this terrifying. This is beyond the norm. Just as Teacher Gong was in a mental battle, the Thunder Monkey moved. The Thunder Monkey grinned and made a gesture towards Yi Fan that indicated he was coming over. The next second, bang! Yi Fan's eyes widened. This speed was incredibly fast. Crack! The barrier shattered instantly. Yi Fan's combat awareness was indeed strong, and he quickly took countermeasures. Shield strike. Rebound. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the Thunder Monkey's strength. With the Thunder Monkey's power, just opening 3 gates was enough to defeat Yi Fan. But because it had suffered a major loss at the beginning, the Thunder Monkey was extremely angry and directly opened 4 gates in a fit of rage, turning into a crushing form. The Black Shield was hit by this punch. causing its brilliance to dim significantly. Through the black shield, a terrifying force transmitted directly to Yi Fan, making him grunt and spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Imprisoned. But this was not the time for shock. He immediately organized a new attack. Artifact Spirit Explosion. The black shield was in a bad state after taking that hit, basically losing its ability to continue fighting. Yi Fan did not want to lose. There was no choice. He could only use the same trick again. Unfortunately, the Thunder Monkey did not give Yi Fan much time or opportunity. The Thunder Monkey swung a punch without even adjusting its posture. Another punch was thrown. Bang! It was only because the Thunder Monkey stopped that this punch did not hit Yi Fan directly. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have probably been punched through. However, this punch sent the black shield, which was barely floating in front of Yi Fan, flying away. The black shield rolled on the ground a few times, and the artifact spirit completely fainted. Yi Fan's artifact spirit explosion was thus interrupted. Yi Fan stared blankly at the fist hanging above his head, confused. He didn't understand why. Despite working so hard during this short period of training, the gap between him and Huai had not only not decreased, but had actually widened. Last time, he could still fight evenly with this stone monkey at full strength. But this time, he had thought he could quickly defeat the stone monkey. Yet the final result was that he was easily defeated. This was really hard for Yi Fan to accept. He had already lost to Huai twice. He did not want to lose a third time, but things did not go as he wished. What the hell? What is going on? The crowd below was completely bewildered. What the hell is this situation? Clearly, that stone monkey was about to lose. But how did it become this terrifying in the blink of an eye? So easily defeating someone they thought was unbeatable. The boss is indeed the boss. Guo Jingyi and others were the first to accept it because they were psychologically prepared for Gu Huai's strength, but they didn't expect him to be this ridiculously strong. I was just thinking of challenging this person. Shanyi couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, have I really inflated to this extent? Gu Huai won. The entire venue was silent for more than 10 seconds, and when the Thunder Monkey returned to normal and retracted that terrifying aura, Teacher Gong slowly announced the result. I concede. As the main character, Gu Huai was not surprised by any of this. If the Thunder Monkey couldn't even defeat a small Yi Fan, it would truly be a disgrace to his careful training. In fact, Gu Huai had already advanced from a beginner Beastmaster to an intermediate Beastmaster 3 days ago, greatly increasing his strength. He also conveniently contracted Qi Hong. However, Qi Hong's current strength is too weak. It has only awakened to the 3rd tier and is not suitable for combat. Otherwise, Gu Huai would really want to let Qi Hong come out and show off. Just a short duration of activation doesn't have much of an effect on the current Thunder Monkey. Beast, Stone Monkey variant. Name, Thunder Monkey. Attributes, Dragon, Evil Thunder. Bloodline, Intermediate King. Realm, High-Level Transcendent. Skills, 8 Gates of Duanjia 40, Top Tier Skill. Thunder Prison Dragon Body 40, Super Tier Skill. Chapter 091 Gu Huai's Plans. Gung Ri has not given up. This is the current panel of the Thunder Monkey. The skills are still the same too, but their levels have been raised to 40. He needs to wait for the Thunder Monkey to stabilize a bit more. Moreover, these two skills, one is a top-tier skill and the other is a super-tier skill. And the points needed for enhancement are not low. For a top-tier skill, raising from level 40 to 41 requires 1.5 billion enhancement points. The super-tier skill is even more outrageous, with level 1 costing 500 million. Such a huge number makes even Gu Huai feel heartache when enhancing once. Even though his talent can absorb enhancement points better than perfect enhancement, it's still painful. 24 beast coins buy 1 gram of energy cubes, which can only be converted into 6 enhancement points. That means 1 enhancement point requires 4 beast coins. Enhancing a top-tier skill by 1 level directly costs 600 million beast coins. The super-tier skill costs even more, at 2 billion beast coins. Such an expensive price makes even Gu Huai feel heartache. Of course, if Gu Huai was only raising 1 Thunder Monkey, this consumption would be bearable. But Gu Huai doesn't just have the Thunder Monkey. Lei Bao is even more exaggerated, with 2 super-tier skills and 1 quasi-divine level secret technique. The consumption of the quasi-divine level secret technique makes Gu Huai reluctant to enhance it easily, trying to raise the 2 super-tier skills first, and then let Lei Bao comprehend on its own. As for Qi Hong, there is nothing to be done. Qi Hong currently only has 1 skill, the quasi-divine skill called Immortal Body. Gu Huai can only allocate points to this immortal body, feeling heartache each time. The consumption of a quasi-divine skill is 5 times that of a super-tier skill, so in the early stages, the consumption is not too high. Otherwise, Gu Huai would have to scrape together money. The reason Gu Huai plans to travel is also to see if he can find any opportunities to alleviate the resource issues of his family. The Gu family is indeed a behemoth, with countless resources, but Gu Huai needs many resources as well, and he is not the head of the Gu family right now. So he can't access too many resources. I lost. Yi Fan looked at Gu Huai, who appeared calm and seemingly indifferent to winning the match, feeling bitter inside. Gu Huai didn't know how to comfort Yi Fan and could only smile at him. After all, at this moment, anything he said would feel somewhat inappropriate. Fortunately, Teacher Gong stepped in to ease the tension, preventing the atmosphere from becoming too awkward. Back in the classroom, Teacher Gong mainly arranged some class work. Gu Huai wasn't assigned anything because Teacher Gong knew that Gu Huai was preparing to leave school soon to travel and train. Initially, he didn't think much of Gu Huai's plan. Traveling for training is very popular and many college students do it, but these people are mostly students from prestigious universities. Gu Huai had only just become a Beastmaster for 3 months and was already traveling. The benefits of this would be limited, and there could even be some accidents. However, after watching Gu Huai's battle with Yi Fan, Teacher Gong changed his mind. Gu Huai indeed has the strength to travel and train. However, he plans to call Gu Huai to the office after class for a good chat. The class bell rang, and just as Teacher Gong finished announcing the last matter, he declared the end of class. By the way, Gu Huai, come to my office. Okay. Gu Huai was not surprised when Teacher Gong called him. Under everyone's gaze, he followed Teacher Gong to the office. Coincidentally, he saw Teacher Deng in the office and greeted her warmly. Gu Huai is a good student. She was originally worried that Gu Huai might delay himself due to lack of resources, but now there was no need to worry at all. Sit down. After warmly greeting Teacher Deng, Teacher Gong invited Gu Huai to sit. Teacher Gong didn't dare to treat Gu Huai as an ordinary student. Teacher Gong. Gu Huai naturally didn't sit down. He had to show the appropriate respect to teachers at school. Seeing Gu Huai's actions, Teacher Gong felt even more satisfied with this student. A family background that is extraordinary, talent that is extraordinary, and he knows how to be humble and polite. The Gu family is indeed a family favored by heaven. Teacher Gong sighed inwardly. Gu Huai, the teacher knows your upcoming plans to travel for training. I didn't initially agree with this before seeing your match. But now, the teacher believes you truly have the qualifications to go out and train. Ahem. The main reason I called you here is that I have something to ask of you. You say it, teacher. Gu Huai naturally wouldn't foolishly agree to things without knowing what they were. It's like this. In mid-October, we will have an exchange match with the first high school in Magic City. At that time, our people will first go to their Magic City one high school for exchange. I hope you can help out since this year's Magic City #1 high school is quite strong. Gu Huai thought for a moment and agreed. School exchange matches are very normal. Last year, when he was in his second year of high school, several schools came to Hangcheng #1 high school for exchange matches, and he had been a spectator. Gu Huai naturally had no reason to refuse such an opportunity to bring glory to the school. However, Teacher Gong, please let me know the specific time on QQ so I can arrange my schedule and route. Magic City is the most prosperous super city in Donghuan country. Ranked first in economy. Gu Huai heard that the level of Beastmasters in this place is quite strong, much better than Hangcheng. Hangcheng can barely be compared with Magic City only because of the Gu family and Hangcheng University. In terms of foundation, there is still quite a gap with the other side. Gu Huai also wanted to go to Magic City to take a look. Magic City. Magic City University also starts today. Geng Ruyi and Lin Xiaoyu appeared at the entrance of Magic City University. After a summer vacation, both girls have become even more beautiful and charming. Have you not found that big bad guy yet? Lin Xiaoyu pulled Geng Ruyi's hand, her cute face showing a hint of a smile. No. Whenever she mentioned the big bad guy, Geng Ruyi couldn't help but smile wryly. That guy seems to have disappeared. She had people looking for him all summer and still couldn't find him. Chapter 092 The Stunning Beauty, Gao Xiaojing. Geng Ruyi really went through the list of freshmen who got into the top 10 universities. She relied on quite a few connections. She managed to find someone named Gu Huai, but unfortunately, it wasn't the one she was looking for. Then she searched for those who owned a baby dragon or its evolution line and found 7, but looking at the photos, none of them were the person she wanted. This left Geng Ruyi truly exhausted. If she couldn't find that guy among the freshmen, could he be a sophomore? Lin Xiaoyu's words stunned Geng Ruyi, and then she shook her head. He shouldn't be a sophomore. By the looks of him, he should be just like us. That's true, Lin Xiaoyu replied casually. If he couldn't be found in the freshmen, he couldn't possibly be a sophomore. He definitely wouldn't still be a high school student. Once Lin Xiaoyu said that, she felt it was unlikely herself. If Gu Huai were a high school student, then when they met, Gu Huai had only had 10 days to bond with a beast. 10 days was simply not enough to raise a baby dragon to such a strong level. Geng Ruyi didn't pay much attention to Lin Xiaoyu's words. What the two of them didn't know was that they had ruled out the correct answer. Gu Huai had no idea that Geng Ruyi and Lin Xiaoyu were still thinking about him. He had almost prepared everything and was about to set off on his journey. Gu Huai's trip had actually been planned out to enhance the strength of young beast masters and provide them with experience in battles against various elite beast masters. A city challenge event was specifically announced. This is a long-term event. Each city would launch a challenge location. sending experienced Beast Masters to the challenge point to accept challenges from young Beast Masters. The grand prize is a prize pool. Each participant in the challenge must pay a challenge fee of 5,000 Beast coins. If they fail, this fee goes into the prize pool, becoming part of it. At the same time, each city also contributes a portion of money to the prize pool. According to Huai's estimate, the final amount in the prize pool would be considerable. According to the event rules, those who participate in the city challenge competition will receive cash rewards from the prize pool. But how it is distributed will depend on the number of participants in the final city challenge competition. Huai was quite interested in this event. Since he was going to travel and train, he could conveniently participate in this competition, which would be a recognition of his cultivation. Huai also took the time to understand the competition rules. The young Beast Masters had age requirements. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. The competition is scheduled for early October next year, which coincides with the founding ceremony of the Eastern Huang Kingdom. The timing is just right. Huai smirked. Participating in the competition before October, even if others try to manipulate the timing. The participants would at most have a little over 3 years of experience as urban Beast Masters. Huai glanced at the rules and thought it was quite normal. The rules mainly emphasized using urban characteristic beasts as guardians. The strength of the guardians varies with the prosperity of the cities. This was specifically emphasized as a minimum requirement. Quite interesting. Huai looked at the competition with a faint smile on his face. He liked it. At the Imperial Capital University, among the school team, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over with a roster. Everyone stop. The school team members who were training paused at this command, turning their attention to the man. Teacher Wu. Their tone was very respectful. It's like this. The country has launched a city challenge competition to stimulate the strength of our generation of new Beast Masters. As soon as Teacher Wu's words fell, many people became excited. Quiet. Teacher Wu frowned, and the scene immediately quieted down. However, this time the requirement is that only those who have been Beast Masters for less than 3 years can participate, so it doesn't concern any of you. Hearing Teacher Wu's words, many faces showed a look of disappointment. Those who could enter the school team are mostly seniors, very few are sophomores. As for freshmen, they had just started school and had not yet begun the assessment for the school team, so naturally, there were no freshmen present. Teacher Wu's gaze fell on a beautiful and serene girl, and his expression softened. Xiaojing, your strength is quite strong. You can try this event and secure a spot for us at the Imperial Capital. Everyone secretly looked at the girl following Teacher Wu's gaze, and several boys' eyes were filled with admiration. However, they did not dare to look directly at her, mainly because the girl was truly outstanding and beautiful. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her figure curve enticing, her long black hair tied into a bun with a few strands cascading down her neck, which was as elegant as a white swan, breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, this girl's talent was among the very best. Last year, she led the Imperial Capital University to sweep through Magic City and Hang City University, helping the Imperial Capital University secure the first place in both the team and individual categories of the freshman competition. Such a girl is naturally the dream goddess of countless students in the Imperial Capital. Chapter 093. The Worries of the Lord of Yongming City. Okay, teacher. Gao Xiaojing nodded in agreement, her voice so pleasant it could make one swoon. And you few can also participate in this event. Strive to secure more spots and trample over Magic City and Hang City University. Yes, the eyes of these sophomore students brightened. Among this group of sophomores, only Gao Xiaojing was a formal member of the school team. The rest were substitutes. Hearing such good news, they were certainly quite excited. Only Gao Xiaojing, upon hearing the words Hang City University, showed a slight change in expression, as if recalling something interesting, a smile slowly appearing on her lips. A smile that could charm a city. That must be what this smile is about. Even the girls in the school team felt an urge to kiss her when they saw this smile. They wondered what kind of man could win the favor of such a girl. Across the country, countless universities were preparing for this city challenge competition. This city challenge competition was their chance to make their school famous. Especially those universities with lower rankings, they invested a lot of resources into their sophomore students, hoping they could achieve a good ranking in this city challenge competition. This was a great opportunity, a chance for advertising. If someone from their school could enter this competition, it would be a chance to promote their school nationwide. At that time, their school's reputation would surely rise to a new level, attracting more excellent students and creating a virtuous cycle. So they were all working hard. Yongming City. This city belongs to Shan Province, located on the edge of Shan Province, close to Hang Province. This city ranks relatively low among the cities in Shan Province. The entire city's economy and education are quite backward. Therefore, the challenge zone in this city has naturally attracted a lot of attention. The city challenge zone is set up at the city sports square, a relatively conspicuous place. The Beast Master Center has arranged a total of 10 Beast Masters responsible for accepting challenges and has also assigned many staff to manage the event. This place is currently bustling with activity. The Lord of Yongming City looked at the many challengers with a not-so-good expression. There was no way around it. This city challenge competition was not merely a simple affair. Besides providing young Beast Masters with additional training opportunities, it could also test the strength and standards of the Beast Masters in various cities. The country has requirements for the strength level of Beast Tamers that can be sent to each city. For ordinary cities, the requirement is that the time to become a Beast Tamer is 5 to 10 years, and the level of the Beast Tamer cannot exceed that of a senior Beast Tamer. At the same time, the household registration of this Beast Tamer must be from that city. Of course, if it were only this, the Lord of Yongming City wouldn't be so worried. The most important thing is that the country will give corresponding rewards based on the performance of various cities, which is what is known as resource allocation. They will also provide rankings, etc. If Yongming City is targeted by numerous challengers due to the weakness of their defenders, their performance will definitely be very poor. If they end up at the bottom, it would be a complete disgrace for them. In their background, their city's ranking is quite low. Nationwide, cities are categorized according to different levels. In the entire Dongwon Kingdom, there are 95 provinces and 4 special administrative regions. The highest rank is naturally led by the 4 special administrative regions, competing as a group. Following that are the capital cities of the 110 major provinces, including Hangqing and Shansheng, which is the second sequence, with only 10 cities in total. Below that is the third sequence, which includes the capital cities of the 1195 provinces, totaling 85 cities. The fourth sequence consists of the remaining cities in the 110 provinces, excluding the provincial capitals, with a relatively large number since the top 10 provinces are stronger and larger in scale, totaling 282 cities. Finally, the fifth sequence, which has the most cities, includes all cities in 85 provinces excluding the capitals, totaling 1566 cities. This is all the cities in Longhua, 95 provinces and 4 special administrative regions. If the special administrative regions are also counted as cities, the total is 1,947 cities. Yongming City is in the 4th sequence, competing among these 282 cities. However, their ranking is dismal, at 275th place. This result places them directly in the bottom 10. This makes Zhao Anwen feel utterly embarrassed. Such a low ranking will surely attract many challengers from nearby. This rule has completely made the city challenge activity explode in popularity. If it weren't for many people still working on improving their strength and being in a wait-and-see period, Yongming City's situation would be even worse. Right now, there are more than 20 people lining up in the challenge area, waiting to challenge their people. Lord City Master, good news. Just as Zhao Anwen was feeling a headache, a voice came over. What good news? Really? Zhao Anwen's eyes lit up. Quick, bring a Liang in. With a Liang here, our ranking will definitely improve. All right. Soon, they arranged for a Liang to come in. So this is Yongming City. On September 7th, a young man arrived at the entrance of Yongming City, looking somewhat worn out. No wonder it's a city ranked low in the mountain province. The young man muttered with a faint smile on his face. Indeed, this young man is Huai. He didn't plan to challenge in the cities within Hang Province, as that would lower the overall ranking of Hang Province. Excluding Hang Province, the weakest city recently is Yongming City. The day after leaving school, Huai set his sights on Yongming City and headed straight here. Of course, Huai was traveling, so his speed was naturally slow, and it took him a week to arrive at Yongming City's city gate. Chapter 94, The Battle of the Mountain Province Top Scholar. I'm a bit hungry. I'll sign up for the challenge first, then book a room at the Beast Tamer Center, grab a meal, and have a good rest. According to Huai's thoughts, with Yongming City's ranking so low, there would naturally be many challengers coming here. According to the rules, if a city in sequence 4 receives 20 challenges in a day, they can stop accepting challenges and schedule the rest for the next day. So Huai estimated that he might have to wait 2 or 3 days for his turn. While pondering, Huai followed the navigation directly to his destination. Just as I thought, Huai saw that there were many people gathered around the arena, and he understood. He moved closer and happened to see a young man walking toward the arena. He also overheard the discussions among the crowd. I didn't expect the top scholar of the mountain province to be attracted here. It seems our Yongming City is indeed popular. Many people nodded in agreement. Huai couldn't help but look over. The top scholar of the mountain province? Huai was somewhat surprised. No wonder there were so many spectators. Moreover, looking at the direction the young man came from, there were quite a few elegantly dressed young men and women, all with arrogant expressions, seeming to have an air of superiority. This made Huai not have a very good impression of them, but it didn't matter much to him. He wasn't a Pacific policeman and didn't have that kind of spare time. What Huai was more curious about was the strength of the top scholar of the mountain province. He should be quite strong, right? However, it seemed that the match would start in a while, so he decided to register first. Huai saw that the top scholar had reached the arena, and the opponent on the other side signaled to take a break before continuing. So Gu Huai prepared to go register first. Gu Huai went straight to the registration area. I want to register. Okay, just swipe your Beast Tamer card here and pay a fee of 5,000 Beast Tamer coins to complete the registration. The person at the registration desk was a girl who looked like a college student. She looked at Gu Huai with some surprise, seemingly not expecting anyone to come and challenge Yongming City at this time. Alright, Gu Huai took out his Beast Tamer card, swiped it on a robot, and paid the 5,000 Beast Tamer coins, successfully registering. You're from Hangsheng? The girl could naturally see Gu Huai's information, and her expression changed when she saw that he was from Hangsheng, especially since Gu Huai was from the provincial capital of Hang Province. Gu Huai noticed the girl's attitude but didn't react much. Humph. The girl snorted and didn't say much to Gu Huai, directly handing him the successful registration slip. Originally, the girl thought Gu Huai was handsome and wanted to get his phone number, but now she had no mood for that. However, when handing over the slip, she saw Gu Huai's name in school and was somewhat surprised. A third-year high school student. This made the girl unable to help but curl her lips. Is it really necessary to look down on the mountain province just because Hangsheng barely won once? Even a third-year high school student dares to come and challenge. What a delusion. Gu Huai took the slip and looked at the information on it. Am I next? Gu Huai was taken aback, somewhat surprised. The girl ignored Gu Huai. If he weren't from Hangsheng, she might have kindly reminded him. 5,000 Beast Tamer coins are still money. Knowing he can't win and still going up to challenge. Isn't that insane? Many people have cancelled their registrations. For those who wanted to register afterward, she would basically remind them. And most would cancel their registration after knowing the situation. Gu Huai saw that the girl was ignoring him and couldn't be bothered to ask. In fact, in challenges like this, everyone's enthusiasm is very high at first. It is estimated that in a few days, the overall difficulty across the Dongwon Kingdom will greatly increase. By then, it will completely extinguish the fiery desire for challenges among these people. However, Gu Huai didn't understand this and didn't care. His original thought was to hope that the defenders would be stronger so that Lei Ho and the others could gain better training. Gu Huai also learned some things from the conversations of these people. So that's how it is, no wonder I'm the next one. Gu Huai muttered to himself, realizing that this Liang's strength is quite formidable, leading many to withdraw their registrations. After so many people cancelled, only the top scorer, named Sun Jiaping, remained. It was a good opportunity to see the level of Shan Province. The competition on stage was about to start, and Gu Huai focused, his expression serious. He naturally wouldn't underestimate the top scorer of Shan Province, especially after hearing others say that this top scorer, Sun Jiaping, had been accepted into 3 prestigious universities, including the Capital University. Moreover, it seems that Sun Jiaping is also a student in the elite class at Capital University. Come out, Yasha King. The Guardian Liang was the city champion of Yongming 8 years ago, and his strength is impressive. He had once been accepted into the Magic City University as the city champion of Yongming. Not long after graduating, he became a senior Beastmaster, a figure whose name is hung on the wall of Yongming No. 1 High School, known by many. According to the rules, regardless of the Guardian's strength, he can only summon one beast. Meanwhile, challengers can summon all the beasts they are capable of calling forth. As Yasha King appeared, Gu Huai couldn't help but glance at Yasha King's information. Beast, Yasha King. Attribute, Dark. Bloodline, Primary Monarch. Realm, Intermediate Lord. Skills, Night King Claw 24, Intermediate. Yasha Trident 21, Advanced. Eternal Knight 11, Top. 8 skills, 1 top level, 2 advanced, plus 3 intermediate and 1 low-level skill. None of the skill levels exceed 30, with the highest being the 24 of Night King Claw. Chapter 095, the top scorer lost. A high school senior has arrived. The strength is quite average. Gu Huai looked at the data of the beast summoned by Liang and was somewhat surprised. Originally, he had heard that Liang was the city champion from a few years ago, and he thought he would be very strong, but it turned out to be this. It seems he had overestimated him. This person's combat ability must be strong, Gu Huai murmured, then turned his gaze to this year's provincial top scorer, Sun Jiaping, with even more anticipation. Although Yongming City belongs to Shan Province, it is basically one of the bottom 3 cities in the province. Although he didn't know how the Yongming top scorer ranked in the provincial exam, if it were to be compared with the bottom 3 cities in Hang Province, he estimated it would only rank around 3 to 500. But this Sun Jiaping is indeed the top scorer of Shan Province. The 2 are 7 years apart. But that doesn't prevent Gu Huai from favoring Sun Jiaping more. The profession of Beastmaster is known for its emerging talents. Come out, Blazing Monkey. Wuyan Sparrow. Dragon Flame, Giant Turtle. The challenger faced no restrictions on the number of beasts. Sun Jiaping clearly valued this competition, so he went all out as soon as it began. All 3 beasts were of the commander level. From this, it could be seen that this year's top scorer from Shan Province was quite impressive. The strongest was the Blazing Monkey, with a middle-level monarch bloodline and advanced commander strength. The other two also had primary monarch bloodlines. Wuyan Sparrow was of intermediate commander strength, while Dragon Flame Giant Turtle was of primary commander strength. As Sun Jiaping summoned all three beasts, the competition officially began. The atmosphere on site became heated, especially the group of young people following Sun Jiaping, their eyes filled with admiration. Gu Huai's guess was indeed correct. Originally, these people had registered, hoping to pick up a bargain. But after seeing Liang's strength, they decisively gave up. With only Sun Jiaping feeling it was worth a try and not backing down. Sun Jiaping's strength was indeed quite good, especially that blazing monkey. Holding a fire stick, its fighting skills were decent, and it mastered 1 or 2 proficient skills, one of which was even an advanced skill, coupled with Sun Jiaping's fire system talent. He almost defeated Yasha King. Unfortunately, Sun Jiaping was still too anxious, wanting to overwhelm Yasha King in one go. He repeatedly unleashed his talent 3 times, draining a lot of the blazing monkey's stamina, but still couldn't take down Yasha King. Liang's combat experience was clearly much stronger than Sun Jiaping's. He avoided the spotlight, withstood the blazing monkey's attacks, and seized the opportunity while the blazing monkey was recovering to unleash his talent, defeating the blazing monkey. After the blazing monkey lost, Sun Jiaping's mindset felt like it exploded, unable to hold on. Mistakes kept happening, directly burying the favorable situation and resulting in a loss. I lost. Sun Jiaping lost the match, looking dejected. He had never thought he would lose, believing he had a greater chance of winning. Sun Jiaping actually lost. The crowd below expressed their amazement, but more were shouting praises for Liang, calling him mighty and impressive. Liang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally won. Now it would be easier. Having defeated this year's provincial top scorer, there shouldn't be too many challengers coming after this. He could easily earn some money. In the outside world, with his talent and strength, he could only earn about 3 to 5 million a year. It sounds like a lot, but as a senior beastmaster, he needs to nurture 4 beasts. No, it's 3. He hasn't secured his 4th beast yet. It's not that he has no target, but the target is too expensive, and he can't afford it for now. Moreover, after buying it, he also has to determine the evolution path, investing a large sum of money for training. This made Liang feel that being a beastmaster is really tough. Earning 3 to 5 million a year is simply not enough. But his strength is not strong enough, and he can't become a professional beastmaster. Nor does he qualify to enter the secret realms, so he can only keep struggling. Liang was suddenly inspired and rushed over without stopping. Today is just the first day. To showcase his value, he must go all out and defeat every opponent. No matter who it is, they can't break through his gate. Good. Zhao Anwen was initially very nervous, fearing that Liang would lose the match. But upon seeing Liang defeat Sun Jiaping with his combat experience, Zhao Anwen couldn't help but shout. Freshmen shouldn't come here to face setbacks. Only some confident second-year students, talented beastmasters, would come over. If they came and lost, they lost. As long as their rank wasn't too embarrassing, Zhao Anwen could accept it. There shouldn't be any new challengers today. Seeing Liang demonstrate his prowess, Zhao Anwen didn't think those young beast masters who originally wanted to come and pick up a bargain would continue to challenge. This way, their ranking could be preserved. This data ranks them among all cities at the very back, over 1,500th place. This means they are slightly inferior compared to many 5th-tier cities. Now, he had someone check the ranking, and they had already reached 270th place. As long as they hold on for a few more days, they could break into the top 200. However, by then, when everyone reacts, they won't have much of an advantage left, and they can only barely ensure they don't fall too far behind. Thinking of this, Zhao Anwen casually asked the person in charge of this area. There shouldn't be anyone left, right? Is there someone? There's one more person, from Hang City. Hang City? Zhao Anwen raised his eyebrows. Hang City is a big city. Could this person be from Hang University? If this really is a second-year student from Hang University, then whether Liang can hold his ground becomes a question. Yes, but this person is just a high school senior. A high school senior? Zhao Anwen was taken aback for a moment, but after confirming again, he relaxed his brows. A high school senior? Then it's nothing to worry about. High school seniors can never defeat Liang. This round is secure. The other spectators were preparing to leave, as they subconsciously believed there would be no new challengers. Liang on stage felt the same way. Just as everyone was about to move, a voice rang out. Everyone, hold on. There's another match coming up. Chapter 096, an elementary beastmaster? How dare he? There's more? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Yes, the next match would feature a challenger from Hangqing. As soon as this was announced, everyone stopped. Hangqing. For centuries, Hang Province and Shan Province have been competing to see which is the top province. Thus, many events from both provinces are held together, purely for competition. Over the years, Hang Province has generally been stronger. This has naturally led to a rivalry between the people of Shan Province and those of Hang Province, especially since Hangqing is the capital city of Hang Province. intensifying the animosity. Therefore, everyone stopped to prepare for the next match. People from Hangqing? Sun Jiaoping lost the match and he and his friends didn't want to linger. However, upon hearing about the Hangqing participants, they all halted. Are they freshmen like us? Or are they sophomores? They were curious, but when they saw Huai take the stage, they confirmed their assumptions. He wasn't the top student from Hang Province, nor was he one of the top few. He was probably a sophomore. They were all students who took the college entrance examination this year, and they were familiar with students from neighboring provinces, having had exchanges in various competitions. If he wasn't one of the top few, they would likely give up challenging a Liang after seeing his strength. Unless they felt there was a chance, they would choose to continue. Huai from Hangqing. Huai could naturally sense the hostility from those around him, but he really didn't care. He calmly walked onto the stage, his gaze landing on a Liang, and politely said, "People from Hangqing." A Liang squinted, glanced at Huai a few times, then slowly replied, "I'm not in good shape right now. Let me rest a bit before we fight." All right. Huai didn't want to take advantage, and the rules of the match allowed the opponent to rest for half an hour. After a Liang said this, he closed his eyes on the spot and began to recover his stamina. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Logically, the city lord should have sent someone to help him recover quickly upon knowing the challenger was from Hangqing, but there was no reaction at all. He only pondered for a moment before entering recovery mode. He couldn't afford to lose, especially against someone from Hangqing, while the opponent was recovering. Huai naturally couldn't just stand on the stage like a monkey for everyone to watch. He stepped off the stage, found a random place to sit down, and casually told the referee, "Call me when you're ready." This calm demeanor left everyone stunned. At the same time, they were even more excited for the upcoming match. Half an hour passed quickly, and Huai was invited back to the stage. Everything was going smoothly. The referee briefly explained the rules, and the audience's eyes widened. After waiting for a Liang for half an hour, they were eagerly anticipating this match. A Liang would definitely defeat this person from Hangqing. That was for sure. Under everyone's gaze, both sides summoned their beasts. A Liang summoned the Yasha King again. After a brief recovery, the Yasha King regained much of its strength. This Yasha King was a Liang's strongest beast, and only by using it could a Liang feel more confident. Thunder Monkey, come out. Huai concealed the color of the formation, so the light emitted was green. A green formation light. Seeing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. What the hell, how dare he? Challenging a high-level beast master with an elementary beast master? Is this guy out of his mind? I don't know if he's out of his mind. But this match is already over. High-level extraordinary versus elementary lord. Even the dullest among them understood how to choose. The gap between the two was not trivial. It was two major realms. The gap between two major realms is almost impossible to bridge. High-level extraordinary? Only a few who knew Huai was a high school senior showed surprise. This boy was probably the most outstanding student from Hangqing this year. Zhao Anwen murmured softly. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. Defeating the best student from Hangqing would be impressive. He could use it for good publicity. Zhao Anwen had already thought of a script, convinced that he would receive some rewards from the provincial capital later. The battle began, under everyone's gaze. This match with a significant disparity in strength commenced. Let's go. Sun Jiaoping's mouth twitched slightly. An elementary beast master? This was such a waste of his half hour. This kind of waste wasn't worth making him wait so long. If he had known this boy was only an elementary beast master, he would have left at the start. Seriously, does an elementary beast master dare to challenge us? Does he think we from Shan Province are soft persimmons? Yeah, just because he won once against us. If it weren't for our bad luck, we might have won. Humph. Many people thought Huai was wasting their time, and quite a few turned to leave. The remaining spectators were only there to see how Huai's Thunder Monkey would be quickly defeated. High-level extraordinary. Liang was also speechless. He had fully recovered his state just to ensure he could fight at full capacity and not lose this match. Who would have thought the opponent would be such a fool? An elementary beast master daring to challenge him. It seemed he had been too lenient in his previous battles. Liang muttered and felt that Huai seemed to look down on him. So he planned to end the match cleanly and swiftly, teaching this kid a well-deserved lesson. Thunder Monkey directly opened the 4 doors. Huai's expression was serious. Over the week, the Thunder Monkey's strength hadn't improved much. Mainly, it was stuck at its realm, and its skills were also limited. At the same time, Huai planned to give the Thunder Monkey a bit more time to fully master its own power before helping it break through. Once it reached that point, the Thunder Monkey should be able to break through to the commanding realm. Yeah, the Thunder Monkey understood the opponent's strength. A lord. It had never fought against a lord before, and this was a perfect opportunity. Open the injury door, the 4th door. The Thunder Monkey's first stood on end. Its eyes sharpened, devoid of any emotion. The sudden change in the Thunder Monkey was felt most profoundly by the Yasha King on stage with it. Originally, it shared a Liang's confidence, believing this round was secure, but now it seemed to sense a threat from this guy. Chapter 097, The Extreme of Speed. 5th door. The Thunder Monkey's performance left the audience below stunned. This monkey was a bit impressive. Indeed, with the current momentum, even an average commanding level beast wouldn't be its opponent. However, unfortunately, its opponent was a Liang's Yasha King. It had no chance of winning. What's there to regret? Don't forget this kid is from Hangqing. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed there was nothing to regret. The battle began under everyone's watch. The injury door is the fourth door. In the truest sense, the fourth gate is considered the real art of the 8 gates of Duanjia, capable of unleashing one's potential in an explosive manner. But it also causes certain damage to the body. In such a situation, the growth that the hurt gate can bring to the Thunder Monkey is enormous. The figure of the Thunder Monkey left a series of afterimages in the eyes of the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the side of the Yaksha King. It was only because the Yaksha King reacted quickly and instantly raised its glowing claws that it collided with the Thunder Monkey's fist. The sound of the collision between fist and claws exploded with a rolling wave of air. In their first clash, the Yaksha King did not gain any advantage. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. There is a difference of 2 major realms. They must think that the Yaksha King is holding back. Many people believe this. But only the Yaksha King's master, a Liang, felt astonished. This monkey is incredibly strong. How did he cultivate a monkey to be like this? The appearance of the Thunder Monkey had already diverged significantly from that of a normal stone monkey, and no one present regarded it as a mere stone monkey. Although no one knew its breed, everyone thought the Thunder Monkey was a relatively rare variety, unaware that it was not an unrecognized breed. Brother Sun, this guy should be the 3rd beast tamed by the senior in his 2nd year, right? Or maybe the 2nd. Sun Jiaping's classmates said to him. Sun Jiaping frowned, clearly agreeing with this statement. Probably. The battle on stage was heating up. The Thunder Monkey was already getting hyped. The expression on the Thunder Monkey's face showed excitement and pain. It was evident that it was not feeling good with every clash. Yet it couldn't help but laugh each time. This expression gave people a chilling feeling. This monkey, could it be a freak? On the other hand, the Yaksha King did not share the same experience as the Thunder Monkey. The Yaksha King felt very constrained. Clearly, its overall qualities were superior to those of the Thunder Monkey. But because of the Thunder Monkey's reckless and fearless fighting style, it made the Yaksha King feel uncomfortable. Stay steady, we can win. A Liang, with his steady personality, believed that winning or losing was the most important aspect. This kind of battle couldn't last long. As long as they held steady and waited for an opportunity to counterattack, they could win. A Lord-level beast, even one just entering the Lord level, was not easy to defeat. Huai admired a Liang very much. He was flexible and quickly found the most suitable way to win without being disturbed by external factors. If his Thunder Monkey only had these few tricks, it would indeed lose to a Liang. Unfortunately, Thunder Monkey, give it your all. Hearing Huai's words amidst the storm-like attacks, the Thunder Monkey's excitement abruptly ceased. Its movements halted, and its face showed a conflicted expression, seemingly a bit fearful. Stopped? A Liang's gaze fell on the Thunder Monkey, immediately commanding the Yaksha King to attack, not allowing the Thunder Monkey ample time to rest. I knew this kid wouldn't be able to hold on. Sun Jiaping let out a sigh of relief. If this guy really won the match, it would be embarrassing for him, the top scholar of the mountain province. It should lose. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they lost this match, although they would be unhappy, it wouldn't feel too significant. But who let Huai be from Hangqing, and with a monkey that only had high-level extraordinary strength? Both of these conditions were unacceptable to them. Roar! As the Yaksha King launched its attack, the Thunder Monkey made up its mind, its gaze resolute. With a roar, the Thunder Monkey went berserk. The 5th gate, the door of dismissal, opened. The door of dismissal is known as the gate of speed. Once this door is opened, it feels as if the world's gravity has lost its hold on the Thunder Monkey, which suddenly became like a wild horse that has broken free, fast as lightning. It hit. A Liang's eyes lit up with joy. With the Yaksha King's strength, if this attack hit, that monkey would definitely lose. But soon a Liang realized that the attack seemed to have missed the Thunder Monkey. An afterimage? The next second confirmed that it was indeed just an afterimage. As the Thunder Monkey appeared beside the Yaksha King and launched a flying kick. How could it be so fast? A Liang's pupils contracted. The Yaksha King hadn't reacted in time. The Thunder Monkey's flying kick struck the Yaksha King on its side, catching it off guard. Bang! A kick hit. The Yaksha King felt as if its body was about to be split apart. Pain deep in its heart. The Yaksha King rolled on the ground a few times. Its expression twisted in agony. It still couldn't comprehend how that monkey's already fast speed could become even faster. This guy must be cheating. Could it be that this guy's talent is acceleration? A Liang's mind fleetingly entertained this thought, but he quickly dismissed it. Damn it, this isn't the time for random thoughts. That monkey is coming again. A Liang knew that the current situation was very unfavorable for him. If he didn't break the deadlock, he would lose. So A Liang immediately urged his own talent. Suddenly, The Yiksha King felt the surrounding dark energy become dense at that moment, alleviating its pain. Thunder Dragon Break. But at that moment, the Thunder Monkey had already reached above the Yiksha King. Surrounded by lightning, the Thunder Monkey's entire arm was covered in it. This was a move created by the Thunder Monkey, primarily utilizing its control over thunder energy combined with its physical strength. Night King's Claw. In such a short time, the Yiksha King could only muster this attack. Bang! The surrounding space twisted. The Yiksha King felt its body become numb, as if it wasn't its own. It could no longer feel pain. Chapter 098. Monkey's Continuous Strikes. A hit. This time, from the surface, it seemed that the Thunder Monkey did not gain much advantage. In fact, the Thunder Monkey was indeed inferior to the Yiksha King in terms of attack. The reason the Thunder Monkey could fight with the Yiksha King for so long was due to its speed and the powerful defense brought by the Thunder Prison Dragon body. The opening of the Door of Dismissal did not greatly enhance the Thunder Monkey's strength. The Door of Dismissal was entirely about speed. This made the Thunder Monkey's already particularly fast speed become even more outrageous. So after this collision, the Thunder Monkey once again let out a loud roar, its figure disappearing, directly striking from the other side of the Yiksha King. If it were under normal circumstances, the Yiksha King, with its powerful strength and combat awareness, would still be able to react and counterattack. But the numbing effect from the previous hit slowed the Yiksha King's reaction significantly. And by the time it barely dispelled the numbness, the Thunder Monkey's fist was already on its forehead. Bang! Ah! The Yiksha King let out a shriek and was immediately sent flying. The Thunder Monkey, seizing the opportunity, did not show mercy. Monkey's Continuous Strikes. Ah! The last kick. The Yiksha King was directly smashed from the air down. It slammed hard into the ground, receiving a complete combo from the Thunder Monkey. The entire ground trembled violently. This hit struck deep into everyone's hearts, making everyone feel pain. Not just heartache, but their faces also hurt. The Yiksha King, Liang, was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly ran towards the deep pit created by the Yiksha King, his face filled with urgency. Although his Yiksha King excelled in defense, he feared for his Yiksha King under such a fierce impact. Halo of Light. Fortunately, a master with a healing-type monarch-level beast stepped in and stabilized the condition of the Yiksha King, which also relieved Liang. However, when he saw the miserable state of the Yiksha King, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. There was no helping it. The Yiksha King's current condition was too tragic. It was riddled with wounds, with many parts of its body caved in, giving off the feeling that it was barely hanging on. Liang felt that if it weren't for the intervention of a king-level healing beast, the Yiksha King would likely have perished. At the same time, Liang was even more shocked by Huai's strength. That Thunder Monkey was incredibly powerful. Lost. Zhao Anwen was stunned. This was a match that he thought was impossible to lose. How could Zhao Anwen, who had just been fantasizing about a bright future, accept this? Moreover, Liang's strongest beast was injured, and none of his other beasts were even at the Lord level. Thinking of this, Zhao Anwen felt like crying without tears. Why did this have to happen to them in Yongming City? What had Zhao Anwen done wrong? All the spectators below the stage, including Sun Jiaping and a few others, were also dumbfounded, staring blankly at one another. Clearly, they had not expected such an outcome. An advanced extraordinary against an elementary lord was already quite unbelievable. Yet, in the end, the advanced extraordinary won, which made them feel as if they were dreaming. It was too surreal. Huai, unaware of the internal turmoil among the crowd, immediately returned the weakened Thunder Monkey to the beast space after winning the match. Although the fifth gate's door did not significantly enhance power, it allowed the Thunder Monkey to possess speed beyond its limits, which was a huge strain on its body. If it weren't for the Thunder Monkey's increasingly strong physical condition, it might not have been able to withstand it just now. Even so, the Thunder Monkey adhered to the principle of finishing quickly, ending the battle in just over 40 seconds, still appearing in this weakened state. The consumption was truly too great. The Thunder Monkey felt completely drained. If more time had been spent, it might have suffered a fundamental injury. Its physical quality was still not quite enough. Huai sighed inwardly, but did not dwell on it. The Thunder Monkey was currently only at the advanced extraordinary level. After the fifth gate, only 3 gates remained. Thunder Monkey, you've worked hard. Oh. The Thunder Monkey weakly responded, lacking even the strength to hold the energy crystal block. Fortunately, Huai had considered this issue beforehand, and had specifically asked a nutrition master at home to grind the energy crystal blocks into powder and add some rare materials to create a nutrient solution. Huai directly stored this nutrient solution in something resembling an 4 bag, which could be administered via a needle or drunk directly. This was in consideration of the Thunder Monkey's condition. If the Thunder Monkey had collapsed, Huai would have directly injected it with a needle, essentially using the 4 method to replenish its nutrients and accelerate recovery. But since it still had some strength left, it could drink through a long straw. When the Thunder Monkey saw the nutrient product Huai brought out, It wasted no time and waited for Lei Bao to deliver the straw. This was the beast space, and Gu Huai could not enter, so he could only use this method. Watching Lei Bao bring the straw to the Thunder Monkey's mouth, Gu Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the referee. Referee, can you announce it now? Oh. The referee, finally reacting, showed an embarrassed expression and hurriedly said. The referee did not have much feeling about this. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the referees were all brought in from outside, not from Yongming City or even from the Mountain Province. Therefore, he did not have much investment in the outcome for Yongming City. Losing was losing. After all, his salary was not paid by Yongming City, so he really didn't care. Thank you for the match. Gu Huai smiled at Aoyang, acknowledging that Aoyang's strength was indeed good. If the Yiksha King's strength had been a bit stronger, it would not have been so easy for the Thunder Monkey to win this match. At that time, Lei Bao would probably have had to step in. Speaking of which, Lei Bao's progress was indeed fast. Lei Bao was constantly fighting outside, continuously getting injured and surpassing its limits, yet it still could not catch up to Lei Bao. In the beast space, Chi Hong was watching the Thunder Monkey drinking the nutrient product with a tilted head, the soul fire in its eyes glimmering, as if it was also interested in the nutrient product. Chapter 099. Chi Hong, who wanted to drink the nutrient liquid, tossed the Thunder Monkey aside. Chi Hong's clear yet foolish soul fire flickered a couple of times, then it glanced at Lei Bao. Realizing that Lei Bao was not paying attention to it, it came up with a bold idea. Chi Hong suddenly approached the Thunder Monkey. The Thunder Monkey was happily drinking the nutrient product, baring its teeth in joy. It loved drinking this nutrient product whenever it was battered and bruised. The feeling was too wonderful. The sensation of cellular destruction and reconstruction in its body was incredibly satisfying, making the Thunder Monkey feel euphoric as if it were about to ascend to the heavens. As it drank, its body slowly began to recover. There were plenty of rare materials in this nutrient product. According to Gu Huai, if this small bottle were to be sold outside, it would fetch several million. Although the Thunder Monkey did not quite grasp the concept, Gu Huai had provided an example for it to understand some common sense. The energy cubes it usually ate, the size of jelly beans, were worth about 100 beast coins each. This bottle could buy 20,000 to 30,000 of them. When the Thunder Monkey heard this figure, it shivered and hesitated to drink. Just as its thoughts were drifting, it suddenly froze. Whereas the straw, the Thunder Monkey looked to the side, its pupils narrowing sharply. Because Chi Hong had directly snatched the straw from its mouth and stuffed it into its own mouth. Chi Hong's idea was good. However, being all bones in its current state, it obviously could not drink anything. It took 2 quick sucks, and the nutrient liquid flowed down its bones, slowly dripping onto the ground. Bitter? Chi Hong wondered why there was no taste. But the expression on that stinky monkey's face was clearly one of delight. As if this stuff was delicious. Chi Hong, not believing in evil, took another couple of deep sucks, managing to consume most of the remaining nutrient product. Drip, drip, drop. All the nutrient product flowed down its bones to the ground, drop by drop. Could it be that its posture was wrong? Chi Hong's gaze fell on the Thunder Monkey, and its soul fire danced excitedly. The Thunder Monkey looked dazed, but upon seeing Chi Hong's gaze, it shuddered, sensing a bad premonition. This guy wouldn't he dare to. Chi Hong's gaze shifted from the Thunder Monkey to the bed it was lying on, its eyes shining. Immediately, Chi Hong moved the Thunder Monkey off the bed. It didn't directly kick the Thunder Monkey off. It wasn't stupid, knowing that the Thunder Monkey was a patient and needed to be handled gently. So, Chi Hong carefully picked up the Thunder Monkey and placed it heavily on the ground. Hiss. The Thunder Monkey inhaled sharply. That hurts. Its voice attracted Lei Bao's attention, who was still somewhat confused about the situation. What were the Thunder Monkey and Chi Hong playing at? Chi Hong didn't care about that. Flipping over and comfortably lying on the bed. At this point, Chi Hong began to drink the remaining nutrient product. But unexpectedly, the same puzzling scene reoccurred. The nutrient product flowed down its bones again, soaking the bed. Bitter? Originally not very smart, Chi Hong now seemed even more confused. It didn't understand. Which step went wrong? The soul fire in the red rainbow's eyes flickered violently. It was very angry. It wanted to throw the nutrient bottle in its hand. But as soon as it raised its hand, it hesitated. Bao. At this moment, Lei Bao flew over and expressed his doubts. Outside, Gu Huai was unaware of the bizarre happenings inside the Beastmaster space. Next, it was time to head towards the remaining targets. 1 from the first sequence, 2 from the second sequence, 1 from the third sequence, 2 from the fourth sequence, 2 from the fifth sequence. Of course, Gu Huai did not intend to follow the minimum requirements listed. The guardians between different sequences were different. For instance, the fourth sequence that Gu Huai was currently challenging had guardians who had been Beastmasters for 510 years and whose strength did not exceed that of a senior Beastmaster. However, for the fifth sequence, the guardians had only been Beastmasters for 48 years, also not exceeding the strength of a senior Beastmaster. With less time, the difficulty naturally decreased. Moreover, most cities in the 5th sequence had a relatively low level, as their population was not large. Huai did not plan to take on the challenge of the 5th sequence for now. After all, Lei Monkey's strength would not gain much training in a 5th sequence city. As for the Red Rainbow, it was not suitable for such activities at the moment. After challenging 2 stronger 4th sequence guardians, he could then challenge the 3rd sequence. The 3rd sequence also had guardians who had been Beast Masters for 510 years and whose strength did not exceed that of a senior Beast Master. In theory, the difficulty was similar to the 4th sequence. However, the problem was that the 3rd sequence was the capital city of the 1195th ranked province. A province, even if weak, would still have a capital city that served as the center of the province, and its strength could not be too low. So even under the same conditions, the guardians sent by this provincial capital city were likely to be professional Beast Masters. Although professional Beast Masters were also senior Beast Masters, their strength and experience were not comparable to those senior Beast Masters who had not passed the professional assessment. Especially those professional Beast Masters who had taken on several tasks and entered secret realms multiple times were incredibly strong. During this time, no one stopped Huai or said anything. Losing a match was just losing a match, and they in Yongming City were not unable to bear it. After Huai left, Sun Jiaoping's group began to speak. This senior's strength is so strong. I wonder which university he is from. It's probably Hangqing University. People from Hangqing tend to choose their own school. Also, I wonder how strong this senior really is. In the world of Beast Masters, there has always been admiration for the strong. Huai had already conquered these students with his strength. Brother Sun, you are from the Imperial Capital University. Maybe you will have exchanges with Hangqing University. You can ask then. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiaoping nodded slightly. However, he still said, but the second-year students from our school are stronger. Chapter 100, Sun Jiaoping's Goddess. Huai's Dragon Protector. Sun Jiaoping's words made everyone turn their gaze towards him. A look of admiration and affection unconsciously appeared on Sun Jiaoping's face. The first place in last year's university freshman competition was our Imperial Capital University. You should know that, right? Everyone nodded. Although they did not understand the competition process well, they still knew that Imperial Capital University won first place last year. Last year's Hangqing University and Modi University were both strong, with overall strength not weaker than ours, perhaps even stronger. But because of one person's appearance, she single-handedly won first place in the individual battle and helped us secure first place in the team competition. The person you mentioned wouldn't be Gao Xiaojing, would it? Someone asked. Sun Jiaoping's pride grew even more. That's right, it's her. Who is Gao Xiaojing? My goddess. The pride of Imperial Capital University. And also the most beautiful girl in the world, no exceptions. Sun Jiaoping's tone was firm, and as he spoke, there was a look of reverence on his face. It was clear that he genuinely admired Gao Xiaojing. However, Sun Jiaoping was also self-aware. Although he was the top scholar from Shanxing this year, and his family, the Sun family, was also a big family, a goddess like Gao Xiaojing was not someone he could touch. The two parties were not on the same level at all. Scholars are common in every province, but someone like Gao Xiaojing, who could overshadow everyone and stand out, might not appear for several years. If she were here, this competition would definitely be easily won. Sun Jiaoping revealed more. Everyone's faces showed shock. She passed the professional Beast Master assessment in her freshman year? Is she even human? Incredible. Becoming a professional Beast Master is my lifelong pursuit, yet she achieved it in her freshman year? Everyone was stunned. When Sun Jiaoping first heard this news, he was also incredibly shocked. He was the top scholar from Shanxing, with top talent and strength. Even so, he believed that his limit in the second semester of his freshman year would only be to become a senior Beast Master. To become a professional Beast Master in the first semester of his sophomore year would be difficult. He would most likely need to wait until the second semester. It may seem like the gap isn't too large, but Sun Jiaoping knew that at their level, one step faster means being ahead at every step. He was aware of Gao Xiaojing's improvement process. When she first entered her freshman year, her registered strength was already a senior Beast Master. After that, Gao Xiaojing stabilized her strength and did not participate in the Professional Beast Master Assessment in October. The Professional Beast Master Assessment is held 4 times a year, in January, April, July, and October. There are 4 assessment items. The first is a written test. Only after passing the written test can one participate in the subsequent assessments. The written test results are valid for 3 years, meaning that as long as one passes the written test within 3 years, they do not need to retake the written test for subsequent assessments. The remaining 3 assessments include sending out 3 beast companions for individual battles, unified battles of all beast companions, and task assessments. Only after passing all assessments can one become a professional beast master and enjoy the benefits and treatment associated with the profession. Gao Xiaojing participated in the October assessment and successfully passed all 4 assessments by December, becoming a professional Beastmaster in one fell swoop. The time taken from becoming a Beastmaster to becoming a formal professional Beastmaster was just over a year and a half. This speed left Sun Jiaping in awe. According to Sun Jiaping's own plan, being able to become a senior Beastmaster before April next year and participate in the professional Beastmaster assessment would already be quite good. As for passing the professional assessment, if he could pass in October next year, that would be considered good luck. Under normal circumstances, being able to pass the professional Beastmaster assessment in April the year after next, which would be the last professional assessment before the end of the second semester of his sophomore year, would be quite good. Sun Jiaping had a deep understanding of himself. Sun Jiaping and the others were speaking at a volume that was not low, so Zhao Anwen heard them. Zhao Anwen opened his mouth. He actually wanted to say that the boy was different from what they thought. He was not a sophomore student, but a senior student who had just become a Beastmaster for less than half a year. But he held back. Forget it. It's better not to say anything for now. After all, if this gets out, Yongming City will become famous. He didn't want that kind of fame, as it would attract countless challengers. So he remained silent, and also prepared to advise those who knew that Gu Huai was a high school student not to expose this information for the time being. Even if it's exposure, it shouldn't be them doing the exposing. The girl responsible for registering Gu Huai's information couldn't help but take a few more glances at the information registered for Gu Huai. She suspected that the machine might be broken. Gu Huai, who had already left the sports square in Yongming City, was unaware of these situations and didn't understand their discussion about his dragon guardian. At this moment, Gu Huai was handling matters inside the beast space. Are you saying you also want to drink this nutrient solution? Gu Huai looked at Qi Hong, who was lying on the sickbed of the thunder monkey. With a speechless expression, "You're a skeleton. How can a skeleton drink anything?" But Gu Huai had to consider Qi Hong's feelings, so he couldn't say it that way. Ahem. Qi Hong, your condition is different from the thunder monkeys. It's like this. I'll apply some stuff to make your bones shinier and more vibrant. And that's how you drink the nutrient solution. They take it orally, while you use it externally. Gu Huai exerted a lot of effort to explain this to Qi Hong. At the same time, he also gave a bottle of nutrient solution to the thunder monkey, who was feeling distressed but didn't speak up, allowing Qi Hong to get off the sickbed. The beast space can store items. Most beast masters treat the beast space as a storage space. However, most beast masters have relatively small beast spaces. The size of the beast space is entirely linked to one's talent. Those with lower quality talents have pitifully small beast spaces, which can barely accommodate their beasts, making it difficult for them to move around inside. Gu Huai had asked about Guo Jingyi's beast space. Guo Jingyi had a level talent, and his beast space initially had an area of only 11 square meters, with a height of around 7 to 8 meters. As he continued to practice and strengthen his beast space, its size increased significantly, but the area only reached about 55 square meters, with a height of over 10 meters. With such a space, if you put two beasts inside, there's only a narrow space for movement, which is quite inconvenient. You can't store too many items either. So Guo Jingyi had to customize some high-end storage boxes to keep some items. Chapter 101, Calling the Dragon Guardian. In this regard, Gu Huai's beast space was much larger. Gu Huai's beast space had become like a small island. He hadn't actually calculated its size. Anyway, it was ridiculously large. 1,000 square meters? Gu Huai felt it was even more than that. As for the height, the blue sky and white clouds were visible, just like a small island in the outside world. With such a large area, Gu Huai had never heard of it. Gu Huai had asked the old man, and they were already legendary beast masters. Their beast spaces were only about 5,000 square meters. With such an area, the old man could only create 6 nests and a few small squares, and the space was insufficient. However, like the beast spaces of others, Gu Huai's could not store living beings besides his own beasts. The beast masters themselves could only descend into the beast space in a spiritual form. Their physical bodies could not enter. You all rest well. I'm tired too. Eat something and have a good sleep later. Today is a holiday. Tomorrow we will set off on a new journey. When I wake up, I'll take you shopping in the evening. Lei Bao and Qi Hong happily responded, but the thunder monkey had a face. It also wanted to go out to play, but unfortunately, its body did not allow it. Although the consumption this time was acceptable, it still needed to lie down until tomorrow. As time passed, the reactions from major cities were swift. In this situation, the once bustling plazas filled with challengers suddenly quieted down. The group that had been picking up leaks was now secretly enjoying themselves. There was no choice. The difficulty had increased too much. For the original sequence 5 cities, the Guardians there were basically intermediate beast masters at the beginning. Intermediate beast masters were students from the 3 highest academies, and most met this standard. Outstanding students from the top 10 universities and some top students from the second batch could also complete this challenge. But now, they were mostly guarded by advanced beast masters, directly raising the difficulty several levels and excluding a large number of people. The difficulty in the 4th and 3rd sequences was even greater. especially in the third sequence. They were all professional beast masters guarding the area, leaving no opportunities for challengers. However, even in the cities of the second and first sequences, their limitations were that they couldn't exceed advanced beast masters. Their guardians were also professional beast masters, just a bit stronger. September 15th. It has been half a month since Huai came out. Huai was browsing the news to understand the current situation. Has the difficulty increased? That's good. It makes it more interesting. After leaving Yongming City, Huai hadn't challenged again. The challenge was not his main goal. He just wanted to train his beasts. Having already completed a challenge last time, there was no point in doing it again now. He planned to take his time. Huai stretched and continued scrolling down. There was a photo at the top. Normally, he would have scrolled past such a title. But upon seeing the photo, Huai stopped, his gaze fixed on it. And his eyes softened. This girl has grown so fast. Considering my current strength, I really am no match for her now. Huai chuckled lightly, not surprised. After all, this girl's talent was already quite outstanding, and with so many resources, how could she not be strong? I should give her a call. It's been a long time since I saw her. Huai's tone was filled with affection. Regarding Gao Xiaojing, Huai could really say they were childhood friends. Innocent and carefree. Since she was very young, this delicate little girl had come to the Gu family in the role of the Dragon Guardian. Originally, Gao Xiaojing, who was 2 years older, was supposed to take care of her younger brother, Huai. But who was Huai? As a transmigrator, how could he let a little girl take care of him? Especially such a cute and beautiful little girl. Thus, Huai's nurturing plan began. Gao Xiaojing directly became Huai's little shadow, calling him Brother Huai, who was 2 years younger than her. And a series of nurturing operations followed. Unfortunately, according to the rules of the Dragon Guardian, they had to part ways when going to university. Moreover, Gao Xiaojing could only choose universities other than Hangqing University. Thinking of this, Huai dialed Gao Xiaojing's number. The phone rang only 3 times before it was immediately connected. At the Imperial Capital University, in the exclusive training ground for the school team, Gao Xiaojing had arrived at this place early. She had excellent talent and an abundance of resources. Yet she still worked hard and diligently, because she had someone she needed to protect and work hard for her whole life. Every time she wanted to give up, a face would always appear in her mind. It was the owner of this face that allowed Gao Xiaojing to keep striving. The goddess is so beautiful. The atmosphere of the Imperial Capital School team was great. Everyone was hardworking. Early in the morning, there was no need for teachers to supervise. Many boys were already in place. However, they were not there solely to work hard. They came to get a closer look at Gao Xiaojing. The goddess ranked first in their hearts. Yes, her strength is also ridiculously strong. I watched her match yesterday. That fairy dragon was simply amazing. So dazzling. She is beautiful, has such strong talent, and works so hard. It's no wonder she's so strong. Sigh, we need to work hard too. We can't be too embarrassing in the practical assessments later. They were full of energy as they secretly watched Gao Xiaojing train from a distance. It was precisely because of Gao Xiaojing that during last year's college student competition, the performance of the Capital University was quite outstanding, directly securing both the individual first place and the team first place, adding several honors to the university. Goddess Gao is great in every way, but she just doesn't smile much. Her face is basically expressionless. Wow, what happened? Goddess Gao smiled. Countless gazes turned toward her in unison. They all saw a scene that made their hearts flutter. 1 smile could topple a city, 2 smiles could topple a nation. Gao Xiaojing took out her phone from her pocket, and upon seeing the caller ID, her cold face melted like snow, blooming into a smile. Chapter 102, Doubles Match. Teammates come knocking. You finally decided to call me. Once the call connected, Gao Xiaojing's smile never faded. This made the outstanding members of the Capital University team fall into a daze. Hee, I was just afraid of disturbing your training. Huai heard the familiar, cheerful voice and couldn't help but feel happier. Humph. Gao Xiaojing gave a proud hum. This demeanor was something she only displayed in front of Huai. However, she didn't dwell on this issue. She cherished the time Huai called her. Speak, what do you want from me? Hearing this, Gao Xiaojing's lips curled slightly. In fact, Huai didn't have anything important to say. He just wanted to chat with Gao Xiaojing and hear her voice. After chatting for a bit, Gao Xiaojing frowned. She noticed those annoying boys were secretly watching her, which she found very unpleasant. Huai, wait for me. There are too many flies here. I'm changing places. Okay. Huai was reluctant to hang up on Gao Xiaojing for the time being. After Gao Xiaojing finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the training ground, leaving the group of team members with a beautiful silhouette. After Gao Xiaojing left, the group finally let out a sigh. Do you know who Goddess Gao was on the phone with? No idea, but her smile is really beautiful. All right, focus on training and don't gossip about others. Just as everyone wanted to continue discussing Gao Xiaojing, a voice rang out. Yes, Captain Nye. Hearing this voice, everyone immediately quieted down. Captain Nye was a rather handsome young man. He glanced at the direction where Gao Xiaojing had left and sighed lightly. He naturally guessed who she was on the phone with. Who else could it be but the young master from the Gu family? He was also quite taken with Gao Xiaojing. However, Nie Wujia knew about Gao Xiaojing's identity. The protector of the Gu family. She was also the jewel of the Gao family. He wasn't particularly concerned about this status. His own Nie family was also a formidable force. A family that could be compared to the Gu family, equally impressive. Their Nie family had roots in the capital, and their ancestor was also one of the 12 earthly branches, with strength not inferior to that of Guan, the ancestor of the Gu family. The problem was that Gao Xiaolong was Gu Huai's protector. Although referred to as a protector, Nie Wujia knew it essentially meant fiancé. If it were just a simple fiancé, Nie Wujia could think of ways. But the problem was that he knew Gu Huai and understood the relationship between Gu Huai and Gao Xiaojing seemed quite good. This made Nie Wujia, who had a relatively normal worldview, unable to do anything like digging a wall. So he could only control his feelings for Gao Xiaojing and face her normally. This phone call lasted for over half an hour before it ended. After finishing the call, Gu Huai felt refreshed, especially at the end, when she blushed and called him brother Gu Huai. Gu Huai muttered to himself, but there was nothing he could do about it. Gao Xiaojing was 2 years older than Gu Huai and became a Beast Master 2 years earlier. That 2-year gap, especially when the other party was also a super genius, made it nearly impossible to catch up. All right, little buddies, let us train together. Gu Huai roared, full of fighting spirit. An event would be held at this place in the evening, just in time for Qi Hong to make an appearance. The reason Gu Huai arrived here was that he had received news from elsewhere that an interesting event would take place here. So he came early. Traveling and training is just like that. Participating in various activities, experiencing the world. Traveling and training is not about finding a remote mountain and burying oneself in hard work. Simply burying oneself in hard work without battling others or engaging in communication is not a viable approach. Before the event starts, let us begin a new day. Gu Huai had chosen a camping spot about 3 kilometers away from the event location. This spot had been set up a couple of days ago. Roar. The 3 little buddies were full of energy. The event would start at 6 in the evening. By 3 in the afternoon, as Gu Huai trained, more and more people began to gather around. With the increase in people, Gu Huai lost some motivation to train and gradually put away his beast. Now only Qi Hong remained outside. Hey, are you also a freshman? Just then, someone walked up to Gu Huai. It was a slightly chubby boy with a warm smile on his face. Who are you? Hee, I'm Zhong Wei, a freshman from Original Wood University. Zhong Wei grinned, acting very familiar. Gu Huai. Gu Huai only introduced his name without mentioning his university. Hello, Gu brother. I see your little skeleton is quite good. How about we team up? Zhong Wei quickly explained, fearing Gu Huai might misunderstand. You're here for today's event, right? There's a doubles match tonight. We can team up together. Don't worry, my strength is quite good. My beast is an ancient king, a mid-level extraordinary. With the 2 of us working together, it shouldn't be a problem to defend our title for a few rounds. Tonight's event was called the Night Forest Gala. It was held every year on September 15th. This was an event organized by the Night Sky Open Air Bar, and each event's content and requirements were different. However, this event was always quite grand. This time the event was a doubles arena. 2 people could team up, or 1 person could summon 2 beasts to play doubles. Either option was available. As long as they could defend their title successfully 3 times, they would receive a membership card for the Night Sky Open Air Bar, allowing them to enjoy an 80% discount on consumption, along with a package worth 3,988. The more times they successfully defended, the richer the rewards. If they could become the champion of the Night Sky Open Air Bar would not only present a gold membership card, allowing a 60% discount on consumption, but also a mysterious grand prize. Gu Huai personally wasn't very interested in the membership card or the mysterious grand prize. After all, with Gu Huai's status, there were not many prizes that could pique his interest. Although the Night Sky Open Air Bar was a well-known bar in Haixing Province, with branches in major cities throughout the province, it was insignificant compared to the Gu family, like an ant in comparison. By the way, Gu Huai had already left the territory of Shanxing Province and arrived in Haixing Province. Haixing Province was ranked mid-tier in last year's provincial rankings, coming in at 36th place. It was famous for being close to the sea, and there were relatively more water-type beasts in this area. Chapter 103, Miss Liao. Gu Huai looked at Zhong Wei, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Initially, Gu Huai planned to have Lei Ho and Qi Hong take the stage together, mainly with Qi Hong fighting while Lei Ho assisted. He would only let Lei Ho take the stage when Qi Hong couldn't handle it. But now, Gu Huai changed his mind. Let Qi Hong and others beast companions cooperate. It seems like a good choice. Great, then let's go sign up together. It will be quite chaotic tonight. There are no age restrictions for this competition, but participants still need to register their personal information and check their backgrounds. For those who have been blacklisted or have a bad record, they won't be allowed to register. This is also to prevent some illegal elements from entering. Alright, Gu Huai checked the time. It was indeed about time. If we register now and then grab a bite to eat, we can go watch the performance first. Although the bar's activities focus on doubles matches, there will always be some opening ceremonies. Rest assured, Mr. Chi, tonight's arrangements will be handled perfectly, and you will definitely win Miss Liao's heart. Outside the forest, a plump man with an obvious wealthy demeanor was looking lecherous. Facing the plump man, Qi Xiao nodded and said seriously, "This matter must succeed, not fail." Qi Xiao, I often handle such things. Everything will be fine. In another part of the forest, in a secret underground base, there was a girl wearing a black veil and black stockings, showcasing her perfect figure. Miss Liao, we have everything arranged for tonight. Good, let's double check. This matter is very important to us. We have already lost an important division. We have made complete arrangements, and Mr. Eight of Spades has already drawn Pei Wudi away. This time we will definitely be able to revive the Mirage Beast. When mentioning the Mirage Beast, the girl named Miss Liao's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. If they could obtain this Mirage Beast, their plan would move one step closer. Then she could become a true saint. Just after 5 in the evening, many people had already arrived at this location. Tianyi Bar had indeed made a big splash this time, attracting many young people to participate in this event. Gu Huai estimated that the place would probably gather 2,000 to 3,000 people tonight. If this were an event in the city, held in a place like the sports square, having 2,000 to 3,000 people would be quite normal. After all, at night, many people get bored and tend to stroll around the city, watch a match, or participate in activities. But this event was held in the depths of the forest, a certain distance from the city. That so many people could gather in such a place shows the publicity of this event. Moreover, all consumption at this location tonight is 40 off. TSK, I wonder if Miss Liao will make an appearance. With so many people, she should come out, right? Zhong Wei and Gu Huai were naturally at this place. There were no dining options deep in the forest. Usually, Gu Huai would just eat food stored in his beast space. But today, with Zhong Wei here and Tianyi Bar available, he ordered some food from the bar to fill his stomach. Miss Liao? Gu Huai casually asked while eating edamame and drinking a beverage. You don't know? Zhong Wei also wasn't drinking. In the wild, even if there would be a large event later, he would remain vigilant and wouldn't easily drink alcohol. Gu Huai shook his head, popped another edamame in his mouth, and casually asked, "Is she very famous?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Wei looked at Gu Huai as if he were a monster. This gaze made Gu Huai feel a bit uncomfortable. You must not be from Haixing, right? Gu Huai nodded. I knew it. Otherwise, you wouldn't possibly not know Miss Liao. I don't even know what Miss Liao's name is because everyone calls her Miss Liao. However, Miss Liao is the head of Tianyi Bar and is also regarded as one of the 3 most beautiful goddesses in Haixing. When Zhong Wei said this, he was almost drooling. All right, Gu Huai didn't care much about Zhong Wei's words. The 3 most beautiful goddesses? So what? Gu Huai was really indifferent. No matter how beautiful, could she compare to his dragon protector? They were just on the same level at most. Don't believe it? Zhong Wei couldn't help but ask, seeing Gu Huai's expression. No, I do not believe it. Gu Huai didn't want to argue with someone he wasn't familiar with in such a place. It was meaningless. Moreover, Gu Huai really didn't disbelieve it. No, you just don't believe it. Zhong Wei insisted. However, Miss Liao should make an appearance later. Once you see her, you'll understand what it means to be captivated for life at first sight. Just like the famous Qi Xiao Qi Wei from Haixing, who was completely enchanted by Miss Liao. Anyway, once you see Miss Liao you'll know. Zhong Wei said this and didn't bother to continue. Gu Huai was indeed intrigued by Zhong Wei's words. He wanted to see how this Miss Liao compared to the dragon protector. As time passed, more and more people arrived. By 6 o'clock, the place was already packed with people. Given the situation, the arena competition would probably last all night. As the clock struck 6, various dazzling lights appeared, and the originally noisy venue suddenly quieted down. She's here. Zhong Wei was so excited that he trembled all over, his face flushed, which made Gu Huai look over. The lights gathered. A youthful woman's figure appeared. She was dressed in tight leather, showcasing her perfect figure. Just looking at her figure, even Gu Huai couldn't help but exclaim. The future children will definitely not lack food. And this figure is just too perfect. No wonder Zhong Wei was so enchanted. Gu Huai's gaze looked up. The woman wore a black veil, obscuring her complete appearance. But through the veil, one could sense that her looks were definitely not lacking. Of course, for Gu Huai, who had seen many beauties since childhood and had a stunning fiancée, he wasn't that impressed. Not so special. There are too many beauties in this world. Gu Huai wasn't the kind of person who would want to collect women just because he saw one. He didn't have such a preference. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the wild party hosted by Tianyi Bar at Tianyi Forest. Her voice was enchanting, giving a captivating feeling. As Miss Liao's voice fell, countless fireworks burst forth, dazzling and magnificent.